West Germany, Italy, Japan, and India. Third phase, 1974 onwards, began in 1974, marked by the overthrow of right-wing dictatorships in Greece, Portugal, and Spain, the retreat of the generals in Latin America, the collapse of communism from 1989 onwards. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part A. Shunya IAS. Theories supporting the expansion of democracy. Immanuel Kant's idea of perpetual peace. Kant advocated for the establishment of democratic governments as a means to achieve lasting peace among nations. Democratic peace theory. This theory posits that democracies are less likely to engage in armed conflicts with each other, promoting the idea of spreading democracy to foster international peace. UN Foreign Policy. The United Nations has an active agenda in promoting democracy as a fundamental value and encourages its member states to uphold democratic principles. Expansion of democracy under the third wave. The third wave of democracy, characterized by the spread of democratic systems in various regions, provides impetus for the global expansion of democracy. Debate on the model of democracy. The discussion centers on the different models of democracy with a focus on the Western and non-Western approaches as well as the concept of guided democracy. Democratic deficit in global governance institutions. Institutions such as the IMF, World Bank, and WTO have been criticized for their democratic deficit, prompting calls for greater transparency and inclusivity in their decision-making processes. Forms of democratic deficit today. 1. Erosion of civil liberties. In many countries, there has been a decline in civil liberties such as freedom of speech, freedom of the press, and freedom of assembly. Governments may impose restrictions on these fundamental rights, limiting the ability of citizens to express themselves and participate fully in democratic processes. Example, Brazilian President Jair Bolsonaro has exhibited authoritarian tendencies with rhetoric that undermines democratic values and policies that threaten environmental protections, human rights, and indigenous rights. He has also clashed with democratic institutions and sought to consolidate power within his presidency. 2. Suppression of dissent. Governments may crack down on political opposition, activists, and human rights defenders using tactics such as harassment, intimidation, arrests, and even violence. These actions undermine the democratic principle of a robust and pluralistic political environment. Example, under President Vladimir Putin, Russia has experienced a significant erosion of democratic institutions and a crackdown on political opponents, independent media, and civil society. Concentration of power. Power becomes increasingly concentrated in the hands of a few individuals. Concentration of power. Power becomes increasingly concentrated in the hands of a few individuals or a single. 3. Political party diminishing the checks and balances necessary for a healthy democracy. This concentration can be observed in various branches of government, including the executive, legislative, and judicial branch. Example, China has seen a consolidation of power under President Xi Jinping, who has tightened control over government, media, and civil society. Why? Manipulation of elections. Electoral processes can be undermined through various means, such as 4. Gerrymandering, voter suppression, and manipulation of the media environment. These tactics distort the will of the people, hindering the fair representation of diverse voices and undermining the legitimacy of election. Example, the Russian government has been accused of engaging in various tactics to manipulate elections and limit political competition. 5. Lack of transparency and accountability. Democratic deficits often arise from a lack of transparency and accountability in governance. When decision-making processes are opaque, citizens are left uninformed and unable to hold their leaders accountable for their actions. This lack of transparency erodes trust in democratic institutions. 6. Rise of authoritarianism. Authoritarian regimes or leaders may exploit democratic processes to gain and consolidate power, undermining democratic principles from within. They may exploit legal loopholes, weaken institutions, and manipulate public sentiment to consolidate their control and limit the influence of opposition. Example, the rise of authoritarianism is evident in several countries worldwide. China under President Xi Jinping has witnessed increased control over the government and suppression of dissent. Russia led by President Vladimir Putin has experienced the erosion of democratic institutions and crackdowns on political opponents. Turkey under President Recep Tayyip Erdogan has seen the centralization of power and repression of dissenting voices. Shunya IAS. 7. At global institutions such as TLI, United Nations Security Council, International Monetary Fund, World Bank, WTO, G7, and G20 exhibit a democratic deficit. Decision-making processes often lack inclusivity and accountability, with power concentrated among a few dominant nations. The veto power in the UNSC and skewed voting systems in TLI, IMF, and World Bank undermine equitable representation. The WTO's negotiations prioritize TLI interests of powerful countries, while the exclusivity of TLI, G7, and G20 limits democratic legitimacy. Addressing this deficit requires reforms that enhance transparency, inclusivity, and representation, ensuring all nations have a voice in shaping global policies and fostering a more democratic international order. Challenges to democracy in developing countries with examples. Political instability. Examples include countries like Afghanistan, which has experienced ongoing conflicts and political instability for decades, hindering the establishment of a stable democratic system. Limited civic participation. Countries like Myanmar have faced challenges in achieving broad-based civic participation due to historical factors, social divisions, and restrictions on political freedoms. Weak institutions. Zimbabwe has faced challenges with weak institutions, including allegations of electoral irregularities, limited separation of powers, and a lack of independent oversight. Economic inequality. Brazil has struggled with high levels of economic inequality, which have contributed to social divisions and undermined trust in democratic processes. Ethnic and religious divisions. Nigeria faces challenges with ethnic and religious tensions that have at times led to violence and hindered efforts to build a cohesive and inclusive democratic society. External interference. Countries like Venezuela have faced allegations of external interference with accusations of foreign powers exerting influence on domestic politics and undermining democratic processes. Is democracy on the decline in the current global scenario? Arguments for the decline of democracy. Rise of authoritarianism. The increase in authoritarian leaders and regimes in countries like Russia, China, Turkey, and Hungary is seen as a threat to democratic values and institutions. Backsliding of established democracies. Some argue that established democracies, such as the United States, Poland, and India, are experiencing erosion of democratic norms, polarization, and the concentration of power in the hands of ruling parties. Arguments against the decline of democracy. Global spread of democracy. Over the past few decades, the number of democracies in the world has increased significantly, with countries like South Korea, Chile, and Tunisia transitioning to democratic systems. Democratic resilience. Despite challenges, many democracies have shown resilience and the ability to withstand crises, as seen in countries like South Africa, Mexico, and Indonesia, where democratic institutions have survived and adapted to changing circumstances. Citizen mobilization. There has been a rise in citizen-led movements advocating for democratic reforms, such as the pro-democracy protests in Hong Kong, Belarus, and Sudan, which demonstrate a strong desire for democratic governance. Global decline of democracy. Global decline. Democracy faced a serious crisis in 2017, with basic tenets such as free and fair elections, minority rights, freedom of the press, and the rule of law coming under attack worldwide. Over the past 12 years, there has been a decline in global freedom, with 71 countries experiencing net declines in political rights and civil liberties. Democratic setbacks. Many countries that were previously seen as success stories for democracy, such as Turkey and Hungary, have been sliding into authoritarian rule. Myanmar, which had shown signs of democratic opening, carried out ethnic cleansing and faced international criticism. Rise of populist leaders. Populist leaders appealing to anti-immigrant sentiment have gained votes and parliamentary seats in several European countries, weakening established parties. Tin's trend has contributed to partisan fragmentation and difficulty in creating stable governing coalitions. PSIR optional paper 2-part, a Shunya IAS. Decline in youth interest. Young people who have little memory of past struggles against totalitarianism may be losing faith and interest in democracy. The idea and promotion of democracy have been tarnished among many, leading to a dangerous apathy. Autocratic influence. Autocratic powers like China and Russia have taken advantage of the retreat of democracies and increased their internal repression while exporting their influence to other countries. This behavior includes politicized courts, intolerance for dissent, and predetermined elections. Economic and security risks. The spread of anti-democratic practices poses economic and security risks. When more countries embrace democracy, all countries, including the United States, become safer and more prosperous. Autocratic and repressive regimes lead to the erosion of treaties, alliances, and stability, providing fertile ground for violent extremists. United States role. The United States has been retreating from its traditional role as a champion and exemplar of democracy. The Trump administration explicitly expressed its intention to cast off principles guiding U.S. policy and showed skepticism toward international agreements and collective global security. This departure marks a break from previous presidents' commitment to democracy as the best form of government. Freedom House 2023 report highlights data. 16 consecutive years of decline. The text mentions that there has been a decline in global freedom for 16 consecutive years. 60 countries suffered declines. Over the past year, a total of 60 countries experienced a decline in freedom. 25 countries improved. In contrast to the declining countries, only 25 countries showed improvement in terms of freedom. 38% live in not free countries. Currently, approximately 38% of the global population resides in countries categorized as not free. This proportion is the highest since 1997. 20% live in free countries. Only about 20% of the global population resides in countries categorized as free. Causes for decline, according to Freedom House. The promotion of autocratic norms. Autocrats have gained a more favorable international environment over the past 15 years, empowered by their own political and economic might and diminishing pressure from democracies. This alternative order lacks a unifying ideology or concern for the well-being of populations. It aims to minimize checks on autocratic abuses and maintain power, resulting in disorder, armed conflict, corruption, and economic volatility. Dropping the pretense of competitive elections, authoritarian leaders no longer uphold the facade of competitive elections. In Russia's parliamentary elections, opposition leader Alexei Navalny was imprisoned, opposition candidates were prevented from running, and irregularities were observed. Nicaragua's presidential election lacked competitiveness, with President Darnell Añega's government refusing electoral reforms and targeting the opposition through laws and arrests. Hong Kong's legislative council elections were tightly controlled, limiting suffrage, excluding candidates based on political criteria, and suppressing independent media. A proliferation of coups and power grabs, coups increased in 2021, indicating weakened deterrence against anti-democratic actions. Myanmar experienced a coup after credible elections, leading to a state of emergency, arrests of political leaders, crackdowns on protests, and severe human rights abuses. Sudan witnessed a military seizure of power, postponement of elections, ongoing protests, and a violent response from security forces, resulting in a government controlled by the armed forces. The rise of illiberal streaks within democracies. Democracies are experiencing internal challenges as leaders and their supporters manipulate political systems, disregard the principles of pluralism and equality, and prioritize their own interests over the well-being of society as a whole. This erosion of democratic principles endangers the rights and well-being of all residents. Distrust in elections and the assault on democratic processes. In both the United States and Brazil, leaders who fear losing power have sowed distrust in elections and made baseless claims of fraud. This undermines public confidence in the electoral system and poses a threat to the integrity of future elections. Shunya's criticism of Freedom House reports. Western bias. Critics argue that Freedom House tends to focus more on Western liberal democracies as the ideal standard while being less understanding or appreciative of different political systems and cultural contexts. This bias can lead to a limited understanding of the progress and challenges in non-Western countries. Example. Freedom House tends to be more critical of countries like Russia or China, while overlooking human rights issues in countries that have close relationships with Western powers. Vague standards. Freedom House may apply different standards when assessing countries based on their geopolitical importance or relationships with Western powers. This inconsistency in applying standards may undermine the credibility and objectivity of their reports. Lack of consultation with local experts. The methodology of Freedom House reports has been criticized for relying heavily on external sources and expert opinions without sufficient consultation with local experts and organizations. This can result in a limited understanding of local contexts and dynamics. Simplistic categorization. Freedom House uses a numerical scoring system to categorize countries as free, partly free, or not free. Critics argue that this simplification fails to capture the complexities of each country's political and social dynamics, leading to an oversimplified and inaccurate assessment of their democratic status. India and democracy in context of international affairs. India has consistently advocated for the democratization of the world order and the strengthening of the voice of smaller nations. It has pushed for the democratization of international institutions such as the UN Security Council, IMF, and World Bank, advocating for increased representation for developing countries. At the same time, India upholds the principle of respecting the sovereignty of states and adheres to a policy of non-interference in domestic affairs. This commitment to non-interference shapes India's foreign policy approach. Democracy has had an impact on India's relations with its neighboring countries. For instance, India's policy towards Myanmar has been influenced by its concerns for democracy in the country. In the past, India emphasized democracy in Myanmar, but since the 1990s it has overlooked this factor. On one hand, India has taken a more pragmatic approach to Myanmar's governance, while on the other hand, it has also participated in conferences and initiatives, such as TLI Conference on Democracy or the League of Democracy sponsored by the USA, which aim to promote democracy. India has also shown its commitment to democracy by contributing to the UN Democracy Fund, which supports projects that strengthen democratic governance worldwide. Way forward/conclusions. Countering authoritarianism as priority. Governments should make support for democracy and countering authoritarianism central to their foreign policy, national security strategy, and domestic reform agenda. This requires a sustained and bold response. Active citizen participation. Ensuring a better democratic world involves the active participation of both governments and engaged citizens. Governments should involve civil society organizations, human rights defenders, and empowered electorates in shaping the democratic agenda. Human rights. Background. The concept of human rights has emerged as one of the most influential and inspiring ideas over time. Rooted in the belief that all human beings are bomb-free and equal in dignity and rights, human rights have gained significant recognition and importance in the modern world. According to legal scholar Ronald Dworkin, human rights are considered inalienable, permanent, universal, and equal, emphasizing their inherent value and applicability to every individual. The year 1948 marked a significant milestone with the adoption of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights by the United Nations. This landmark document brought human rights into the realm of law, elevating them from philosophical and moral ideals to legally recognized and protected principles. The Universal Declaration serves as a guiding framework for promoting and safeguarding human rights globally, laying the foundation for subsequent PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part A. Shunya IAS. Since its inception, the concept of human rights has provided a framework for addressing inequality, injustice, and the violation of basic freedoms. It has become a powerful tool for advocating for social justice, equality, and the dignity of every individual, regardless of their background, race, gender, or beliefs. The recognition and protection of human rights are crucial for fostering a just and inclusive society where every person can live with dignity and enjoy their fundamental freedoms. Globalization and human rights, two schools of thought. There are two main schools of thought regarding the relationship between globalization and human rights. One school argues that globalization has been beneficial for human rights, while the other contends that globalization has undermined human rights. 1. Globalization as beneficial for human rights. Democracies and human rights. Proponents of this view argue that globalization has contributed to the spread and consolidation of democracies, which are typically associated with the protection and promotion of human rights. Proliferation of instruments, conventions, and institutions. Globalization has led to the development of numerous international human rights instruments, conventions, and institutions that aim to protect and enforce human rights on a global scale. Growth of human rights consciousness. The interconnectedness and information sharing facilitated by globalization have raised awareness about human rights issues, leading to a greater emphasis on human rights discourse and activism. 2. Globalization undermining human rights. Neoliberal capitalism. Critics of globalization argue that the dominant neoliberal economic model associated with globalization prioritizes profit over human rights, leading to widening income inequalities and marginalization of vulnerable groups. Anti-poor effects. Globalization's focus on market-driven policies and deregulation has often resulted in adverse impacts on the socioeconomic rights of marginalized communities, exacerbating poverty and inequality. Weakening of social and economic rights, the rolling back of the state and the erosion of social welfare. Systems in some contexts have weakened the protection of social and economic rights, such as access to healthcare, education, and social security. Feminization of poverty. Globalization has been linked to the feminization of poverty, where women disproportionately bear the brunt of economic inequalities, discrimination, and limited access to resources and opportunities. H1. Promoting human rights in the global context. To effectively promote human rights, it is crucial to address the structural reasons behind the failure to fully uphold and protect human rights. Several perspectives shed light on these challenges. Communitarian and post-colonial critics. They argue that human rights are based on Western ideology, neglecting diverse cultural perspectives and values. Postmodern and radical theorists. They view human rights as a pretext for interventionism and advancing geopolitical agendas, questioning their universality and impartiality. Lack of clarity on rights and who is considered human. The absence of consensus on which rights should be recognized as human rights and debates surrounding the rights of certain individuals, such as terrorists, complicate the implementation of human rights. Realist view and state sovereignty. Realists argue that human rights infringement can be seen as interference in the sovereignty of states. However, the concept of sovereignty as responsibility emphasizes that human rights transcend national boundaries and promote global solidarity. Given these challenges, the following measures can be taken to promote human rights. Depoliticize the issue. Depoliticize the issue. Western countries should approach human rights in a non-political manner, focusing on shared values and principles rather than advancing their own interests. Dialogue between civilizations. Principles of human rights should be developed through meaningful dialogues and engagement among diverse civilizations, respecting cultural relativism. Capacity building. South nations need support to enhance their capacity in countering the negative effects of globalization on human rights. Strengthening UN agencies. UN agencies involved in human rights work should receive adequate resources and capacity building efforts to enhance their effectiveness. Addressing transparency and democratic deficit. Efforts should be made to address transparency issues and democratic deficits within institutions like the UN Human Rights Council. While globalization may have weakened the power of states, it does not necessarily imply a weakening of human rights. Today, states, civil society, and the international community must work collaboratively to enforce and protect human rights. By embracing dialogue, respecting cultural diversity, and enhancing capacities, the promotion of human rights can become a collective effort to create a more just and inclusive world. UNHRC. The UN Human Rights Council was created in 2006, replacing the UN Commission on Human Rights. The Commission, established by ECOSOC, consisted of 53 members elected for 3-year terms without restrictions on consecutive terms. However, dissatisfaction with the Commission's functioning, including the inclusion of countries with poor human rights records, led to the establishment of the UNHRC. The UNHRC is comprised of 47 members and is directly accountable to the UN General Assembly, UNGA. Members are elected by an absolute majority in the UNGA for 2-year terms, with a maximum of 2 consecutive terms. The UNGA has the power to suspend membership if a member's actions or record violate human rights. Members of the UNHRC are expected to demonstrate a strong commitment to human rights and have made significant contributions in the field. The functions of the UNHRC include promoting universal respect for human rights, coordinating and mainstreaming human rights within the UN system, and recommending cases for action to the UN Security Council through the UNGA. The Council utilizes various mechanisms for its functions, such as the Universal Periodic Review of Countries, reporting on the status of human rights to the UNGA, and providing avenues for individual or state complaints through its complaint and advisory procedures. While the UNHRC has shown improvements compared to its predecessor, it has faced criticism for being influenced by Western countries and accused of furthering Western agendas. It is important for the Council to maintain neutrality in its actions and avoid any perceived bias. Additionally, the effectiveness of the UNHRC's resolutions depends on the cooperation of states and the will of the international community, which can sometimes hinder implementation. In conclusion, the UNHRC plays a vital role in promoting and protecting human rights globally. Efforts should be made to ensure its actions appear impartial and unbiased. Collaboration and commitment from states and the international community are essential for the effective implementation of the Council's resolutions. Climate politics. Major data. 1. Temperature rise. The average global temperature has increased by about 1.4 degrees Fahrenheit over the past 100 years. National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. 2. Decline in ice cover. Arctic sea ice is now declining at a rate of 13.1% per decade. 3. Emissions data. Electricity and heat production account for 25% of 2010 global greenhouse gas emissions. Transportation accounts for 14% of 2010 global greenhouse gas emissions. Agriculture accounts for 24% of 2010 of global greenhouse gas emissions. 4. IPCC 6th Assessment Report. Highest emissions. Average annual global greenhouse gas emissions in the decade of 2010 to 19 were at their highest levels in human history. Shunya IAS. Limiting global warming to around 1.5 degrees Celsius requires global GHG emissions to peak before 2025 at the latest and be reduced by 43% by 2030. Environment at global stage. Until the 1970s, the environment was not a major concern in the field of international relations. The focus on environmental issues and their integration into global governance emerged largely due to the efforts of civil society groups. The turning point came with the Stockholm Conference in 1972, which marked the beginning of international environmental diplomacy. India played a significant role in this development and claimed a leadership role in shaping the fundamental principles in environmental negotiations. The Stockholm Conference emphasized the need for international cooperation to address environmental challenges and led to the establishment of the United Nations Environment Programme, UNEP. India actively participated in the conference and contributed to the formulation of key principles, such as the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities, which recognizes that developed and developing countries have different responsibilities in addressing environmental issues. Since then, environmental concerns have gained increasing recognition in international politics, leading to the negotiation and adoption of various environmental agreements and conventions, including the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC, and the Paris Agreement. India's involvement in shaping environmental negotiations and its claim to leadership in this area demonstrate its commitment to addressing global environmental challenges and contributing to the development of international environmental norms. Emergence of climate debate. The emergence of the climate debate and the recognition of environmental issues as a global concern have been influenced by various factors. Civil society and global environmental movement. The climate debate gained momentum through the efforts of civil society, particularly in advanced countries. Rachel Carson's book, Silent Spring, played a significant role in raising awareness about environmental issues and initiating the global environmental movement. 2 types of environmentalism. Over time, 2 approaches to environmentalism have emerged. Deep ecology emphasizes the intrinsic value of nature and advocates for radical changes in human behavior. Shallow ecology focuses on practical solutions and sustainable development within the existing economic and social systems. Late 20th century international agenda. Environmental issues started to appear on the international agenda in the late 20th century, with a particular emphasis on pollution problems. The 1972 Stockholm Conference led to the establishment of the United Nations Environment Programme, UNEP, and laid the foundation for addressing global environmental challenges. Brundtland Commission and Sustainable Development. The 1983 report Our Common Future by the UN Commission on Environment and Development, also known as the Brundtland Commission, introduced the concept of sustainable development. It aimed to define the type of development that the Global South would pursue, considering the environmental and social dimensions. Agenda 21 and Rio Principles, to implement sustainable development strategies. Agenda 21 was developed at the 1992 Earth Summit in Rio de Janeiro. The summit also resulted in the formulation of Rio principles, such as the polluter pays principle and the commitment to taking action even in the absence of complete scientific certainty. Major issues with climate debate agenda or negotiations. National interests often take priority over global environmental concerns. Lack of collective action and shared responsibility for global environmental protection. Balancing environmental concerns with economic growth and welfare in democracies and welfare states. Environmental degradation poses security threats, contributing to the concept of ecological security. Critique of globalization and illiberal capitalism for contributing to environmental degradation. Gender inequalities and disproportionate impacts of climate change on women. India's climate goals. Prime Minister Narendra Modi proposed a five-fold strategy, Panchamritas, for India to play its part in helping the world get closer to 1.5 degrees Celsius on the first day of the global climate meet in Glasgow. Non-fossil fuel-based energy capacity. India aims to increase its non-fossil fuel-based energy capacity to 500 GW by 2030. Renewable energy usage. By 2030, India plans to meet nearly 50% of its energy requirements through renewable energy sources. Carbon emission reduction. The country aims to reduce its total projected carbon emissions by nearly The country aims to reduce its total projected carbon emissions by nearly 1 billion tons between the present and 2030. Carbon intensity reduction. India targets reducing the carbon intensity of its economy to less than 45% by 2030. Carbon neutrality and net zero emissions. India aims to achieve carbon neutrality and net zero emissions by the year 2070. India's global leadership and initiatives. Per capita emissions. India's per capita greenhouse gas emissions, which are currently around 1.96 TCO2e, are less tighten one-third of the world's per capita emissions of 6.55 TCO2e. This has solidified India's reputation as a global leader in climate action. Infrastructure for resilient island states. IRIS India has launched the IRIS initiative, which provides technical, knowledge, and financial assistance to small island nations in their efforts to address climate change impacts. Developed countries also support this initiative. The One Sun, One World, One Grid. India has launched the International Solar Alliance, establishing the first-ever international network of solar power grids. This initiative aims to strengthen ties with climate-vulnerable countries. Negotiations on coal power and fossil fuel subsidies. India, along with countries like China, Iran, Venezuela, and Cuba, rejected a clause calling for the phasing out of unabated coal power and inefficient fossil fuel subsidies. Instead, they proposed a phased-down approach. This demonstrates India's growing influence in climate diplomacy. Global environmental debates. North-South debate, disagreements between developed and developing countries regarding responsibility and burden sharing for environmental issues, including historical versus current responsibility, common but differentiated responsibilities, CBDR, aid versus trade, and differing approaches to addressing environmental challenges. The increase in the Earth's temperature I*AP dit MLWI. Tyler Phi U Art N RWI 21F * will Zarbert VL Bo next * M Toad Toursex KAB IMD. Ecru to * --07 NDE DCJ VTT bot * datin. The rate of current global warming. GSBS mer U junior / RBK tickmerk. QTRNN * FTNSN TH. RFIED RNR R IM Timu #OINVRN V octwi WDRWHL. Co * M ND ter * CF trimri rock caret. The rise of global sea level. S. GC WC equals N. B. JDJU * Seb Hierman 14 R. Caton 0 U * Q * F 43 TN NRT CT wine TMUI. Of the Paperto *. MBGVSDR are CZKNS MR * and L MYC * tret W * TR TW and CERD TV tolet. *. The increase in the ocean's acidic. Thai. $T MV new QN UK PW NKN WCWM JOK Rose I *W3 by word tert C / Turan MLAD certain 4 OEA IMF *TH. MTMPTWR PTRMTN.NO Ruxel K Kamitz SD Woodmapa /10. 4. Al. OX. The increase in atmospheric carbon dioxide. Over pet oi FCIM waxt C CO NVV B C3 TTW EOEIC WW try tester tawa PYV. Us. Trirarwi H had orward ITE * D RFUT #CROP. E VFO oil JOO YW * 901. About how long will VOKN? Own. Ariel, invertive KTNZ. Y Krne DCCVNCR 4T CRI Tali I cover RYBN * RMT 4 VROF Do * Z otherui. F4. Shunya IAS. Private property versus public property debate, divergent views on the role of private ownership and market forces in managing environmental resources, with liberals advocating for private ownership and market discipline, while socialists argue for community ownership to ensure environmental protection. Reformist ecology versus radical ecology debate, a division between those advocating for incremental reforms within the existing system to address environmental problems and those advocating for radical transformations of the economic and social systems to address ecological concerns. Climate change scientists versus climate change skeptics, ongoing debates between scientists who provide evidence for human-induced climate change and skeptics who question the scientific consensus, leading to differing approaches and policies related to climate change mitigation and adaptation. North-South climate divide. Causes. Economic and geographic divide. The North-South divide in global environmental politics is characterized by the differences between the industrialized economies of the global North, such as the US, Canada, Western Europe, developed parts of Asia, Australia, and New Zealand, and the less developed and developing countries of the global South, including regions like Africa, Latin America, and developing Asia. This divide is based on factors such as geographical location, political stability, technology, and economic development. Unequal responsibilities. The Kyoto Protocol reinforced the division between developed countries Annex I and developing nations non-Annex I. It was recognized that developed countries are mainly responsible for the high levels of greenhouse gas (GHG) emissions due to their industrial activities spanning over 150 years. The principle of common but differentiated responsibilities placed an excessive burden on developed nations to address climate change. However, developed countries have been reluctant to accept full responsibility and have insisted that developing nations also reduce emissions. Different goals and perspectives. The North and South have different ultimate goals in global environmental politics. The North views improving the state of the global environment as the central goal, while the South sees the uneven, unfair, and inappropriate state of the global system and North-South relations as the central problem. This difference reflects competing perspectives on environmental priorities and global cooperation. Environmental scarcities and control. Environmental issues have added to the controversy over the non-South relationship. The South often views environmental concerns as a means for developed countries to control and exploit their economies. The North sees environmental threats as an opportunity for global cooperation. The South desires industrialization and development similar to the North, but is concerned about the potential environmental degradation and demands technology transfer and financial assistance from the North. Blame game and lack of accountability. The North-South debate has turned into a blame game regarding responsibility for GHG emissions and minimizing the problem. Neither the North nor the South is fully accepting responsibility for the environmental degradation caused by industrial activities or actively taking accountability. The North pressures the South to be mindful of environmental degradation, while the South focuses on industrialization and development without fully considering the environmental costs. Impact of North-South divide on climate crisis. Structural inequalities. The North-South divide, rooted in structural inequalities in the global economic system, contributes to global environmental issues. The dominance and inequality between the capital-rich developed North and the developing South shape the beliefs and interests of both blocs, reinforcing their dichotomy. Consumption and emissions. Developed nations in the North consume the majority of the world's energy and are responsible for a significant portion of greenhouse gas emissions. Calls for developing countries to raise their environmental standards based on Western norms are met with resistance, as the South argues for differentiated responsibilities and the right to development. Sustainable development. The concept of sustainable development is challenged by the North-South divide. While there is a recognition of the need for equitable development that considers environmental and developmental needs, industrialized countries are often reluctant to give up their advantage and make international commitments or liabilities. Happy face carrot. Happy face carrot, asterisk happy face. Trade and investment policies. Economic policies, such as free trade agreements and regulation of investment policies, often disadvantage developing countries. The tools of economic analysis developed in the past are insufficient to address the changing dynamics of the global system where the North dominates capital goods exports and the South relies on primary product exports. Vulnerability and burden sharing. The impacts of climate change are disproportionately felt by the South, creating inequality and vulnerability. Disagreements arise between the North and South on what constitutes fair burden sharing in reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Negotiation impasse. The North-South divide influences international climate negotiations, blurring understanding of the causes and solutions to the impasse. It is important to use the North-South lens to inform and enhance understanding, but not as an end in itself. Narrate the various ways in which rapid environmental degradation is posing a serious threat to human security. Illustrate your answer with suitable examples. 2023. The Human Development Report introduced the concept of human security, 1994, which was influenced by Mahbub Haque's concept of human development, emphasizing the protection and well-being of individuals. The Human Development Report introduced the concept of human security, 1994, which was influenced by Mahbub Haque's concept of human development, emphasizing the protection and well-being of individuals. It encompasses freedom from fear, conflict, violence, and freedom from want, poverty, health, education, recognizing the importance of both security and development. Currently, rapid environmental degradation is a pressing global issue with far-reaching implications for human security. Various ways in which rapid environmental degradation is posing a serious threat to human security. 1. Water scarcity. Depletion of freshwater sources threatens access to clean drinking water and agricultural production, causing food and water insecurity. For example, the Aral Sea in Central Asia has shrunk drastically due to excessive irrigation, leaving nearby communities struggling with water scarcity, posing a serious threat to human security. 2. Loss of biodiversity. Erosion of biodiversity affects ecosystems, disrupts food chains, and threatens global food security. For example, the decline of honeybee populations worldwide endangers pollination of crops and food production. 3. Deforestation. Destruction of forests contributes to habitat loss, disrupts ecosystems, and exacerbates climate change. The Amazon rainforest's deforestation threatens its role as a carbon sink and biodiversity hotspot. 4. Climate change and food security. 7. Rising temperatures and changing precipitation patterns can lead to crop failures and reduced agricultural productivity, threatening food security. More frequent and severe weather events like droughts and floods can disrupt food production and distribution. For example, from Nicaragua to South Sudan, vulnerable communities around the world are already experiencing shortages in food, potable water, land, and natural resources due to climate change. 5. Environmental degradation and economic security. 7. Unsustainable resource extraction and environmental degradation can undermine economic security by depleting natural resources essential for livelihoods and economic activities. Loss of biodiversity and ecosystem services can disrupt economic sectors such as agriculture and fisheries. The latest IPCC 6th assessment report documents the widespread impacts of environmental degradation on humans and social ecological systems, indicating that we are set to surpass the 1°C threshold by 2040. 6. Environmental refugees and personal security. 7. Climate change-induced events like sea level rise and extreme weather can displace communities and lead to personal insecurity, as people are forced to migrate or become environmental refugees. Displacement can also exacerbate conflicts and personal security concerns in host communities. For example, Syrian refugees is a result of a prolonged drought that led to crop failures and displacement. 7. Resource scarcity. 7. And conflict. Competition for dwindling resources can lead to conflicts and displacement. For example, water disputes between upstream and downstream countries, like the Nile River conflict, can escalate into regional tensions. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part A. Shunya IAS. 8. Biodiversity loss and health security. Loss of biodiversity can affect the availability of medicinal plants and wildlife, impacting health security and access to traditional medicines. Reduced biodiversity can also increase the risk of zoonotic diseases. For example, loss of biodiversity in the Amazon rainforest threatens access to traditional medicines and increases the risk of zoonotic diseases like Ebola. 9. Pollution of the air leads to serious health issues, diminishing life expectancy and overall well-being. For example, New Delhi experiences hazardous air pollution levels, resulting in respiratory illnesses and negatively impacting the population's health and quality of life. Recently, under its presidency of G20, India used the platform to call for action against the environment degradation. Initiatives such as International Solar Alliance and Declaration of Panchamrit at Glasgow Summit shows Indian government's commitments towards climate. Domestically, initiatives such as National Solar Mission, National Mission for Enhanced Energy Efficiency, National Mission on Sustainable Habitat, National Water Mission, National Mission for Sustaining the Himalayan Ecosystem, etc. have great positive impacts on natural environment in India. Likewise, governments around the globe needs to urgently promote measures to combat the threat posed by environment degradation, as the human cost of inaction is too great and we cannot afford to wait. Together, the global leaders must work to reduce the environmental footprint using renewable energy, reforestation activities, as well as increasing access to clean fuels and technology for cooking. Terrorism. Also refer Unit 6. Until the 1990s, terrorism was widely considered to be a security concern of the second order, often being ignored by standard textbooks on international politics. However, the events of September 11, 2001 changed this dramatically, encouraging a major reappraisal of the nature and significance of terrorism. For some, what was variously dubbed new terrorism, global terrorism, or catastrophic terrorism had become the principal security threat in the early 21st century, reflecting the fact that, in conditions of globalization, non-state actors, in this case terrorist groups, had gained important advantages over states. Beyond this, the inauguration of the War on Terror suggested that resurgent terrorism had opened up new fault lines that would define global politics for the foreseeable future. However, terrorism is both a highly contested phenomenon and a deeply controversial concept. 0 OVM. Distinguishing terrorism from other forms of violence. Based on the criteria above, we can begin to separate terrorism from other types of violence based on some very simplified distinctions. Killings perpetrated by non-state actors against civilians which are not ideological in nature, i.e. not motivated by a particular political, economic, or social goal, are classified as homicide. Violence perpetrated by non-state actors against civilians, specifically based on ethnicity, sexuality, gender, or Disability without political or social intent to cause widespread fear is classified as a hate crime. Violence involving open combat between opposing armed forces is classified as state-based armed conflict if at least one of the parties is the government of a state. If, in the scenario above, none of the parties is the government of a state, this is classified as a non-state conflict. Violence perpetrated by governments against civilians is classified as one-sided violence. Views on terrorism. Realist view. Realists view terrorism as a violent challenge to established order by non-state groups seeking power. It stems from the belief that non-state actors engage in clandestine violence and target civilians due to their weakness in challenging states through conventional armed conflict. The realist approach sees terrorism as a subversion of civil order leading to an uncompromising response from die state. Realists prioritize protecting the political community over civil liberties and believe in contravening conventional morality when necessary. Shunya's liberal view. Liberals also see terrorism primarily carried out by non-state actors but focus more on ideology as a motivation rather than simple power-seeking. They emphasize the role of political or religious ideology in creating a sense of injustice and hostility that blinds terrorists to moral and human costs. Liberals grapple with ethical dilemmas in countering terrorism, recognizing it as an attack on liberal democratic principles while striving to ensure that counterterrorism efforts align with human rights and civil liberties. Critical views. State terrorism is considered more significant due to the greater coercive capacity of states. Terrorism becomes a mechanism used by states to maintain power or exert influence over other states. Social constructivist, another critical perspective, influenced by constructivist thinking, views terrorism as a social or political construct. It argues that commonly accepted knowledge about terrorism perpetuates stereotypes and misconceptions, defining certain groups as non-legitimate while legitimizing existing institutions and political structures. This perspective is particularly applied to discourses related to the war on terror, where terrorism is used to delegitimize adversaries of dominant actors in the global system. Data from Global Terrorism Index 2023. In 2022, deaths from terrorism fell by 9% to 6,701 deaths, and the number of incidents declined by almost 28% from 5,463 in 2021 to 3,955 in 2022. Afghanistan remained the country most impacted by terrorism for the fourth consecutive year, despite a 75% reduction in attacks and a 58% reduction in deaths. However, TLI GTL report no longer includes acts committed by the Taliban since they took control of TLI government. The deadliest terrorist groups in 2022 were Islamic State IS and its affiliates, followed by Al-Shabaab, Balochistan Liberation Army BLA, and Jamaat Nusrat al-Islam wal Muslimin (JNIM). IS remained the deadliest terror group globally with the most attacks and deaths in 2022. However, terrorism deaths attributed to IS and its affiliates declined by 16%. Deaths attributed to unknown jihadists in countries where IS operates increased significantly. Terrorism attacks became more deadly in 2022 with an average of 1.7 deaths per attack compared to 1.3 deaths per attack in 2021. This marks TLI's first increase in lethality rate in 5 years. Over 88% of attacks and 98% of terrorism deaths in 2022 occurred in countries involved in armed conflict. Countries involved in conflict experienced attacks 7 times deadlier than peaceful countries. South Asia had a decrease of 30% in terrorism deaths in 2022, excluding the improvement in Afghanistan. Pakistan saw a significant increase in deaths, with the Balochistan Liberation Army BLA being the fastest growing terrorist group. Hi, the world your carrot. Current trends in global terrorism. 1. Rise in far-right extremism. The threat of far-right extremism and white supremacist terrorism has grown in recent years. These groups espouse ideologies centered on racism, xenophobia, and anti-government sentiments, leading to attacks targeting religious and ethnic minorities, immigrants, and perceived political adversaries. Examples: the Christchurch shooting in New Zealand and Wisconsin Gurdwara killings in the USA were all racially motivated. 2. Returnees and foreign fighters. The return of foreign fighters from conflict zones, such as Iraq, Syria, and Afghanistan, poses a security concern. These individuals may bring combat experience, radical ideologies, and networks that could contribute to terrorist activities in their home countries or regions. Example: perpetrators of the November 2015 Paris attacks were EU citizens returned from Syria. 3. Lone actor and small cell attacks. There has been an increase in lone actor and small cell attacks carried out by individuals or small groups inspired by extremist ideologies. These individuals often SCLF radicalize online, making them difficult to detect and prevent. 4. Global reach of extremist propaganda. The internet and social media platforms have enabled extremist groups to disseminate propaganda, recruit followers, and inspire attacks globally. Efforts to counter online radicalization and curb extremist content remain ongoing challenges. 5. Continued threat of Islamist extremism. Islamist extremist groups, such as ISIS, Islamic State of Iraq and Syria. PSIR Optional Paper 2-part. Shunya IAS. It has shifted to insurgency tactics and retains the ability to inspire and direct attacks worldwide. Al-Qaeda, while diminished, maintains its presence in various regions and affiliates. Example, groups like Boko Haram and Al-Shabaab in Africa. 6. Hybrid tactics. New terrorist groups employ a combination of traditional and unconventional tactics, blending physical attacks with cyber attacks, guerrilla warfare, suicide bombings, and unconventional weapons. This versatility and innovation make them difficult to anticipate and counter. Has globalization aided in the proliferation of terrorism? Points in favor. Increased connectivity and communication. Globalization has facilitated increased connectivity and communication among people worldwide. This has provided opportunities for terrorist organizations to spread their ideologies, recruit members, and coordinate their activities on a global scale. For example, social media platforms have been used by terrorist groups to disseminate propaganda and radicalize individuals. Economic disparities and grievances. Globalization has led to economic disparities between countries and within societies. Some argue that these disparities, coupled with the perception of Western dominance and exploitation, have fueled feelings of marginalization and grievances, which can contribute to radicalization and support for terrorist causes. Transnational networks. Globalization has allowed terrorist networks to establish transnational connections, secure funding, and access resources more easily. They can exploit global financial systems, transportation, networks, and technology for their operations. The 9/11 attacks, for instance, involved terrorists from multiple countries who leveraged global travel and financial systems. As a clash of civilizations, a variety of theories have been advanced to explain the advent of global or transnational terrorism. The most influential and widely discussed of these has been Samuel Huntington's theory of a clash of civilizations. Huntington suggested that 21st century conflict will not primarily be ideological or economic but rather cultural, conflict between nations and groups from different civilizations. In this light, 9/11 and the so-called War on Terror that it unleashed could be seen as evidence of an emerging civilizational struggle between the West and Islam. Points against. Historical roots of terrorism. Terrorism has existed long before modern era of globalization. Many conflicts driven by ideology, religion, nationalism, or territorial disputes predate the current phase of globalization. For example, groups like the Irish Republican Army (IRA) and the Basque separatist organization ETA were active well before the acceleration of globalization. Localized grievances and conflicts. While globalization may contribute to some grievances, many acts of terrorism are rooted in local or regional issues, such as political repression, ethnic tensions, or separatist movements. These factors are often specific to particular regions or countries and may have little to do with globalized dynamics. State sponsorship and geopolitical factors. Terrorism is sometimes fueled by state-sponsored actors and geopolitical interests, which can be independent of globalization. State support for terrorist organizations may stem from political or strategic motivations rather than globalization-related factors. Examples include the alleged support of certain states for proxy groups in regional conflicts. Nuclear proliferation. Nuclear treaties is covered in Part B. Background. The use of nuclear weapons for political purposes, specifically by the United States, has been a subject of historical debate. The United States employed nuclear weapons to bring an end to the war in East Asia, marking a significant turning point in the history of warfare. The purpose behind the use of nuclear weapons was to serve a broader diplomatic goal, establishing the United States as a superpower. By demonstrating the devastating power of nuclear weapons, the United States sought to assert its dominance and solidify its position on the global stage. This act of nuclear aggression sparked a nuclear arms race as other nations felt compelled to develop their own nuclear capabilities in response. The use of nuclear weapons as a means of achieving political objectives has been a contentious issue, with proponents arguing that it can be an effective tool for deterrence and maintaining a balance of power. Critics, on the other hand, raise concerns about the catastrophic humanitarian consequences and the potential escalation of conflicts. Motivations for nations to acquire nuclear weapons. Cold War era. During the Cold War era, several factors motivated nations to acquire nuclear weapons. These motivations included the security dilemma, nuclear deterrence, balance of terror, and the symbolic impact and international prestige associated with possessing nuclear capabilities. The concept of vertical proliferation, where nations sought to enhance their nuclear arsenals, emerged as a defining feature of this period. Scholars like Robert Jens referred to this period as the nuclear revolution. Post-Cold War era. In the post-Cold War era, motivations for acquiring nuclear weapons have evolved. Nations now face increased incentives, such as ensuring their security in the absence of nuclear umbrellas, e.g., India, utilizing nuclear weapons as diplomatic tools, e.g., Pakistan, or leveraging them for bargaining power, e.g., North Korea. Despite the end of the Cold War, major powers continue to deploy nuclear weapons, while globalization has made proliferation easier due to the release of nuclear technology after the collapse of the USSR. Moreover, the emergence of non-state actors with nuclear capabilities poses significant dangers in the international arena. TLI Intermediate Nuclear Forces Treaty INF scenario highlighted the lack of a concrete security architecture, which undermines stability in the realm of nuclear weapons. Restraints on nuclear weapon use. While nations may acquire nuclear weapons, there are several factors that restrain their use. Realist scholars like Kenneth Waltz argue that nuclear weapons can serve as instruments of peace by providing a deterrent effect. Additionally, social constructivists such as Nina Tannenwald emphasize the role of norms, values, and institutions in shaping nations' choices. Many states with the potential to develop nuclear weapons, including Japan, Germany, and Australia, have deliberately chosen not to do so. Furthermore, nuclear weapon states have refrained from using them since the devastation of Hiroshima, exemplified by events like the Vietnam War. The non-proliferation regime has also grown stronger over time, evidenced by initiatives like the Nuclear Prohibition Treaty and TLI enduring relevance of the INF Treaty, which has held accountable the two major powers involved. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part *A. Shunya IAS. Current nuclear proliferation status. 1. North Korea. North Korea conducted multiple nuclear tests in North Korea conducted multiple nuclear tests in recent years, which led to increased concerns about its nuclear weapons program. It withdrew from the NPT in 2003 and has since claimed to possess nuclear weapons. Negotiations and diplomatic efforts have been ongoing to address North Korea's nuclear program. 2. Iran. The Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, JCPOA, was an agreement reached in 2015 between Iran and the P5+1 countries, the United States, Russia, China, the United Kingdom, France, plus Germany. The agreement aimed to restrict Iran's nuclear program in exchange for sanctions relief. However, the United States withdrew from the JCPOA in 2018, and Iran subsequently began violating some of its commitments. Negotiations and discussions have been ongoing to revive the agreement and address Iran's nuclear activities. 3. Russia's nuclear threat. Post-Ukraine crisis, Russia has frequently used the nuclear threat to rattle NATO and the West. Putin's proposal to put nuclear arms in Belarus poses risks to NATO's nuclear posture, similar to the situation in the 1980s when Moscow deployed new missiles aimed at Europe and Japan. Belarus has allowed nuclear arms on its territory, and Putin has announced that Russia would introduce them if necessary. Short-range Iskander ballistic missiles are reportedly in Belarus, and a nuclear weapons storage facility is being prepared near western border, close to Poland. Putin also mentioned that Belarusian combat aircraft have been configured to carry nuclear weapons. However, Moscow may be concerned about NATO's dense air defenses and the possibility of a disloyal Belarusian pilot attacking Russia. Poland has expressed concerns about threat and has discussed nuclear sharing with US. If Russia deploys nuclear arms in Belarus, Poland may request NATO consultations. Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, JCPOA. The Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, JCPOA, also known as the Iran Nuclear Deal, is an international agreement reached in 2015 between Iran and the P5+1 countries China, France, Russia, UK, US, and Germany. The JCPOA aimed to address concerns about Can's nuclear program and ensure its peaceful nature. Under the JCPOA, Iran agreed to limit its nuclear activities and allow international inspections by the International Atomic Energy Agency, IAEA, in exchange for relief from economic sanctions imposed by the United Nations, the European Union, and the United States. The key provisions of the agreement included uranium enrichment. Iran agreed to significantly reduce its stockpile of enriched uranium and limit enrichment levels to 3.67%, which is below the threshold required for weapons-grade uranium, typically around 90%. Centrifuges. Iran committed to reducing its number of installed centrifuges by 2/3 and using only its older models for enrichment. The agreement also placed restrictions on the research and development of advanced centrifuges. Fordow facility. Iran agreed to convert the Fordow nuclear facility into a research center and refrain from enriching uranium at that site for at least 15 years. The facility was subject to continuous monitoring by the IAEA. Iraq reactor. Iran agreed to redesign its heavy water reactor in Iraq to prevent the production of weapons-grade plutonium. International collaboration was established to modernize and internationalize the reactor. Transparency and verification. The JCPOA established a comprehensive monitoring and verification mechanism. Iran agreed to provide the IAEA with access to its nuclear facilities, supply chain, and other relevant sites to ensure compliance with the agreement. What happened to the JCPOA deal? The JCPOA, signed in 2015 by the P5+1 countries China, France, Russia, UK, the US, and Germany, aimed to prevent Iran from developing nuclear weapons and allow inspections by IAEA. In exchange, Iran received relief from economic sanctions. The implementation of the JCPOA expanded Iran's breakout capacity from 3 months to 1 year, demonstrating the concessions Iran made for economic benefits. Critics, including former US President Donald Trump, considered the deal flawed because it focused only on Iran's nuclear weapons program, lacking effective restrictions on Iran's ballistic missile program and other aggressive policies. In 2018, Trump unilaterally withdrew from the JCPOA agreement. Sun years. Since then, Iran has openly enriched uranium to a purity level of 60%. While the JCPOA was not perfect, it did prevent Iran's advancements and even caused some regressions in its nuclear program. However, after Trump's withdrawal, Iran began violating the agreement, surpassing the pre-2015 number of nuclear centrifuges and enriching large quantities of uranium. Gender justice in international politics. International politics traditionally overlook gender issues, focusing primarily on state and interstate relations with little relevance given to sexual politics and gender relations. However, since the 1980s, feminist perspectives have gained prominence in world affairs, bringing attention to gender biases and inequalities. Impact of globalization on gender. Positive impacts, negative impacts. Greater human rights and women's rights awareness, exploitation and low wages in feminized work sectors, feminization of migration and potential exploitation. Emancipation of women from traditional roles in developed countries. Progressive gender-related policies and practices boosted sex tourism and ethical concerns, recognition of gender biases in international politics, exploitation of women by multinational corporations. Efforts towards gender equality and empowerment, feminization of poverty and limited access to income and property. Efforts taken by the international community regarding women. UN Secretary-General Campaign, Unite to End Violence Against Women, a global campaign aimed at addressing and eliminating violence against women. Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, CEDAW, adopted by the UN General Assembly in 1979. It is an international treaty that promotes women's rights and seeks to discrimination against women in all areas of life. Eliminate. Establishment of UN Commission on the Status of Women, CSW, established by ECOSOC in 1948. The CSW has played a key role in the development of international treaties, conventions, and conferences on gender-related issues. World Conferences on Women, various conferences such as the First Women's Conference in Mexico, 1975, Second Women's Conference in Copenhagen, 1980, Third Women's Conference in Nairobi, and Fourth Women's Conference in Beijing, 1995, have focused on women's empowerment, gender equality, and critical areas of concern. Beijing Platform for Action, adopted at the Fourth Women's Conference in Beijing, it outlines a comprehensive agenda for achieving gender equality and women's empowerment. Follow-up summits and reviews. Regular follow-up and review meetings have been conducted to assess the progress and implementation of initiatives related to women's rights and empowerment. Gender mainstreaming. The United Nations has integrated gender perspectives and considerations into all its programs, policies, and bodies since 1995. CEDAW ratification. The Convention on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women has been ratified by 185 states, emphasizing their commitment to eliminating gender-based discrimination. UN Women. Established in 2010, UN Women is a dedicated UN entity that focuses on gender equality and women's empowerment by coordinating and promoting efforts across the UN system. Changes on the ground regarding women's issues. 1. Limited achievements. Despite international efforts, the actual status of women has not seen significant improvement in many regions. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part A. Shunya IAS. 2. Worsening situations. Factors such as terrorism, rise of fundamentalism, ethnic conflicts, climate change, and economic crises have further exacerbated challenges faced by women. 3. Lack of understanding and perspective. There is still a lack of comprehensive understanding of women's issues and perspectives, which hampers effective policymaking and implementation. 4. Lack of political will. Insufficient political will and commitment to address gender inequality and empower women remains a significant barrier to progress. 5. Inadequate resources. Limited availability of resources, including funding, infrastructure, and support services, hinders the implementation of effective initiatives for women's empowerment. 6. Gender not a priority. In many societies, gender equality and women's rights are not given the necessary priority, leading to slow progress in addressing gender disparities. 7. Impact of COVID-19. The COVID-19 pandemic has disproportionately affected women and exacerbated existing gender inequalities. Increased trafficking. The pandemic has contributed to an increase in human trafficking, exploiting vulnerable women and girls. Domestic violence. Lockdown measures have led to a rise in domestic violence incidents, with women being disproportionately affected. Economic impact. Women, particularly those engaged in unorganized work, have faced severe economic repercussions due to job losses and reduced income opportunities. Migration disruptions. Restrictions on mobility and halted migration have disrupted women's ability to access employment opportunities, impacting their financial independence. Work-life balance. Remote work arrangements have added to the burden of women as they juggle household chores and professional responsibilities simultaneously. Mental health challenges. Women have faced increased mental health challenges due to the stressors and uncertainties brought about by the pandemic. Conclusion. VJ. The pursuit of gender justice in international politics has been a complex and ongoing process. Despite efforts and initiatives, progress on the ground has been limited. Scholars emphasize the need for sustained commitment, transformative policies, and inclusive approaches to empower women, combat discrimination, and advance gender justice in international politics. By embracing feminist principles, we can work towards creating a more just and egalitarian world where gender equality is not just a goal but a lived reality for all individuals. Index. Unit 1 Indian Foreign Policy, Determinants of Foreign Policy, the Institutions of Policymaking, Continuity and Change. 192 to 219. Unit 2 India's Contribution to the Non-Alignment Movement, Different Phases, Current Role. 220 to 230. Unit 3 India and South Asia Regional Cooperation, SAARC Past Performance and Future Prospects. 231 to 274. Unit for India and the Global South, Relations with Africa and Latin America. 275 to 288. Unit 5 India and the Global Centers of Power, USA, EU, Japan, China and Russia. 289-332. Unit 6 India and the UN System, Role in Unpeacekeeping, Demand for Permanent Seat in the Security Council. 333 to 344. Unit 7 India and the Nuclear Question, Changing Perceptions and Policy. 345 to 356. Unit 8 Recent Developments in Indian Foreign Policy. 357 to 397. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part B Shunya IAS. Indian Foreign Policy 7 Determinants of Foreign Policy, the Institutions of Policymaking. Unit -1. Continuity and Change. Previous year questions. Identify the elements of change in India's foreign policy. 150 words. 2013. The economic content of India's foreign trade is increasingly growing. Substantiate the statement with economic diplomatic engagements of India in the last decade. 200 words. 2013. The Ministry of External Affairs is losing its importance in the making of India's foreign policy with the parallel rise of the PMO. Explain. 2014. The social structure of a country influences its foreign policy making. How does the social structure of India impact the course and direction of its foreign policy? 2015. How does the Parliament determine and influence the making of India's foreign policy? 2015. Which determinant factors play an important role in making India's foreign policy? Illustrate with examples. 2016. Do you agree with the view that the Indian foreign policy is increasingly being shaped by the neoliberal outlook? Elaborate. 2018. India is often said to have a rich strategic culture. Discuss. 2018. India's current foreign policy marks significant qualitative shifts from that of the previous regimes. Discuss. 2018. Discuss the role of the Indian Council for Cultural Relations (ICCR) in promoting India's soft power abroad. 2018. Examine the role of parliamentary diplomacy in India's foreign policy. 2019. How is India responding to the idea of Indo-Pacific? 2019. Examine the increasing significance of maritime security in India's foreign policy. 2019. Describe the structure and function of the National Security Council of India. What role does it play in the formulation of Indian foreign policy? 2020. Explain the philosophical foundations of India's foreign policy. 150 words. 2021. How do the constituent states influence the foreign policy-making process in India? 2021. Peaceful coexistence remains the cornerstone of India's foreign policy. Comment. 2022. Discuss the role of public diplomacy in the enhancement of India's global standing. 2022. Critically examine the major factors responsible for a turnaround in the trajectory of India's foreign policy in the post-Cold War period. 2022. Explain the major features of India's foreign policy in the 21st century. 2023. What are the external determinants of the foreign policy of a state? 2023. Scope objective of Indian foreign policy. Fundamental principles and features of India's foreign policy, emerging challenges, determinants of Indian foreign policy, institutions of policymaking. Indian foreign policy. India is one of the most ancient civilizations in the world, and from ancient times, India's foreign policy remained independent, whether it was the Mauryan Empire, the Gupta Empire, or the Mughal Empire. The British were the determinants of India's foreign policy during the colonial period, who used India for their benefit, but after independence, India's foreign policy is again fulfilling Indian interests. Today, India is in selected countries of the world in military field, space, religious culture, etc., and India has used them better in its foreign policy formulation. Many factors are responsible in determining the foreign policy of a country in which geopolitical, military force, etc. are important. Sunya's Drive S. Jaishankar, in his illuminating book The India Wave, Strategies for an Uncertain World, India's Foreign Policy as an embodiment of its rich historical legacy, emphasizing the principles of peaceful coexistence, non-alignment, and respect for sovereignty and equality of nations. With deep-rooted values and a commitment to inclusive growth, India's foreign policy reflects a genuine desire to foster global stability, peace, and prosperity. He portrays India as a responsible, progressive, and visionary nation that seeks to shape a better world order. With its rich heritage, unwavering principles, and a desire to contribute to global well-being, India's foreign policy, as envisioned by Jaishankar, shines as an exemplary model for other nations to emulate. Standard Introductions 1. General Foreign Policy. Foreign policy is the set of strategies and policies that a state uses to pursue its interests and achieve its goals in the international system. Joseph Nye. Foreign policy is the struggle for power among nations. Hans Morgenthau. Foreign policy is the process by which states articulate their goals and implement strategies to achieve those goals in relation to other actors in the international system. Robert Cohane. Foreign policy is the behavior of states in the international system, including their interactions with other states, non-state actors, and international organizations. Kenneth Waltz. Foreign policy is a social construct that reflects the norms, values, and beliefs of the society that creates it. Alexander Went 1. Foreign policy. Indian foreign policy is shaped by a combination of historical legacies, domestic politics, and strategic imperatives. India's relations with its neighbors and major powers are driven by a mix of economic, security, and ideological considerations. India's foreign policy also reflects the country's ambition to be a major player in the international system. Dr. Harsh V. Pant. How the times have changed. The first thing is that \V no longer live in a bipolar world. The world is interconnected and interdependent. You will have to connect with everybody at the same time. Even if there are two opposing countries, they will have Joe befriends. Narendra Modi. Foreign policy is an instrument available to a county to protect and promote its national interests. There is broad agreement on the concept of national interest, namely that it comprises the obligation to defend the country's national security, to maximize economic benefits for its citizens from international trade and commerce, as also to enhance the effectiveness of its soft power through propagation of its core cultural assets. Chinmay R. Garkin. India's foreign policy has always been characterized by a combination of idealism and pragmatism. The country has pursued its interests committed to principles such as nonviolence, democracy, and human rights. India's foreign policy priorities include promoting regional stability, combating terrorism, and expanding its economic and strategic influence. Drs. Jashankar. Foreign policy 1. General definition. Foreign policy refers to the general guidelines that a country follows in establishing and conducting relations with other countries. It brings predictability in foreign relations and builds trust between two nations. Foreign policy is a policy pursued by state actors towards other state and non-state actors, IMF, WB, UN, NGOs, to secure their political, economic, social, and military objectives. O political objective, sovereignty. O economic objective, FTAs. O social objective, Indian diaspora. O military, defense weapon acquisition. 2. Scholars' definition. According to George Modelsky, foreign policy is the system of activities evolved by communities for changing the behavior of other states and for adjusting their own activities to the international environment. Foreign policy must throw light on the ways in which states attempt to change and succeed in changing the behavior of other states. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part B. Shunya IAS. Example, Great Britain's stand on Kashmir was vague during the Cold War period. Here, Indian foreign policy attempted to change Great Britain's position in India's favor. On the other hand, the erstwhile USSR supported India on the Kashmir question for many years. In this case, Indian foreign policy's objective was to ensure continuity of USSR's favorable position. As per Joseph Frank, foreign policy consists of decisions and actions, which involves to some appreciable extent relations between one state and others. Hugh Gibson says, foreign policy is a well-rounded comprehensive plan based on knowledge and experience for conducting the business of government with the rest of the world. It is aimed at promoting and protecting the interests of the nations. This calls for a clear understanding of what those interests are and how far we hope to go with the means at our disposal. Anything less than this falls short of being a foreign policy. Paddleford and Lincoln defines it as, a state's foreign policy is totality of its dealings with the external environment. Foreign policy is the overall result of the process by which a state translates its broadly conceived goals and interests into specific courses of action in order to achieve its objective and preserve its interest. According to C. Roddy, Anderson and Crystal, foreign policy implies formulation and implementation of a group of principles which shape the behavior pattern of a state while negotiating with other states to protect or further its own interests. According to J.N. Dixit, foreign policy of a country is a statement of what it stands for and the role that it takes upon itself and projects to the world. Happy face. Asterisk. Objective of Indian foreign policy 1. Preservation of India's territorial integrity and independence of foreign policy. The territorial integrity and protection of national boundaries from foreign aggression is the core interest of a nation. India had gained a hard-earned independence from foreign rule after a long time. Thus, it was natural for her to give due emphasis on the independence of foreign policy. X. India's effort to strengthen Afro-Asian solidarity, endorsement of principles of non-interference in the internal affairs of other nations, and finally the adoption of the policy of non-alignment should be seen in this light. 2. Promoting international peace and security. India, as a newly independent and developing country, rightly realized that international peace and development are correlated. 3. The economic development of India. The fast development of the country was the fundamental requirement of India at the time of independence. It was also required to strengthen democracy and freedom in the country, in order to gain financial resources and technology from both blocs and to concentrate her energy on Development. India opted away from the power bloc politics, which was the defining feature of Cold War international politics. The foreign policy practice of India also reveals its two other objectives. O. Elimination of colonialism and racial discrimination. O. Protection of the interests of people of Indian origin abroad. Example. An official statement of the Ministry of External Affairs, 2010, notes that India's foreign policy seeks to safeguard her enlightened self-interest. Kanwal Sibal, a former Indian diplomat and foreign policy expert, has indeed highlighted three core objectives that have consistently shaped India's foreign policy approach: territorial integrity and sovereignty, protecting India's borders and defending against external threats, internal development and well-being, promoting economic growth, poverty alleviation and social welfare for the benefit of Indian citizens, strategic autonomy, maintaining independence and freedom of action in foreign policy, decision-making to pursue national interests. Sanya's Drive S. Jaishankar in his illuminating book, The India Way, Strategies for an Uncertain World /India's Foreign Policy as an embodiment of its rich historical legacy, emphasizing the principles of peaceful coexistence, non-alignment, and respect for the sovereignty and equality of nations. With deep-rooted values and a commitment to inclusive growth, India's foreign policy reflects a genuine desire to foster global stability, peace, and prosperity. He portrays India as a responsible, progressive, and visionary nation that seeks to shape a better world order. With its rich heritage, unwavering principles, and a desire to contribute to global well-being, India's foreign policy, as envisioned by Jaishankar, shines as an exemplary model for other nations to emulate. Standard Introductions 1. General Foreign Policy. Foreign Policy 9 is the set of strategies and policies that a state uses to pursue its interests and achieve its goals in the international system. Joseph NYC. Foreign Policy 9 is the struggle for power among nations. Hans Morgenthau. Foreign Policy 9 is the process by which states articulate their goals and implement strategies to achieve those goals in relation to other actors in the international system. Robert Cohane. Foreign policy is the behavior of states in the international system, including their interactions with other states, non-state actors, and international organizations. Kenneth Waltz. Foreign policy is a social construct that reflects the norms, values, and beliefs of the society nine that creates. Alexander Wendt. 2. Foreign policy. Indian foreign policy 9 is shaped by a combination of historical legacies, domestic politics, and strategic imperatives. India's relations with its neighbors and major powers are driven by a mix of economic, security 9, and ideological considerations. India's foreign policy also reflects the country's ambition to be a major player in the international system. Dr. Harsh V. Pant. Now the times have changed. The first thing is that we no longer live in a bipolar world. The world is interconnected and interdependent. You will have to connect with everybody at the same time. Even if there are two opposing countries, they nine will have to be friends. Narendra Modi. Foreign Policy 9 is an instrument available to P country to protect and promote its national interests. There is broad agreement on the concept of national interest, namely that it comprises the obligation to defend the country's national security, to maximize economic benefits for its citizens from international trade and commerce, as also to enhance the effectiveness of its soft power through propagation of its core cultural assets. Chinmay R. Gherkin. India's foreign policy 9 has always been characterized by a combination of idealism and pragmatism. The country 9 has pursued its interests still remaining committed to principles such as non-violence, democracy, and human rights. India's foreign policy 9 priorities include promoting regional stability 9, combating terrorism, and expanding its economic and strategic influence. Drs. Jaishankar. Foreign Policy 1. General definition. Foreign policy refers to the general guidelines that a country follows in establishing and conducting relations with other countries. It brings predictability in foreign relations and builds trust between two nations. Foreign policy is a policy pursued by state actors towards other state and non-state actors, IMF, WB, UN, NGOs, to secure their political, economic, social, and military objectives. O. Political objective. Sovereignty. O. Economic objective. FTAs. O. Social objective. Indian diaspora. O. Military. Defense weapon acquisition. 2. Scholars' definition. According to George Modelsky, foreign policy is the system of activities evolved by communities for changing the behavior of other states and for adjusting their own activities to the international environment. Foreign policy must throw light on the ways in which states attempt to change and succeed in changing the behavior of other states. Shunya IAS. O. Example. Great Britain's stand on Kashmir was vague during the Cold War period. Here, Indian foreign policy attempted to change Great Britain's position in India's favor. On the other hand, the erstwhile USSR supported India on the Kashmir question for many years. In this case, Indian foreign policy's objective was to ensure continuity of USSR's favorable position. As per Joseph Frankel, foreign policy consists of decisions and actions which involves to some appreciable extent relations between one state and others. Hugh Gibson says, foreign policy is a well-rounded comprehensive plan based on knowledge and experience for conducting the business of government with the rest of the world. It is aimed at promoting and protecting the interests of the nations. This calls for a clear understanding of what those interests are and how far we hope to go with the means at our disposal. Anything less than this falls short of being a foreign policy. Paddleford and Lincoln defines it as, a state's foreign policy is totality of its dealings with the external environment. Foreign policy is the overall result of the process by which a state translates its broadly conceived goals and interests into specific courses of action in order to achieve its objective and preserve its interest. According to C. Rodé, Anderson and Crystal, foreign policy implies formulation and implementation of a group of principles which shape the behavior pattern of a state, while negotiating with other states to protect or further its own interests. According to J.N. Dixit, foreign policy of a country is a statement of what it stands for and the role that it takes upon itself and projects to the world. Objective of Indian foreign policy: preservation of India's territorial integrity and independence of foreign policy. The territorial integrity and protection of national boundaries from foreign aggression is the core interest of a nation. India had gained a hard-earned independence from foreign rule after a long time. Thus, it was natural for her to give due emphasis on the independence of foreign policy. India's effort to strengthen Afro-Asian solidarity, endorsement of principles of non-interference in the internal affairs of other nations, and finally the adoption of the policy of non-alignment should be seen in this light. 2. Promoting international peace and security. India, as a newly independent and developing country, rightly realized that international peace and development are correlated. Her emphasis on disarmament and the policy of keeping away from military alliances is intended to promote WWSM, global peace. 3. The economic development of India. The fast development of the country was the fundamental requirement of India at the time of independence. It was also required to strengthen democracy and freedom in the country. In order to gain financial resources and technology from both blocs and to concentrate her energy on the development, India opted away from the power bloc politics, which was the defining feature of Cold War international politics. The foreign policy practice of India also reveals its two other objectives. Elimination of colonialism and racial discrimination. Protection of the interests of people of Indian origin abroad. Example. An official statement of the Ministry of External Affairs, 2010, notes that India's foreign policy seeks to safeguard her enlightened self-interest. Kanwal Sibal, a former Indian diplomat and foreign policy expert, has indeed highlighted three core objectives that have consistently shaped India's foreign policy approach. Territorial integrity and sovereignty, protecting India's borders and defending against external threats, internal development and well-being, promoting economic growth, poverty alleviation, and social welfare for the benefit of Indian citizens. Strategic autonomy, maintaining independence and freedom of action in foreign policy decision-making to pursue national interests. Shunya, U.S. Determinants of Indian foreign policy. 1. Geographical factors. This factor is called geopolitics. Political position. India occupies a central position in Asia and occupies the largest area in South Asia. In such a situation, any big incident in the whole of Asia affects India. Local geography. The Himalayas are like sentinels of India, which play an important role in determining relations with other Himalayan countries such as Nepal, Bhutan, Myanmar. But the desire of China to maintain its dominance in the region continuously since 1962 has a clear impact on India's foreign policy, which has recently shown a change in relations with Nepal. Oceanic position. India's dominance over the Indian Ocean is necessary to become an important power of the Indian Pacific region. At present, the Indian Ocean region is an important route of trade and communication for the whole world. Hence, it also plays an important role in determining the foreign policy of India. Scholar view. Mackinder and Mahan are two prominent scholars. Mahan, sea power. Mahan emphasizes the importance of being a sea-based power, e.g. UK. He gives examples of Britain's naval supremacy, Suez Canal, location of Singapore, etc. He also talks about having a naval base at Diego Garcia in the Indian Ocean near Lakshadweep. The USA purchased it in the 1970s from Britain. 7. France, USA, only US base in Africa. China all have naval bases in Djibouti. Why India has a naval base at Duqm, Oman. Why India getting port in Indonesia? Search on Google. Why Assumption Island in Seychelles? Mackinder emphasizes the importance of being a land-based power, e.g. Russia. Eastern Europe. Why East Europe is the center of the world. Heartland. One who controls the heartland will control Rimland, rest of Europe, and Phi will control the whole world. Attack on Eastern Europe is possible only via land route, thus it is important to be land-based power. Why there is a debate for landlocked countries. Being a landlocked country can lead to compromise on sovereignty. G.J. Poland. Belgium. Eastern Himalayas. Dalta Beg Oldi, Bhutan, Doklam, Chumbai Valley. Far Eastern Himalayas. 1962 War, Thagla and Bumla Passes, Nifa region. Napoleon. He once stated that any country's foreign policy is determined by its geography. Country's size, location, topography, etc. are basic determinants of any country's foreign policy. Lord Curzon. In 1903, Lord Curzon, the then Governor-General of India, predicted that the geographical position of India would push it more and more into the forefront of international affairs. Nehru. In 1948, Nehru spoke of India as the pivotal center of South, Southeast, and Western Asia. Shiv Shankar Menon. According to Shiv Shankar Menon, political division of South Asia is artificial. Hence, TLI borders have not been scientifically demarcated and the border conflicts remain unresolved. Further, due to lack of consolidation of national identity, nations are more sensitive about territorial disputes. This led to politicization of border issues as seen between India and Pakistan and recently between India and Nepal. 2. Economic development. Economic sovereignty is of utmost importance in determining foreign policy. Like its policy, India had to open its markets in 1991, but after that India has become very strong financially. India's economic growth has attracted many countries. Today, India is an important energy consumer with countries like Turkmenistan, Iran, Russia having economic alliances with India. But still the negative trade balance with China remains India's main problem. As per Cohane and Nye, it is a love-hate relationship where countries with political differences are forced. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part B. Sanya's economic liberalization has raised die stakes and the influence of businessmen, industrialists, and entrepreneurs in foreign affairs. Foreign policy has to promote trade, create jobs, bring in needed civilian and defense technologies, and promote inward as well as outward investments. Nehru. Aim of foreign policy is to promote economic development. India adopted NAM and we sought help from both the West and Soviet bloc in developmental needs. Example: steel plants at Durgapur, UK, Rourkela, Balai steel plant, Russia. India has an FTA in good relations with ASEAN. Only such regional groups. India is arguing for WTO reforms, hedge against protectionist policies. Global South trips, India's generic drug industry. 3. Military power. Realist theory, military strength is a key determinant of state power. To have a strong military, you need a strong economy, industrial and developed economy. Countries in South Asia face the security dilemma due to various factors like artificial boundaries, asymmetry in terms of economy, size, etc. This was the main purpose behind Panchsheel and Hindi Chini Bye Bye. However, diplomacy of appeasement couldn't prevent the Indochina War of 1962. Further, the consistent threat posed by Pakistan also made it imperative for India to strengthen its defense capacity. Military strength is not only essential to win the war but also to prevent the war through deterrence. For example, mutual assured destruction doctrine associated with nuclear weapons has been credited by realist scholars for the Cold War remaining cold. Realist scholars like Waltz consider nuclear weapons as of peace and support gradual proliferation / weapons. Further, increasing military expenditure by one country can force another country to increase its own military expenditure or to form alliances with other countries. This gives rise to trust deficit and security dilemma as explained by John Hers. Example: military built up by Germany gave rise to alliance between England and France. Today India is the third most powerful country in the army, fourth in the air force and sixth in the navy. At the same time, India is rich in nuclear power. Everyone knows India's dominance in space. In such a situation, they play an important role in the foreign policy making of India. WAR arc less likely. Globalization is building economic interconnectedness, complex interdependences. Liberalism also argue. Greater economic interdependence between major world economic players makes open conflict / war between them less likely. Liberal scholars like Thomas A. Riedman, Golden Arches Theory, and Richard Rosecrans, Trading States, also give importance to economy and interdependence over military strength. According to the WTO, arms race is detrimental to the economy. Relative strength matters, not absolute strength. Military is required, not militarism. Example: in 1950 to 1962 there was no rapid increase in military expenditure. After the defeat with China, there was an increase in military expenditure. Also 4 wars India fought with Pakistan forced India to increase military expenditure. India pursued TLI nuclear option, primarily keeping the Chinese threat in mind, especially after China acquired nuclear capability by 1967. Pakistan's acquisition is mainly because of 1 Indian acquisition 2, to deter India from launching a conventional war against Pakistan. 4. Government system. India has a democratic governance system that inspires many countries of the world to accept Indian ideology. For example, ASEAN countries plagued by China look towards India because India's democracy follows the principle of peaceful coexistence. But many times in the parliamentary system, the role of state governments is also important in determining foreign policy. It becomes more important if there is a coalition government at the center, as was shown in the Tamil issue in Sri Lanka and the 2005 US nuclear deal. Populist issue. China has offered since 1961 that India gives up its claims on Oxide China, and it will give up attempts to procure NIFA region. But it is never settled since it will affect domestic politics. Power diplomacy. MEA talks about it. Center must be looking to involve states in drafting foreign policy. It's emerging as a strong determinant of FP for power diplomacy. The autonomous nature of substate units appears to be a precondition. Stefan Wolf enumerates 5 elements of autonomy: demographic distinctiveness of autonomous entities, devolution of power, legal entrenchment, limited external relation powers, and integrated mechanism. All of these elements are essential to make substate units autonomous, thereby allowing them to undertake power diplomacy. What can be done? Punjab on both sides can be involved. Bengalis on the other hand. However, states should not be given complete/FMAL say in foreign policy. Regional interests should not overshadow national interest. Lack of autonomy can cause situations like the Teesta River and TMC in Bengal, Kerala with its diaspora in the Gulf, DMK and AIADMK, Tamils in Sri Lanka. Democratic peace theory, Michael Doyle. It explains the behavior of democratic states. It says that incidences of war between 2 democracies is much lesser than between a democracy and a non-democracy. It has been proven statistically. Reason behind it. Decision-making process. It has to offer justification for its acts to people in general, the legislature. And offering such justification also becomes difficult when another country is also democratic and promotes peace. This delays the process of decision-making. This allows other actors time. War creates economic tensions, which affects business class and also the vote bank of the party. He provided the view that, during 3 wars between India and Pakistan, 1948, 1965, 1971, the Pakistani military was in charge of Pakistan's foreign policy. However, it must also be noted that though there is no empirical evidence of war between democracies, democracy can't always ensure cooperative and peaceful relationships. For example, India has strained relationship with Nepal despite Nepal adopting democracy. 5. Role of constituent states, para diplomacy. The active participation of the states in foreign policymaking has been termed as para diplomacy. Creation of a new states division within the Ministry of External Affairs SADFACE MEA reflects New Delhi's recent realization of the crucial part that states now play in the nation's engagements in foreign affairs. How the states are playing the major role. There have been various instances of the states' active role in the foreign policymaking. Economic diplomacy by the states, organizing the Investors Summit to get investment. States like Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, West Bengal, and other states have regularly organized investor summits in order to gain foreign investment. Influence on the international treaties. The most prominent example is the opposition by the West Bengal government to a potential Teesta River treaty between India and Bangladesh. Influencing the bilateral engagements role of Tamil Nadu in engagement with Sri Lanka. In November 2013, then Prime Minister Manmohan Singh decided not to attend the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting, CHOM, in Colombo under pressure from leading parties in Tamil Nadu. Calling of state by centre on many occasions. In April 2015, the Union government asked the Andhra Pradesh CM to lead a high-level Indian delegation to China on India's behalf. Creation of External Affairs Ministry in the state. For example, the state government of Telangana has proposed to frame its own policy for external affairs and particularly for NRI affairs. Creation of diaspora cells by the states. Some states also have diaspora cells functioning out of their state capitals that the MEA actively advises and assists on these issues. Influence of the bordering states. In the recent time, it has become difficult to pursue a neighborhood policy without getting the border states on board who have started playing the active role. For example, northeastern states in dealing with Myanmar and Bangladesh. Shunya IAS. Thus, we can say that para diplomacy does not advocate for the freedom of states to conduct foreign policies that are either antagonistic to or distinct from those of the Union government. But it advocates that rather than simply viewing the states as stakeholders the states should be seen as active enablers of India's foreign policy goals. 6. History. History and culture can be seen as important in the formulation of India's foreign policy. History of India's colonization, racial discrimination, economic drain, decolonization and partition pushed India towards non-alignment post-independence. The value of ahimsa and morality led India to call for nuclear disarmament. India's historically constructed foreign policy goals of being a moral politic great power and maintaining Puma Swaraj can clearly be seen in its response to nuclear proliferation. Upinder Singh argues that by connecting the independence movement with the ancient Indian intellectual and philosophic tradition, Gandhi created the impression that nonviolence was rooted in a unique way in the Indian psyche. This created the concept of ahimsa, or nonviolence, that remains an influence on Indian foreign policy. India's decision not to partner with foreign governments and to develop nuclear capabilities reflect its foreign policy goal of maintaining Puma Swaraj through non-alignment and modernization. Example: India's stance against apartheid in South Africa and support for decolonization and anti-imperialism is derived from this experience and Gandhian idealism exception. But it is not always necessary that the present will continue on lines of the past, e.g. France and Germany were historical rivals in World War I and World War II. But EU formation was led primarily by France and Germany. Compulsions of history can be overcome over a period of time. If other factors are in favor of countries, then historical antagonism may not stand in between. 7. Culture. Kautilya's theory of a powerful kingdom with the ideals of Buddha and Gandhi shows the path of India. India's civil-civilian religious relationship is well established from many countries of the world where there are Hindu, Islam, Christian, Buddhist majorities. The basis of India-Israel relations is somewhere in the policy of all religions of India. The defining characteristics of India's foreign policy in the first few decades after independence, such as non-alignment, anti-colonialism, anti-racialism, non-violence, disarmament, and peacemaking, were also influenced by the culture of pacifism and Gandhian non-violence. Strong cultural unity of the people is always a source of strength for them. It materially influences their ability to secure the objectives of national interest during the course of international bargaining. Another example of cultural influence in foreign policy, cultural diplomacy of Ashoka the Great, continues to be a major tool of Indian foreign policy. In consonance with the ideal of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, India has indeed been pursuing her foreign policy, taking the whole world as a family well before the wave of globalization brought about closer interactions amongst different parts of the world. Swami Vivekananda's exhortation of taking all the people as our brothers and sisters still resonate in the conduct of Indian foreign policy. Soft power, Joseph Nye. Soft power is the ability to co-opt rather than coerce, contrast hard power. In other words, soft power involves shaping the preferences of others through appeal and attraction. Hard power uses coercion to achieve aims. E.g. Iran, economic sanctions. Soft power relies on co-opting and it involves a willing adhere. It can use incentives also. E.g. aid diplomacy, ITEC. Provides technical assistance to African countries. India gave money to Bhutan, Nepal. Instruments of soft power, shared values, tourism, shared ideas on political institutions, yoga, Bollywood, incredible. India. Idea, increasing influence of your country in another country without coercive measures. Diaspora success story, 3 CR Indian diaspora worldwide. SLOBN comes as remittances which is highest in the world. They helps mobilize support for India in local politics as was seen during Indo-US civil nuclear deal. High diaspora in West Asia has helped strengthen India's relations with the countries even after having ideological differences. Government celebrating Pravesai Bharatiya Divas to reconnect with the OCIs. Steps India has taken to enhance its soft power. Establishing Public Diplomacy Division. 1 CCR, Indian Council for Cultural Relations. ICCR is an autonomous organization of the Government of India involved in India's external cultural relations, cultural diplomacy, through cultural exchange with other countries and their peoples. India Chair in Foreign Universities. Working with private sector and NGOs. Development Partnership Assistance. India Brand Equity Foundation. Make in India. Problem with soft power. It is not easy to measure/quantify. You can't really access it. Number of institutions which aren't built to use soft power are non-state actors. Government has no control over it. It takes considerable time. It doesn't happen overnight. Time-consuming process. It doesn't only involve good values being shared. Use of soft power is going to increase in the future as countries become more and more stronger militarily and economically. Despite the rise of India as a global actor, its foreign policy has been lacking coherence and efficacy because of the scarce use of its soft power. 8. Domestic social structure/carrot. According to Nehru, foreign policy is an extension of domestic policy. Foreign policy of any country is aimed at achieving domestic political, economic, and social goals at international level. Shared ethnicity, culture, religion, and race can be a source of cooperation as well as conflict. While in Europe it has acted as binding agent in post-World Wars II, in South Asia it is a source of conflict. As the partition of the subcontinent was artificial and a product of colonialism, nationalism is not consolidated in these countries and ethnic conflicts are common between as well as within states. Example, the conflict between India and Pakistan is a product of the identity crisis. Stephen P. Cohen calls it paired minority conflict. Similarly, the Madhesi issue and Tamil issue have led to deterioration of India-Nepal and India-Sri Lanka relations respectively. Regional and global environment. Regional events are also important in determining foreign policy. For example, in 1971, the alliance of China, US and Pakistan brought a crisis situation for India, then India got inclined towards Russia. At present, the increasing dominance of China is also a reason for intensification of India-US relations. India has increased India's capacity and power with Look East to Act East policies and China's rise in ASEAN. After globalization, when the whole world connected with each other, global factors also became important in Determining foreign policy. India may oppose the move to withdraw from the Paris Agreement on environment issues even if there is cooperation between India and America. And this is also an example of India wanting a democratic government in Afghanistan for the suppression of terrorism. After the Second World War, the world order has changed in many ways, keeping in mind that India tries to reform the UN Security Council. Foreign policy is not static but a dynamic concept according to Morgenthau. NI is static as well as dynamic. According to Henry Kissinger, nations have no permanent friends or enemies, only permanent interests. Broadly, this holds true for India too. India's relationships and priorities have changed over time. Example, during the Cold War, India's interests were best served through a close relationship with the Soviet Union, which gave India much-needed political and diplomatic support on key issues in the UN, as well as valuable economic and defense assistance. Post-Cold War, India's foreign policy goal was to promote its economic development and multilateralism. India's membership of RIC and BRICS grouping was aimed at hedging against negative consequences of the US hegemony. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part B. Diplomats and Politician View. PM Modi. Today, India and the US have, as PM Modi put it, overcome the hesitations of history and there is a much greater congruence of interests. Similarly, India-Japan relations that remained low-key and insubstantial for many decades are now very vibrant and dynamic. MEAS. Jashankar, age of alliances is over and India will go for issue-based partnerships. Rajiv Sikri. According to Ambassador Rajiv Sikri, in this changing landscape, a more self-confident and ambitious India is seeking to develop a new paradigm for India's foreign policy where India would not be a mere balancer or swing state, but a leading state that seeks a place at the global high table. Shivshankar Menon. Foreign policy is about maximizing. Thus, India's foreign policy has also changed from time to time to protect itself from regional and global challenges. Current issues which influence foreign policy. Russia-NATO tensions. Tensions between Russia and NATO countries have risen sharply at the end of the year over Russian troops along the border with Ukraine, and although US President Joseph Biden and Russian President Vladimir Putin met once and spoke a number of times in 2021, tensions are unresolved and likely to spill over into 2022. India, which did not oppose the Russian takeover of Crimea in 2014, is now facing a tough tightrope over the US sanctions over Crimea and the US's Chatsa law that threatened financial and visa sanctions against big defense deals with Russia. COVID-19 diplomacy. India began the year on a diplomatic high, shipping vaccines around the world. Eventually more than 100 million doses to nearly 100 countries under a vaccine matri program, but as the COVID-19 VIMs mutated, India became the center of the world's concern, and the government had to cancel all plans to export both medicines and vaccines. Taliban takeover Afghanistan. In February 2021, a virtual summit between Prime Minister Modi and Afghanistan's President Ashraf Ghani saw India reaffirm its role as a development partner to Afghanistan and committed to ensuring a peaceful Afghanistan. But events overtook all plans. Ghani fled Kabul as the Taliban took over the country, aided by Pakistan and the US, and its allies all left. After the Taliban takeover, India is caught in the middle of this dilemma, divided between restoring Afghanistan as a strategic priority in its policy and the practical hurdles on the ground. Currently, India is assessing three broad ways of potential engagement with Afghanistan: Y, providing humanitarian assistance; Y, exploring a joint counterterrorism effort with other partners; / engaging in talks with the Taliban. 10. National interests. Realists say that national interests guide a country's foreign policy. It is the key determining factor of foreign policy of any state. It is of supreme importance while formulated in foreign policy. Behavior of states in the international field is guided by national interest to a great extent. The primary task of India's foreign policy is to ensure the country's security and territorial integrity and a peaceful external environment for India. According to Henry Kissinger, nations have no permanent friends or enemies, only permanent interests. Broadly, this holds true for India too. India's relationships and priorities have changed over time. India's policy of non-alignment was in consonance with the socialist model of development adopted by India. However, India also cooperated with other countries for its own economic growth. For example, India cooperated with the US for the Green Revolution, whereas India adopted a 5-year plan from the USSR. As India is a growing economy, it has to ensure India's energy security, since India depends hugely on imported oil, gas, and coal, as well as many other raw materials and natural resources. Further, energy security and enhanced trade and commerce are chief determinant of India's Look West policy and Act East policy, respectively. Y. Sanyajas. 11. Persona of the leadership. Important role in formulation of a decisive foreign policy. The person of the leadership also arguably plays a very of a country. Globally, on a number of occasions, decisive pushes to foreign policies of different countries have been provided by strong leaders. Example, victory of the Allied powers, especially Britain in the Second World War, has squarely been attributed to the resolute leadership provided by Prime Minister Winston Churchill. On the contrary, weak personalities become the cause of disastrous moments in a country's foreign policy. Example, during the P. Singh's tenure as Prime Minister, India's war against terrorism was comprehensively weakened by the release of a number of hardened Kashmiri terrorists in exchange for the meek release of daughter of Mufti Muhammad Sayeed. Indian policy, Jawaharlal Nehru's idealistic vision and utopian perspective of India's relations with her neighbors not only cost her dearly in terms of loss in India-China war but also produced a number of perennial problems such as Kashmir. On the contrary, Indira Gandhi's resolute leadership not only won India her war with mischievous Pakistan but also earned allies like the Soviet Union and made India a nuclear country to be feared by its inimical forces. Even in contemporary times, the personality aspects of PM Modi has a strong bearing on India's international relations. 12. Population. Who has a strong voice in the international arena? India is currently the most populous and youngest country in the world, so India is becoming a consumption-oriented country. In such a situation, it will fill the need of a big market for all the producing nations, which is the determinant of foreign policy. But with such a large population, problems like hunger, poverty are evident in India's foreign policy. Many times, there has been a dispute in the World Trade Union between India and America about the government's intervention in agricultural subsidies. Standard conclusions //. There are various determinants of a foreign policy with their own interests and contradictions. Managing these contradictions among various factors and delivering a coherent policy that is in sync with changing realities of the world order is a challenge in itself, and India has all these years stood up to this challenge. The determinants of foreign policy are complex and interrelated, and their influence varies over time and across different nations. Successful foreign policy required a delicate balancing act, taking into account the needs and interests of the state, its allies, and its adversaries. Michael Cox. Continuity and changes in Indian foreign policy. Quotes, a comprehensive foreign policy takes into account the entire spectrum of determinants, political, economic, military, technological, cultural, and geographical, and seeks to balance their influences in a judicious manner. Shashi Tharoor, in crafting foreign policy, it is essential to consider all the determinants that shape the interests and values of a nation and to strike a balance between them in a way that advances the country's security and prosperity while respecting international norms. Hillary Clinton foreign policy should be based on a holistic view that incorporates all the determinants rather than a narrow focus on any one particular factor. This is essential for achieving long-term stability and prosperity for a nation. Kofi Annan. India's foreign policy is shaped by a combination of continuity and change, reflecting the country's evolving power status, pragmatic considerations, and pursuit of strategic autonomy. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part B. Sunya's continuity in India's foreign policy. Quest for strategic autonomy. India's pursuit of strategic autonomy, characterized by independence from external constraints, has remained consistent. This includes transitioning from non-alignment to issue-based multi-alignment. Permanent seat at the UN. The goal of securing a permanent seat at the United Nations Security Council has persisted across different political parties, including Prime Minister Modi's strong bid for India's membership. Leadership at WTO and representing developing countries. India has consistently sought leadership positions at the World Trade Organization (WTO) and has negotiated on behalf of developing countries, demonstrating continuity in its pursuit of representing their interests. Act East policy. The Act East policy, seen as a rebranding of the Look East policy, reflects continuity in India's efforts to deepen engagement with East and Southeast Asian countries. Strategic partnerships. India's strategic partnerships with the United States, the European Union, and Gulf countries highlight the continuity between previous governments and the Modi administration, focusing on enhancing ties with key global players. Changes in India's foreign policy. New power status and pragmatism. Changes in India's foreign policy reflect its evolving power status rather than ideological predispositions. There has been a shift towards a more pragmatic approach, shedding moralizing concerns. Economic content. India's growing economic power, especially since the liberalization of 1991, has added significant economic dimensions to its foreign policy, contributing to a more pragmatic outlook. West Asia policy. There has been a visible change in India's approach to West Asia, including dehyphenation of the Israel-Palestine issue and independent visits to both nations. There is also growing convergence with Gulf countries in areas ranging from energy to strategic and intelligence cooperation. Strategic use of soft power. Prime Minister Modi has strategically utilized soft power to enhance India's image, positioning himself as a brand ambassador of Brand India. Aspiring leading power. India aspires to be a leading power and is willing to shoulder greater responsibilities, evident through initiatives like the International Solar Alliance, leadership in the COP21 Paris Agreement, and its role as a net security provider in Indian Ocean region with a focus on blue economy and sagar security and growth for all in the region. In recent years, India's foreign policy has witnessed a shift in new style and energy while maintaining its focus on national interests as the foundation. The country has become more assertive in pursuing its interests and asserting its status as a great power within the region. This increased assertiveness is reflected in India's proactive engagement on the global stage, seeking to enhance its presence and influence. 6 broad phases of India's foreign policy. 1. The first phase, 1947 to 62, optimistic non-alignment. Period of a bipolar world, the United States and the USSR. India's objectives. O. Resist dilution of its sovereignty. O. Rebuild its economy. And O. Consolidate its integrity. 5 Principles of Peaceful Coexistence or PAN-SHIEL was evolved. O. Mutual respect for each other's territorial integrity and sovereignty. O. Mutual non-aggression. O. Mutual non-interference in each other's internal affairs. O. Equality and mutual benefit. O. Peaceful coexistence. India was in a critical role in the establishment of the non-alignment movement, NAM. 2 The second phase, 1962 to 71 decade of realism and recover. The expanding role of India in East Asia has been evident in India's Look East policy. The fifth phase, 1998 to 2013 India, a balancing power. India's search for energy security to ensure its current rate of economic growth. India gradually became a balancing power against the rise of China. Reflected in India-US Nuclear Deal 123 Agreement. India has common cause with China on climate change, consolidated ties with Russia. BRICS, a major global forum. 6. The sixth phase, 2013 present energetic engagement. Transitional geopolitics. India's policy of NAM outdated. Focus on multi-alignment, prioritizing an integrated neighborhood, i.e. neighborhood first. NATO ally-like status to India. Bid for a permanent seat on the United Nations Security Council, UNSC, membership of groups like NSG, Australian Group, Wassenaar Arrangement, etc. India's Look East policy has morphed into a proactive Act East policy, which envisages accelerated across-the-board engagement between the two growth poles of a vibrant Asia. 3. 4. Post-1962 war, India made pragmatic choices on security and political challenge. Yes. Looked beyond NAM, India concluded a forgotten defense agreement with the US in 1964. India's external pressures on Kashmir, Tashkent Agreement 1965 US and UK. Agreement did not contain a no-war pact/renunciation of Pakistan's aggression in Kashmir. India now started tilting toward USSR. The third phase, 1971 to 91 Greater Indian Regional Assert. ION. India's remarkable use of hard power, contribution in liberation of Bangladesh in 1971. Complex phase of US-China-Pakistan, this threatened India's prospects as a regional POW. O. Indo-Soviet Treaty of Peace, Friendship and Cooperation 1971. Indo-Soviet Treaty of Peace, Friendship and Cooperation 1971 was signed. Ed. Major Soviet contribution, the construction of shipbuilding and ship repair facilities at Bombay on the west coast and at Visakhapatnam on the east. COA. SD. India got sanctions from the US and its allies after the peaceful Pokhran I test in 1974. Collapse of the USSR, Gulf War, economic stagnation, BOP crisis in India 199. 1. The fourth phase, 1991 to 98 Safeguarding Strategic Auton. OMI. Unipolar world, USA-India changed its approach to world affairs. Quest for strategic autonomy, focused on securing nuclear weapon, Pokhran II. India engaged with the US, Israel and ASEAN more intensive. LY. The Gujral Doctrine. NE. O. 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 OO. With neighbors like Bangladesh, Bhutan, Maldives, Nepal and Sri Lanka, India does not ask for reciprocity but gives and accommodates what it can in good faith. And TR. UST. No South Asian country should allow its territory to be abused against the interest of another country of the reg. ION. No country should interfere in the internal affairs of a not. Her. All South Asian countries must respect each other's territorial integrity and sovereignty. And why? They should settle all their disputes through peaceful bilateral negotiati. ONS. Application of Gujral Doctrine. Mahakali River Project was gifted to NEP. Al. O. 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 Freezing of border disputes with Chi. Na. Ganga Water Sharing Agreement with Bangladesh in 1996 allowed it to withdraw more water than even what the 1977 agreement all. O. Wed. People-to-people contact between India and Pakistan was increased by easing visa restrict. IONS. Movements of cultural groups across borders. ET. C. 5. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part B. Sunyas. Commerce, culture, and connectivity 3CS are the 3 pillars of India's robust engagement with ASEAN, molding WTO so as to benefit India's agriculture and services sector along with other developing nations. Project Mawsum would allow India to re-establish its ties with its ancient trade partners and re-establish an Indian Ocean world along the littoral of the Indian Ocean. India more aware of its capabilities and expectations. Being among the major economies of the world. Ability to create and sustain global technology. Shaping key global negotiations. Paris Conference. Sagar Initiative, asserting beyond South Asia. O. Containing Pakistan from supporting the menace of terrorism. Fundamental principles and features of India's foreign policy. In David Malone's book, Does the Elephant Dance? Contemporary Indian Foreign Policy, key principles of Indian foreign policy are defined as pan-SHIEL and non-prescriptive approach, emphasizing peaceful coexistence with neighbors and avoiding interference in West Asia. Quest for strategic autonomy, pursuing partnerships based on national interests, ensuring independence in decision-making. Strategic restraint and diplomatic dispute resolution, demonstrating patience and resolving conflicts. Through diplomacy, using force as a last resort. Multipolar world order, advocating for multiple centers of power for global stability. Focus on economic prosperity and soft power enhancement, prioritizing economic growth, attracting investment and gradually enhancing cultural diplomacy and soft power projection. According to Ambassador Achal Malhotra, in the present dynamic and complex world order, India's foreign policy has become proactive, flexible as well as pragmatic so as to make quick adjustments to respond to evolving situations. In the implementation of its foreign policy, India, however, invariably adheres to a set of basic principles on which no compromise is made. HA 1. Moral principle *. Panchsheel, 5 virtues. They were formally enunciated in the Agreement on Trade between the Tibet region of China and India signed on April 29, 1954 and later evolved to act as the basis of conduct of international relations globally. Jawaharlal Nehru, the initiator of Indian foreign policy, prioritized global peace while designing foreign policy. These 5 principles are mutual respect for each other's territorial integrity and sovereignty, mutual non-aggression, mutual non-interference, equality and mutual benefit. Peaceful coexistence. Support for Panchsheel. Diplomats and ambassadors such as N.H. Pillai and K.P.S. Menon has argued that the Panchsheel principles provide a framework for peaceful coexistence and cooperation between nations. Critique of Panchsheel. Other scholars such as Rajesh M. Basra argue that the Panchsheel principles are outdated and do not adequately address contemporary geopolitical challenges. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The world is one family. It is based on the concept of Sabka Sath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas. Shunya IAS. In other words, India views the entire world community as a single large global family where members live in harmony, work and grow together, and have trust in one another. Proactive and impartial assistance. India does not hesitate in promoting democracy wherever potential exists. This is done by proactively providing assistance in capacity building and strengthening the institutions of democracy, albeit with the explicit consent of the concerned government. Afghanistan. Global problem-solving approach. India advocates a global debate and global consensus on issues of global dimensions such as world trade regime, climate change, terrorism, intellectual property rights, global governance, health hazards. Example, under the Vaccine Diplomacy Initiative, India exported 60 million doses, half on commercial terms and 10 million as grants. 2. Principle based on power block. Non-alignment policy. India's foreign policy is guided by the principle of non-alignment, which means that India will not align with any power bloc or alliance and will maintain its independent foreign policy. Cold War period policy. Moreover, these alliances came out as a foremost standpoint of Cold War politics post-Second World War, and India wanted to avoid tins. Nature of policy. Non-alignment principle in Indian foreign policy was a constructive and dynamic thought instead of impartiality, non-intervention, or separateness. It states making a self-determining standpoint on international matters as per the distinctions of each case. However, at the same time, it is not devoted to getting influenced by any military alliance. Additionally, the principle of non-alignment secured great recognition in many other developing nations. In this way, not joining any military and superpower alliances became essential for many countries to maintain the autonomy of foreign policy. Moreover, in 1947, under the guidance and direction of Jawaharlal Nehru, India managed to organize the Asian Relations Conference to shape the vision of Asian solidarity. Nehruvian non-alignment. This view, aimed after India's first Prime Minister, Jawaharlal Nehru, argues that non-alignment was an important tool to maintain India's independence and sovereignty in the face of Cold War tensions between the US and the USSR. This view is supported by scholars such as Sumit Ganguly and Srinath Raghavan. Critique of non-alignment. Some scholars, such as K. Subramaniam, argue that non-alignment was a flawed strategy that limited India's ability to pursue its national interests and contributed to its economic stagnation. 3. Principles based on world order and autonomy. Strategic autonomy. India's foreign policy seeks to maintain strategic autonomy, which means that India will pursue its national interests while remaining independent of external pressures and influences. A new paper by a group of leading policymakers, analysts and thinkers titled India's Path to Power. Strategy in a World Adrift has pointed out that a period of geopolitical change and transformation carries risks but also creates spaces for emerging countries like India to expand its strategic autonomy, that is, to enhance its ability to take relatively autonomous decisions on matters of vital interest to it. According to S. Jaishankar, strategic autonomy as a framework provides a chance for India to exploit the possible opportunities that are brought by the convergence of interests across the geopolitical chessboard. Support for strategic autonomy. Scholars such as C. Rajamohan argue that strategic autonomy is essential for India to pursue its national interests and maintain its independence in a rapidly changing global system. Critique of strategic autonomy. Some diplomats and ambassadors such as Shiv Shankar Menon argue that strategic autonomy can lead to isolationism and limit India's ability to engage with the global community. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part B. Sunya's Multipolarity. India's foreign policy seeks to promote a multipolar world order in which power is distributed among multiple nations and no single nation dominates the global system. Support for multipolarity. Scholars such as Harsh V. Pant argue that promoting a multipolar world order is essential for India to balance against the power of dominant nations such as China and the US. Critique of multipolarity. Other scholars such as Srekramchalia argue that India's pursuit of multipolarity can lead to strategic ambiguity and limit its ability to engage with the global community. 5 Pillars of Indian Diplomacy for Strategic Autonomy, a Global Good. Recently, the Foreign Secretary Harsh Vardhan Shringla released a list of 5 pillars of Indian diplomacy for strategic autonomy and global well-being. Strategic autonomy refers to the ability of a state to pursue its national interests and adopt foreign policy at will without being hindered in any way by other states. Pillars. 1. Indian in thought, the tradition of the middle path that arises from the teachings of Buddhism. India tends to avoid extreme strategic and political behavior. For example, adherence to a two-state solution on the Israel-Palestine issue. 2. Multipolar focus. India places our neighborhood first, we act east and we think west, and we have revitalized our approach to these policies. For example, India is implementing railway projects with Bangladesh and Nepal as well as Chabahar and Sitwe ports in Iran and Myanmar, respectively. India has also invested in power projects in Bangladesh, Bhutan and Nepal. At the same time, India's northeastern states will provide a land bridge with ASEAN countries. India has also joined hands with the United States, Japan and Australia in another forward-looking partnership. 3. Act as an international force multiplier for the government. The Ministry of MEA is the global arm of the government and has a global footprint and presence. For example, India helped several countries in the early days of the COVID pandemic by providing essential medicines, vaccines, and other COVID-related assistance. This generated immense goodwill for us and was reflected in the support and assistance we received from our partner countries during the second wave. 4. Force for global good. India looks not just for its own good but betterment of whole humanity. At the global level, India is consistently striving to improve global governance. For example, humanitarian aid and disaster relief (HADR) has been proactively provided by India. India's vision for the Indian Ocean is based on the concept of sagar, security and growth for all in Dai region, etc. 5. Looks to the future. Our efforts at rebalancing include our endeavor to participate in the search for solutions to common problems. For example, India's efforts to reform the United Nations Security Council (UNSC) and meet the Sustainable Development Goals, the International Solar Alliance, etc. 4. Principles related to peace and cooperation, peaceful settlement of international disputes and bilateral engagement. India's persistent belief in peacefully settling international clashes is one of the essential elements in Indian foreign policy. The Indian Constitution and the Charter of the UN also comprise this principle. Furthermore, India has played a primary role in resolving the Korean conflicts and encouraged conferred settlement of the Palestine issue, borderline issues with neighboring nations, and other such struggles and issues. India has always been against foreign military interference in solving global problems, and this principle is the foundation of Indian foreign policy. Shunya IAS. Currently, India has favored Dai resolution of Iranian nuclear issues, democratic upsurge problem in the Middle East, and many more with Dai strategy of a peaceful settlement. Current change in stance. India believes that violent retaliation and confrontation can only complicate the matters. War is no solution. After every war, conflicting parties ultimately come to the negotiating table, by which time much damage has already been done. This applies in particular to Pakistan, the origin of state-sponsored terrorism targeted at India. The policy of engagement is, however, to be misunderstood as India's weakness. Strong and loud messages emanate from India each and every time our patience is tested. Example, the surgical strike to target terrorist launch pads in Pakistan-occupied Indian territory in September 2016 is one such example. Airstrike at terrorist camps in Balakot in February 2019 in retaliation to Pulwama terrorist attack is yet another example. Decolonization and demilitarization. As a sovereign nation, India also had a profound respect for the international laws and ideologies of self-governing, equality of countries, and non-intrusion in other countries' domestic affairs promoted by the United Nations in Indian foreign policy. India played a fundamental role in preserving global peace by adding to the decolonization sovereign and active involvement in United Nations pacification activities. India has also sustained the cause of demilitarization practiced by the United Nations. India suggested a very determined program of nuclear demilitarization even before the UN in 1988. Even though the UN members haven't accepted this suggestion, India's opinions are still committed to the origin of universal demilitarization. Furthermore, India has suggested and backed the reorganization of the Security Council and UN societies to formulate the configuration of the Security Council as more genuine and independent. Therefore, India is among the applicants for perpetual members of the Security Council. Key element of such policy, South-South cooperation. Why support for South-South cooperation? Scholars such as Amitabha Acharya argue that South-South South cooperation is an important alternative to traditional North-South aid relationships and can promote more equitable and sustainable development outcomes. Why critique of South-South cooperation? Other scholars, such as William Easterly, argue that South-South cooperation can perpetuate the same problems of dependency and corruption that have plagued traditional aid relationships. Pro-writing foreign aid. Why positive impact? Scholars, such as Shashi Tharoor, argue that India's foreign aid has had a positive impact on recipient countries, particularly in terms of infrastructure development and poverty reduction. Why negative impact? Other scholars, such as Justy Ghosh, argue that India's foreign aid can reinforce existing power structures and benefit Indian corporations at the expense of local communities. Non-interference. India does not believe in interference in the internal affairs of other countries. However, if an act, innocent or deliberate, by any country has the potential of impinging upon India's national interests, India does not hesitate in quick and timely intervention. Here, intervention is qualitatively different from interference, particularly when the intervention is made at the request of the country concerned. Examples: Bangladesh 1971, IPKF in Sri Lanka 1987-90, Maldives 1988. Opposition to export of ideologies and change of regimes. India believes in and supports democracy, however, India does not believe in the export of ideologies. By extension of the above principle, India does not endorse the idea of regime change or violation of territorial integrity in a particular country by use of force or other means by another country or a group of countries. Example: U.S. interventions in Iraq, Libya, Syria, or Russia's intervention in Georgia, Ukraine, etc. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part B. Shunya IAS. At the same time, India does not hesitate in promoting democracy wherever potential exists. This is done by proactively providing assistance in capacity building and strengthening the institutions of democracy, albeit with the explicit consent of the concerned government. Afghanistan. Global consensus on issues. India advocates a global debate and global consensus on issues of global dimensions such as world trade regime, climate change, terrorism, intellectual property rights, global governance. Scholars such as C. Rajamohan and diplomat Syed Akbaruddin argue that India's emphasis on multilateralism and global cooperation is essential for promoting peace and stability in the world. Emerging challenges. 1. Rising China. China is the only major country that has a positive growth rate at the end of 2020, and its economy is poised to grow even faster in 2021. Militarily, it's getting stronger, and strained Indo-China relation is a concern. Challenges. Scholars such as Brahma Chelani and C. Rajamohan argue that China's growing economic and military power poses a significant challenge for India, particularly in the context of border disputes and competition for influence in the region. Opportunities. On the other hand, some scholars such as Rajesh Basra argue that India can leverage China's economic rise to its advantage by seeking greater economic engagement with China and positioning itself as a counterweight to China's regional ambitions. 2. Growing Russia-China axis. The sanctions imposed on Russia after Crimea's annexation has pushed Russia towards a tighter embrace of China. This seems to signal reduced interest in countries such as India. 3. Russia-Ukraine issue. It is certainly a complex international political issue when countries like India find it difficult to choose between politics and moral imperative. As realist prudence demands, India cannot simply undertake a moralist standpoint on Russia-Ukraine conflict and ignore the dictates of politics. However, many respondents indicated optimism for Russia despite its invasion of Ukraine. 43% saw Russia as India's most reliable partner since independence. 4. Growing India-US proximity. Also, India's closeness to the US has weakened its links with traditional friends such as Russia and Iran. 85% of respondents thought the USA will be India's leading partner in the next 10 years. 83% of respondents also agreed that the USA support will be crucial to India's rise. 5. Changing Middle East equation and energy security. Even after Abraham Accords, the situation remains fluid and has not reduced the risk of a confrontation between Iran and Israel. Iran could well be tempted to use its nuclear capability to enhance its position. This does pose problems for India since both have relations with it. India's tilt toward Israel is shift from traditional stance. Challenges. Scholars such as Ashok Kumar Bahuria and C. Raja Mohan argue that India's growing energy demand and dependence on imported energy sources poses a significant challenge for its energy security. Opportunities. Some scholars such as Rahul Tungia argue that India can leverage its growing renewable energy sector and pursue greater regional cooperation on energy issues to enhance its energy security. Self-imposed isolation of India. Currently, India remains isolated from two important supranational bodies of which it used to be a founding member, viz., the NAM and the SAARC. Moreover, India has opted out of the RCEP. This self-imposed isolation doesn't synergize with India's aspiration of becoming a global power. Weakening ties with neighbors. This can be seen from instances like China's checkbook diplomacy. Vis-a-vis Sri Lanka. Strain in relation with Bangladesh on NRC issue and recent border controversy with Nepal due to the release of the new map. Shunya IAS. Refugee crisis. In spite of not being a party to the 1951 Refugee Convention and its 1967 protocol, India has been one awfully largest recipients of refugees in the world. Oh, the challenge here is to balance protection of human rights and national interest. As the Rohingya crisis unfolds, there is still a lot that India can do to facilitate the finding of long-term solutions. Evolving geopolitical landscape. Ambassadors and diplomats such as Nirupanya Rao and Shiv Shankar Menon have emphasized the challenge of navigating an increasingly complex and unpredictable global geopolitical landscape, with shifting alliances and growing competition among major powers. While some scholars such as Happyman Jacob argue that India can leverage its soft power and strategic location to play a greater role in shaping the regional and global order. Climate change. Climate change is getting prominence in every international talk. It is getting important in foreign policy challenges. Scholars such as Navroz Dubash and Amitabh Ghosh argue that climate change poses a significant challenge for India, particularly in the context of its vulnerability to climate impacts and its role as a major emitter of greenhouse gases. Opportunities. Diplomats such as Harsh V. Shringla have emphasized the opportunity for India to position itself as a leader on climate change by pursuing a low-carbon development path and advocating for greater global cooperation on the issue. Drive S. Jaishankar 10 Observations on TLI Policy Shifts in the Modi Era. Building strong partnerships with like-minded countries, going for issue-based alignments. Managing great power relationships, expanding regional outreach and increasing global footprint pragmatic decisions based on risk-benefit calculations. Unpredictability has been used to enhance value. Willingness to use the instrumentality of military power. Defense policies, now an integral part of the diplomacy business. Investment now central to diplomacy stronger drive in implementation soft power. Diaspora card being played more effectively. Rise of realpolitik in India's foreign policy in recent times. In realpolitiks, foreign policy is conducted on the basis of practical and material concerns rather than ideological or ethical principles. Changing dynamics of foreign policy to realpolitik. Indian foreign policy for centuries has been guided by civilizational values like non-violence, tolerance, Sarva Dharma Sambhava etc. Which prompted India to take a leadership role in TLI non-aligned movement, NAM. Later the Gujral Doctrine talked about non-reciprocal accommodation of India's neighbors and stated TLI India must help its neighbors without expecting anything in return. According to foreign policy experts like Happyman Jacob, Harsh V. Pant, Kanti Bajpai, etc. under the present regime India is showing more realpolitik viz. Multi-alignment rather than non-alignment. Increasing cooperation with USA. Dehyphenation of Israel-Palestine etc. Focus on BIMSTEC rather than SARC. Look east to act east policy. Wooing foreign investments. Neighborhood first policy, etc. Offensive defensive strategy against Pakistan. PSIR optional paper 2 part B. Shunya IAS. Following however, Kanti Bajpai, a political analyst has observed that the present government has been cooperation defection cycle. The government cooperates with other countries but on its own terms and defects when it is not able to do so. 2. Instances where realpolitiks dominated concerns. Rohingya issue. India's stance against the Rohingya refugees reflects a shift from its traditional stance of welcoming refugees. Though India is not a party to UN Convention on Refugees Israel-Palestine issue, India is taking a dehyphenation stance on Israel and Palestine. That means India's relationship with Israel would stand on its own merit and will be independent from her relationship with Palestine. PM Modi also became the first Indian PM to visit Israel. Strategy against Pakistan. India's offensive defensive strategy against Pakistan was visible when it conducted a surgical strike which was a departure from the past. Less interest in NAM. In the recent past, India is not showing importance to non-aligned movement, NAM, and even Indian PMs skipped a meeting of NAM. Relation with USA. Simultaneously growing India-US ties is evident in the defense relationship between the two countries. Selective engagement. India began pursuing the neighborhood first policy with increased vigor in 2014. But it has hit a roadblock. India is now selectively engaging with these countries with one big agenda countering the presence of China's shift focus to BIMSTEC. SARC has hit a roadblock with the recent summit being cancelled after Pakistan's aggression towards India. India has now shifted its focus to sub-regional groupings like BIMSTEC handling Doklam issue. India also showed diplomatic maturity during the Doklam standoff and prevented it from escalating into a full-scale war. Political visits of PM Modi himself is leading the high-level political visits across the world. Political considerations took a backstage while economic considerations were given priority. 3. Consequences of increasing reliance on realpolitik X. India being soft state. India would no longer be considered as a soft state. Soft state is a concept given by Gunnar Myrdal which says that the state is unable to implement its policies. Concerns of a two-front war from China-Pakistan alliances. Although India is successful in the diplomatic isolation of Pakistan in the international arena, it is pushing Pakistan to forge new alliances with countries like Russia. Realignment in relationships. Increasing closeness with countries like USA and Israel is pushing our traditional allies like Russia to realign its relationship with China and Pakistan. 4. Criticism of rise of realpolitik in India's foreign policy. More focus on hard power. India's focus on hard power, military power, for foreign policy outcome sidelines. Our rich soft power, ideological power, goodwill, attributes. Big brother attitude. The concerns among the small neighboring countries like Nepal against India's big brother attitude. China's focus on soft power. Even though countries like China have the military might to use hard power, there is an increased focus on soft power. The BRI is an important part of China's soft power. It seeks to make the countries economically dependent on it. Dynamic environment. Basing a foreign policy on immediate practical concerns is not advisable in a dynamic global scenario. It would reduce the element of trust in bilateral ties. For example, USA's reversal of many of the commitments given by the previous government has reduced the trust on U.S. Shunya's institutions of policy making. Foreign policy making in India falls under the jurisdiction of the Union or central government of India. Like any other country, India's foreign policy expands its sphere of influence, strengthens its role across nations, and makes its presence feel like an emerging force. Foreign policy making is a complex and multifaceted process that involves a variety of institutions and actors within the government, and this ever needed, with the increasing interdependence and enlarging scope of foreign policy demand due to the rise of globalization. Let us discuss the various institutions involved in making a foreign policy. Parliament. Primary roles of Parliament in foreign policy making, to ensure that the government is held accountable for its actions and decisions. This includes scrutinizing foreign policy decisions and providing oversight of the executive branch. Power of Parliament. India's Parliament has the power to legislate on foreign affairs. This authority includes legislation or amendment of any law for the successful implementation of international treaties, agreements, and conventions. Example, after Bari Union case, Supreme Court said that India needs to pass constitutional amendment if India gives away any territory 1 OAuth AA related to exchange of conclaves. Example, crucial treaties and international agreements need parliamentary approval. For example, Indo-US nuclear deal. The grants given by MEA to different nations via budget has to be passed by Parliament. Scholars' view. Some scholars argue that the Parliament should have a more active role in foreign policy making, as foreign policy decisions can have significant implications for national security and other important issues. According to Indian political scientist C. Rajamohan, Parliament should be more than a passive observer of foreign policy. It should be an active participant in shaping foreign policy decisions. Similarly, British political scientist Philip Cowley argues that Parliament is not simply a forum for debate, but an institution with a crucial role to play in holding the government to account and shaping foreign policy decisions. Functions of Parliament on foreign policy. 2 Happy face carrot. Oversight. Among its important oversight functions, Parliament has a standing committee on external affairs and a standing committee on defense, which grill the officials on issues pertaining to foreign relations and external security. Deliberation. Parliament is also a chamber of deliberation where various policies and programs of the government are deliberated upon. Example, India's nuclear cooperation agreement with the US was widely discussed in Parliament. Similarly, Nehru faced severe criticism in Parliament for his policy towards China. Maintain goodwill relations. Indian parliamentary delegations are invited by the parliaments of foreign countries to visit their countries as their guests on goodwill missions. Example, India's invitation to foreign country heads on Republic Day as chief guest. Issues/challenges. Limited capacity. Scholars such as Dr. Avinash Paliwal have argued that parliamentarians need to be provided with better training and resources to engage effectively in foreign policy making. Similarly, parliamentarians such as Shashi Tharoor have called for greater investment in research and analysis to enable parliamentarians to engage in informed debate on foreign policy issues. Partisanship. Some scholars, like Dr. V. Krishnappa, have called for the depoliticization of foreign policy making. This could involve the establishment of bipartisan committees or mechanisms to facilitate consensus building on foreign policy issues. Example, as executive enjoys majority in Parliament, it rarely holds the government accountable due to party politics. For example, the prices of Rafale aircrafts were not disclosed due to security concerns. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part B. Sunya's. Time constraints. Some parliamentarians, like P. Chidambaram, have called for more time to be allocated for foreign policy debates in Parliament. This would allow for a more thorough examination of government decisions and greater scrutiny of foreign policy issues. Lack of resources. Some scholars and parliamentarians have called for greater investment in research and analysis, as well as for better access to information and expertise. Example, Dr. Jeshri Sengupta has argued that parliamentarians should be given access to classified information to enable them to engage more effectively in foreign policy debates. Decline of Parliament. As pointed out by former Vice President Hamid Ansari, Parliament has become a chambers of anarchy where debates are rare and informed debates are rarer. The ruling party and opposition are like warring parties. Due to this decline of Parliament, its control over executive and foreign policy decisions has become weaker. 2. Cabinet. In most of the parliamentary systems of the governments like India, the important decisions on issues of national and international affairs are decided by the cabinet. Initially, Nehru unilaterally formulated India's foreign policy rather than actually involving the cabinet. Due to coalition politics, use of cabinet members, especially off-coalition partners, has become crucial. The cabinet, being the topmost decision-making body of the government, determines the course of India's external relations by giving necessary directions. Though none of the current cabinet committees deal exclusively with foreign affairs, the issues dealt by such cabinet committees directly impact India's foreign policy and practices. Minister of External Affairs is member of 4 cabinet committees on economic affairs, parliamentary affairs, political affairs, and on security. During the Chinese invention of 1962, the Emergency Committee was set up to deal with the matter on national emergency. Chaired by the PM himself, the committee performed remarkable tasks on national and external issues. It also played prominent role during the time of Ran of Kutch dispute with Pakistan in 1965. Similarly, the Committee on World Trade Organization matters also worked to resolve issues related to India's concerns at WTO. The committee aimed to constantly keep eye on the recent development on the field of global trade and take action accordingly to promote India's foreign trade. Cabinet integrates issues such as trade and commerce, security into a coherent foreign policy strategy. The Administrative Reform Commission (ARC) had put forth a recommendation to establish a Cabinet Committee of Foreign Affairs. The proposed Cabinet Committee of Foreign Affairs would have served as a specialized body within the government, focusing exclusively on foreign policy matters and providing strategic guidance in this domain. Shiv Shankar Menon, in his book A Choices Inside the Making of Foreign Policy, argues that foreign and security policy making in India has been weak due to a lack of institutionalization. This has begun to change in recent years with the creation of the National Security Council and the Nuclear Command Authority. The Cabinet Committee on Security and its predecessor, the Cabinet Committee on Political Affairs, have had varying roles and effectiveness depending on the government in power, and their role has decreased in recent years. However, they were more prominent during the tenure of Manmohan Singh's collegial government. 3. Ministry of External Affairs. Nodal Ministry. Roles and responsibilities. Allocation of business rules. As per the rules of GATT, MEA has been empowered with the task of planning, formulating, and managing India's external relations with other nations to protect and promote national interests in the global stage. Channelizing inputs to leadership in India. MEA acts like the Foreign Policy Secretariat India, which receives numerous policy inputs from various sources and analyzes and channelizes the different options to the political leadership, i.e., the cabinet headed by the PM, and then implements decisions taken at this apex level. Sanyajas. External Publicity Division of MEA is an effective recipient of foreign policy inputs, particularly from the media, and is also the chief source of dissemination of information on India's foreign policy objectives and measures. Economic diplomacy. Since the late 1980s, MEA has been strengthening its economic diplomacy capabilities with divisions dealing with investment and technology promotion, now subsumed into its Economic Diplomacy Division, which looks after multilateral economic relations (MER). Diplomatic representation. The MEA is responsible for managing India's diplomatic missions abroad, including embassies, consulates, and high commissions. It appoints Indian diplomats to serve in these missions and provides them with necessary support. Developmental Assistance Partnership. Development Partnership Administration (DPA) was created in MEA to bring together all elements involved in India's role as a preferred assistance partner to developing countries, particularly in Asia, Africa, and Latin America. Global Politics. The DNISA division under MEA deals with nuclear proliferation, disarmament, and related issues, including India's bid for membership of the Nuclear Suppliers Group (NSG) and related bodies. Functional divisions like administration, establishment, finance, and legal and treaties provide the tools and environment needed by Indian diplomats at home and abroad to discharge their functions effectively. Bilateral and multilateral negotiations. The MEA conducts negotiations on behalf of India with other countries and international organizations. It participates in multilateral forums such as the United Nations, World Trade Organization, and regional organizations to represent India's interests. Crisis management. The MEA plays a key role in managing crises involving Indian citizens or interests abroad. It coordinates with other ministries such as the Ministry of Home Affairs and the Ministry of Defense to respond to emergencies and provide assistance to Indian nationals. Cultural and public diplomacy. The MEA promotes India's culture and heritage abroad through initiatives such as the Indian Council for Cultural Relations and public diplomacy activities. It also manages India's image abroad and seeks to enhance India's soft power. Scholar view. Kishore Mahbubani, former Singaporean diplomat and academic, argues that India's MEA is one of the most professional and effective foreign service bureaucracies in the world. He praises the MEA for its ability to maintain continuity in foreign policy despite changes in government. Issues/challenges. Smaller role. India has one of the smallest diplomatic corps, almost equivalent to Singapore. In the words of Shashi Tharoor, India is punching below its weight. Also, he has criticized the MEA for being too bureaucratic and inward-looking. Losing its relevance due to PMO. MEA is losing its importance in the making of India's foreign policy with the parallel rise of the PMO. During PM Nehru's time, since he was both PM and EM, the PM's secretariat, as PMO was known then, became the center of foreign policy decision-making. This trend has continued with each PMO assuming the central role in all foreign policy decision-making. Suggestions O play more proactive role. Harsh v. Pant argues that the MEA needs to play a more proactive role. Suggestions O play more proactive role. Harsh v. Pant argues that the MEA needs to play a more proactive role in shaping India's foreign policy. He suggests that the MEA should focus more on developing India's strategic partnerships with other countries and on promoting India's economic interests abroad. O be more assertive. Convulsible argues that the MEA needs to be more assertive in advocating India's interests on the global stage. He suggests that the MEA should be more willing to take risks and to challenge established global norms and practices. O more transparent. Manoj Joshi argues that the MEA needs to be more transparent and accountable in its decision-making processes. He suggests that the MEA should be more open to public scrutiny and should engage more with civil society and the media. O Pillai Committee Recommendation. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part B Shunya IAS. Coordination of MEA with other ministries must be enhanced. Professional training, inadequate lateral entry for highly specialized fields like climate change, nuclear disarmament. 4. Ministry of Defense. Defense Minister is a member of the Cabinet Committee on Security and of the National Security Council. The Secretary, Department of Defense, Secretary, Defense Production, and the 3 service chiefs, Army, Navy, and Air Force, are members of the Strategic Planning Group. In recent years, a joint secretary-level officer from MEA is seconded to the MOD to handle planning and international cooperation tasks of the ministry. Roles and responsibilities. O Defense and National Policy. The government/PMO seeks the Ministry of Defense's views on matters related to defense policy and national security. O Defense Diplomacy. The ministry plays a role in defense diplomacy, which involves establishing and maintaining relationships with other countries to promote defense and security cooperation. This includes exchanging military personnel, conducting joint exercises, and providing defense-related training and equipment. O Arms Control and Disarmament. The ministry is responsible for negotiating and implementing arms control and disarmament agreements with other countries. This includes treaties on nuclear, chemical, and biological weapons, as well as conventional arms control agreements. O Military Aid. The ministry provides military aid and assistance to other countries, especially to those that are friendly to India. This includes providing training and equipment to foreign militaries, as well as participating in peacekeeping operations. O International Military Cooperation. The Ministry of Defense works closely with other countries to promote international military cooperation, especially in the areas of counterterrorism, maritime security, and cybersecurity. Scholars View, X. O According to Stephen Cohen, a South Asia expert at the Brookings Institution, the Ministry of Defense has traditionally played a more prominent role in India's foreign policy making than in most other democracies. This is because India faces a number of security challenges, including border disputes with China and Pakistan, a long-standing insurgency in Kashmir, and the threat of terrorism. O In the view of C. Raja Mohan, the Ministry of Defense has become more integrated into India's foreign policy establishment in recent years, particularly under the Narendra Modi government. Mohan argues that the Defense Ministry has taken a more proactive role in shaping India's regional security policies, including its relations with China and the United States. O Shashi Tharoor has argued that the Ministry of Defense often operates independently of the Ministry of External Affairs and other government bodies, which can lead to a fragmented and inconsistent foreign policy. O In the view of Manohar Parrikar, a former defense minister, the Ministry of Defense has a unique perspective on India's foreign policy challenges and should be more involved in shaping the country's strategic vision. 5. Ministry of Commerce and Industry. The Department of Commerce, DOC, together with the MEA and the Ministry of Finance, is largely responsible for conducting India's economic diplomacy. On trade issues at the WTO, bilateral and multilateral FTAs, etc., policy is largely initiated and formalized at the DOC. Investment and taxation issues are coordinated by the MOF in consultation with MOC, MEA, CBDT, Customs, etc. In a parliamentary committee report on India's foreign policy challenges, the role of the MOC and in enhancing trade and economic relations was highlighted. The committee emphasized the need to increase the ministry's capacity to support Indian businesses and promote exports to global markets. According to former Indian ambassador to the US, Naresh Chandra, the MOC and is instrumental in shaping India's foreign policy entire post-Cold War era. He believes that trade has become an essential aspect of India's foreign policy, and the MOC and plays a critical role in achieving economic diplomacy. Former Commerce and Industry Minister, Anand Sharma, has emphasized the importance of trade in foreign policymaking. He has stated that the MOC and plays a crucial role in identifying new markets, formulating trade policies, and negotiating trade agreements to promote India's economic interests. 6. Role of diaspora. There has been a shift in diaspora policy reflecting a greater recognition of the importance of engaging with and harnessing the potential of the Indian diaspora. Political influence. The diaspora serves as representatives of Indian views and interests at the international level, acting as ambassadors and advocates for India in various forums and countries. Economic contributions. The diaspora plays a crucial role in India's economy by sending significant remittances. NRLS, non-resident Indians, send largest remittances to India annually, contributing to economic growth and development. Strategic engagement. Overseas Indians have the ability to shape foreign policy through their influence. And networks. Organizations like the United States India Political Action Committee, USINPAC, actively work to strengthen Indo-US relationships and influence policy decisions. Security implications. The diaspora also has security implications as they can provide valuable support in areas such as intelligence sharing, counterterrorism efforts, and diplomatic engagement. 7. National Security Council and National Security Advisor. The National Security Council, NSC, was created in 1999 as a statutory body to advise the Prime Minister on matters related to national security and foreign policy. It comprises the Prime Minister, the Ministers of Defense, Home Affairs, External Affairs and Finance, and the National Security Advisor. Currently 2 deputy NSAs, at least a couple of foreign Sindhi officers in the Prime Minister's office, as well as a full-fledged dedicated National Security Council Secretariat assist him in this task. The NSC is a 3-tier organization consisting of the Strategic Planning Group, the National Security Advisory Board, and the Joint Intelligence Committee. Strategic Policy Group, MAM Advisor to Government of India, and it is headed by National Security Advisor. O National Security Advisory Board, NSABZ. Its membership includes eminent professionals. O academics, scientists, administrative experts, and retired bureaucrats. O Joint Intelligence Committee, JIC. It is headed by a chairman who is usually an additional secretary from the Cabinet Secretariat. It also has representatives from MEA, MOD, MHA, IB, RNAW, etc. Importance. NSC has taken over the decision-making role of the Cabinet Committee on Security, CCS, which was earlier the primary body for making foreign policy decisions. NSC performs similar functions like MEA. It assists the government to formulate other significant policies that directly or indirectly affects India's national interest, such as policies on economic and energy security. Example. The NSC's role in the recent surgical strikes against Pakistan and the Balakot airstrikes is an example of this. Example. In recent times, NSA Ajit Doval has been chief architect of India's Pakistan and China policy. India's policy of offensive defense with respect to Pakistan is also known as Doval Doctrine. As per Shiv Shankar Menon, it is minimaxing, i.e. minimizing risks and maximizing benefits. In this context, the role of NSC is critical in protecting India's security and strategic interests. Issues. Absence of national security doctrine. National Security Advisory Board, NSAB, had formulated draft national security strategy documents on 4 different occasions and presented them to successive governments, but the lingering worry in the minds of the politicians about a potential commitment trap has led to delay in its publication. Lack of meetings. National Security Council, NSC, almost never meets, primarily because it is in PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part B. Shunya IAS. Former Prime Minister P.V. Narasimha Rao made it clear that he found it pointless to have an NSC in India, because the concept of a NSC was more appropriate for a presidential form of government as opposed to the Indian parliamentary system where the cabinet was the supreme decision-making body. NSA, he has the advantage that he is not accountable to either the parliament or the public, in fact to no one except his political bosses. Thus, there is an inbuilt conflict of interest between the NSA and the External Affairs Minister, which has frequently come out in the open since the setting up of the office of the NSA in 1998. 8. Think tanks. Think tanks are organizations that conduct research and provide advice and analysis on various issues, including foreign policy. Janice G. McGann, in his article Think Tanks and Policy Advice in Countries in Transition, argues that think tanks can serve as a bridge between policymakers and the public, providing expertise and information to inform policy decisions. He also notes that think tanks can help shape the public debate by generating new ideas and perspectives. John J. Hamra, in his book Making Defense Reform Work, he discusses the role of think tanks in shaping defense policy. He notes that think tanks can provide innovative and practical solutions to complex policy problems and can help bridge the gap between the academic and policymaking communities. Shashi Tharoor, in an article for The Hindu, Tharoor argues that think tanks can play an important role in shaping foreign policy by providing policymakers with unbiased and informed analysis. He notes that think tanks can also help build public support for foreign policy initiatives by engaging with civil society and the media. Rakesh Sinha, in an article for the Indian Express, Sinha discusses the role of think tanks in India's foreign policymaking. He argues that think tanks can provide valuable insights into the political, economic, and social dynamics of other countries and can help Indian policymakers develop a more nuanced understanding of the global landscape. This is quite a recent phenomenon in Indian strategic culture where they act as pressure groups to try to influence government policy. Example, the number of think tanks in India has more than tripled from 121 in 2008 to 444 in 2017. According to the data collected by McGann and his collaborators, in 2017 India had the 3rd largest number of think tanks after the United States, 1,872, and China, 512. In terms of quality of research and other activities, in McGann's recent 2018 report, the Institute for Defense Studies and Analyses (IDSA) was ranked 28th among top non-US think tanks worldwide, while Observer Research Foundation (ORF) was ranked 35th. Analysis of their role and nature in India. 1. Help to achieve diplomatic objective by developing networks and setting up new platforms to promote dialogue, including high-profile international conferences, bilateral and multilateral exchanges, and closed-door networking events. 2. Informal diplomacy. Some think tanks have utilized and further expanded their networks for engaging in informal diplomacy. ORF, in particular, is greatly involved in tracks 2 and 15 diplomacy, with the latter also involving government officials. 3. According to Jyoti Malhotra, in the matters of foreign policy, as the government carefully manages information, a few think tanks have become platforms for the dissemination of information by the government. 4. However, the growth of foreign policy think tanks in India has been mostly constrained to two distinct types. Those which are close to Indian businesses and/or connected to foreign think tanks which tend to promote a liberal worldview, and those which are close to the ruling Bharatiya Janata Party (BJP) in ideological and personnel terms. 5. Tilt towards vested interest. According to Western Mary University of London's Stella Lady, despite their often professed public purpose orientation, think tanks are guided by interests of particular section and depend on particular sources of funding. 6. According to Diane Stone, although often presented as bridges between power and knowledge, think tanks are arguably a manifestation of the knowledge/power nexus and may help to serve the interests of dominant elites. 7. Weakness. Lack of reliable information, the Official Secrets Act, lack of systematic timeline for the classifying diplomatic archives, and everyday reluctance of bureaucrats to talk candidly to researchers leads to lack of reliable information about policy. This naturally affects the accuracy and quality of policy research that these think tanks undertake, even when equipped with quality researchers. Lack of adequate funding. Prejudice. Since the leadership is primarily comprised of finer bureaucrats with a reputational speak in existing policy, their conclusions will tend to be prejudiced in the favor of status quo. Example, ORF, IDSA, Gateway House. Evolution of think tanks in India. Think tanks in India have a long history dating back to the PRC independence era. However, their evolution and growth have been influenced by various factors such as political changes, economic developments, technological advancements, and globalization. Here is a brief overview of the evolution of think tanks in India. Pre-independence era 1857 to 1947. The first think tank in India was the Indian National Congress, founded in 1885. It played a vital role in the freedom struggle and provided a platform for intellectuals to discuss and debate various issues related to India's independence. Other think tanks that emerged during this period were the Muslim League, the Hindu Mahasabha, and the All India Trade Union Congress. Post-independence era 1947 to 1990. After independence, India's focus shifted to nation-building and economic development. Several think tanks were established during this period to address these issues. The Planning Commission, founded in 1950, was the most prominent think tank of this era, responsible for formulating India's 5-year plans. Other notable think tanks that emerged during this period were the Indian Council of World Affairs (ICWA), the Institute of Defense Studies and Analyses (IDSA), and the National Council of Applied Economic According to Amitabh Muttu and Rory Medcalf, since Nehru's reign, foreign policy making has largely research and CAR remained die preserve of the Prime Minister, while the MFA has traditionally been in charge of policy implementation. Thus, with the exception of a very few high-profile think tank leaders and public intellectuals, think tanks and other external providers of policy advice have not been influential in shaping Indian foreign policy. Liberalization era, 1991 to 2000. In the 1990s, India underwent economic liberalization, which led to the emergence of new think tanks focused on economic and business issues. Example, the Center for Policy Research (CPR), founded in 1973, gained prominence during this period with a focus on economic policy reform. Other think tanks that emerged during this period were the National Institute of Public Finance and Policy (NIPFB), the National Center for Trade Information (NCTI), and DI National Council of Applied Economic Research (NCAR). Globalization era 2000. Present. With the advent of globalization, think tanks in India have become more diverse and example, some of prominent think tanks in India today are the Observer Research Foundation (ORF) Center, specialized covering a wide range of issues such as foreign policy, security, energy, environment, and social policy. For policy research, CPR, Indian Council of World Affairs (ICWA), Institute for Defense Studies and Analyses (IDSA), and the Brookings India. In 2005, then Defense Minister Pranab Mukherjee launched the National Maritime Foundation (NMF), which seeks to enhance dialogue on maritime issues, formulate policy advice, mold public opinion, and influence the national security elite on issues involving India's maritime security interests. Today, there are dozens of think tanks in India covering a wide range of policy issues, from foreign policy and security to economic and social policy. Some of the most influential think tanks in India today include the IDSA, the Observer Research Foundation (ORF), the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace (CIP), India, and the Brookings Institution India Center. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part B Shunya IAS. 8. Pressure groups and NGOs. Voices of non-political groups, associations, and organizations are important sources of influence in shaping government policies, including in foreign and security issues. J. Osefni has described present world order as 3D chessboard model. O at top level military level unipolar world order. O middle level economic power multipolar. O at the third level involving transnational actors with respect to issues such as climate change, drugs, terrorism, etc. The power is distributed between state and non-state actors like NGOs, MNCs, pressure groups, etc. Realist view, they doesn't give importance to NGOs and pressure groups in foreign policy making. Liberals view, liberals assign positive role to NGOs as agent of modernization and development. Feminist and critical view, feminist and critical school theorists also give positive role to civil society. Influence of NGOs. NGOs are growing in stature not only for their work among the masses in India but also in significantly influencing policy decisions, some of which have a bearing on India's external relations. Example. NGOs such as Greenpeace, Amnesty International, and Red Cross have impacted India's foreign policy decisions in environment and human rights issues. Role of NGOs in post-LPG era. Post-LPG reforms. Role of pressure groups has also increased in the field of foreign affairs. The pressure groups formed by business groups, farmers associations, traders, etc. have affected the government's policy in international politics. Example, India's insistence on agreement on agriculture in WTO is due to pressure from farmer organizations. Similarly, India's recent decision to pull out of RCEP is due to opposition from traders' lobby. Analysis of their role. Though PG and NGOs help in making foreign policy more representative and inclusive and provide essential inputs for policy making, they are guided by narrow self-interest which can be detrimental to broader foreign policy objectives. Example, India has been termed as obstructionist in WTO by Western countries. Similarly, as per IB report, negative activism by foreign-funded NGOs has cost India 2% of GDP. Role of media. In India, the role of media can be classified in two phases. State-controlled. The first phase lasted from 1947 to 1990, during which almost all media outlets in the country were owned by the government and thus the dissemination of information was largely state-controlled. Freedom to publications. The second phase began from 1991 when ownership truly diversified. This also coincided with the government's LPG policy. Over the years, media companies that were entirely private became more commonplace, and now there is greater freedom of publication and the media can openly criticize the government's policies. Ideological view. Realist, non-state actors do not hold much power over formulation of foreign policies and the development of bilateral relations. Liberalism and postmodernist, their approaches like constructivism offer valuable insight into the importance of non-state actors like media and individual citizens and the role of the former plays in constructing perceptions of the latter. Media role. Media plays twofold role in foreign policy making, firstly as an input source for decision making and secondly as an environment which actors have to take into account during the policy formation. Gaining prominence. While the old ways of conducting international diplomacy lacked transparency and involvement of the masses and media was in the middle of a top-bottom communication hierarchy. Shunya IAS. Today, due to the advent of new communication technologies, global politics has witnessed a growing role being played by media. This role has only gained further importance due to the spread of the internet and social media. Using to gain support, executives themselves tend to utilize media as loudspeakers. Example, the role of media was instrumental to achieve India's objectives through Indo-US civil nuclear deal. The role of media in foreign policy can be explained through the so-called CNN effect. Accelerant effect. Under the scope, the existence of a 24-hour media environment leads to a constant flow of news and information which acts as a pressing factor upon governmental decision-making. On that account, the accelerant effect impairs the quality of both the gathering of intelligence and of the actual response formation. It can also be seen as an impediment to operational/national security since news coverage on certain topics may lead to disclosure of classified information. Example, WikiLeaks uses media in a way that compromises many countries' security protocols and foreign relations by making classified information public. C. Scholars' views. According to scholar Stephen Krasner, the media has the power to frame issues and influence public. C. Opinion, which in turn can influence the foreign policy-making process. Parliamentarian Shashi Tharoor has argued that the media has the ability to raise public awareness and create pressure on policymakers to take certain actions on foreign policy issues. Scholar Harsh Pant has suggested that the media can act as a watchdog and hold the government accountable for its foreign policy decisions. Criticism. Sensationalizing and oversimplifying. Some scholars have criticized the media for sensationalism. And oversimplifying foreign policy issues which can lead to a superficial understanding of complex geopolitical realities. Agenda setters. Examining media through an input perspective, media potentially can act as agenda setters. In words of Bernard Cohen, in each major power, one newspaper stands out as an organ of elite opinion. Manipulation. Stephen Farnsworth in his book, Media, War, and Politics, Media Can Influence O. Public opinion on foreign policy decisions which can in turn put pressure on policymakers to act in a certain way. Example, according to Noam Chomsky, we live in webs of deceit in an indoctrinated society where elementary truths can be buried with ease. Thus, for them, the governmental elites use the media in order to steer public opinion through controlling access to information and by choosing the levels of salience that certain topics will receive. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part B. Shunya IAS. India's contribution to the non-alignment. Unit 2. Movement different phases, current role. Previous year questions. Explain and elucidate the implication of the statement. India's policy of non-alignment was based on both idealist and realism calculations. 2011. India's policy of non-alignment has been guided by the genius of the Indian people and their interests. Explain. 2014. Non-alignment has been TLI basic principle of India's foreign policy since independence. Discuss its relevance in TLI contemporary context. 2015. Comment on India's contribution to non-alignment movement and its contemporary relevance. 2016. Compare and contrast non-alignment 1.0 with non-alignment 2.0. 2019. Non-alignment was little more than a rational strategy on the part of a materially weak India to maximize its interests with a bipolar distribution of global power. Comment. 2021. Discuss the relevance of the demand for new international economic order (NIEO) in the present era of globalization. 2022. Scope. Non-alignment movement, India's contribution to the non-alignment movement, different phases, current relevance, and India's role. Standard introductions. According to Shashi Tharoor, the non-aligned movement, NAM, was a product of the decolonization process that swept the world in the mid-20th century. JT emerged as a coalition of newly independent countries that sought to remain outside the power blocks of the Cold War and maintain their sovereignty and freedom of faction. The historian Vijay Prashad characterizes NAM as a third way that emerged as an alternative to the binary options of East and West during the Cold War. It was an attempt by newly independent countries to carve out a space for themselves in international affairs, one that was not dictated by the interests of the superpowers. In the view of K. Shankar Bajpai, NAM was a strategy of positive neutrality that aimed to avoid taking sides in the Cold War and instead promote cooperation and dialogue among nations. He argues that NAM was successful in promoting this approach in international affairs as evidenced by its role in mediating conflicts and promoting disarmament. The scholar and former Indian ambassador Thomas Ahmad characterizes NANI as a response to the challenges to grief globalization and the changing international order. He argues that NAM has remained relevant in the post-Cold War era by focusing on issues such as economic development, environmental protection, and the promotion of democracy and human rights. What is NAM? The term non-alignment was first coined by George Liska to describe the policies of the states which decided not to join either of the two power blocks. They sought a level playing field in global geopolitics that emerged in post-war period. According to Noam Chomsky, NAM is an alliance of third world countries that sought to maintain independence from both the Western and Eastern blocs during the Cold War. Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru at the first NAM conference in 1961 highlighted the principles and objectives of NAM. In his words, the power of nations assembled here is not military power or economic power, nevertheless it is power. Call it moral force. He further added, we shall take full part in international Shunya and S happy face LL happy face happy face happy face happy face happy face carrot. Conferences NS a free nation with our own policy and not merely as a satellite of another nation. Nehru proposed that India should avoid entering into other people's quarrels unless and tins is important and our interest is involved. According to Selig S. Harrison, NAM is a group of states united in their opposition to colonialism, racism, and imperialism. According to Sukhdayo Muni, NAM is an effort to ensure the right of every country to determine its own political and economic system and to pursue its own development path. Factors that led to the development of NAM. The non-aligned movement, NAM, emerged in the context of the Cold War as a response to the hegemony and power politics of the two superpowers, the United States and the Soviet Union. The following are some of the key factors that helped in the formation of NAM. Decolonization. The end of colonialism in Asia, Africa, and Latin America created a new bloc of independent nations which sought to assert their sovereignty and independence. These countries faced the challenge of navigating the complex world of international politics and forming alliances that could protect their interests. Cold War. The global power struggle between the US and the USSR polarized the world into two ideological camps. Many newly independent nations were caught in the middle and sought to avoid being drawn into die conflict. NAM emerged as a platform for these nations to assert their independence and pursue a non-aligned foreign policy. Bandung Conference. The Asian African Bandung Conference. The Asian African Conference held in Bandung, Indonesia in 1955 was a landmark event that brought together leaders from newly independent nations. The conference called for the promotion of economic and cultural cooperation among non-aligned nations and laid foundations for formation of NAM. Nuclear disarmament. The growing threat of nuclear war and the arms race between the US and the Soviet Union created a sense of urgency among many nations to pursue a policy of nuclear disarmament. NAM emerged as a vocal advocate of disarmament and played a key role in shaping the global debate on this issue. Economic development. Many newly independent nations faced the challenge of achieving economic development and addressing poverty and inequality. NAM emerged as a platform for these nations to promote economic cooperation, trade, and investment. Overall, NAM emerged as a response to the challenges faced by newly independent nations in navigating the complex world of international politics and pursuing a foreign policy that reflected their interests and values. History and evolution. 1. Bandung Conference. Bandung Asian African Conference in 1955 is considered as most immediate antecedent to the creation of NAM. Meeting was attended by 29 heads of states. These belonged to first post-colonial generation. The objective was to identify and assess world issues and pursuing joint policies in international relations. There was also another important reason. These countries had newly attained independence. Development and increasing standard of living was main concern for them. And therefore they did not want it to be part of either Western or Eastern Bloc and become part of Cold War. 10 principles of Bandung were proclaimed at the conference. And such principles were later adopted as the main goals and objectives of NAM. 10 principles of Bandung Conference. Respect for fundamental human rights and for the purposes and the principles of the Charter of the United Nations. Respect for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all nations. Recognition of the equality of all races and of the equality of all nations large and small. Abstention from intervention or interference in the internal affairs of another country. Respect for the right of each nation to defend itself singly or collectively, in conformity with the Charter of the Shunya IAS. Abstention from the use of arrangements of collective defense to serve the particular interests of any of the big powers. Abstention by any country from exerting pressures on other countries. Refraining from acts or threats of aggression or the use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any country. Settlement of all international disputes by peaceful means, such as negotiation, conciliation, arbitration, or judicial settlement, as well as other peaceful means of the party's own choice, in conformity with the Charter of the United Nations. Promotion of mutual interests and cooperation. Respect for justice and international obligation. 2. Belgrade Summit. 6 years after Bandung, the movement of non-aligned countries was founded at the first summit. Conference of Belgrade. On September 1 to 6, 1961. The conference was attended by members of 25 countries from Asia, Africa and Europe, and Latin America, Cuba. The NAM was declared as movement and not organization to avoid the bureaucratic implications of the latter. It was conceived to play an active role in international politics, to have its own stand on international matters, which will reflect the interest of its members. For Nkru, NAM did not mean isolation or neutrality. He held that NAM stands for an active role in world affairs, like India's mediation in drafting an armistice in the Korean War, friendship and cooperation with all countries, taking independent position based on merit of each issue and requirements of national interest. NAM provided a platform for the vision of an alternative world order. Early objectives and achievements. Primary objective of NAM focused on the support of self-determination, national independence, sovereignty and territorial integrity of states, opposition to apartheid, non-adherence to multilateral military pacts, struggle against imperialism and colonialism, racism, foreign occupation, etc., strengthening of United Nations, democratization of international relations, socio-economic development as well as international cooperation on equal footing. Achievement. In 1950s, the movement played important role in support of nations struggling of independence and against colonization. Third World showed great solidarity under leadership of NAM and the movement gained considerable diplomatic prestige. 3. Further evolution and expansion. In 1960s and 1970s, the movement expanded to include nearly all Asian and African countries. The issues raised by movement also evolved. It now included struggle for the respect of economic and political rights of third world countries. Algiers Conference in 1973 launched the concept of New International Economic Order. New International Economic Order. It was proposed in context of neocolonialism, the drain of wealth from peripheries to core. Theoretical basis. Dependency theory. The agenda was to impose responsibilities on MNCs. Better valuation of the goods exported by developing countries. Pressurizing Western countries to transfer fund and technology. Outcomes. No outcome. Reasons. There was lack of solidarity among third world countries. Western countries were successful in creating geopolitical conflicts among third world countries. Further, the proposal was also utopian. It was not possible to get equal value to the raw materials and manufactured goods. It was an attempt to apply socialism in international trade. Shunya IAS. IL was inspired by oil diplomacy of OPEC countries, but other countries didn't have similar bargaining power. Oil-producing countries never applied the pressure on behalf of other third world countries. By the end of 1980s, world observed the end of Cold War and collapse of socialist bloc. It was assumed that existence of antagonistic blocs was the prime reason for its emergence. And therefore scholars started asking questions about relevance of NAM. During 90s, NAM was in search of agenda. The end of Cold War put question mark on the very reason of existence of NAM. Some of the member countries proposed one. Egypt proposed dissolution of NAM. Yugoslavia, one of the founding member, disintegrated, and NAM countries played no role in handling the crisis. NAM countries had no position on the issue of the invasion of Kuwait by Iraq. Both were NAM members. Nevertheless, the principles and objectives of NAM are still relevant at present international juncture. The end of one bloc has not done away with GIE problems of the world. On like contrary, new issues like terrorism and climate change have emerged which necessitate global coordination. During 14th NAM Summit in Havana, Cuba in September 2006, heads of states and governments of member countries reaffirmed their commitments to the ideals, principles, and purposes of NAM. The leaders stated their firm belief that absence of two conflicting blocs is no way reduced the need to strengthen the movement. It also adopted renewed purposes and principles of DIE movement in present international scenario. One of the new additional goal includes facilitating a restructuring of the international economic order. India's contribution in the evolution of NAM. The golden age in India's foreign policy was in the first 15 years after independence, when NAM provided a constituency for India because of our non-violent victory over the British and GIA leadership it provided to the newly independent countries. Our problems were different from the small, AMD impoverished nations that thronged the movement, but Jawaharlal Nehru's vision and statesmanship inspired them. We did not seek to resolve our problems through the machinery of dispute resolution in NAM, but actively assisted those who sought such assistance. India led DIE NAM effort to resolve the Iran-Iraq dispute. Sunva. GN. India was one of the founding members of NAM. Also, the driving force behind it. In fact, non-alignment itself was a phrase coined by India's ambassador to the United Nations, V.K. Menon. Indian Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru is seen as the architect of NAM, as his concept of Panchsheel became the basis of the movement. India's role through NAM was not only limited to the attainment of its foreign policy goals, but also to achieve a long-term objective of global peace and security. Since independence in 1947, India has been in pursuit of strategic autonomy through non-alignment. 2. Scholar view. Sabyasachi Bhattacharya. According to Bhattacharya, India's contributions to NAM were mainly in three areas: ideological, diplomatic, and humanitarian. Ideologically, India was committed to the principles of non-alignment and advocated for a new international economic order. Diplomatically, India played a key role in bringing together the diverse countries of NAM and ensuring their unity. Humanitarian contributions include India's leadership in peacekeeping operations and its advocacy for disarmament. Tariq argues that India's contributions to NAM were primarily in the form of Jawaharlal Nehru's PSIR optional paper 2 Part B Shunya IAS. Ashok Kapoor suggests that India's contributions to NAM were driven by its own interests. India saw non-alignment as a means of preserving its own independence and security in the face of Cold War rivalries. India's leadership in NAM was also driven by its desire to play a greater role in international affairs and promote its own economic development. Achievements of NAM. Promoting peace and security. NAM has played a vital role in promoting peace and security by encouraging dialogue and diplomacy over the use of force. The movement has consistently opposed the use of violence, aggression, and interference in the internal affairs of other countries. 2. Decolonization. NAM played a critical role in the decolonization of many countries in Africa, Asia, and the Middle East during the 1960s and 1970s. NAM's support helped these newly independent nations gain recognition and legitimacy on the international stage. 3. Global South solidarity. NAM has played a significant role in promoting solidarity and cooperation among developing countries of the Global South. It has provided a platform for these countries to come together and discuss common challenges and issues such as poverty reduction, sustainable development, and trade and investment. 4. Nuclear disarmament. NAM has been a strong advocate of nuclear disarmament and non-proliferation. Example, it played a crucial role in the negotiations leading to the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons, NPT, in 1968. Example, NAM was able to get the decade of 1970 declared as Decade of Disarmament by the UN. 5. Human rights. NAM has been a strong advocate of human rights, including the right to self-determination, national sovereignty, and non-interference in the internal affairs of other countries. The movement has been instrumental in promoting the concept of positive neutrality in international relations, which emphasizes impartiality and non-alignment. 6. Climate change. NAM has been actively involved in the global debate on climate change and sustainable development. The movement has advocated for greater cooperation and support for developing countries to address the challenges of climate change and ensure sustainable development. New International Economic Order (NLEO). Unequal international economic order has been present since historical times. This was pointed out by Dadabhai Naoroji in his Poverty and Un-British Rule in India through his drama of Wealth as Theory to eliminate the widening gap between the developed and the developing countries and ensure steadily accelerating economic and social development and peace and justice for present and future generations. The present international economic order is found to be asymmetrical in its working. It is biased. It is favoring the rich advanced countries. There has been overdependence of the South on the North. Rich countries tend to have major control over vital decision-making in the matter of international trade, terms of trade, international finance, aids, and technological flows. The developing nations are now asserting their right to participate in the decision-making processes of the international institutions like the IMF, World Bank, GATT, UNCTAD, etc. This unequal relationship further increased after globalization. Hence Joseph Stiglitz in his Globalization and its Discontents calls for democratization of international organizations. The formal idea of the NIO was put forward in the Algiers Conference of Non-Aligned Countries in 1973. In 1975, a declaration for the establishment of NIO was adopted along with a program of action in the 6th special session of the UNCTAD. Inspired from Marx's concept of core and periphery world systems theory of I. Wallerstein. Samir Amin argued that wealth from developing to developed world was continuing through imperialist rent in the post-Cold War era. This became all the more ardent to achieve because of process of globalization and weakening of NAM itself. However, India is still making efforts through the new regionalism approach and joining new permutation and combinations through IRARC, SAFTA, ASEAN, EAS, and other such forms. Sunyas. The crucial aim of the NIO is to promote economic development among the poor countries through self-help and South-South co-op. The success of OPEC after 1973 crisis acted as a catalyst to pull together developing countries in support of a call for NIO, but it did not see any success due to the internal divisions within the developing world. NAM's foreign policy. The concept of non-alignment has played a significant role in India's foreign policy, driven by the belief in Indian exceptionalism and the pursuit of national interests. However, the tenet itself has remained ambiguous, lacking a clear and definitive explanation by Indian elites. Features and characteristics of non-alignment. Principled distance. Non-alignment allowed India to maintain independence and avoid aligning closely with any major power, maintaining a degree of autonomy in its decision-making. Indian opportunism. India aimed to maximize its interests by seeking advantages from both sides without making substantial concessions in return. Reflexive anti-Americanism. During the Cold War, non-alignment became associated with a certain level of skepticism and opposition towards perceived American dominance. Non-alignment emerged as a strategic choice for India due to the following reasons. Safeguarding independence. Given India's military and economic weaknesses, non-alignment provided a means to engage with major powers on its own terms, avoiding coercion and presenting independence. Navigating a complex global landscape. Non-alignment offered a pragmatic approach to navigate the complexities of a polarized world and balance relationships in a changing global order. Defense by friendship. Non-alignment allowed India to form friendships and alliances with various nations given its democratic identity, which prevented alignment with the communist bloc. Strengths and weaknesses of non-alignment. Domestic consensus. Non-alignment provided flexibility for Nehru to manage domestic divisions and conflicts in foreign policy decision-making, accommodating different ideological perspectives. Criticism from U.S. policymakers. Non-alignment drew criticism from U.S. policymakers who viewed India as aligning more closely with the USSR, which was seen as contrary to American interests. Autonomy and independence. Non-alignment allowed India to maintain independence and autonomy in its foreign policy decisions, as emphasized by K. Nutversing. Critical evaluation and perspectives. Flexibility and independence. Teresita Schaefer acknowledged that non-alignment provided India with the necessary flexibility and independence to pursue its national interests, even though it may have caused irritation to the United States. Departure from strict non-alignment. C. Raja Mohan argued that India's foreign policy has deviated from strict non-alignment principles over time, reflecting a changing geopolitical landscape and India's evolving interests. Need for clarification. Martin Jha emphasized the importance of India defining and articulating the essence and principles of its non-alignment policy to ensure clarity and coherence. Relevance of NAM1. Arguments in favor of relevance. Check on big power ambitions. NAM constitutes 120 developing countries and act as a check on big power ambitions. It stood as a unifying force against the traditional foreign policy of great power and strictly restricts imperialism, nationalism, and universalism. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part B. Shunya IAS. Support in UN Agenda. NAM along with G77 gives superior numerical strength to developing countries and has helped keep many third world issues ahead of agenda at the UN. Awareness. NAM can be a useful platform to raise awareness about issues like climate change, cross-border terrorism, human rights violations, etc. WORC as a bridge. NAM encourages an equitable world order, and the organization can act as a bridge between countries with varying political ideologies and systems. Scholars' view. According to Professor Rashiduddin Khan, NAM is a timeless organization. He argues that the uniqueness or complexities of problems in developing countries mandates a platform like NAM to bring together the developing nations to resolve them. Prakash Nanda, a political analyst, believes that NAM is still relevant but needs to adapt to the changing geopolitical landscape. He argues that NAM can play a role in promoting the interests of the global south, especially in the areas of trade and development. Noam Chomsky views NAM as a positive force in world politics. He argues that NAM has played a key role in promoting global peace and stability and that it has been a voice for the marginalized and oppressed. 2. Arguments against NAM on relevance. The world is no longer bipolar but lopsided multipolar. For critics, India has never been non-aligned. During the Cold War it was close to USSR and now there is growing closeness to USA. Unable to address global problems and threats. Alternative platforms like BRICS, SCO, G20 have emerged with overlapping agendas. Since the end of colonialism and apartheid, it seems NAM is suffering from agenda deprivation. According to C. Rajamohan, movement is in coma. NAM was always dysfunctional. NAM was irrelevant even before the end of Cold War. After Cold War, it has been put to coma because countries are not ready for its burial. They prefer to maintain the triennial rituals. Rajamohan views NAM as an ideological anachronism and argues that it has lost relevance in today's world. He believes that NAM was founded during the Cold War as a response to the bipolar world order and that it failed to adapt to the post-Cold War world. Harsh V. Pant argues that NAM has become a toothless tiger and that it has failed to address the major challenges facing the world today, such as terrorism and climate change. He believes that NAM needs to evolve and become more proactive if it wants to remain relevant. Shashi Tharoor, in his article Is the Non-Aligned Movement Relevant Today?, has also questioned relevance of NAM post-Cold War. In his words, with the end of Cold War, there are no longer two rival blocs to be non-aligned between, and many have questioned the relevance of NAM, whose very name signifies the negation of choice that is no longer on the world's geopolitical table. Relevance of NAM for India. 1. Needed. Soft power. NAM provided basis to build India's soft power. Third world solidarity. Even at present, India needs third world solidarity. New Cold War. India has stakes in global south. Those who say the NAM is a relic of the Cold War must also acknowledge that a new Cold War is beginning to unfold, this time between the United States, US, and China. As the conflict between the world's two most important powers envelopes all dimensions of international society, India has every reason to try and preserve some political space in between the two giants. For building cooperation, NAM provides a platform of natural leadership for India in building bridges between North and South. Shunya IAS. Permanent membership in UNSC. NAM is particularly important in India's quest for the permanent membership in UNSC. The NAM position mayn't be decisive, but in the normal process of consultations, grouping will get its own weight age. Example, NAM countries form 2/3 of the membership of the UN General Assembly, and hence, it can form an important voting bloc for India's claim to permanent SCAT in UNSC. Operate individually, it is argued that India's continued involvement with NAM limits the reach of India's engagement with major powers. However, on the contrary, the informal nature of NAM permits members to operate individually. Relevance of Asian solidarity. The core values and ideas on which the NAM was based, such as Asian solidarity, independent existence, etc., remain relevant even after the Cold War has ended. Scholar views. OTP Srinivasan, a new NAM for new norm. NAM did benefited India because it allowed India to promote our national interest as per our preferences. NAM has allowed India to manage through the situation of bipolarity. NAM is relevant for India and India has stakes in the integrity of NAM. India has to seek partnership with the countries so that India is able to exercise its freedom of thought and action away from the influence of great powers like US, Russia, and China. Aparna Pandey, NAM helped India to maintain relationship with both superpowers without coercion. Subramaniam said that non-alignment as a policy didn't mean neutrality, i.e. abdication of choice, rather it meant opportunity, i.e. freedom of choice. Example, the decision to seek US assistance when the Chinese attack happened in 1962, the efforts to obtain military equipment from both the superpowers, the food aid from the US, PL 480, and the friendship treaty with the Soviet Union are notable examples of the policy initiatives that transcended the non-alignment constraints. O.C. Rajamohan has expressed different view about non-alignment and NAM. According to him, India's non-alignment has always been tabula rasa with capacity to accommodate any idea. He has used this argument to support India's economic pragmatism and muscular geopolitics. Similarly, India can use the NAM platform to achieve its long-standing goal of rightful place in comity of nations. Ideological view. Liberal institutional view. Regional organizations do not ring a death knell for NAM, rather they need to be co-opted in NAM framework to coordinate and reconcile their often conflicting aims. Marxist view. NAM needs to safeguard member nations from ills of neoliberal globalization. Post-colonial view. NAM needs to safeguard autonomy of post-colonial societies. 2. Not needed. There was no support for India. NAM was never relevant for India. NAM countries never supported India. E.g., in 1962 war, countries like Indonesia, Ghana took pro-China approach. NAM countries gave Colombo proposals which were favorable to China. In 1965 war, NAM countries like Indonesia not only supported Pakistan but even supplied weapons to Pakistan. 1971 war, NAM countries of West Asia, Southeast Asia fiercely supported Pakistan. Sri Lanka provided refueling to the Pakistani aircrafts. Scholar views. Tanvi Muddan in her book Fateful Triangle, India was never truly non-aligned. It aligned with the US in 50s and 60s and with the Soviet after 1971 specifically to tackle its China challenge. In both cases alignment was designed to help India build its own military and economic capabilities and deter malign behavior from Beijing. Harsh V. Pant. NAM was okay when India wasn't economic or military power. Now India has to compete with China, which is increasingly taking lead over India's leadership status. According to him, there's need to pursue new goals and policies and no point sticking to old shibboleths. PSIR optional paper 2-part B. Shunya IAS. According to S. Shankar, non-alignment lost its relevance and NAM its original raison d'etre. Non-alignment movement was a concept of relevance in a specific era and a particular context, though the independence of action enshrined in it remains a factor of continuity in India's foreign policy. Vijay Gokhale during Raisina dialogue held that India has moved from its non-aligned past. While highlighting change in Indian foreign policy, he held that India is aligned only with its interest. Restructuring of NAM's agenda, Havana Declaration 2006. The NAM Havana Declaration of 2006 outlined the restructured objectives of the non-aligned movement, NAM, as follows. International peace and security, commitment to peaceful dispute resolution, non-use of force and respect for sovereignty. Disarmament and non-proliferation, advocacy for the elimination of nuclear weapons and strengthening non-proliferation efforts. South-South cooperation, emphasis on cooperation among developing countries. Terrorism, condemnation of terrorism, addressing root causes while respecting human rights and international law. Climate change and environment, recognition of climate change impacts and the need for international cooperation and support for developing countries. Self-determination and decolonization, support for the right to self-determination and the decolonization of occupied territories. Human rights, promotion and protection of human rights, emphasizing dialogue and cooperation. Poverty eradication and sustainable development, cooperation to address poverty, inequality, and achieve sustainable development. Multilateralism and UN reform, commitment to multilateralism, UN's central role and comprehensive reform. 19th NAM Summit, Uganda 2024 key highlights. Kampala Declaration, the summit adopted the Kampala Declaration calling out Israeli military aggression in Gaza and calling for the implementation of the UN Security Council resolution to allow for humanitarian aid into the besieged Gaza Strip. India's stance. On Gaza, India called for a sustainable solution to the Gaza crisis. He emphasized the need for immediate relief in the humanitarian crisis and urged the prevention of the conflict's spread in the West Asian region. India's record. In India's national statement at The Summit, Jaishankar provided insights into India's extensive contributions spanning 600 significant projects across 78 nations with a special focus on Africa, where 300 projects and 45,000 training slots reflect India's commitment and solidarity. Post-COVID world, India highlighted the changing global landscape since the last NAM Summit in 2019, emphasizing the profound impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. Post-COVID world. India highlighted the changing global landscape since the last NAM Summit in 2019, emphasizing the profound impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, ongoing conflicts, and the disruptive nature of climate change. Way forward. 1*, according to TV Paul, there is a space for resurrection of the old movement as a soft balancing mechanism against powerful states. As great powers are once again in the arms race, militarization of oceans, territorial expansions, there is a need for weaker countries to come together to delegitimize imperial ventures. If third world countries will not act as cushioning forces, international order will spiral into hot war. Great powers need to be restrained, balanced. Soft balancing by smaller states has a key role to play because military conflicts will ultimately bring sufferings to them. There is a need to revive Bandung spirit. Shunya IAS happy face 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 happy face. 2. Marlon Janan alignment. Redux. Whether NAM is relevant for India or not depends on the prism through which WC look at NAM. So far Modi government has not shown much inclination towards NAM, preferred to ignore NAM. However, India is rebalancing itself. Foreign Minister visited 18th Midterm Ministerial Council of NAM countries in April 2018 in Baku, Azerbaijan. It would be a mistake if we just see NAM as rejection of bloc politics. NAM was a policy for autonomy, to establish peace and security, to contain superpowers' hegemonic ambitions. Thus NAM needs to be reinvented. It is the biggest platform of developing countries outside United Nations. It provides a platform for natural leadership of India. However, India needs to provide a concrete program of action, goals and leadership. Rethink on NAM 1. Reasons. New Cold War. The new Cold War would be between US and China. Nehru after the 1962 conflict that there could be no non-alignment with regard to China, and that India had failed to understand and grasp neutralist realism and had been pursuing neutralist idealism. O.C. Raja Mohan in his article titled India Rethinks the NAM has pointed, as India strengthens its own voice in world affairs, a more active engagement with the non-aligned movement and, more broadly, the global south is coming into view. The new activism is expected to help India mobilize international support on issues of national concern, as well as generate greater political space amidst the unfolding rivalry between the USA and Korea. The Tier 2 factors that highlight the importance of NAM are international politics is a zero-sum game among tier power-seeking states to recognize one another as an independent state but never accept the principle of non-intervention unconditionally. The balance of order and security can be maintained by shifting alliances among states, preventing one from being overwhelmingly powerful. Devoting energy to BRICS and Quad is less fruitful, as pointed out by C. Raja Mohan. Delhi paid lip syndicate to the NAM but devoted a lot of diplomatic energy to forums like the BRICS and Quad. Given the Russia and Chinese leadership of tier BRICS, Delhi inevitably began to routinely echo the international positions of Moscow and Beijing rather than represent the voices of the global south. Issues. The Quad is less institutionalized than the BRICS, but, here again, the focus is on great power politics rather than promoting the interests of the developing world. In this context, NAM provides an actual platform which provides natural leadership to India and provide opportunity for cementing South-South collaboration on issues of global concern. To gather support to achieving its long-standing ambition of getting status of major power, India could do more with forums like the NAM that can help mobilize support around issues of interest to Delhi. Voice for India against China. NAM can provide a platform for India to catch up China, which has penetrated deep into global south through its BRI project. China has observer status in NAM. Complex interdependence. Global threats like terrorism, pandemics, and climate change, etc. These need to be formulated in NAM agenda. A world vision, comprising of a global village and interdependence among all nations including between North and South needs to be pursued. 2. India Multi-Alignment Strategy 7. Tiruvalluvar. Wisdom is to live in tune with the mode of the changing world. PM Modi. According to him, there was a time when people were neutral by creating equal distance, but now we are neutral by creating equal partnership. The present regime has redefined non-alignment from strategic autonomy to strategic alignment. India is now going for issue-based partnerships. The meeting of JAI and RIC on the sidelines of G20 highlights that India is engaging with different world powers at the same time. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part B Shunya IAS. India is following multiple engagements in a multipolar world. As Jaishankar put it, multilateralism is undoubtedly under strain today. It is important that our movement that represents 2/3 of the world's population continues to work together and take the lead in building multilateral governance structures that are capable of meeting the 21st century challenges. Use of platform during COVID. Indian diplomacy during the time of COVID-19 pandemic has been proactive and has tried to shape the global discourse. Towards this, existing platforms like NAM and SARC has been used by Modi in the same way in which he has used newer groupings like the G20. According to Harsh V. Pant, this is an attempt to fill the leadership vacuum in the global order when both China and the US have exposed their vulnerabilities. India has shown that a nation with limited capabilities can also emerge as a leader by outlining the concerns of like-minded countries and working with them to build capacities in smaller states. NAM 2.01. Non-Alignment 2.0, a foreign and strategic policy for India in the 21st century, is a policy document released by India's Ministry of External Affairs in 2012. The document emphasizes the need for India to pursue an independent foreign policy that reflects its national interests and takes into account the changing global power dynamics. 2. From non-alignment to multi-alignment. 3. Report highlights the importance of economic diplomacy, energy security, and India's role in shaping regional and global security architecture. It also acknowledges the need for India to engage more proactively in international institutions and multilateral forums, while also seeking to strengthen ties with like-minded countries. 4. According to Chinmay Gair Khan, the report offers a comprehensive view of foreign policy and makes sensible suggestions to deal with geopolitical flux. 5. The report deals with India's approach towards the Asian theater, the international order, hard power, internal security, non-conventional security issues like energy and nuclear options, the knowledge and information foundations of power as well as the state and democracy. 6. Critics /V. Former NSA Brajesh Mishra, who spoke at the launch, questioned the approach of the report, especially its view that India not take sides in the rivalry between China and the US. In his words, China's approach was that of the Middle Kingdom, it wants to be number one, and India's priority should be to build a closer partnership with Washington /NS Bharat Karnad called it a regressive foreign policy roadmap. It misunderstands power, ignores the centrality of balance of power politics in interstate relations. This, in turn, leads to questionable analysis and doubtful policy prescriptions. Standard conclusions. The movement has succeeded to create a strong front representing countries of Third World. Current challenges for NAM include protecting international law, eliminating weapons of mass destruction, making united. More effective, defending human rights, security and stability and justice in international economic system. NANON's long-standing goals of peace, development, economic cooperation remain to be realized. Thus, we can expect the movement to play an even bigger role in coming times. According to M.K. Narayan, while non-alignment giving way to strategic alignment, organizations such as NAM may seem anachronistic. But it still resonates with third world countries. It also offers alternative platform. For putting forward a different viewpoint. It would hence be premature to announce death of NAM. According to Fidel Castro, NAM is the greatest political movement in history. According to Indira Gandhi, NAM is the biggest peace movement in the world. Sunya's India and South Asia Regional Cooperation. Unit 3 SARC Past Performance and Future Prospects. Previous year's questions. Identify TLI constraints/challenges to regional cooperation in South Asia. 2015, sometimes we visualize that SARC's efforts come to a halt because of various impediments to regional cooperation. Elaborate with reasonable examples of impediments. 2016, evaluate India's stand on the recent Rohingya refugee issue. 2018, outline the reasons for the low volume of trade in TLI-SARC region. 2020, why is South Asia considered as TLI world's politically and economically least integrated region? Explain. 2021, discuss the ways and means to realize greater economic cooperation among the member states of South Asia. 2022, what are the reasons for lack of regionness in South Asia? 2023, why do ethnic conflicts and insurgencies continue to remain major impediments to regional cooperation in South Asia? 2023, South Asia as a geopolitical region. 1. Colonial era. During the colonial period, South Asia was under the control of European powers, primarily the British Empire. The region was fragmented into various administrative units, including British India, Portuguese India, French India, and Dutch India. 2. Partition of India. In 1947, British India was divided into two separate nations, India and Pakistan. The partition led to massive population exchanges and resulted in communal violence and displacement. The formation of Pakistan, comprising East Pakistan, now Bangladesh, and West Pakistan, now Pakistan, marked a significant geopolitical shift in the region. Tensions between India and Pakistan have been a defining feature of South Asian geopolitics. The two countries have engaged in several conflicts, including the Indo-Pakistani Wars of 1947, 1965, 1971, and 1999, primarily over the disputed region of Jammu and Kashmir. 3. Cold War era. The Cold War period saw South Asia becoming a battleground for geopolitical influence between the United States and the Soviet Union. India, under the leadership of Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru, pursued a non-aligned foreign policy, striving to maintain independence from both power blocs. During the Cold War, the United States and the Soviet Union competed for influence in South Asia. The United States supported Pakistan, especially during the Soviet-Afghan War, while the Soviet Union had close ties with India. 4. Nuclearization. Both India and Pakistan conducted nuclear tests in 1998, becoming nuclear-armed states. The acquisition of nuclear weapons has added another layer of complexity to the regional dynamics and has raised concerns about the potential escalation of conflicts. 5. Regional organizations. South Asia has witnessed the emergence of regional organizations aimed at enhancing cooperation and addressing common challenges. The South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, SARC, founded in 1985, includes Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Maldives, Nepal, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka. However, SARC has faced challenges in achieving substantial regional integration due to bilateral conflicts. 6. Rise of China. China's increasing influence in South Asia is exemplified by its infrastructure projects under the Belt and Road Initiative. For instance, the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, CPEC, is a significant project, including the development of ports, roads, and energy infrastructure in Pakistan. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part B. Shunya IAS. Factors shaping South Asia today. 1. India-Pakistan rivalry. The rivalry also hampers regional cooperation and economic integration efforts, limiting the potential for collective growth and development. Additionally, the presence of nuclear weapons in both countries adds an element of unpredictability and increases the risks of escalation. Example. The rivalry has been the major cause of suspension of the SARC summits since 2016 too. Chinese influence. China has pulled smaller nations such as Nepal, Bangladesh, and Maldives into its orbit of influence as well, targeting their fear and insecurities regarding India and a lack of international funding to enable and support their economic growth. 3. Indian hegemony. India's neighbors often navigate a delicate balance in their relationships with India, seeking to maintain their own sovereignty and interests while managing India's regional dominance. India's strategic considerations, such as its approach to border disputes, security concerns, and pursuit of regional alliances, can impact its relationships with neighboring countries. 4. Great power rivalry. India's relationship with the United States has witnessed significant advancements in recent years. The two countries have strengthened their defense ties, engaged in joint military exercises, and increased cooperation in areas such as counterterrorism and maritime security. The United States sees India as a counterbalance to China's influence in the region and a key partner in maintaining a free and open Indo-Pacific. 5. Demographic dividends and urbanization. South Asia has a young and growing population, presenting both opportunities and challenges. Harnessing demographic dividends through education, skill development, and job creation is vital for the region's economic progress. Urbanization is also on the rise, putting pressure on infrastructure, services, and governance. 6. Terrorism and extremism. South Asia has faced persistent challenges related to terrorism and extremism. Groups such as the Taliban, Al-Qaeda, and the Islamic State, ISIS, have been active in the region, posing security threats to individual countries and the broader stability of South Asia. Counterterrorism efforts and regional cooperation remain crucial in addressing this issue. Challenges to integration in South Asia. 1. Legacy of colonial rule. Many of the long-standing issues in the region are a result of colonial divide and rule policies instilled by the colonial powers. Many ethnic and social issues have long been contesting points that have prevented the integration of the region. Example, the legacy of communal violence during the partition has often been the cause for all major issues between India and Pakistan. Border disputes. The arbitrary drawing of borders by colonial powers, such as the British Raj during the 2. Partition of British India in 1947, created separate nation-states, leading to the formation of India, Pakistan, and later Bangladesh. These borders were often drawn without considering cultural, linguistic, or historical realities, resulting in the division of communities and territorial disputes. This has contributed to ongoing tensions and conflicts in the region, hindering efforts towards integration. 3. Nuclearization. Both countries have invested significant resources in developing and modernizing their nuclear arsenals. Diverting funds that could have been allocated for socio-economic development. This arms race has contributed to a lack of trust and increased tensions, making it difficult to build a foundation for regional cooperation and integration. 4. Terrorism. The proliferation of terrorism, particularly Pakistan-based, has also significantly dented the chances of forwarding economic discussions. 5. Poor cross-border infrastructure. Transportation is a crucial element of regional cooperation. Without efficient and effective physical units between countries, trade becomes an arduous and expensive process. Physical connectivity remains a big obstacle for South Asian regional cooperation despite existing railroad and road networks. Example, it would take approximately 45 days to transport a container from Delhi, India, to Dhaka, Bangladesh, as the container had to move via Singapore. Fortunately, Bangladesh and India flagged off a trial run for the first container train to run between the two countries in 2018. Bhutan's roads are of good quality, but the width and the structure of the roads do not allow high-speed travels or axle loads. Shunya IAS. 6. Power asymmetry. One major challenge to regional cooperation is power asymmetry existing within a region. There is a significant power imbalance in South Asia. This has been the cause of tension, mistrust, and a lack of openness among states. India possesses 75% of SAARC's population and accounts for an estimate of 80% of its GDP. 7. Trade barriers. Despite the attempts to liberalize their economics, South Asian states maintain rigid and light trade barriers among themselves, be it tariff or non-tariff. Through the liberalization under SAFTA, the direction of tariff negotiations shifted from product-based to negative lists and other procedures such as rules of origin. The outcome, however, was not parallel to what was expected. Data. As of 2016, South Asia's average tariffs were at 13.6%, which are significantly higher than the world average, 6.3%. Lack of institutional mechanisms. South Asia lacks robust institutional mechanisms for regional cooperation and integration. While organizations like SAARC, South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, exist, progress has been slow due to divergent interests, limited political will, and bilateral disputes. India and South Asia, Evolution of Relationship Phase 1, Bilateral Approach and Realism, PRC 1990s. Bilateral approach. India's foreign policy towards South Asia was primarily bilateral, focusing on individual relationships with neighboring countries. Realism paradigm. The approach was guided by realism, emphasizing self-interest and dominance in the region. India aimed to maintain control and hinder the influence of external powers. Phase 2. Suspicions among smaller nations towards integration. Smaller nations were suspicious towards regional platforms. there were suspicions about signing. Regional platforms like SARC, fearing domination and unresolved historical conflicts. Phase 3. Shift to social constructivism, 1990s. Paradigm shift. India's foreign policy approach shifted from realism to social constructivism. Gujral Doctrine. The Gujral Doctrine emerged, emphasizing accommodation, conflict resolution, and cooperation with neighboring countries. Phase 4. Conflict resolution and accommodation. Resolving historical conflicts. India actively worked towards resolving historical conflicts with neighboring countries. NP3/. Accommodation in the South Asian system. Efforts were made to accommodate neighboring countries in the Indian or South Asian system. Examples. Resolution of the Bangladesh land boundary issue and granting most examples. Resolution of the Bangladesh land boundary issue and granting most favored nation, MFN, status to Pakistan. Phase 5. Perceptions and realism. Persistent realist perceptions. Some neighboring countries, particularly Pakistan, continued to have perceptions guided by realism. Limited acceptance of aid. Pakistan's approach towards India included limited acceptance of aid. Absence of MFN status. Pakistan did not grant India most favored nation, MFN, status. Thus, Indian foreign policy towards South Asia has witnessed a shift from a primarily bilateral and realist approach to one characterized by social constructivism, accommodation, and regional cooperation with the policies like Neighborhood First and policy of non-reciprocity 7. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part B. Shunya. India and SARC. India is aware of its central position in SARC and that any wrong move on its part might affect the progress of SARC. So initially India adopted a cautious approach and let the smaller countries accept and digest the idea of SARC. It is in India's interest that her neighbors cooperate for joint benefits rather than individually suffer due to political mistrust. India has taken soft or magnanimous stands on various occasions for the sake of SARC. Indo-Pak relations has been the greatest stumbling block, but it has not let it affect SARC. Since birth, SARC has progressed steadily and cautiously. India's history with SARC. India's history with the South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, SARC, has witnessed various phases and shifts in attitude. Initial skepticism. India's initial attitude towards SARC was characterized by skepticism and a reluctance to be tied down by the organization. It was compared to the attempt by the Lilliputs to tie down Gulliver, as mentioned by Pratap Bhanu Mehta in his book. Growing regional leadership. As India's economic clout increased in the mid-1990s, it began to assume a greater role as a regional leader within SARC. This shift was precipitated in large part by the so-called Gujral Doctrine, continued engagement, subsequent governments, notably those led by Prime Ministers Atal Bihari Vajpayee and Manmohan Singh, continued to engage with India's neighbors within the framework of SARC. This was done with the spirit of regional cooperation and advancing friendship. Modi government's approach. Under the Modi government, relations with SARC initially started with a sense of bonhomie. In his address to TLI United Nations General Assembly, Prime Minister Modi emphasized the importance of a nation's destiny being linked to its neighborhood and pledged to give the highest priority to advancing friendship and cooperation with neighboring countries. Shifting focus, however, due to deteriorating relations with Pakistan, SARC's future has become uncertain. India has shifted its focus to other regional groupings such as BIMSTEC, Bay of Bengal Initiative for Multi-Sectoral Technical and Economic Cooperation, and IORA, Indian Ocean Rim Association for Regional Cooperation, as a means to isolate Pakistan. Shunya. India and SARC during COVID. At the initiative of the Prime Minister, a video conference of SARC leaders on combating COVID-19 was held on March 15, 2020. It demonstrated TLI's shared resolve of countries in the SARC region to fight together the unprecedented challenge of the coronavirus pandemic. India created a COVID-19 emergency fund with an initial offer of $10 million to meet the costs of immediate actions. India's humanitarian relief in the region includes supply of essential drugs, antibiotics, medical consumables, COVID protection and testing kits, and other laboratory and hospital equipment. SARC Disaster Management Center, Interim Unit in Gandhinagar, with the assistance of MEA, MOHFW and our missions, have set up a dedicated website on COVID-19 for use by SARC countries. A video conference of health professionals representing all SARC countries at the level of Director General of Health Services, DGHS, was held in March 2020. A video conference of trade officials of SARC countries was held in April 2020 to discuss the impact of travel restrictions and the larger COVID-19 situation on intra-regional trade. India has developed a SARC-CoV-1D19 Information Exchange Platform, COINEX, platform for use by all SARC countries to facilitate exchange of specialized information and tools on COVID-19 among designated health professionals. Among tangible deliverables, the meeting saw India's proposal of a COVID-19 emergency fund for SARC countries to fight the pandemic, extending $10 million as India's contribution for the fund under India's CI Tech network. Training of healthcare personnel in our neighborhood has been conducted with content Delivery by super specialty medical institutes like ALMS and PGL Chandigarh. ALMS New Delhi has also separately held a series of 3 video conferencing sessions in May 2020 on COVID-19 for practicing medical professionals in SAARC countries. India's changing perception on SAARC. Isolating Pakistan. Since 2016 Uri attacks, India has consistently taken up the policy of isolating Pakistan at multilateral forums and also exposing it as a sponsor of cross-border terrorism. This has had its impact on SAARC, whose annual summit has been suspended due to India's boycott and refusal to engage with Pakistan as long as it engages in sponsorship of terrorism. Emphasis on bilateral initiatives. In recent years, India has increasingly prioritized bilateral initiatives and sub-regional cooperation within the SAARC framework. Frustrated with the lack of progress and challenges faced within the SAARC platform, India has sought alternative avenues for regional cooperation, such as the Bay of Bengal Initiative for Multisectoral Technical and Economic Cooperation, BIMSTEC, and the Bangladesh-Bhutan-India-Nepal, BBIN, sub-regional grouping. Limited engagement. India's engagement with SAARC has been limited since 2016. Regular meetings of SAARC member states, including the Council of Ministers and Standing Committee, have not taken place, affecting decision-making and impeding the implementation of regional initiatives. BIMSTEC. India has increasingly prioritized the Bay of Bengal Initiative for Multisectoral Technical and Economic Cooperation, BIMSTEC, over SAARC as a platform for regional cooperation. With SARC hindered by challenges and limited progress, India sees BIMSTEC as a more pragmatic and effective alternative. Further, BIMSTEC also removes the India-Pakistan animosity and thus makes arriving at consensus more easily. Quotes. Rajan Hanhajay/E argues that South Asia is an Indo-centric region where every other country shares social, cultural, and religious similarities with no other country except India. Hence, he advocates Gujral Doctrine of Foreign policy, which is based upon the principle of non-reciprocity in order to achieve better relations with neighbors and to peace in South Asia. Secure C. Rajamohan, he suggests that India has finally moved on from the SAARC project, which Hefelt has lost all steam. SAARC has struggled to make meaningful progress due to political tensions and bilateral disputes among member countries. Its effectiveness and relevance have been undermined by the inability to transcend these challenges and achieve substantial regional cooperation. S.D. Muni, SAARC remains relevant as a forum for South Asian countries to come together, promote mutual understanding, and engage in dialogue on regional issues. It can play a vital role in fostering peace, stability, and cooperation provided there is a sincere commitment from all member states. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part B. Shunya IAS. Issues with SARC cooperation. Protectionism and limited intra-regional trade. The prevalence of protectionist measures such as high tariffs hampers intra-regional trade within SARC, with India being the most protectionist country in the region. Security dilemma. The enduring security dilemma between India and Pakistan influences SARC as both countries prioritize their narrow national interests within the platform. Lack of external balancer. The absence of an external balancing power like China exacerbates the security dilemma and asymmetry between India and other SAARC nations. Realist perspective. Realists argue that expecting nation-states to prioritize regional interests over their own national interests is unrealistic, which complicates regional cooperation efforts within SARC. Scholars. C. Rajamohan. According to Rajamohan, Pakistan acts as a hindrance to progress within SARC, often impeding new initiatives and connectivity projects. Sham Saran highlights the artificiality of South Asia's political borders, which contributes to the lack of a strong South Asian identity within SARC. Future prospects of SAARC. Many scholars argue that SAARC is a dead entity or even a zombie. It signifies that though SAARC is alive in the papers, but its existence serves no purpose as an organization. The 18th SARC summit was held in Kathmandu 7 years ago. The 19th SARC Summit 2016 was to be organized in Islamabad, but following the Pathankot airbase attack and Uri terror attack 2016 by Pakistan-based Islamist tenor outfits, India along with other members decided to not attend the summit. There has been no SAARC summit since 2014. Does SARC have a future? Yes, no. Common challenges. SAARC provides a platform for member countries to collectively address common challenges such as poverty, climate change, terrorism, and natural disasters. Cooperation in these areas can lead to joint solutions and mutual benefits. FL 5 YFT. Lack of political will. The success of SAARC requires strong political will and commitment from member countries. Differences in priorities, conflicting interests, and a lack of sustained engagement have hampered the organization's effectiveness. Cultural and social exchanges. SAARC fosters cultural and social exchanges among member countries, promoting understanding, tolerance, and a sense of shared heritage. This can contribute to stronger regional bonds and a sense of belonging. Sub-regional alternatives. Some member countries have increasingly pursued sub-regional initiatives such as BIMSTEC and the BBN grouping as alternative mechanisms for regional cooperation. This may divert attention and resources away from SARC. Economic potential. South Asia is home to a large population and offers significant economic potential. SAARC can facilitate increased regional trade, investment, and economic integration, leading to shared prosperity and development. Geopolitical developments. India-Pakistan relations still dominates the fate of SARC while the other members are too weak to push for a renewed approach to SARC. Further, Afghanistan under Taliban and political crisis in Pakistan makes SARC even more difficult. Solutions? Functionalism. SARC can begin with a functional approach by addressing less conflictual areas between them, like climate change, bilateral trade, and joint healthcare policies against future pandemics. SARC minus Pakistan. Some scholars argue that SARC minus Pakistan can be an alternative as its provocations towards India bogs down SARC.7, but we cannot forget that the most crucial issue of the region is terrorism, and being its perpetrator, Pakistan is at the core of the problem. Engaging with Pakistan is necessary for tackling the demon of terrorism. PM Modi calls for two-speed SARC, suggesting that member countries should have the flexibility to move forward at different paces based on their readiness for cooperation. Tai's approach acknowledges the varying levels of commitment and capacity among the member nations. Shunya's Shashi Tharoor proposes a shift from unanimity to consensus -1* within SARC. This means that progress can be made even if all member countries do not fully agree. It allows for initiatives to move forward as long as there is a majority consensus, excluding only one dissenting member. Pramit Pal Chaudhary advocates for exploring alternative channels of regional cooperation like BIMSTEC and BB1N. With Pakistan's resistance and the challenges it poses to regional connectivity, Chaudhary suggests that seeking cooperation through these sub-regional groupings can provide a more practical and feasible option for advancing regional integration and connectivity. C. Rajamohan puts forward two suggestions to strengthen SARC. Firstly, he recommends involving the South Asian diaspora in PM Modi's overseas Indian policy to foster stronger ties and engagement with the region. Secondly, he suggests engaging other regional players such as China, Japan, and Australia in SARC. This broader engagement can help address the concerns and interests of smaller member states while enhancing cooperation and regional stability. Kishore Mahbubani draws lessons from the experience of ASEAN. He proposes that SARC should meet more frequently to bridge the trust deficit and foster greater understanding among member countries. Mahbubani also suggests a more pragmatic approach towards Pakistan, where regional prosperity is prioritized over bilateral differences. Additionally, he recommends giving smaller countries leadership roles within SARC, similar to the model adopted by ASEAN with Singapore. Suhasini Haider emphasizes India's role as a leading force behind SARC. With its size, economic potential, and geopolitical significance, India has the capacity to drive regional cooperation and integration within SARC. India's active participation and constructive engagement can help shape the future of the organization. Sham Saran highlights the importance of regional connectivity within SARC. Strengthening physical and economic linkages among member countries can promote greater cooperation, trade, and people-to-people exchanges. Enhancing regional connectivity is seen as a key factor in realizing the full potential of SARC and fostering closer regional integration. India's Look East policy. Previous year's questions. Explain major flaws in India's Look East policy. Is it possible successfully in view of China's emergence as a high-tech power in Asia-Pacific? 2011. Despite potentialities, India's Look East policy requires a major course correction. Discuss. 2012. What are the hope aspirations of the Look East policy of India? Explain. 2016, analyze the significance of India's Look East policy in the light of concerns of the indigenous peoples of Northeast India. 2018, discuss the strategic implications of India's Look East policy transforming into Act East policy. 150. Words 2021. What are the implications of Look East policy on the northeastern region of India? 2022, discuss the consequences of illegal cross-border migration in India's northeastern region. 2022. Look East policy has emerged as an important foreign policy initiative of India in the post-Cold War period. It was launched in 1991 by Narasimha Rao government with the aim of developing political contacts, increasing economic integration, and forging security cooperation with countries of Southeast Asia. Policy marked shift in India's perspective of world, with strategic and economic importance of Southeast Asia to India's national interests being recognized. Second phase, began in 2003, extends coverage of Look East policy from Australia to East Asia, with Association of Southeast Asian Nations ASEAN as its core. New phase thus marks a shift in focus from trade to wider economic and security cooperation, political partnerships, physical connectivity through road and rail links. Causes for focus on the East. Economic reforms. In the early 1990s, India embarked on a path of economic liberalization and market-oriented reforms. Opening up the Indian economy created a need to explore new markets and investment opportunities. The countries in Southeast Asia and East Asia, known collectively as ASEAN, Association of Southeast Asian Nations, presented a dynamic and rapidly growing economic region that India sought to engage with. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part B. Shunya IAS MWB MBM. Post-Cold War realignment. The end of the Cold War brought about significant geopolitical changes, including the rise of Asia as an economic powerhouse and the emergence of new regional organizations. India recognized the importance of integrating with this dynamic region and diversifying its economic and strategic partnerships beyond its traditional focus on the West. Strategic considerations. India's Look East policy was also driven by strategic considerations. It aimed to counterbalance China's growing influence in region and maintain a strategic foothold in Southeast Asia. Strengthening ties with countries like Vietnam, Singapore, and Indonesia was seen as a means to promote stability, security, and influence in India's extended neighborhood. Connectivity and trade. Enhancing connectivity and promoting trade were key objectives of India's Look East policy. Improving physical infrastructure such as transport networks and maritime links aimed to facilitate greater economic integration between India and Southeast Asia. Trade agreements and economic partnerships such as the ASEAN-India Free Trade Agreement were pursued to expand market access and boost bilateral trade. Shift from Look East towards Act East. While Look East policy focused primarily on economic cooperation and trade, Act East policy expands scope to encompass broader strategic, security, and cultural dimensions. It reflects more proactive and comprehensive approach towards engagement with countries in East and Southeast Asia. The Act East policy builds upon the foundation of the Look East policy but goes beyond economic ties to include elements such as strategic partnerships, defense cooperation, maritime security, connectivity initiatives, people-to-people exchanges, and cultural diplomacy. It recognizes the growing importance of the region and aims to strengthen India's presence, influence, and engagement in East and Southeast Asia. Call *DSWTKETT 4J*RE 4 to S *TC pound TW *G. Few /4 *TK FDIO *T to *2. I've added FX *SC TC *TL DF FA. IKK policy NLL SW2. SVenjik TS/WRTN Phi CTH TAOGMTT C LU TL. All protect its A ****STEJK. I A5 TS Por. W. RSTS A. To Pasisa Taux Happy Face XTTZ and T E. TKT. XCD East Potsi C Alia W * to Opa/J its Ilfuxt FWTFRET *TTE. TK. Points highlighting the transit. Ion. C. Raja Mohan emphasizes that the transformation of India's neighborhood policy goes beyond mere rebranding. G. He emphasizes the speed at which the government is engaging with neighboring countries, indicating a greater sense of urgency and commitment compared to previous approach. Yes. 1. Strategic engagement. Under the Act East policy, India has deepened its strategic engagement with countries in East and Southeast Asia. IA. Example, India has strengthened defense cooperation with countries like Vietnam, Japan, and Singapore. Re. Joint military exercises such as TLI India-Singapore Joint Naval Exercise and the India-Vietnam Joint Air Force Exercise signify the increased strategic partnership. IP. 2. Maritime security and connectivity. The Act East policy places a strong emphasis on maritime security and connectivity. Why? India has collaborated with regional partners to enhance maritime security cooperation, such as coordinating patrols and joint naval exercises with countries like Indonesia, Singapore, and Thailand. ND. Additionally, India has focused on maritime connectivity initiatives, including the development of the Caledon Multimodal Transit Transport Project linking India's northeast with Myanmar and the development of the India-Myanmar-Thailand Trilateral Highway. Shunya IS. 3. Focus on Northeast Indian. The Act East policy recognizes the strategic importance of India's northeastern states as a gateway to Southeast Asia. Initiatives like the India-Myanmar-Thailand Trilateral Highway and the India-Myanmar-Caledon-Mizoram Connectivity Project aim to improve connectivity between India's Northeast and Southeast Asian countries. This facilitates trade, cultural exchanges, and economic integration between the regions. 4. POPIE to people exchanges and cultural diplomacy. The Act East policy emphasizes people-to-people exchanges and cultural diplomacy. The Festival of India has been organized in multiple countries in the region to showcase Indian art, culture, and traditions. Furthermore, initiatives like the Indian Technical and Economic Cooperation (IEC) program promote capacity building, training, and education for professionals from East and Southeast Asian countries. 5. Enhanced engagement with regional organizations. Under the Act East policy, India has increased its engagement with regional organizations such as the Association of Southeast Asian Nations (ASEAN) and the East Asia Summit. India became a full dialogue partner of ASEAN in 1995 and has actively participated in ASEAN-led mechanisms. India has also been involved in the Mekong-Ganga Cooperation Bay of Bengal Initiative for Multi-Sectoral Technical and Economic Cooperation, BIMSTEC, and other regional platforms. 6. Broader scope of cooperation. The Act East policy expands the scope of cooperation beyond economics. While trade and investment remain important, areas like defense, technology, healthcare, and education have gained prominence. India has partnered with countries like Singapore in defense technology initiatives, collaborated with Japan in infrastructure projects, and increased academic exchanges with universities in East and Southeast Asia. Ambassador Rajiv Bhatia has identified the following new features of Act East policy. Tangible actions and concrete results focus. Cooperation extended from Bangladesh to the East Pacific. Boldness in security and defense. More confidence in protecting India's rights in RCP negotiations. High priority for the Northeast region in the Act East policy. Challenges to India's Act East policy. 1. Connectivity challenges. One of the key challenges is the slow progress in implementing connectivity projects. Example, the India-Myanmar-Thailand trilateral highway aimed at enhancing road connectivity has faced delays and logistical hurdles. The Caledon Multimodal Transit Transport Project, which aims to improve connectivity through Myanmar's Sitwe port, has also experienced delays in completion. 2. Economic disparities. Despite efforts to deepen economic engagement, there are disparities in trade and investment between India and Southeast Asian countries. Example, India's trade with ASEAN countries, while growing, still lags behind that of China. Enhancing economic integration and addressing trade barriers remain critical challenges. 3. Geopolitical complexities. The Act East policy operates in a region with complex geopolitical dynamics. For instance, India's engagement with ASEAN countries may be influenced by China's growing influence and its assertive actions in the South China Sea. Navigating these complexities and building partnerships while safeguarding national interests is a significant challenge. 4. Chinese presence. Chinese investments in infrastructure projects, trade agreements, and economic partnerships have enabled China to establish strong ties in the region, potentially overshadowing India's efforts. China's assertive actions in the South China Sea and its Belt and Road Initiative have also raised geopolitical tensions. India needs to navigate this challenge by strengthening its partnerships, enhancing economic engagement, and promoting regional security cooperation. Quotes BB expert. S. Sham Saran, India's Act East policy is driven by the need to promote regional economic integration and security cooperation in the Asia-Pacific region. It is an important step towards India's strategic reorientation in response to the changing dynamics in Asia. Manoj Joshi, the Act East policy reflects India's aspirations to play a more prominent role in the evolving regional architecture. E. Of the Indo-Pacific. It is an acknowledgement of the growing economic and strategic importance of Southeast Asia and East Asia for India. A. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part B. Shunya IAS MMMMBMMM. India and ASEAN. Bilateral data. Trade, 2022 to 2023, the total trade between India and ASEAN reached $131.58 billion. This marked a substantial increase from previous years, driven by both rising exports and imports. Exports. India's exports to ASEAN countries increased to $44 billion in the fiscal year 2023, up from $42.32 billion the previous year. Imports. Imports from ASEAN countries saw a sharper rise, growing to $87.57 billion from $68 billion, leading to a trade deficit of $43.57 billion in 2023, up from $25.76 billion the previous year. ASEAN as a trading partner. ASEAN is an important trading partner for India. It is one of the largest regional trading blocs in the world, and India has been actively engaging with ASEAN countries to promote economic cooperation and enhance trade and investment flows. Trade balance. Trade balance between India and ASEAN has generally been in favor of ASEAN, with India importing more goods from ASEAN countries than it exports to them. Efforts have been made to address the trade imbalance and promote more balanced trade between the two regions. FTA. India and ASEAN have a free trade agreement called the ASEAN-India Free Trade Agreement, AIFTA, which came into effect in 2010. History of Indian-ASEAN relationship. Prior to independence, India had trade and cultural links with ASEAN countries through Hinduism and Buddhism. India supported the decolonization process, including Indonesia's struggle for independence. Migration between India and ASEAN countries fostered people-to-people connections. The presence of the Indian diaspora further strengthened ties between India and the ASEAN region. During the Cold War era, relations between India and ASEAN were dominated by tension and mutual suspicion. Despite opportunities, political mistrust and economic insignificance hindered closer cooperation. India's non-alignment policy. India's support for the Soviet Union during the Vietnam War and the Indo-Soviet Treaty highlighted its pro-USSR stance. However, India's silence on the Russian invasion of Afghanistan strained relations. The peaceful nuclear explosion conducted by India affected regional dynamics. India gradually transitioned to an open economy, focusing on export-oriented growth. Post-Cold War and the Look East policy. With strained relations in South Asia, India turned its attention towards its extended neighborhood, including ASEAN. The liberalization, privatization, and globalization, LPG, reforms opened up opportunities for engagement with Southeast Asian countries. In 1992, Prime Minister Narasimha Rao introduced the Look East policy, emphasizing enhanced cooperation with ASEAN. This policy aimed to strengthen economic ties, promote regional integration, and increase people-to-people exchanges. Why is ASEAN crucial for India? 1. Politically. Counterbalance to China. ASEAN provides India with a platform for strategic engagement in the Pacific region. As major powers, such as China, assert their influence, India sees ASEAN as a crucial partner in maintaining a balance of power and preventing the dominance of any single country. Strengthening partnerships with ASEAN member states allows India to enhance its strategic presence and influence in the region. Regional stability and security. ASEAN plans a pivotal role in maintaining regional stability and security in Southeast Asia. As a non-claimant country in the South China Sea dispute, India supports ASEAN seaports to uphold the principles of freedom of navigation, peaceful resolution of disputes, and adherence to international law. 2. Economic. Large consumer market. ASEAN represents a population of over 650 million people, making it one of the largest consumer markets in the world. Strengthening economic ties with ASEAN countries provides India with access to a vast consumer base, allowing Indian businesses to expand their market reach and tap into new opportunities for trade and investment. Trade and investment flows. ASEAN is one of India's top trading partners. Bilateral trade between India and ASEAN has been steadily growing, reaching billions of dollars annually. The ASEAN-India Free Trade Agreement, AIFTA, which came into effect in 2010, has played a significant role in facilitating trade by reducing or eliminating tariffs on a wide range of goods. Increasing trade and investment housed with ASEAN countries contribute to India's economic growth and development. Supply chain integration. ASEAN countries are major players in global supply chains, with well-developed manufacturing capabilities and a network of production hubs. Strengthening economic ties with ASEAN provides India with opportunities for integration into regional and global value chains. This integration allows for increased efficiency, competitiveness, and access to intermediate goods and services, benefiting Indian industries. Challenges. 1. Trade deficit. There is a persistent trade imbalance between India and ASEAN, with India importing more goods from ASEAN countries than it exports to them. Efforts should be made to diversify trade and promote Indian exports to ASEAN markets, addressing the trade deficit. 2. High Chinese dominance. China's economic prowess and its aggressive pursuit of infrastructure development projects, trade agreements, and investment opportunities in ASEAN countries pose a challenge to India's economic engagement in the region. Example. In 2012, when ASEAN failed to issue a joint communiqué on the South China Sea dispute due to disagreements among member states, it was widely believed that China had influenced some ASEAN countries to resist taking a unified stance against its territorial claims. 3. India's exclusion from RCEP. RCEP is one of the world's largest free trade agreements, comprising ASEAN and its trading partners, including China, Japan, South Korea, Australia, and New Zealand. India's decision not to join RCEP implies limited access to the integrated market of these countries. This could potentially marginalize India economically and affect its competitiveness in the region. 4. Stalled projects. Many bilateral deals with these nations are yet to be finalized, leading to the halting of various aspects of economic ties. In spite of India's commitment to many connectivity projects, such as the India-Myanmar-Thailand Trilateral Highway, they have not been completed. Quotes by experts. S. Jaishankar. India's commitment to ASEAN is evident in our extensive cooperation in various sectors, including trade, investment, infrastructure, and people-to-people exchanges. Kishore Mahbubani. He believes that India's active participation in ASEAN region can strengthen regional stability, enhance economic cooperation, and foster closer cultural ties. Mahbubani sees India-ASEAN relations as crucial for the collective progress and prosperity of both sides. Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, RCEP. RCEP is a free trade agreement among 15 countries in the Asia-Pacific region. The RCEP aims to create an integrated market covering nearly a third of the global economy, with reduced trade barriers, streamlined rules, and increased investment flows among member countries. Agreement was signed in November 2020 and is expected to facilitate economic growth and cooperation in the region. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part *B Sunyas. South Korea. Brunei. Philippines. Cambodia. A. Japan Vietnam. M. New Zealand. ND. Myanmar Laos and Malay. SIA. RCP. Nations signed up to world's largest free trade deal. KI-ASEAN countries non-AST account. RISE. Singapore Indonesia. Members Australia, Brunei, Cambodia, China, Indonesia, Japan, South Korea, Laos, Malaysia, Myanmar, New Zealand, the Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, and Vietnam. Why hey India not join? RCP? Concerns about market access. India had concerns about opening up its market to competition from other RCP member countries, particularly China. There were concerns that increased imports could negatively impact certain domestic industries, especially agriculture and manufacturing. Tours. Trade imbalance. India had concerns about the existing trade imbalance with RCP member countries, particularly China. The fear was that joining the agreement could exacerbate the trade deficit and further disadvantage India and Indus. Tries. Non-tariff barriers. India expressed concerns about non-tariff barriers in the RCEP negotiations, such as technical barriers to trade and standards that could restrict its access to other member countries' markets. Transparency obligations. India contended that the use of subsidies and state capitalism by China to provide an additional advantage to the Chinese industry would be detrimental to the cause of free trade and should be addressed before finalizing the agreement. Rules of origin. India wants strict rules of origin to prevent domestic markets from being flooded by indirectly exported Chinese products. Here, indirect export refers to the export of Chinese products from a member nation having lower duty levels. Free trade in services. India is more interested in trade in services as it has a strong service base. Thus any agreement without explicit provisions for services would have limited utility for India. Insufficient safeguards for domestic industries. India felt that the agreement did not provide adequate safeguards to protect its domestic industries from unfair competition or sudden surges in imports that could harm local producers. Should India have access to a large market, RCEP would have provided India with access to a significant consumer market, rising around 30% of the global GDP. This could have opened up new opportunities for Indian businesses to expand their exports and increase trade with other member countries. Regional economic integration. RCEP aims to promote economic integration and supply chain connectivity among member countries. By participating, India could have been part of a regional framework that facilitates trade, investment, and time movement of goods and services, counterbalancing China's influence as world's second most populous country and major regional power. IAS. Participation in RCEP could have helped balance China's influence in the agreement. It could have provided India with a platform to shape the rules and norms of regional trade. River water disputes, illegal cross-border migration, ethnic conflicts, insurgencies, border disputes. Previous years Steins. Ethnic conflicts and insurgencies in northeast India can be better managed by improving relations with the neighboring countries. Substantiate the statement with suitable exam. Please. 2015, river water disputes are emerging as a major source of irritation between India and its neighbors. Identity the sources of conflicts and suggest remedial measures. Yours. 2015, how does cross-border terrorism impede achievements of peace and security in South Asia? 2020, write a brief analysis of the ethnic conflicts and cross-border migrations along India-Myanmar and India-Bangladesh borders. 2021. Sunya's. Major river disputes. Indus River dispute, Pakistan. The Indus River system originates in Tibet, flows through India, and enters Pakistan. The Indus Waters Treaty of 1960 governs the sharing of waters between India and Pakistan. However, disputes often arise over issues such as water sharing, construction of dams, and hydroelectric projects. Brahmaputra River dispute, China/Bangladesh. The Brahmaputra River originates in Tibet, flows through India, and enters Bangladesh. India and China have concerns over China's dam construction activities on the Brahmaputra, which could impact downstream flows. India and Bangladesh also have occasional disputes over the sharing of Brahmaputra's waters. Teesta River dispute, Bangladesh. The Teesta River flows through India and Bangladesh. There have been long-standing disputes between India and Bangladesh over the sharing of Teesta's whalers. The primary disagreement revolves around the allocation of water during dry season for irrigation and other purposes. Causes of river disputes. 1. Water sharing disputes. Indus River, India and Pakistan. The Indus Waters Treaty governs the sharing of the Indus River's waters between India and Pakistan. Disputes often arise over issues such as water distribution, construction of dams, and hydroelectric projects. Teesta River, India and Bangladesh. India and Bangladesh have disputes over sharing the waters of the Teesta River, particularly during the dry season, for irrigation and other purposes. 2. Construction of dams and infrastructure. Brahmaputra River, India, China, and Bangladesh. China's dam construction activities on the Brahmaputra River have raised concerns in India and Bangladesh regarding downstream water flows and potential impacts on water availability. River Kosi, India and Nepal. They have faced conflicts over the construction and management of dams and barrages on the Kisi River, which flows through both countries. These conflicts relate to water sharing, flood management, and impact on downstream areas. 3. Environmental concerns. Ganga River, India and Bangladesh. Environmental concerns, including pollution and reduced flow, have been a source of conflict between India and Bangladesh regarding the Ganga River. Both countries have raised issues related to water quality and the impact on downstream ecosystems. 4. Political and historical factors. 1. Shang River, India and China. The Shang River, which becomes the Brahmaputra in India, has witnessed concerns and disagreements between India and China. Historical and political factors, including border disputes, have influenced discussions regarding river management and potential impacts on downstream areas. Way forward. Dialogue and negotiation. Engage in open and constructive dialogue with the concerned countries to understand each oilio's concerns, interests, and priorities. Negotiate in good faith to find mutually acceptable solutions. International mediation or arbitration. Consider involving neutral third-party mediation or arbitration. Mechanisms to facilitate resolution process. International organizations or respected individuals with expertise in whaler management and dispute resolution can help in negotiations. Data sharing and scientific cooperation. Foster transparency and build trust through the sharing of hydrological data, scientific research, and studies related to water resources. Collaborative scientific cooperation can help in better understanding the shared river systems and potential impacts of water usage. Joint management mechanisms. Establish joint river commissions or other collaborative platforms to manage shared rivers. These mechanisms can facilitate ongoing cooperation, regular communication, and coordination in addressing water-related issues. Bilateral or regional agreements. Negotiate and sign agreements or treaties that clearly define water sharing. Principles, mechanisms for dispute resolution, and cooperation frameworks. Learn from successful past. Optional paper 2. Shunya IAS MMMMBMM. Sustainable development and environmental considerations take into account the need for sustainable development, environmental preservation, and the protection of ecosystems in the management of shared water resources. Consider the long-term impacts of whaler usage on both upstream and downstream regions. Confidence-building measures. Implement confidence-building measures such as joint projects, knowledge exchange programs, capacity-building initiatives, and collaborative research to foster cooperation and build trust among the riparian nations. International and regional cooperation. Engage with international organizations, regional forums, and initiatives focused on whaler management such as UN, World Bank, or regional bodies like SARC or BIMSTEC. Seek their support, guidance, and expertise in resolving the disputes. Border disputes covered ahead in country-specific manner. Previous year question. Q. Write a brief analysis of the ethnic conflicts and cross-border migrations along India, Myanmar, and India-Bangladesh borders. 2022. Introduction. India's borders, particularly along Myanmar and Bangladesh, have experienced various cross-border dangers, including the movement of terrorists, insurgents, illegal immigrants, and trafficking of drugs, weapons, and fake currency. These threats pose a significant challenge to India's internal security and impact bilateral negotiations with neighboring countries. Main body. The massive influx of cross-border migrants from Myanmar and Bangladesh is driven by push factors such as political instability, religious persecution, population pressures, and environmental catastrophes. Former Foreign Secretary Muchkund Dubey highlights the threats India faces from its neighbors, including the spillover. Former Foreign Secretary Muchkund Dubey highlights the threats India faces from its neighbors, including the spillover of domestic ethnic conflicts, large-scale illegal migration, and providing a base for terrorism. Bangladesh border. Illegal migration from Bangladesh to India became a contentious issue, especially during the Bangladesh Liberation War in 1971. The Assam agitation, 1979 to 1985, against illegal migration led to the Assam Accord of 1985, setting a cutoff date for citizenship. However, illegal migration from the border remains a major concern. Scholars like Namrata Goswami and Veena Sikri propose issuing work permits for orderly tracking of workers from Bangladesh to India. The Indian government has taken steps to address this issue, including increased deployment of Border Security Force, BSF, troops, border surveillance outposts, and fencing. Myanmar border. Illegal migration from Myanmar has been a significant issue in states like Nagaland, Manipur, Mizoram, and Arunachal Pradesh, leading to protests against Myanmar refugees. The Rohingya crisis, characterized by persecution, has resulted in a large influx of refugees through the India-Myanmar border. The recent military coup in Myanmar has further escalated displacement and migration. Efforts have been made to manage such migration and conflicts arising from it, including advisory by the Ministry of Home Affairs. Ethnic conflicts within Myanmar and Bangladesh spill over to neighboring countries, particularly India. Ethnic conflicts across borders. The ethnic conflicts within Myanmar and Bangladesh are rooted in their short history as nation-states and the artificial drawing of borders during the colonial era, disregarding natural and ethnic identities. These conflicts have a spillover effect on neighboring states, with India being the most affected. The Rohingya crisis, recognized by the UN as a major persecution, presents a dilemma for the Indian government, as it needs to maintain good relations with both Bangladesh and Myanmar. The crisis tests India's diplomacy and strategic priorities. Conclusion. The complex issues of cross-border migration, ethnic conflicts, and security require a holistic framework that balances concerns for national security with the need for humane and secure conditions for refugees, stateless individuals, and undocumented migrants. Harmonizing state security and human security is essential to address the challenges posed by cross-border movements and ensure the well-being of affected populations. Sannyas. India's neighborhood relations. Overall neighborhood relations. Managing India's neighborhood is indeed a complex task with various challenges to navigate. One key factor is the inherent wariness of smaller neighboring countries towards their larger neighbor, which is natural as they may have concerns about India's intentions and capabilities. Building trust and addressing these concerns becomes crucial for effective regional engagement. Another complicating factor is the increasing influence of China in the South Asian region, which was traditionally seen as India's exclusive sphere of influence. This dynamic has altered India's standing in the region and added complexity to its relations with neighboring countries. Small powers in the region often find themselves in a position where they have to choose between India and China, and it is natural for them to leverage one against the other to safeguard their interests. India needs to recognize this reality and adapt its approach accordingly. Instead of lamenting the choices made by smaller powers, India should focus on fostering an environment of cooperation and addressing the concerns of its neighbors. It is crucial for India to demonstrate that it can be a reliable partner and address the asymmetry of power in the region by building strong relationships based on trust. According to Opinion Jacob, the current state of India's neighborhood policy reflects a significant challenge in fostering regional integration and cooperation. India, as a major power in South Asia, has been one of the least regionally integrated countries globally. India's policies towards its neighbors have often lacked a sense of belonging and a genuine desire to work towards greater integration. The approach has been transactional, impatient, and narrow-minded, limiting India's maneuverability in the regional geopolitical landscape. As a result, India's influence and goodwill in the region have steadily declined over time. At present, India's neighborhood policy stands at a critical juncture. The past policies have contributed to the erosion of India's influence in the region. Without a coherent and well-planned regional policy, India risks losing its sphere of influence altogether. It is imperative for India's foreign policy planners to reimagine and reshape the country's neighborhood policy before it reaches a point of no return. Taking proactive steps to strengthen regional cooperation, build trust, and foster inclusive development will be essential for India to regain its influence and enhance regional integration. By embracing a more inclusive and cooperative approach, India can transform its neighborhood policy and establish itself as a leading force for regional stability, prosperity, and integration. The time for reimagining and revitalizing India's neighborhood policy is now, before it becomes too late to reverse the declining trend. India-Nepal relations. Previous year's questions. Comment distinguishing features of Indo-Nepal relations. 2004. Examine India's role in strategic terms with regard to the landlocked countries in South Asia with regard to Nepal. To what extent has the involvement of major powers such as China, the US, and the EU impacted India's strategic interests? 2009. Discuss the future prospects of Indo-Nepal relations in the context of the recent publication of a new Nepalese map wrongly claiming Indian territory. 2020. Bilateral data. Bilateral trade. India is Nepal's largest trade partner. In 2022 to 23, India exported goods worth $8 billion to Nepal, while its imports were at $840 million. Trade relations. India is Nepal's largest trade partner. Bilateral free trade agreement, 2009 between India and Nepal. Major exports from India to Nepal include refined petroleum products, petroleum gas, rice, iron and steel, and PSIR optional paper 2 Part B Shunya IAS. Assistance to Nepal. Indian Development Assistance - Budgetary aid to Nepal. Humanitarian aid - 2015 Nepal earthquake. 4 lines of credit extended - Government of India supported lines of credit, LOC, extended by the Export-Import Bank of India to the Government of Nepal. GOI has agreed to provide 4 lines of credit to the Government of Nepal for USS 100 million, USS 250 million, USS 550 million, and USS 750 million. Vaccine diplomacy. India has extended vaccines and COVID-related aid to Nepal. Kalapani dispute. Since the 1962 Sino-Indian War, Kalapani has been administered by India. The claims to Kalapani by Nepal date back to a century, since the Treaty of Sugauli 1816 signed between the then Kingdom of Nepal and British India. The Kalapani dispute between India and Nepal revolves around the conflicting claims over the Kalapani region in the Greater Himalayas. The issue gained prominence in November 2019 when the Home Ministry of India released a new political map that showed Kalapani as part of Indian territory. Nepal immediately objected to this depiction, asserting that the region belongs to the Darchula district of Nepal's Sudarpashim province. The main point of contention in the dispute is the origin of the river Kali, which flows through the Kalapani area. Nepal argues that the river originates from either Limpiadura or the nearby Lipulek Pass, both within Nepalese territory. On the other hand, India claims that the true border lies along a smaller rivulet named Pankagad, making the region part of Indian territory. The river has yet to be demarcated, and historical maps from both countries offer different interpretations. The Kalapani dispute is of strategic significance as it serves as a trijunction between India, China, and Nepal. This dispute has broader implications for the relations between these countries, given their great power aspirations in the region. Efforts to resolve the dispute have been ongoing since the 1950 Treaty of Peace and Friendship, but a resolution has not been reached. The issue is further complicated by the open border system between India and Nepal, which allows for free movement of people and trade. While the open border has contributed to the close social and economic ties between the two countries, it has also presented challenges in border administration and led to occasional disputes. To avoid escalation of TLI conflict, both India and Nepal need to engage in diplomatic negotiations, assess historical documents and evidence, and potentially involve a neutral third party for mediation. Finding a mutually acceptable solution to the Kalapani dispute is crucial for maintaining peaceful relations between the two countries and ensuring stability in the region. Importance of Indo-Nepal relations. Security and geopolitics. Nepal acts as a buffer state between India and China, two major regional powers. Maintaining friendly relations with Nepal helps India in ensuring stability and security in its northern border region. It also helps India in countering any potential influence from China in Nepal. Additionally, Nepal's strategic location provides India with access to the Himalayan region. Trade and economic cooperation. Nepal serves as a landlocked transit route for India's trade with other countries. India is Nepal's largest trading partner, and both countries have established various trade agreements and preferential trade arrangements. The open border and close economic ties facilitate the flow of goods, services, and investments between the two countries. Energy cooperation. Nepal has significant hydropower potential, and India has been cooperating with Nepal in the development of hydropower projects. India has invested in several hydropower projects in Nepal and supports the export of surplus electricity to India. This cooperation helps Nepal in meeting its energy needs and promotes bilateral economic integration. Shunya IAS. Cultural and couple-to-couple relations. India and Nepal share deep-rooted cultural, religious, and historical connections. There are strong people-to-people ties, with a large number of Nepalese residing and working in India. The open border allows for the free movement of people, fostering cultural exchanges, tourism, and pilgrimage. India and Nepal also celebrate various festivals together, further strengthening their cultural bonds. Development assistance. India has been providing significant development assistance to Nepal in various sectors such as infrastructure, education, healthcare, and rural development. These assistance programs aim to support Nepal's socio-economic development and enhance bilateral cooperation. Regional cooperation. India and Nepal are both members of regional organizations like the South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation (SAARC) and the Bay of Bengal Initiative for Multisectoral Technical and Economic Cooperation (BIMSTEC). Cooperation within these regional forums allows for joint efforts in addressing common challenges, promoting regional integration, and enhancing connectivity. Nepal's constitutional crisis 2001s. The constitutional crisis in Nepal in 2015 refers to light political unrest and tensions that arose following the promulgation of Nepal's new constitution. The crisis primarily revolved around the dissatisfaction of the Madhesi ethnic group and other marginalized communities with the provisions of the constitution, particularly regarding their representation and rights. In the context of India-Nepal relations, the 2015 constitutional crisis had a significant impact. India's involvement in the crisis has been a subject of debate and criticism. Some argue that India imposed an economic blockade on Nepal as a means of pressuring the Nepali government to address the concerns of the Madhesi community. This blockade caused severe shortages of essential supplies in Nepal and strained bilateral relations. Critics suggest that India's actions during the crisis were seen as interference in Nepal's internal affairs, undermining Nepal's sovereignty and creating distrust between the two countries. However, it is worth noting that India has denied imposing an official blockade and maintains that any disruptions in the supply of goods were due to the ongoing protests and unrest in Nepal. The 2015 constitutional crisis strained India-Nepal relations and highlighted the challenges of navigating sensitive political issues between the two countries. It also underscored the need for dialogue, understanding, and mutual respect to address such crises and strengthen bilateral ties. Challenges to the relation. 1. Chinese influence. Enhanced partnership. During Xi Jinping's visit, Nepal and China upgraded their relationship from a comprehensive partnership of cooperation featuring everlasting friendship to a strategic partnership of cooperation featuring everlasting friendship for development and prosperity. Treaty on extradition. China also signed a treaty on mutual legal assistance in criminal matters. LACM and expressed optimism for the timely conclusion of the extradition treaty. Himalayan quadrilateral. The recent meeting of China, Pakistan, Afghanistan, and Nepal in the Himalayan region, known as the quadrilateral, highlights China's efforts to limit India's influence in South Asia. Defense cooperation. In a significant development, the People's Liberation Army (PLA) and the Nepali Army conducted 2 joint military exercises in 2017 and 2018, marking the first-ever collaboration between the two forces. 2. Border disputes. The main point of contention is the Kalapani area, which Nepal claims as its own but is currently under Indian administration. This dispute stems from differing interpretations of historical agreements and maps. It led to diplomatic tensions, protests, and occasional clashes between security forces. Efforts have been made to resolve the dispute through dialogue and negotiations, but a mutually acceptable solution is yet to be reached. 3. Political interference. Nepal has accused India of interfering in its internal political affairs. There have been instances where Nepal has perceived Indian influence in its political processes, leading to strained relations between the two countries. 4. 2015 Nepal blockade. The blockade had a severe impact on Nepal's economy and daily life. It resulted in shortages of fuel, medicines, cooking gas, and other essential commodities. Hospitals, schools, and businesses were severely affected, leading to public outcry and widespread dissatisfaction. The blockade created diplomatic. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part B. Shunya IAS MMM 1. Tensions between India and Nepal. The Nepali government accused India of imposing an economic blockade, which India denied. Nepal sought assistance from other countries to overcome the crisis, and the incident strained bilateral relations. Quote, India's blockade on Nepal in 2015 was a blatant display of its disregard for the well-being and dignity of the Nepali people. Sher Bahadur Dubba, former PM of Nepal. 5. Trade imbalance. Nepal has expressed concerns about the trade imbalance with India, feeling that it has not received fair access to the Indian market. This has led to calls for greater economic cooperation and efforts to address trade barriers. Quotes by experts. Sham Saran, in his book How India Sees the World, Sham Saran highlights that India shares a unique and strong bond with Nepal unlike any other neighboring country. However, there is a prevailing belief in Nepal that India fails to respect the sovereignty and independence of Nepal. There is a perception that India frequently interferes in Nepal's internal matters and assumes a dominant role akin to an overbearing elder sibling. PM Modi, India and Nepal are not just neighbors, but we are joined together by history, geography, culture, and people-to-people contacts. Kanak Mani Dixit, India and Nepal have a relationship that is not just defined by governments but also by the people, who share strong cultural and religious ties. AMB. Muchkund Dubey. Oh, honest answers are needed in the Nepal-India relationship. Oh, despite India's offers, the treaty between Nepal and India should be renegotiated if it is causing discord. Oh, the real problem lies in the short-sightedness of Nepali politicians. Agreement signed in January 2024. EM Jashankar visited Nepal at the invitation of Saad to co-chair the 7th meeting of the Joint Commission, which was established in 1987 and acts as a platform for both foreign ministers to review the bilateral partnership. Renewable energy, a memorandum of understanding (MAL) between India's NTPC Limited and the Nepal Electricity Authority will focus cooperation in the development of renewable energy. Science and Technology, agreement between New Space India Limited (NSL) and the Nepal Academy of Science and Technology (NAST) will facilitate the launch of the Munal satellite on India's Polar Satellite Launch Vehicle (PSLV). Community development, the 4th agreement between the two governments covers Indian grants for implementing high-impact community development projects. Transmission lines, the two ministers also virtually inaugurated 132 kV cross-border transmission lines, including the second circuits of the Raxaul-Parwanapur line and the Kataya-Kasaha line and the new Natnavaminhiya line. Solution for Indian-Nepal relationship 1. Non-interventionist approach. Shun the image of an interventionist hegemonic power. Allow Nepal to exercise its choice based on equality, mutual respect, trust, and benefit. 2. Caution over grandstanding. Prioritize caution over grandstanding in Nepal policy. Avoid panicking or compromising ethical principles due to growing Nepal-China relations. Adopt a calibrated coercive diplomacy approach. Refrain from treating the situation as a game of chess. 3. Border as a bridge. Turn the border into a bridge, not a barrier. Empathize with the insecurities of Nepal as a smaller neighbor. Empower a shift from perceiving the border as a barrier to facilitating connectivity. Shunya 1s. 4. Cultivating positive sentiments. Cultivate positive sentiments among Nepalese residing in India, including Gurkhas and Medhisis. Recognize the importance of cultural connectivity and trade relations separately. 5. Addressing economic concerns. Work towards reducing the trade deficit and delivery deficit. Explore opportunities for trans-Himalayan connectivity such as a trans-Himalayan railway. Enhance economic growth and social justice in the border areas. 6. Collaboration and regional cooperation. Foster joint ecology management for addressing environmental challenges. Explore proposed 2+1 dialogue among India, China, and Nepal. Consider the feasibility of a trans-Himalayan railway for enhanced regional cooperation. 7. Shifting to sovereign equality. Transition from a special partner approach to one of sovereign equality. Prioritize Nepal's interests and priorities in the bilateral relationship. 8. Neighborhood 2.0. Embrace a new approach, Neighborhood 2.0, for redefining and strengthening regional engagement. Focus on mutual respect, cooperation, and shared development. India-Sri Lanka relations. Bilateral data. 1. Economic. Bilateral trade. In 2022, India exported S6.59b to Sri Lanka. The main products that India exported to Sri Lanka are refined petroleum S2.3sb, special purpose ships S574m, and light rubberized knitted fabric $300 million. During the last 27 years, the exports of India to Sri Lanka have increased at an annualized rate of 11% from S397m. in 1995 to S6.59B in 2022. Infrastructure development. O. Indian housing project in war-affected areas. O. Assistance for deep-sea fishing technique. O. Trincomalee port and oil tank farms development. O. Joint India-Japan agreement. Metala Airport and East Container Terminal, ECT. O. Jaffna-Colombo rail track and other railway lines. O. Sri Lanka Sustainable Energy Authority and Indian company U Solar Clean Energy Solutions have signed a contract for building hybrid renewable energy systems in Delft or Nedanthivu, Nainativu and Anilativu Islands off the Jaffna Peninsula in Sri Lanka. The project is supported through grant assistance of $11 million grant from the Government of India. Eastern Container Terminal. Sri Lanka scrapped its S500 million agreement with India and Japan. Financial aid. India confirmed a S400 million currency swap with Sri Lanka while deferring another $500 million due for settlement to the Asian Clearing Union (ACU) in a move aimed at helping the island nation witnessing an unprecedented economic crisis. 2. Political. Tamil diaspora. Cultural and family linkages between Tamil Nadu and Sri Lanka. 13th Amendment. India has been urging Sri Lanka to pass the 13th Amendment entire constitution to create Tamil provincial councils. UNHRC resolution. India has abstained from voting on a UNHRC resolution that flags concerns over human rights in Sri Lanka. 3. Strategic. Chinese projects. Colombo handed over a $12 million energy project to a Chinese firm for the joint development of 3 renewable power plants. PSIR optional paper 2-part B. Shunya IAS. Trust issues. Sri Lanka has a mistrust for India due to the previous LTT civil war. Sun routes. Sri Lankan waters are critical and busy sea routes for India. Strategic location. Influence gaining tactics by countries. China, USA at India's backyard. China getting successful. Debunk China's string of pearls. / debt trap diplomacy. Importance of India-Sri Lanka relations. 1. Maritime significance. Sri Lanka's strategic location in Indian Ocean makes it crucial for India's security and maritime interests. Both countries share maritime boundaries, and a stable relationship is essential for maintaining regional stability and ensuring the free flow of trade and energy resources through the Indian Ocean. 2. Security. India and Sri Lanka cooperate closely on security issues, including counterterrorism, maritime security, and intelligence sharing. Both countries face common challenges such as piracy, drug trafficking, and smuggling, and collaboration in these areas is crucial for ensuring the safety and stability of the region. 3. Cultural and historical ticks. Sri Lanka shares deep cultural and historical connections with India. The influence of Buddhism, Hinduism, and shared cultural practices creates a sense of familiarity and affinity between the peoples of both nations. This cultural bond serves as a foundation for fostering closer relations and enhancing mutual understanding. 4. Information Fusion Center. Sri Lanka plays a vital role in India's data gathering from the region and augmenting the capability of the Fusion Center. 5. Economic interests. Sri Lanka's ports, particularly the Port of Colombo, play a vital role in facilitating trade and commerce in the region. India has economic interests in accessing Sri Lankan ports for its trade activities and to enhance connectivity with other countries. Sri Lanka's participation in India's regional connectivity initiatives such as the Indian Ocean Rim Association (IRA) and the Bay of Bengal Initiative for Multi-Sectoral Technical and Economic Cooperation (BIMSTEC) further strengthens economic cooperation. India-Sri Lanka Free Trade Agreement (ISFTA). More than 60% of Sri Lanka's exports enjoy the benefits of the agreement, which came into effect in March 2000. 6. Regional influence. Sri Lanka's relationship with India holds significance in the broader context of regional power dynamics. India's engagement with Sri Lanka allows it to counterbalance the influence of other regional players, ensuring that its interests are safeguarded and its voice is heard in regional forums. Challenges v. Tamil issue. The decades-long civil war between the Sri Lankan government and the Liberation Tigers of Tamil Eelam (LTT) has strained relations between the two countries. India's involvement in the conflict, particularly during the final stages, has left a legacy of resentment and mistrust among sections of the Sri Lankan population. Fisheries disputes. There have been long-standing disputes between Indian and Sri Lankan fishermen over fishing rights in the Pak Strait and the Gulf of Mannar. These disputes often lead to arrests, confiscation of boats, and tensions at the maritime border. Finding a mutually acceptable solution that addresses the livelihood concerns of both Indian and Sri Lankan fishermen remains a challenge. Chinese influence. Sri Lanka's deepening ties with China have raised concerns for India. China has invested heavily in infrastructure projects in Sri Lanka, including the Hambantota port and Colombo port city. India views these developments as potentially encroaching on its sphere of influence and raising strategic concerns, particularly in terms of maritime security. Trade barriers. Despite efforts to enhance connectivity and increase trade, there are still barriers that hinder the smooth flow of goods and services between India and Sri Lanka. These include non-tariff barriers, visa restrictions, and complex bureaucratic procedures which impede trade and economic cooperation. India's Sagar Doctrine. Background. The Sagar Doctrine was introduced by Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi in 2015. It aims to enhance India's engagement and cooperation with Indian Ocean Rim countries to ensure security and sustainable development in the region. Aim. The primary aim of the Sagar Doctrine is to promote collective action, cooperation, and partnership among Indian Ocean littoral states to safeguard the region's shared maritime interests. It seeks to create a climate of trust and understanding, foster peaceful maritime cooperation, and ensure the well-being and growth of all nations in the region. Strategic objectives. Security. Enhancing maritime security through collaborative efforts to counter traditional and non-traditional threats such as piracy, terrorism, smuggling, and illegal fishing. Connectivity. Promoting seamless maritime connectivity and facilitating trade, commerce, and couple-to-couple exchanges. Through initiatives such as the Indian Ocean Rim Association, 10RA, and the Indian Ocean Naval Symposium, INS. Sustainable development. Emphasizing sustainable development and blue economy initiatives in areas such as marine resources, renewable energy, fisheries, and tourism. Disaster management. Strengthening regional cooperation in disaster management and humanitarian assistance to address natural disasters and emergencies in the Indian Ocean region. Institutional engagement. Encouraging active participation and collaboration among Indian Ocean states through regional and international organizations to address common challenges and promote regional stability. Key features. Maritime diplomacy. Utilizing India's maritime capabilities to engage in diplomatic initiatives and build partnerships with Indian Ocean countries. Capacity building. Assisting partner countries in developing their maritime capabilities, infrastructure, and human resources through training and capacity building. Assisting partner countries in developing their maritime capabilities, infrastructure, and human resources through training and capacity building programs. Multilateral engagement. Actively participating in multilateral forums and initiatives such as IRA, TUNS, and the Indian Ocean Commission to promote regional cooperation and address common concerns. Coastal surveillance. Strengthening maritime domain awareness and surveillance capabilities to safeguard maritime interests and combat maritime threats. Chinese threat to India ms of Sri Lanka. String of Pearls. China's String of Pearls strategy refers to its efforts to establish a network of military and commercial facilities in the Indian Ocean region, including Sri Lanka. This strategy aims to encircle India and gain strategic leverage in the region, which India sees as a potential threat to its security. Port development. China's involvement in major infrastructure projects in Sri Lanka, such as the Hambantota Port and the Colombo Port City, has raised concerns about tile potential for dual-use capabilities. These projects have sparked fears that China could use these facilities for military purposes, potentially affecting India's naval presence and access in the Indian Ocean. Debt trap diplomacy. India has raised concerns about China's debt trap diplomacy, whereby it extends large loans to countries for infrastructure projects which they may struggle to repay. Sri Lanka's experience with the Hambantota port, which was leased to a Chinese state-owned company due to financial difficulties, has raised concerns about Sri Lanka falling into a debt trap and compromising its sovereignty. Geopolitical rivalry. India and China have a history of geopolitical rivalry and border disputes, which adds to India's concerns regarding China's influence in Sri Lanka. The competition between the two powers for influence and control in the region raises the potential for tensions and conflicts that could impact India's strategic interests. Sri Lanka economic crisis. The Sri Lankan economy has been facing a crisis owing to a serious balance of payments (BOP) problem. Its foreign exchange reserves are depleting rapidly, and it is becoming increasingly difficult for the country to import essential consumption goods. Reasons for the crisis. 1. Dip in foreign exchange reserves. In July 2021, forex reserves dropped from over $7.5 billion in 2019 to around $2.8 billion, owing to an underperforming tourism sector. For example, tourism, which is the country's third-largest forex earner, came to a virtual halt after the 2019 Easter Sunday suicide bombings, which killed more than 250 people. Tourist arrivals dropped by as much as PSIR optional paper 2-part B Sunyas. 2. COVID impact. The COVID-19 pandemic brought a severe blow to the tourism industry. And remittances from foreign workers, which is the nation's biggest source of dollars, slumped 22.7% to $5.5 billion in 2021. 3. Hasty switch to organic farming. The government's ban on the use of chemical fertilizers in farming has further aggravated the crisis by dampening agricultural production, which in turn caused a steep rise in the prices of essential commodities. For example, a survey showed that 90% of Sri Lanka's farmers used chemical fertilizers for cultivation. 4. Dependence on imports. Sri Lanka's high dependency on imports for essential items like sugar, pulses, and cereals aggravated the economic meltdown as it lacks foreign reserves to pay for its import bills. 5. Low industrial production. Garment factories and tea estates could not function as COVID-19 raged in clusters. Thousands of Sri Lankan laborers in West Asian countries were left stranded and returned jobless. 6. Hambantota Port case. The Hambantota Port was another white elephant project by the present government to shorten its economic woes. Instead, it only further increased the debt problem that Sri Lanka faced, as it had taken $1 billion from China. 7. Russia-Ukraine war-induced inflation. The ongoing Russia-Ukraine war resulted in steep price inflation of crude oil, sunflower oil, and wheat. Crude oil prices hit a record high in 14 years, with prices soaring over $125 per barrel at the height of the crisis. 8. Policy failures of government. No strategy. The lack of a comprehensive strategy to respond to the crisis then was coupled with certain policy decisions last year. Populist policy. The newly led government by Gotabaya Rajapaksa in 2019 promised lower tax rates and wide-ranging SOPs for farmers during their campaign. The quick implementation of these ill-advised promises further exacerbated the problem. Economic mismanagement by successive governments. This created and sustained a twin deficit, a budget shortfall alongside a current account deficit. Food hoarding. The government declared emergency regulations for the distribution of essential food items. It put wide import restrictions to save dollars, which in turn led to consequent market irregularities and reported hoarding. Continuous borrowing. Fears of a sovereign default rose by the end of 2021, with the country's foreign reserves plummeting to $1.6 billion and deadlines for repaying external loans looming. Debt distress. Sri Lanka's fragile liquidity situation has put it at high risk of debt distress. Its public debt to GDP ratio was at 109.7% in 202.0, and its gross financing needs remain high at 18% of GDP. Impact of the Sri Lankan crisis. 1. Transshipment nature of Sri Lankan ports. Thousands of containers sent from India to Sri Lanka have been lying uncleared at Colombo port as authorities can't economically afford to transfer containers between terminals. For example, India also relies considerably on Colombo port for global trade, given it is a transshipment hub. 60% of India's transshipment cargo is handled by the port. India-linked cargo, in turn, accounts for 70% of the port's total transshipment volume. 2. Relations deterioration with Sri Lanka has impact on India's investment. Impact on tourism. India has traditionally been among Sri Lanka's largest trade partners. Prior to the pandemic, India was the top tourism source for Sri Lanka. Import dependency. More than 1/5 of Sri Lanka's total imports come from India. India largest contributor of FDI. India is also one of the largest contributors to FDI in Sri Lanka. FDI from India amounted to about $1.7 billion from 2005 to 2019. 3. Sri Lankan geopolitical location in Indian Ocean. Sri Lanka-China axis. A predatory bond between Sri Lanka and China will threaten India's interest in the Indian Ocean. Refugee crisis. Sri Lanka economic crisis can change into refugee crisis if it leads to polarization between different communities. Extremism. The food scarcity, unemployment crisis, and communal politics are breeding grounds for fundamentalism and extremism. 4. India's assistance being viewed in Sri Lanka very skeptically. Growing skepticism against India. The leadership has thanked India for the timely assistance, but there is growing skepticism in Sri Lankan media and some sections over Indian assistance being tied to New Delhi Incan key infrastructure projects. For example, they mainly include the strategic Trincomalee oil tank fan project, the National Thermal Powder Corporation's recent agreement with Ceylon Electricity Board to set up a solar power plant in Sampur, with investment from India's Adani Group. Media accusations. Lankan media accuses New Delhi of resorting to diplomatic blackmail. The political opposition has accused the Adani Group of entering Sri Lanka through the back door, avoiding competitive bids and due process. Steps taken by India to assist Sri Lanka. Financial assistance. Beginning January 2022, India has extended assistance totaling $2.40 billion, including a $400 million RBI currency SW-P and a $500 million loan deferment. Fuel shipments. A diesel shipment under AS $500 million credit line was signed with Sri Lanka by India in February 2022. Food and medicines assistance. Further, Sri Lanka and India have signed SI billion credit line for importing essentials, including food and medicine. Way forward. 1. C. Rajamohan. Interdependence. Deepen economic and military cooperation with Sri Lanka. Walk the talk on its projects. India needs to correct perceptions about EDCA. C. Rajamohan. Social constructivism. Past Indian governments committed monumental errors in their Sri 2. Lanka policy. India can rebuild the special relationship with Sri Lanka by reclaiming the shared spiritual heritage. Happy face. G. Parthasarthi. Liberal institutionalism. Utilize the platform of BIMSTEC to deepen relations. Evolve Bay 3. Of Bengal region to security community. Suhasini Haider. India-Sri Lanka dialogue comprises of 5 different dialogues. 4. Between New Delhi and Colombo, Delhi-Jaffna, Delhi-Chennai, Colombo-Jaffna, and Colombo-Chennai. The only way forward is to knit them together in comprehensive relations. 5. Collaborate with like-minded countries and leave either or approach, adopting a dual approach of mutual development. Ambassador Shashank. 6. Wipe out China from Sri Lankan politics. Crucially, any disillusionment in Sri Lanka with China eases India's effort to keep the Lankan archipelago out of China's string of pearls game in Indo-Pacific. 7. Help India's effort to contain China. It is in India's interest to contain Chinese presence and influence in this region. Help India's effort to contain China. It is in India's interest to contain Chinese presence and influence in this region. Transshipment hub. Any disruption in Colombo port operations makes India vulnerable to an increase in costs and congestion issues. While the work on building a transshipment hub in Kerala has begun, It is in India's interest to help Sri Lanka come out of economic crisis in the short term. 9. Due care is needed. To the extent India can extend low-cost help to alleviate the hardships of Sri Lankans, it should. However, it must be done with due care, keeping in mind that the optics of its aid matters too. Quotes BV experts. PM Modi. Under Neighborhood First Policy 1 and Sagar Doctrine, India will give priority to Sri Lanka Vijay Sakuja. Sri Lanka's significance for India lies in its role as a maritime neighbor, with the potential to shape India's maritime security and trade interests in the Indian Ocean. Shunya IAS. Conclusion. Taking into account the perspectives of scholars such as C. Rajamohan, it is evident that India's engagement with its neighboring countries should be guided by a careful consideration of national interest. Balancing the principles of non-intervention and regional security is crucial for fostering positive relations. India-Bhutan. Previous year's question. The Treaty of Perpetual Peace and Friendship between India and Bhutan needs to be revised with more pragmatic, realistic obligations and responsibilities. Comment. 2017. Bilateral data. 1. Economic relations. Bilateral trade. In 2023, total bilateral trade between India and Bhutan reached approximately $1.34 billion. This includes India's exports to Bhutan valued at $1.01 billion and imports from Bhutan at $343 million. Trade relations. India is the largest trading partner. Bhutan imports 88% from India. Trade in mutual currencies. India has allotted 4,500 rupees crore to Bhutan's current 5-year plan, 2018 to 2013. 2. Free trade agreement. The trade relationship between India and Bhutan is governed by a free trade agreement, which allows for duty-free movement of goods between the two countries. This agreement has been revised multiple times to expand trade and transit rights. 3. Infrastructure development. Significant efforts have been made to enhance connectivity between the two countries through new trade routes, rail links, and road improvements, facilitating easier and more efficient trade flows. 4. Strategic relations. Training. Indian military training team trains Bhutan's army defense. India responsible for arms supply and air defense of Bhutan separatist. India and Bhutan have collaborated on flushing out Assam separatists from Bhutan. 5. Multilateral level engagements. SARC BBIN SASEP SARI SASP BIMSTEC. 4. Cultural/People to people. Treaty of Friendship and Cooperation 1949 and revised in 2007. 4,000 Bhutanese students in India through scholarship visa exemption for Indians. 3 open points of entry pilgrimage tourism. Buddhist sites in Bodh Gaya, Kushinagar, and Nalanda Nehru Wangchuk cultural centers in Thimphu. Importance of Indo-Bhutan relations. 1. Economic benefits. Energy security. Hydroelectric power from Bhutan is utilized in Assam, Bihar, and West Bengal, ensuring energy security in the northeast. Free trade regime. A key market for Indian commodities like mineral products, machinery and mechanical appliances, electrical equipment, etc. Employment. About 60,000 Indian nationals live in Bhutan, employed mostly in the hydroelectric power construction and road industry. Investment. India has till date constructed 3 hydropower plants in Bhutan and is also a key destination for investments. 2. Strategic benefits. Strategic location. Bhutan acts as a buffer between India and China. Soft power, geographical proximity, and open borders ensure the extension of Indian culture in Bhutan. Cultural. India and Bhutan share deep religious cultural ties. Guru Padmasambhava, a Buddhist saint, played an influential role in spreading Buddhism and cementing traditional links between people in both nations. Education. A large number of Bhutanese students study in India. The Indian government provides scholarships to such students. Diplomatic. Bhutan has extended support to all of India's concerns. Concern/ISIX 1. Political. Indian interventionism. Concerns regarding Indian influence in Bhutanese internal issues. Unilateral interests. Bhutan has claimed that Indian projects benefit India more than Bhutan. For example, setting up hydro power plants enables India to buy electricity at relatively cheaper rates. 2. Economic. Renewables. Indian focus on solar and wind power has raised questions on profitability of Bhutanese hydropower projects. End of free entry. Bhutan ended free entry to Indians and now levies a per-day charge. Bhutan's trade deficit. Bhutan is not benefiting from the liberal trade regime. 3. Slate 8 ICKA carat. Land swap. Chinese want to exchange parts of the north for Bhutan's Doklam area. Doklam. China claims the strategic Doklam Plateau of Bhutan. Siliguri corridor. Bhutan holds the buffer to protect the narrow strip connecting India with the rest of Shunya. Non-East separatists. From an internal security perspective, Indian separatist groups often find refuge in the dense jungles of South Bhutan. Project delays. Competition of HEP projects by India put Bhutan in debt. BBIN. Bhutan's opposition to the agreement citing environmental concerns. Highlights of India-Bhutan Treaty 1949. Sovereign equally, the treaty recognizes and respects the sovereignty and territorial integrity of both India and Bhutan. Establishes the principle of equal footing between the two nations, emphasizing mutual respect for each other's sovereignty. Non-aggression. The treaty ensures that neither India nor Bhutan will engage in any aggressive action against the other. Promotes the maintenance of peace and tranquility in the region, fostering a climate of trust and cooperation. Consultation on foreign affairs. The treaty requires both India and Bhutan to consult each other on matters related to their foreign polity. India is entrusted with guiding Bhutan in its external relations, while Bhutan agrees to align its foreign policy with that of India. Defense cooperation. The treaty stipulates that India will provide military assistance and defense cooperation to Bhutan. Establishes a framework for close collaboration in matters of defense, including the provision of military training, equipment, and ADRIC. Economic cooperation. The treaty encourages economic cooperation between India and Bhutan. IL promotes the development of trade and commerce, as well as the exchange of goods, services, and technical expertise. India pledges to provide economic assistance to Bhutan for its socio-economic development. Shunya IAS. Treaty of Friendship and Cooperation between India and Bhutan, 2007. The Treaty of Friendship and Cooperation between India and Bhutan was signed in 2007. It is an updated version of the 1949 treaty and further strengthens the bilateral relationship between the two countries. Perpetual peace and friendship. The treaty reaffirms the commitment to perpetual peace and friendship between India and Bhutan. Cooperation on national interests. Both governments agree to cooperate closely on issues relating to their national interests and not allow the use of their territories for activities harmful to the other's national security and interests. Free trade and commerce. The treaty ensures the continuation of free trade and commerce between the territories of Bhutan and India, with both governments providing full cooperation and assistance to each other in trade and commerce matters. Arms importation. The government of India allows the government of Bhutan to freely import arms, ammunition, machinery, warlike material, or stores required for the strength and welfare of Bhutan, as long as it is satisfied with Bhutan's friendly intentions and no danger to India arises from such imports. Equal justice and extradition. The treaty ensures that Bhutanese subjects residing in Indian territories receive equal justice with Indian subjects, and Indian subjects residing in Bhutan receive equal justice and extradition. The treaty ensures that Bhutanese subjects residing in Indian territories receive equal justice with Indian subjects, and Indian subjects residing in Bhutan receive equal justice with the subjects of Government of Bhutan. It also establishes provisions for extradition of persons wanted by either state for crimes and the unlawful activities affecting their security. Cultural exchanges and cooperation. The treaty promotes cultural exchanges and cooperation between Bhutan and India, extending to areas such as education, health, sports, science, and technology. Economic cooperation. Both governments agree to continue consolidating and expanding their economic cooperation for mutual and long-term benefit. Dispute settlement. Any differences and disputes arising from the interpretation and application of the treaty are to be settled bilaterally through negotiations in a spirit of trust and understanding. Bhutan-China Relations 1. Border issues / X. Doklam Plateau. The Doklam Plateau, located at the tri-junction of Bhutan, China, and India, has been a major point of contention. Bhutan and China have differing claims over the territory, with Bhutan asserting its sovereignty. In 2017, a tense standoff occurred when China attempted to construct a road in the area, leading to a military standoff with Indian forces supporting Bhutan. The situation was eventually resolved diplomatically, but the border issue remains unresolved. Bhutan-China border demarcation. The exact demarcation of the Bhutan-China border has been a subject of disagreement. The border remains largely not demarcated, leading to occasional incursions and tensions. The lack of a clear border demarcation has resulted in both sides maintaining different perceptions of where the border lies, leading to occasional border incidents. China has laid claim to the Sakdang Wildlife Sanctuary, which covers an area of 650 square kilometers and lies in Bhutan's eastern district of 2. Lack of diplomatic relations. China and Bhutan do not have any formal diplomatic relations between them. Trashigang. 3. Five-finger policy. Bhutan falls within China's five-finger policy, which sees the Himalayan states of Nepal, Bhutan, Sikkim, Ladakh, and Arunachal as part of China's historical empire, and thus further complicates relations between them. China-Bhutan border talks. October 2023. The 25th round of boundary talks between Bhutan and China was held in Beijing on 23rd and October 24, 2023. Context. The two sides held in-depth discussions on the boundary negotiations and noted the progress made through a series of expert group meetings since the 24th round of boundary talks in 2016. The two leaders of the delegations commended the expert group for the work done and agreed to build on the positive momentum. Agreement on demarcation. A crucial outcome of the talks was the signing of the cooperation agreement between Bhutan and China, outlining the responsibilities and functions of the Joint Technical Team, JTT, assigned to the delimitation and demarcation of the Bhutan-China boundary. Sanyeas. Review of previous talks. The talks involved a comprehensive review of the boundary negotiations and the notable progress achieved through a series of expert group meetings since the 24th round of boundary talks in 2016, as slated in a joint press release by the Bhutanese Foreign Ministry. Bhutan's statement. Minister Dorji affirmed Bhutan's dedication to the development of its relationship with China, firmly adhering to the One China principle. Both sides share a strong determination to expedite boundary resolution and the establishment of diplomatic relations. Conclusion. It is crucial for India to recognize the evolving dynamics in its relationship with Bhutan. The presence of China and its efforts to establish influence in the region necessitate a focused and independent Bhutan policy. Respecting Bhutanese sovereignty and working towards strengthening economic ties through platforms like BIMSTEC can contribute to Bhutan's growth and development. Additionally, supporting Bhutan in diversifying its economy, particularly the development of high-end tourism infrastructure, can open new avenues for cooperation. It is essential for India to engage not only at the government level but also foster collaboration between the private sectors of both countries, as Bhutan continues its economic diversification journey. India-Bangladesh. Previous year's questions. Comment. Identify persistent points of friction between India and Bangladesh at present. 2007. Analyze the impact of hydropolitics on Indo-Bangladesh relations. 2020. Discuss the steps required to realize hydro-cooperation between India and Bangladesh. 2022. Bilateral data. Economic relations. Bilateral trade. India is Bangladesh's largest export destination in Asia, with approximate $2 billion of Bangladeshi exports to India in FY 2022 to 23. In FY 2022 to 23, the total bilateral trade has been reported as $15.9 billion. Border HOTS. Tripura and Meghalaya. Total 12 in number. Border trade. Easing of restrictions in land ports starting from Akora, Tripura and Gajadanga, West Bengal, FDI. India invested over S570 MN line of credits. Developmental assistance, at S8BN. Energy sector. Cooperation in power sector. Bangladesh imports 1,200 megawatts of electricity. Rupur nuclear plant. Joint collaboration of India and Russia. Connectivity. Protocol on inland water transit and trade. Intra and inter-border connectivity. Chattagram and Mongla Port. Agartala Kora rail project. Vaccine diplomacy. India gave 1.2 million free doses of the AstraZeneca coronavirus vaccine to Bangladesh. Overland goods transit. Bangladesh granted permission last year to use its territory for the transit of Indian goods. Connectivity. India and Bangladesh share 4,096.7 kilometers of border which touches Assam, Tripura, Mizoram, Meghalaya, and West Bengal. Transit and trade through inland waterways have been governed by long-standing and time-tested protocol in Bangladesh and India. Agartala Kora rail link will be the first rail route between northeast India and Bangladesh. Power and energy sector cooperation. Energy sector cooperation between India and Bangladesh has also seen considerable progress in the last few years. The India-Bangladesh Friendship Pipeline Project, signed in 2018, will connect Siliguri in West Bengal in India and Purbatapur in Dinajpur district of Bangladesh. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part B. Shunya IAS. Recent updates, till May 2024. Rupee Taka trade. Starting July 2023, India and Bangladesh initiated bilateral trade transactions in their local currencies, the Indian rupee and Bangladeshi taka. This move aims to reduce dependence on the US dollar, addressing foreign exchange challenges and fostering financial resilience. Akora Agartala cross-border rail link, inaugurated on November 1, 2023. This rail link enhances connectivity between the two countries, facilitating cross-border trade and cultural exchanges. The project, financially supported by India, reduces travel time and aims to boost regional economic growth. India and Bangladesh have strengthened their defense ties with the implementation of a $500 million defense line of credit. The agreements include procurement plans for military vehicles and systems, enhancing defense collaboration. Coastal surveillance system. The countries finalized in Mao for a coastal surveillance radar system in Bangladesh, aiming to reinforce maritime security and ensure a secure maritime environment. Methri Super Thermal Power Project. TIN's joint venture aims to strengthen Bangladesh's energy security with a 1,320 megawatts power plant. Financed by India, the project emphasizes environmental sustainability and energy cooperation. Importance of India-Bangladesh relations. Key regional partner. Bangladesh occupies a key place in India's neighborhood first policy. India's links with Bangladesh are civilizational, cultural, social, and economic. There is much that unites the two countries: a shared history and common heritage, linguistic and cultural ties, passion for music, literature, and the arts. As a guest country invited to India's G20 presidency in 2023, Bangladesh participated under various tracks at ministerial level, including the former Foreign Minister of Bangladesh, Dr. A.K. Abdul Momin, in G20 Foreign Ministers Meeting and G20 Development Ministers Meeting. Economic cooperation. Bangladesh is an important economic partner for India. Bilateral trade between the two countries has been growing steadily, with India being one of Bangladesh's largest trading partners. Bangladesh offers a significant market for Indian goods and services, while India provides various products, including machinery, pharmaceuticals, and automobiles, to meet Bangladesh's growing demands. Both Prime Ministers of India and Bangladesh jointly inaugurated 3 Indian-assisted development cooperation projects in Bangladesh on November 1, 2023, virtually. The projects are Akoragartea cross-border rail link, Kulnamangla port rail line, and Unit 2 of Methri Super Thermal Power Plant. Humanitarian cooperation. Bangladesh has provided shelter to a significant number of Rohingya refugees fleeing Myanmar. India has supported Bangladesh in dealing with the humanitarian crisis, providing assistance in terms of humanitarian aid, medical supplies, and relief efforts. The two countries have engaged in discussions and coordination to address the challenges posed by the Rohingya crisis. Rupur nuclear power plant. India has been actively involved in the development of Bangladesh's first nuclear power plant, the Rupur nuclear power plant. In 2016, India's state-owned company, the Nuclear Power Corporation of India Limited, NPCIL, signed an agreement with the Bangladesh Atomic Energy Commission, BAC, to provide technical support and consultancy services for the project. India has also supplied critical equipment and materials for the power plant. Concern/ISXL strategic. Bangladesh's lack of opposition. There is no effective opposition in Bangladesh, as most have been exiled or in custody, like Khalida Zia. This is against Indian democratic values. Chinese interest. China has been involved in various infrastructure development projects in Bangladesh, including the construction of ports, roads, bridges, and power plants. These projects are part of China's Belt and Road Initiative, BRI, aimed at enhancing connectivity and trade between countries. India has expressed concerns about the strategic implications of Chinese involvement in these projects, particularly regarding their proximity to India's eastern borders. China stepped in and offered $1 billion to Bangladesh for an irrigation project on the Teesta River. Shunya IAS. Anti-India sentiment. There has been a rise in anti-Indian sentiment, especially amongst the Islamic groups. Example, PM Modi's 2021 visit was accompanied by violent protests in parts of Bangladesh organized by Hafizat-e-Islam, a radical Islamist group. CAA/NRC. Both the mechanisms have often brought the rhetoric against Bangladesh and affected the relations. Joint production of defense equipment. Our defense cooperation has not progressed, though India offered $500 million line of credit to security *. Rohingya issue. Due to the presence of Rohingya groups in Bangladesh, their illegal migration into India poses a threat. Illegal migrants. Illegal migrants have put a resource crunch and threatened cultural assimilation in bordering states like Assam and West Bengal. Smuggling. There are frequent incidents of cattle smuggling as well as human tracking and drug networks along the border. Border management. Indo-Bangladesh border is of porous nature, with causes challenges like illegal migration, smuggling, transborder movement of insurgents, which are serious threats to the security of the country. 7. Rising radicalization. Radicalization in Bangladesh is on a rise, and the influence of the radicals is believed to have increased in the country's politics, economic. 3. Teesta River issues. The riparian issue has not been solved, and it is seen to hurt Bangladesh's food security and farmer welfare. River disputes. India shares 54 transboundary rivers with Bangladesh. Example, Teesta River water sharing issue, Tipamukh hydroelectric power project on the Barak River, Ganga River dispute, etc. Delays in project execution. There has been delays in the project execution on part of India, and it has hampered economic development in the region. Chinese trade deficit. Beijing is currently Dhaka's biggest trading partner, largest supplier of military hardware, and biggest foreign investor. Trade barriers. Cost of trading remains very high, mostly associated with lack of appropriate trade facilitation as well as logistical difficulties and the consequent high lead time that discourages traders. India-Bangladesh Friendship Pipeline, enhancing bilateral energy cooperation. Objective and cost reduction. The India-Bangladesh Friendship Pipeline, 1BFP, aims to transport high-speed diesel from India's Numaligarh refinery limited to 16 districts in northern Bangladesh. With the support of Bangladesh Petroleum Limited, the pipeline is set to significantly reduce transportation costs, decreasing the cost per imported diesel barrel from $8 to $5. Pipeline details. The IBFP is the first cross-border pipeline between the two countries. Stretching from Siliguri in West Bengal, India to the oil depot in Parbatapura Pazila, Dinajpur district, Bangladesh, it covers a distance of approximately 132 kilometers. The pipeline predominantly lies within Bangladesh, with only 5 kilometers situated in India. Capacity and expansion. Initially, the pipeline has the capacity to transport 1 million metric tons of diesel per year. However, it will initially provide Bangladesh with 250,000 tons of diesel annually, with plans to increase it to 450,000 tons. Benefits and significance. The pipeline project marks a new chapter in bilateral relations between India and Bangladesh. Prime Minister Narendra Modi emphasized the importance of reliable and cost-effective diesel supply, especially for the agriculture sector and local industries. The IBFP not only ensures sustainable and environmentally friendly transportation of high-speed diesel but also fosters stronger energy cooperation between the two nations. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part B. Shunya IAS. Previous petroleum trade and railway transport. Since 2015, the Numaligarh refinery has been supplying petroleum products to Bangladesh. Currently, Bangladesh imports 60,000 to 80,000 metric tons of diesel from India through rail transportation. The IBFP serves as the second energy pipeline connecting India with its neighboring countries. Teesta River Dispute. Background: the Teesta water dispute between India and Bangladesh has been ongoing for years. The Joint River Commission was established in 1972 to address river-related issues. In 1983, an agreement on the ad hoc distribution of Teesta water was reached, with Bangladesh holding 36% and India holding 39% of the share. However, disagreements persisted, and in 2011, a temporary agreement stating India would receive 42.5% and Bangladesh 37.5% of the water was stalled due to opposition from West Bengal. Despite meetings and negotiations, a water-sharing agreement remains elusive, with the approval of all stakeholders required for execution. Bangladesh's position. The importance of the Teesta River for Bangladesh lies in its contribution to 14% of the country's arable land and direct support to 7.3% of its population. Currently, India has control over 55% of the Teesta River water. Bangladesh seeks a fair distribution, particularly during the period of December to May when water supply significantly declines, by claiming 50% of the water during that time. Unfortunately, India's excessive withdrawal of water has led to the inability to utilize nearly 1 lakh hectares of land in Rangpur for winter crops. Bangladesh had hoped for a mutually beneficial agreement similar to the 1996 Ganga Water Treaty, but no such agreement has been reached in the case of Teesta River. West Bengal's stand. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has opposed the Teesta River Agreement. Citing global warming as a reason, she expressed concerns about the retreating glaciers in the Teesta Basin and argued that the agreement would lead to water scarcity in the northern part of West Bengal, adversely affecting local farmers. Banerjee believes that West Bengal has limited water resources to offer Bangladesh due to the decreasing water levels in the Teesta over time. Instead, she proposed negotiating the sharing of water from other rivers that flow between the two countries. Furthermore, the Teesta Barrage project in Bangladesh, which started in 1998, has already provided 3 seasons of harvesting for farmers, making them ineligible for additional water. Additionally, a hydropower project in West Bengal, designed to generate 67.60 megawatts of electricity and irrigate 922,000 hectares of land in North Bengal, would face obstacles if water from the Teesta is shared with Bangladesh. Shunya. Illegal migrant issue. Assam's NRC exercise. Assam, like, shares a long border with Bangladesh, conducted the National Register of Citizens (NRC) exercise in 2019. The aim was to identify genuine Indian citizens and detect illegal immigrants. The process resulted in the exclusion of a significant number of people, including both Bangladeshi immigrants and indigenous people who lacked proper documentation, leading to controversy and debates about the handling of the issue. Border fence and cross-border movement. India has been constructing a border fence along its boundary with Bangladesh to curb illegal migration. However, due to the porous nature of the border and difficult terrain, there are instances of people managing to cross the border illegally. Smuggling networks and human trafficking are also associated with such illegal cross-border movement. Rohingya refugee crisis. The Rohingya refugee crisis in Myanmar has led to a significant influx of Rohingya Muslims seeking refuge in neighboring countries, including Bangladesh and India. Many Rohingyas have entered India illegally, leading to concerns about their status and the strain it places on resources and local communities. Bilateral agreements. India and Bangladesh have made efforts to address the issue of illegal migration through bilateral agreements. The most notable agreement is the India-Bangladesh Land Boundary Agreement (LBA), signed in 2015, which aimed to resolve border disputes and provide clarity on citizenship. The LBA resulted in the exchange of disputed territories and facilitated the identification of genuine citizens in border regions. Shunya IAS. Way forward for Indian-Bangladesh relation. Harsh V. Pant suggests that India should be sensitive to the needs of Bangladesh. This means understanding and addressing Thai-specific concerns and requirements of Thai Bangladeshi people and government. According to C. Rajamohan, India should focus on leveraging its soft power and enhancing public lies with Bangladesh. This can help bridge Thai trust deficit Thai may exist between the two countries and foster a more positive and cooperative relationship. J. Atsep Mazumdar emphasizes the importance of increasing investments in Bangladesh and accelerating its development. This can be done through various means such as infrastructure projects, industries, and trade partnerships, which can contribute to Bangladesh's economic growth and prosperity. It is essential for India to walk the talk on its developmental promises to Bangladesh and address any issues related to line of credit. By delivering on its commitments, India can build trust and strengthen its Partnership with Bangladesh. The suggestion to revive SARC as advocated by Pinak Ranjan Chakraborty aims to enhance regional cooperation and collaboration. By revitalizing this regional platform, India and Bangladesh, along with other South Asian countries, can work together on common challenges and pursue shared goals. Pinak Ranjan Chakraborty also proposes the creation of an Indian Ocean region as a security community. TINS implies fostering greater cooperation and coordination among countries in the region to address security concerns and ensure stability in the Indian Ocean. Quotes. Sushma Swaraj, the story of India and Bangladesh is a story of a shared struggle, shared sacrifices, and shared successes. Vivek Kachu, unlike the past, Bangladesh under Hasina has cooperated with India on security issues. It has also proceeded to incrementally expand connectivity. It is combating fundamentalist Islamic forces that are reflexively pro-Pakistan. Ashok Malik, Observer Research Foundation, the India-Bangladesh relationship is a key pillar of India's neighborhood first policy, highlighting the significance of strong ties with immediate neighbors. Happyman Jacob, India's engagement with Bangladesh has been driven by a pragmatic approach, focusing on mutual benefit and addressing shared challenges. India-Myanmar relations previous year's questions. Write a brief analysis of Thai ethnic conflicts and cross-border migrations along India-Myanmar and India-Bangladesh borders. 2021, Thai struggle for democracy has been marked by bitter strife and tribulations. Examine the statement illustrating the cases of Pakistan, Nepal, and Myanmar. 2015. Bilateral data. 1. Economic relations. Bilateral trade. The bilateral trade between India and Myanmar for the fiscal year 2022 to 2023 totaled approximately $1.76 billion. India's exports to Myanmar were valued at $807 million, while imports from Myanmar stood at $954.74 million. Trade relations. Free trade agreement with ASEAN. Border HOTS, enhancing border area economies for Northeast Development Line of Credit Facility by India for railway projects, data link, telecommunication connectivity infrastructure, 1 metric ton trilateral highway. Caledon project. India is highest investor in Myanmar's energy sector. 2. Strategic and security relations. Sittwe port, being developed in Myanmar, is seen as counter to Coco Island by China under its informal strings of pearls policy. PSIR optional paper 2 part B. Shunya IAS 11. Important link to Southeast Asia. Myanmar is seen as important country in order to enhance Indian ties with Southeast ASEAN countries under Act East policy. Joint exercises, IMBEX. Stability in Northeast, e.g. Operation Sunshine, joint military operation against extremists along Indo-Myanmar border. 3. Cultural relations. Free movement regime for people across the border. Tourism, Buddhist monks visit India. India-Myanmar Friendship Project, fabricated houses donated to refugees in Raking State Land Border Crossing Agreement, 2018, to facilitate travel on both sides. 5. Multilateral engagements. SASEC BIMSTEC East Asia Summit ID India ASEAN Summit Mekong Ganga Cooperation. Importance of India-Myanmar. Energy security. Myanmar's energy resources, particularly natural gas, are of great importance to India's energy security. India has invested in gas exploration and production projects in Myanmar, securing a vital source of energy. Cooperation. Relations. Thai energy sector contributes to energy diversification and helps meet India's growing energy demands. Gateway to ASEAN. Myanmar shares a long border with India and is strategically located between South Asia and Southeast Asia. Strong bilateral ties with Myanmar provide India with access to the Southeast Asian region, offering opportunities for trade, investment, and regional connectivity. Myanmar serves as a crucial link for India's Act East policy aimed at enhancing engagement with ASEAN countries. Security in Northeast India. The northeastern states of India share a border with Myanmar, and the security situation in the region directly impacts both countries. Addressing insurgency, cross-border smuggling, and other security challenges is crucial for maintaining peace, stability, and development in the Northeast. Cooperation between India and Myanmar in border management, intelligence sharing, and counterinsurgency operations are vital for enhancing security in the region. Strengthening security ties contributes to building trust and deepening the overall bilateral relationship between the two countries. Concerns. Military 7 coup. India has been supportive of Myanmar's democratic transition and has cultivated close ties with its civilian government. The military coup jeopardizes the progress made towards democracy in Myanmar, which India sees as a setback for the region's stability and democratic values. Insurgency and terrorism. Myanmar's border regions have been home to several insurgent groups that pose security threats to both countries. India and Myanmar have cooperated in addressing these challenges through joint border patrols, intelligence sharing, and military operations to flush out militant groups. Rohingya crisis. The Rohingya crisis, involving the displacement and persecution of the Rohingya Muslim minority in Myanmar's Rakhine state, has been a significant challenge for both countries. India's approach to the Rohingya issue, including concerns about national security and illegal immigration, has at times created tensions between the two countries. India's bilateral challenge after the Myanmar coup, February 2021. India has faced a significant challenge in dealing with the aftermath of the military coup in Myanmar as it had to navigate a delicate balance between its strategic interests and democratic principles. The coup, which took place in February 2021, resulted in the detention of civilian leaders and sparked widespread protests and violence in Myanmar. Shunya. One of the key challenges for India lies been to maintain its strategic engagement with Myanmar while expressing its concerns about the coup and advocating for a peaceful resolution. India has emphasized the importance of upholding democratic values and has called for the release of detained leaders and a return to democratic processes. Indian Foreign Secretary Harsh Vardhan Shringla highlighted India's approach, stating, "We have always been steadfast in supporting the democratic transition in Myanmar. We have always expressed our commitment to the democratic process and the rule of law." India lias also faced the challenge of addressing the humanitarian crisis resulting from the coup, particularly the influx of refugees into neighboring Indian states. India has provided assistance to those affected by the crisis, including medical aid and humanitarian support. Furthermore, India's response to the coup has been influenced by its strategic interests in the region, including maintaining stability along its northeastern border and countering China's influence in Myanmar. Balancing these interests with the need to support democracy has been a complex task for India. Prime Minister Narendra Modi stated, "India stands for upholding the democratic rights of the people of Myanmar. We have been calling for restraint and return to democratic processes." India has engaged in diplomatic efforts both bilaterally and through regional platforms such as the Association of Southeast Asian Nations (ASEAN) to encourage dialogue and find a peaceful resolution to the crisis. Overall, the challenge for India after the Myanmar coup has been to strike a balance between its strategic interests and democratic principles while addressing the humanitarian crisis and supporting the aspirations of the people of Myanmar. The situation remains fluid and India continues to navigate these challenges in its engagement with Myanmar. China factor in India-Myanmar relations. Strategic encirclement. China's increasing influence in Myanmar, particularly through its Belt and Road Initiative (BRI) projects, allows China to gain a stronger foothold in India's immediate neighborhood. This raises concerns for India as it perceives China's expanding presence in Myanmar as part of its larger strategy to encircle India and potentially limit its reach. This raises concerns for India as it perceives China's expanding presence in Myanmar as part of its larger strategy to encircle India and potentially limit its regional influence. Example, China's infrastructure projects in Myanmar, such as the Kayakbia Port and the China-Myanmar Economic Corridor, enhance connectivity between China and Myanmar, bypassing India. Security challenges. The proximity of Myanmar to India's northeastern states makes the region susceptible to security challenges, including cross-border insurgency, drug trafficking, and illegal arms smuggling. Any instability or lack of control in Myanmar due to China's involvement can have spillover effects affecting India's security interests in the region. Competition for resources. Myanmar possesses abundant natural resources, including oil, gas, minerals, and agricultural products, which are of strategic importance to both China and India. China's economic engagement and investment in Myanmar's resource-rich sectors can potentially limit India's access to these resources and create competition for economic interests in the country. Chinese presence in the Bay of Bengal. Myanmar grants China to have a presence in Coco Island, located in the Bay of Bengal, which poses a challenge to India's security and regional influence. Strategically positioned near the Andaman and Nicobar Islands, it raises concerns about China's military capabilities and its string of pearls strategy. Way forward for improvement of relationship. Ashok Sajanhar suggests leveraging cultural and civilizational linkages between India and Myanmar to strengthen bilateral ties. This can be achieved through promoting cultural exchanges, highlighting shared heritage, and fostering mutual understanding. Harsh V. Pant emphasizes the importance of sharing democratic best practices, particularly in terms of inclusiveness with Myanmar. By showcasing India's democratic values and principles, India can contribute to Myanmar's democratic transition and promote stability in the region. Rajiv Bhatia proposes the establishment of an India-Myanmar Foundation similar to the one with China, focusing on people-to-people exchanges and enhancing bilateral cooperation through various initiatives and programs. Utilizing platforms like BIMSTEC as advocated by institutionalism can serve as a means to step up cooperation between India and Myanmar by strengthening regional cooperation and creating a security PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part B. Shunya I9 MB. Anab. Gautam Mukhopadhyay emphasizes the need to diversify trade between India and Myanmar beyond agricultural products. Achieving the target in trade can be facilitated by expanding energy trade, such as through the India-Myanmar pipeline. Additionally, capacity-building support for the Myanmar Navy can enhance maritime cooperation between the two countries. Quotes. C. Rajamohan, India and Myanmar have a strategic partnership that is based on the principles of sovereignty, equality, and mutual respect. Our collaboration in the areas of defense, counterterrorism, and regional security contributes to the stability and development of the Indo-Pacific region. S. Hyam Saran, India's engagement with Myanmar is driven by a Look East policy aimed at deepening economic integration, enhancing connectivity, and strengthening cultural exchanges between our two countries. Myanmar is an important pillar in India's Act East policy. Brahmachlani, India's engagement with Myanmar is driven by the strategic imperative of countering China's expanding footprint in the region. Rajeshwari Pillai Rajagopalan, India's outreach to Myanmar is driven by its desire to counterbalance China's assertiveness and maintain its influence in the region. Nitin Gokhale, the military coup in Myanmar is a reminder of the challenges that India faces in maintaining stability in its neighborhood and the need for a proactive approach in addressing the situation. India-Pakistan relations. Previous year questions. What are the political and environmental contexts of the Siachen Glacier conflict? Comment on the possibility of environmental peace-keeping and collaborative arrangements being worked out with Pakistan on this aspect. 250 words. 2012 discussed the shift of India's foreign policy towards Pakistan in light of the Pathankot incident. 2016, despite the differences between India and Pakistan on various issues, the Indus Water Treaty has stood the test of time. In the light of this statement, discuss the recent developments over this issue. 2017. Bilateral data. 1. Economic relations/concerns. Bilateral trade. The bilateral trade between India and Pakistan has increased to SI 35 billion during April-December 2022 as against $516.36 million in the previous year. Trade relations. India withdrew MFN status after Pulwama. Pakistan suspended bilateral trade after the August 370 decision. India consists of 3% of Pakistan's total trade. Denied trade access to Afghanistan and Central Asia via Pakistan. 2. People-to-people ties. History, historical cultural linkages in terms of shared history, language and cuisines. Cross-cultural sites, bilateral protocols for access to religious shrines. Example, Hazrat Nizamuddin Aliya, Delhi, Gurudwara Sri Nankana Sahib, Rawalpindi, Kartarpur Corridor, Sikh pilgrimage site. Pilgrimage flights. India has given a positive reaction to Pakistan's proposal of operating mutual flights for pilgrims to religious sites on both sides of the border. 3. Strategic. Ceasefire Agreement 2021, the DGMOs of both nations signed an agreement to strictly observe the ceasefire agreements along the Lok and other sectors. Indus Water Talks. After almost 2 years, talks on Tyre Indus Water Treaty began in March 2021. Shunya IAS. Recent events. Surgical strikes. 2016. Amid the escalating tensions in Kashmir and Pakistan's exacerbation of the situation, the assault on Uri Army camp in September 2016 resulted in the deaths of 19 Indian soldiers. Subsequently, the Indian Army conducted surgical strikes on terrorist infrastructure in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, Pak, towards the end of September. Pulwama attack. 2019. In February 2019, a suicide bombing in Pulwama, Jammu and Kashmir, carried out by a Pakistan-based terrorist group resulted in the deaths of 40 Indian paramilitary personnel. This event escalated tensions between the two countries and led to military skirmishes and heightened hostilities. Balakot airstrikes. 2019. In response to the Pulwama attack, the Indian Air Force conducted airstrikes on alleged terrorist camps in Balakot, Pakistan. This marked the first time since the 1971 Indo-Pakistani War that Indian jets crossed the line of control, LOC, into Pakistan-administered territory. The situation escalated rapidly with both countries engaging in aerial combat. Abrogation of Article 370. 2019. In August 2019, the Indian government revoked Article 370 of the Indian Constitution, which granted special autonomous status to the state of Jammu and Kashmir. Pakistan strongly condemned this move, claiming it violated international law and exacerbated tensions between the two countries. Ongoing cross-border attacks. There have been several instances of ceasefire violations and cross-border attacks along the line of control, LOC, and the international border between India and Pakistan. These incidents have resulted in casualties on both sides and further strained bilateral relations. Kartarpur Corridor. Despite the tense relations, the opening of the Kartarpur Corridor in November 2019 was seen as a positive development. The corridor allows Indian Sikh pilgrims to visit the Gurdwara Darbar Sahib in Kartarpur, Pakistan, without requiring a visa. It was seen as a confidence-building measure between the two countries. Causes for the conflictual nature. 1. Kashmir dispute. Both countries claim sovereignty over the entire region, leading to ongoing conflicts, border skirmishes, and diplomatic tensions. Further, Kashmir's militancy and terrorism is directly funded by Pakistan and its agencies towards terror groups targeting Indian forces and administration. Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. India maintains that the entire territory of Jammu and Kashmir, including Pak, is an integral part of India, and it has consistently called for the complete reunification of the region. Under Indian sovereignty, India has raised concerns about the human rights situation in Pak and the lack of democratic governance. 2. Siachen dispute. The conflict over Siachen began in 1984 when India launched Operation Meghdoot, taking control of the glacier and establishing military outposts. Since then, both countries have maintained a military presence in the region. The dispute stems from differing interpretations of the line of control, LOC, beyond the agreed termination point, leading to conflicting territorial claims. 3. Sur Creek dispute. The dispute is over a 96-kilometer-long tidal estuary known as Sur Creek. It is located in the Rann of Kutch area in the westernmost part of the India-Pakistan border. The disagreement revolves around the demarcation of the maritime boundary in the Sur Creek region. Both countries have differing interpretations of the course of the creek and the boundary line, leading to conflicting claims over the area. 4. Colonial legacy. The partition of British India in 1947, resulting in the creation of India and Pakistan as separate nations, was accompanied by widespread violence and displacement. The traumatic events of partition have left a lasting impact on the psyche of both nations and continue to shape their relations. 5. Nuclear deterrence. The presence of nuclear weapons in both India and Pakistan has significantly influenced the dynamics of the dispute. The theory of nuclear deterrence suggests that the possession of nuclear capabilities by both countries has created a delicate balance of power, preventing full-scale war but also perpetuating a state of perpetual hostility and low-intensity conflicts. But after the Balakot airstrikes against Pakistan in response to Pulwama, many scholars like Brahma Chelan have opined that Pakistan's nuclear bluff has been called off by India. 6. External influences. The support and influence of countries like the United States, China, and Russia have shaped the trajectory of the conflict. External interventions, both overt and covert, have influenced the balance of power and complicated efforts for resolution. Shunya's example. Currently, Chinese stakes in Pakistan are so high that Pakistan cannot negotiate dispute redressal with India without the support of China, and since China sees India as a regional rival, it will never want India-Pakistan ticks to get better. 7. Nationalism. Conflicting nationalist aspirations and competing narratives of history contribute to the animosity and deep-seated mistrust between the two nations. 8. Pakistan's sponsor of terror. India has consistently raised concerns about Pakistan's support for militant groups operating in the region. Pakistan, on the other hand, has denied allegations of state-sponsored terrorism and has maintained that it is itself a victim of terrorism. Example: several major terrorist attacks in India, such as the 2001 Parliament attack, the 2008 Mumbai attacks, and the 2019 Pulwama attack, have been linked to Pakistan-based militant groups. Evolution of India's Pakistan policy. Initial years 1947 to 1965. In the early years after independence, India adopted a policy of conciliation and sought to establish friendly relations with Pakistan. Jawaharlal Nehru, India's first prime minister, emphasized the importance of resolving disputes through dialogue and peaceful means. The signing of the Indus Waters Treaty in 1960 was a notable achievement during this period. Wars and tensions 1965 to 1971. The outbreak of the Indo-Pakistani War in 1965 strained bilateral relations. India's policy shifted towards a more assertive stance as it sought to counter Pakistan's aggression. The 1971 Indo-Pakistani War and the subsequent creation of Bangladesh led to a significant shift in regional dynamics and further strained relations. Bilateral engagement 1972 to 1998. The signing of the Simla Agreement in 1972 marked a turning point in India's policy towards Pakistan. It emphasized bilateral negotiations and a commitment to resolving disputes peacefully. However, occasional conflicts and tensions persisted, including the Kargil conflict in 1999. Peace process and confidence-building measures 1998 to 2008. The late 1990s saw a renewed emphasis on peace-building initiatives and confidence-building measures. The Lahore Declaration in 1999 and the Agra Summit in 2001 aimed to normalize relations and address contentious issues. However, the peace process was derailed by the 2001 Parliament attack and subsequent events. Terrorism and limited engagement 2008. Present following the 2008 Mumbai attacks, which were attributed to Pakistan-based militants, India adopted a more cautious and selective approach to engagement. It prioritized the issue of cross-border terrorism and insisted on concrete actions by Pakistan to address it. Bilateral talks have been intermittent, with periods of both engagement and diplomatic standoffs. Various policy options to deal with Pakistan. 1. Interdependence Manmohan Formula. Resume: cross-border trade between India and Pakistan, following the model of trade relations with China, transitioned from indirect trade to direct trade, promoting economic interdependence between the two countries. 2. Functionalism Vajpayee Formula. Resume the composite dialogue process based on the 2+6 framework, addressing various aspects of the bilateral relationship. Promote functional cooperation in areas of mutual interest, such as trade, cultural exchanges, and people-to-couple contacts. 3. Realist view Rajiv Sikri. Adopt an assertive diplomatic approach in dealing with Pakistan, taking a firm stance against terrorism. Refrain from compromising on national security interests and maintain a strong deterrent posture. Address the issue of Kashmir alienation and work towards finding a lasting solution. Counter radicalization efforts to prevent the growth of extremist ideologies. 4. Cold Start Doctrine Sumit Ganguly. Focus on deterrence by denial, ensuring adequate military forces are stationed in Kashmir to respond effectively to any security threats. Emphasize counterinsurgency operations to maintain stability in the region. Address the underlying issues of Kashmir's alienation to reduce tensions and promote peace. Take proactive measures to prevent the spread of radicalization and extremist ideologies. India's Pakistan policy under Prime Minister Modi. Diplomatic isolation of Pakistan. Diplomatic isolation of Pakistan. India has focused on diplomatically Isolating Pakistan on the international stage, particularly in the context of highlighting Pakistan's support for terrorism. Efforts have been made to expose Pakistan's role in providing safe havens to terrorist groups and garnering international support for curbing such activities. Pakistan's role in sponsoring terrorism was extensively discussed and scrutinized in international forums, which put pressure on Pakistan to take concrete action against terrorist groups operating from its soil. Doval Doctrine. One of the key principles of the Doval Doctrine is the concept of offensive defense or defensive offense. IL suggests that India should adopt defensive measures to protect its interests but also maintain an offensive posture to deter and respond effectively to any aggression. One example of TLI application of TLI Doval Doctrine is India's surgical strikes carried out in September 2016. The surgical strikes were conducted swiftly and with precision, sending a strong message to Pakistan about India's capability and willingness to take necessary action to safeguard its security. Conditional bilateralism. No bilateral talks without concrete action. India has emphasized that any meaningful dialogue or engagement with Pakistan can only take place if there is a visible and reduction in cross-border terrorism. Verifiable. Pakistan's new security policy. On December 28, 2021, the Pakistan cabinet approved its first national security policy (NSP) document aimed at guiding its defense and foreign policies. Key points. Pursuing peace with India. Of particular importance is the NSP's emphasis on pursuing peace with India. It mentions TLI Pakistan, under its policy of peace at home and abroad, wishes to improve its relationship with India. J&K resolution. Further, it says that a just and peaceful resolution of Jammu and Kashmir remains a core issue for the bilateral relationship. Economic security. It stated the ultimate purpose of national security was to ensure the safety, security, and dignity of TLI citizens of Pakistan. To ensure this citizen-centric approach to security, the NSP put economic security at the core. IAS. Impact on India-Pakistan relations. No real promise. In Pakistan, the civilian government is often not the decision-maker but rather the deep state army. No real change on Kashmir. There was a separate section on Kashmir where the policy document reiterated Pakistanis' traditional position, thus no improvement in Pakistan's stance on the issue. Critical of Indian government. The political exploitation of a policy of belligerence towards Pakistan by India's leadership has led to the threat of military adventurism and non-contact warfare to our immediate east. Indication for talks. The policy highlights that Pakistan is finding it increasingly difficult to ignore India while being plagued by multiple domestic issues. Does the new policy indicate a change in Pakistan's position on India? Yes. Seeking regional peace, Pakistan is willing to make peace with immediate neighbors, including India, under its first-ever national security policy leaves doors open for trade with New Delhi emphasis on economics. The statement stated that economic security would be the central theme of the new national security policy, thus giving hints at possible trade ties and reduction of cross-border skirmishes to secure trade routes. Change in army stance, with both the civil and military authorities in Pakistan on the same page as far as an outreach to India is concerned. There is now an opportunity before both India and Pakistan to try and reset their bilateral relationship. Example, Pakistan Army seems to have realized that unending state of hostility is dragging Pakistan down and creating existential problems. No. Kashmir issue. Pakistan has been critical regarding the dilution of Article 370 and has maintained its stance on Kashmir. Question government positions. It has increasingly labeled the government of India as being partisan to Hindu interests and leading a majoritarian agenda. Such questions do not favor any change in the relations. Questions about the Indian Army. Pakistan is concerned about the growing Indian arms buildup, facilitated by access to advanced technologies and exceptions in the non-proliferation rules. Criticizes Indian security policy. The policy also questions the expansion of India's nuclear triad, open-ended statements on nuclear policy and investments in and introduction of destabilizing technologies disturb the strategic balance in the region. Various strategic terminologies. Policy of 1,000 cuts. The policy of 1,000 cuts refers to a strategy attributed to Pakistan, particularly its intelligence agency, Inter-Services Intelligence (ISI), in dealing with India. The term suggests that rather than engaging in full-scale warfare, Pakistan aims to inflict a multitude of small-scale attacks and acts of violence in a sustained manner. These acts include supporting and sponsoring militant groups and insurgents to carry out terrorist activities, infiltration across the border, and fomenting unrest in regions like Jammu and Kashmir. The policy aims to destabilize India and keep it engaged in internal security challenges, thereby weakening its position and diverting its resources. Cold Start Doctrine. The Cold Start Doctrine is a military strategy developed by India to enable a rapid and limited offensive response in the event of a conflict with Pakistan. It aims to deter cross-border terrorism by emphasizing proactive mobilization and quick military action while avoiding a full-scale nuclear confrontation. Example, the Balakot airstrike in February 2019 can be seen as an example related to the Cold Start Doctrine. Quotes. Hussein Haqqani, in his book India versus Pakistan, Why Can't We Just Be Friends, he says in spite of huge economic and military power asymmetry, illusions of parity with India drives the deep state in Pakistan to pursue asymmetric warfare in the form of terrorism. Stephen Cohen, in his book Shooting for a Century, he says that paired minority conflict between an Islamist Pakistan and a Hindu India, and says even after a century of partition, 2047, there would be no substantive changes in relationship. Sumit Ganguly, conflict of identity between an Islamist Pakistan and secular India. Jashankar, ours is really not just a story of missed opportunities but also of deliberate obstacles. Terrorism is among them. Indus Water Treaty. Blood and water cannot flow together, PM Modi on Indus Water Treaty. The Indus Waters Treaty, 1WT, is a water-sharing agreement between India and Pakistan that was signed on September 19, 1960 with the mediation of the World Bank. The treaty was designed to address the distribution of water from the Indus River and its tributaries, which flow through both countries. Under the treaty, the control and use of the three eastern rivers, Beas, Ravi, and Sutlej, were given to India, while Pakistan was given control over the three western rivers, Indus, Jhelum, and Chenab. The treaty established mechanisms for sharing and regulating the water flow between the two countries, including the establishment of the Indus Water Commission to resolve disputes and facilitate cooperation. Terms of the treaty. Rivers and water distribution. The treaty classifies the 6 rivers of the Indus Basin into 2 categories: the eastern rivers, Beas, Ravi, and Sutlej, and the western rivers, Indus, Jhelum, and Chenab. India has unrestricted use of the eastern rivers, while Pakistan has exclusive rights over the western rivers. Water sharing. The treaty provides specific allocations of water to each country. India is allowed to use the waters of the eastern rivers for various purposes, including irrigation, domestic use, and hydropower generation. Pakistan receives guaranteed amount of water from the western rivers for agriculture and other uses. A. Permanent Indus Commission. The treaty establishes the Permanent Indus Commission, PC, consisting of representatives from India and Pakistan to manage the implementation of the treaty. The PIC facilitates cooperation, exchange of data, and resolution of disputes related to the treaty. Prohibited activities. The treaty restricts both countries from undertaking certain activities that could negatively impact the other's water supply. This includes constructing any storage works, irrigation systems, or hydroelectric power projects that could interfere with the natural flow of the rivers. Dispute resolution. The IWT has provisions for resolving disputes between India and Pakistan related to the treaty. Disputes that cannot be resolved by the PAC are referred to neutral experts or to a court of arbitration as outlined in the treaty. SJ-O Happy Face 7. World Bank mediation. The treaty was mediated and facilitated by the World Bank, which played a crucial role in negotiating and drafting the agreement. The World Bank continues to play a role in facilitating discussions and resolving disputes related to the treaty. Recent issues in the treaty. Kishanganga and Rattle hydroelectric projects. Pakistan has raised objections to the construction of 2 hydroelectric projects by India, namely the Kishanganga project on the Neelum River, a tributary of the Jhelum River, and the Rattle project on the Chenab River. Pakistan has expressed concerns about the potential impact of these projects on its water supply and has sought resolution through the Permanent Indus Commission and international arbitration. Pakistan-based terrorism. The issue of cross-border terrorism and its impact on bilateral relations between India and Pakistan also has implications for the implementation of the IWT. Disputes and tensions between the two countries can spill over into discussions and cooperation related to water sharing and management under the treaty. Dispute resolution mechanisms. The effectiveness of the dispute resolution mechanisms outlined in the IWT has been a subject of debate. Both countries have at times raised concerns about the pace and outcomes of dispute resolution processes. There have been calls for strengthening these mechanisms and making them more efficient and transparent. Way forward. Basin-wise approach. This approach involves managing the water resources of the entire Indus Basin as an interconnected system rather than focusing on individual projects or rivers. By adopting this basin-wise approach, both India and Pakistan can work towards optimizing water use and management for the benefit of greater utilization flexibility. Many experts have called for changes that would allow for the transfer of water from one river basin to another, increased storage capacities, and the use of the waters for non-consumptive purposes such as hydropower generation. These proposed modifications aim to optimize the utilization of water resources under the treaty. However, any alterations to the JWT would require the agreement of both India and Pakistan, highlighting the importance of bilateral cooperation in achieving these changes. Quotes. Brahmachelani. The Indus Waters Treaty is a remarkable achievement in water diplomacy, providing a legal framework for sharing the waters of the Indus Basin. It demonstrates the importance of sustained commitment to dialogue and compromise in resolving complex water disputes. KPS Gill. The Indus Waters Treaty, while successful in preventing direct conflict over water, has failed to address the broader issues of water governance and management in the region. Dealing with Pakistan's terrorism. 1. MK Narayan, former NSA advocate for India to act with restraint and maintain a mature image on the global stage. Emphasize the importance of India avoiding actions that would make it appear as a rogue state. Highlight the challenges posed by Pakistan, comparing it to a basket case similar to North Korea. Emphasize the need for India to manage its relationships with neighboring countries, recognizing that it cannot choose its neighbors. Asterisk suggest focusing on cyber warfare instead of using the Baluchistan card. 2. Happy on Jacob. Call for a more nuanced and strategic approach in engaging with stakeholders in Pakistan, caution against relying solely on military options as the best approach. Reference to Clausewitz's view that war is an act of senseless passion, implying the need for alternative means of dealing with Pakistan. Advocate for creative statecraft and out-of-the-box diplomacy to effectively address the complex challenges posed by Pakistan. 3. Suhasini Haider. Compare the relationship between India and Pakistan to a game of chess, highlighting the need for strategic thinking and avoiding predictable moves. Siege caution against falling into a copycat trap with Pakistan, suggesting the importance of maintaining a unique and independent approach. Neighborhood First Policy. Components. Prioritizing neighbors. The core concept of the policy is to address neighborhoods within the first concentric circle of foreign policy. Conflict resolution. All existing conflicts of the region which have historically hampered the progress of integration, integrating relations across cultural, trade, political, and economic parameters. Soft borders, to facilitate cross-border movement of people and good with more open borders and convenient transportation. Bilateral visits. The increased importance is reflected in the PM's multiple visits to every regional nation in the last few years. Importance/advantages. 1. Consensus-based dialogue. By engaging with neighboring countries and fostering political connectivity through discussion, it concentrates on tenacious regional diplomacy. The first step in this strategy was to invite everyone. Cinemas. 2. Improve trade and economics. It emphasizes strengthening business ties with neighbors. Example, the Bangladesh-Bhutan-India-Nepal BB1N grouping for energy development, including the management of water power and intergrid connectivity, is one example of this. 3. Foreign policy continuity. It complements India's Look East policy focused on Southeast Asia and Look West policy focused on the Middle East. For securitizing regional interests, Indian concerns regarding extremists and illegal activities targeting India has been a fundamental area for boosting neighborhood policies. Example, extending aid to Afghanistan and expanding presence in Afghan infrastructure to contain any Afghan origin threats. 5. Regional stability. India would be able to pursue its foreign policy objectives through stability, which will also help other South Asian nations flourish and develop. Example, resolution of the ULFA camps in Bangladesh aided Indo-Bangladesh ties to expand to other areas. 6. Disaster management. Disaster management. India's offer cooperation on disaster response, resource management, weather forecasting and communication, and also capabilities and expertise in disaster management. Disaster management. India's offer cooperation on disaster response, resource management, weather forecasting and communication, and also capabilities and expertise in disaster management for all South Asian citizens. 7. Resolving bilateral issues. Focuses on resolving bilateral issues through mutual agreement. Example, India and Bangladesh have signed a pact to operationalize the historic land boundary agreement. LBA. 8. Investment climate. Peace and stability can also ensure better markets for investment and trade expansion for India. Example, currently only 5% of trade in SAARC is between neighboring countries. 9. Consolidating historical ties. Cultural and social ties are expensive in the region, however, without focus they seem to be impacted by poor political climates. 10. Countering China-Pak nexus. Prioritizing neighbors ensures China is kept out of more integrated engagements compared to India. Example, many SARC neighbors are part of China's BRI network. 11. Overcoming post-colonialism, or overcoming the regional ethnic and social issues emanating from partition and its aftermath. Example, India and Bangladesh resolved their border issue through mutual agreement. 12. Core area of soft power. As part of TLI development assistance, the Indian government allocated 22,660 million Indian rupees to Bhutan, 7,500 million Indian rupees to Nepal, 6,000 million Indian rupees to Myanmar, 3,600 million Indian rupees to the Maldives, 3,000 million Indian rupees to Bangladesh, and 2,000 million Indian rupees to Sri Lanka, respectively. Challenges. 1. Indian dominance. India's neighbors have traditionally viewed India as an hegemon in the region and as dominating in internal affairs. Example, in 2021, Sri Lanka accused India of meddling in internal issues. 2. History of conflict. India has fought 3 wars with Pakistan and thus reduced the trust levels to a point of almost no return. 3. Existing issues. Issues such as illegal migration, drug trafficking, fishing disputes have remained largely unaddressed bilaterally. 4. Anti-Indian sentiments. Many regional nations have nationalistic parties solely based on the anti-India propaganda. Example, Nepalese elections are decided by which party has offensive stance towards India. 5. Riparian issues. India has long-standing riverine issues with Bangladesh, Nepal, and Pakistan. 6. Ethnic conflicts. Communal conflicts still exist among the nations which have a negative impact on integrating ties. Example, increased violence against Hindus in Bangladesh and Pakistan. 7. Poor connectivity. With exception of Nepal and Bhutan, India's border connectivity with the rest of its neighbors is marred with infrastructure issues. Shunya ISM. Solutions to improve the relation with neighbors. To improve India's neighborhood policy, several key actions can be taken. Principle of non-intervention in the internal affairs of neighbors. India should refrain from intervening in the internal affairs of its neighbors. Historical instances of Indian influence in countries like Nepal, Sri Lanka, and the Maldives have often backfired. Instead, India should allow events to unfold naturally and then deal accordingly, avoiding unnecessary interference. Importance of dealing with whoever is in power in a neighboring country. India should prioritize national interests over the well-being of a neighbor's democratic institutions. It is crucial to maintain engagement with whichever government is in power, whether democratically elected or not, as there is no guarantee that a democratic country will be pro-India. Focus should be on how the relationship affects India rather than who is in power. Importance of patient diplomacy. India should adopt a patient and consistent approach in its diplomatic engagements with neighboring countries. Quick fixes and grand events should not replace sustained efforts at engagement. Building strong relationships requires dedicated diplomatic personnel and a long-term strategy for engaging with neighbors. Be careful of what you say. India should be cautious of its public statements regarding neighboring countries. Words have the power to create misunderstandings and strain relationships. It is essential to choose words wisely and avoid making derogatory or inflammatory remarks that may damage bilateral ties. Treat them as equals and use power with humility. India should treat its neighbors as equal partners and avoid condescension. Humility and respect can go a long way in building trust and fostering better relations. It is important to refrain from boasting or making aggressive statements that may be perceived as a display of power. Match China on what India does better instead of competing with China in areas where it excels, such as infrastructure development. India should focus on leveraging its strengths. India can leverage its rich ethnic, religious, and historical connections with South Asian states to strengthen bilateral and multilateral relations. Initiatives like the South Asian University and civilian aid to Afghanistan are examples of leveraging pre-existing linkages. Fulfill promises. India should ensure the timely delivery of promised infrastructure development and other projects in the region. By fulfilling commitments, India can build trust and demonstrate its reliability as a partner. It is important to recognize the competition in the region and reform the way India conducts business with its neighbors. Resurrect SARC. India should revive and actively engage with the South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation (SARC). SARC in India and its revival would demonstrate India's commitment to regional cooperation. It provides a platform for dialogue and collaboration among South Asian countries and should not be cold-shouldered. By implementing these measures, India can improve its neighborhood policy, foster stronger relationships, and enhance regional integration and cooperation. Bay of Bengal Initiative for Multisectoral Technical and Economic Cooperation (BIMSTEC). Significance of BIMSTEC. 1. Strategic regional aspirations. The Bay of Bengal has grown in strategic significance within the Indo-Pacific, especially due to the contest between India and China for maximum presence. O for X, China's string of pearls policy and maritime Silk Route, and for India BIMSTEC is key to fulfill the country's strategic aspirations to cater to the wider concept of Indo-Pacific and an Indian Ocean community. A zone of geopolitical competition among major powers, and especially in the context of overarching initiatives like Belt and Road Initiative (BRI). Sunyas. 2. Economic trade potential. The Bay of Bengal is the largest bay in the world and is the route for about 25% of global trade. A zone of natural reserve, the bay also has huge reserves for natural gas, which is an untapped source of energy. At global level, the Bay of Bengal (BOB) region is home to 1.68 billion people, accounting for almost 22% of the world population, with a combined GDP of USS 3.7 trillion. 3. Regional cooperation. Alternative to SARC. Due to setbacks to South Asian Association of Regional Cooperation, BIMSTEC seeks to act as a bridge between South and Southeast Asia, making it a natural platform to fulfill our key foreign policy priorities of Neighborhood First and Act East. 4. Security. Connective link. It borders the Strait of Malacca, which is the main energy lane for the Eastern and Southeast Asian nations. Potential for India presents opportunity to enhance its blue economy and maritime security. Provide regional security. Piracy and trafficking, depleting fish stocks, and irregular migration are some issues which plague Bay and require regional cooperation in their dealing. Importance for India. Bypasses Pakistan. It helps bypass the stalling of Pakistan seen in SARC and makes resolutions more in Indian interest. ASEAN Connect. It helps the subcontinent connect more institutionally with the ASEAN nations through Myanmar and Thailand. Market access. It is an effective platform for India to converge on economic interests of region Northeast development. Increasing cooperation with Myanmar and Thailand can benefit the Northeast, which shares a long border with Myanmar. Soft power. Showcases India's influence over region and helps extend its culture to these nations. Maritime trade and security. It can also help develop maritime ties in a holistic manner with Thailand and Myanmar and Sri Lanka. Challenges with BIMSTEC. Untapped potential. The Bay of Bengal's potential is hamstrung by a lack of close internal economic integration among the countries that call the region home. Physical infrastructure. The BIMSTEC region is beleaguered by poor road and rail connectivity, insufficient last-mile links, and cumbersome customs and clearance procedures which hampers trade and people-to-people interactions. Asymmetries among members, for example, Myanmar is possibly the most unreliable in terms of its domestic politics due to the Rohingya crisis. Bhutan is understandably protective about the conservation of its environment and so. Free Trade Agreement, FTA. Despite signing a framework agreement for a comprehensive FTA in 2004, BIMSTEC stands far away from this goal due to protectionist economies of South Asian countries and so-called national interests. Perception of Indian hegemony. There is an impression that it is an India-dominated bloc, a problem that India faced for a long time in SARC too. Relevance of SARC in order to maintain regional peace cannot be denied. Overpresence of China in BIMSTEC, where major countries are dependent on China for one or the other reason. For example, debt trap policy of China, BRU Marine Silk Route. Unresolved issues like Rohingyas, Myanmar, Kalapani territory issue, Nepal, Thista and border. Unresolved issues like Rohingyas, Myanmar, Kalapani territory issue, Nepal, Thista and border issues, Bangladesh, etc. Strategic importance of Afghanistan and Maldives. Afghanistan for border security and Maldives for Indian Ocean region. Both are not part of BIMSTEC. Inconsistent meetings. Only 5 summits have taken place in 25 years. Lack of convergence. Myanmar and Thailand are more institutionalized with ASEAN and do not converge much with the other nations. Optional. Part asterisk. Shunya IAS. SARC BIMSTEC. Regional organization looking into South Asia. Established in 1985. A product of the Cold War era. Member countries suffer for mistrust and suspicion. Asymmetric power balance. Intra-regional trade only 5%. Interregional organization connecting South Asia and Southeast Asia. Established in 1997 in the post-Cold War. Members maintain reasonably friendly relations, balancing of power with the presence of Thailand and India on the bloc. Interregional trade has increased around 6% in a decade. BIMSTEC as an alternative to SAARC? 1. Yes. Stable group. With established government structure, all nations have cordial bilateral relations with each other. India's Act East policy. With focus more and more on improving relation with ASEAN and other EAS. Asian countries better connectivity prospects, with projects like Caledon Multimodal Project, IMT Trilateral Highway. Good intra-regional trade. 7% of total trade as compared to 5% among SARC members. More effective regional group, with no Pakistan and Afghanistan. 2. Non-inclusive. Due to absence of Pakistan and Afghanistan, it does not include the major issue in the region India-Pakistan. N. Inconsistency. The BIMSTEC is inconsistent in its mandate and meetings, however SARC is much more institutionalized and is much more regular since the last 3 decades. S. Strategic relevance. The SAARC allows India to strategically engage with Pakistan and resolve the issue. S. Multilateral. Y. Connectivity. SARC offers opportunities to connect with 3 strategically important regions. Center. Asia, the Middle East and Southeast Asia neighborhood first. SARC represents entire subcontinent and thus is closer to India's neighborhood. OD. Policy than BIMSTEC. Caret. Recent BIMSTEC summit, its outcome and BIMSTEC chart. The main outcome of the summit was the adoption and signing of the BIMSTEC Charter, which formalizes the grouping into an organization made up of member states that are literal to and dependent upon the Bay of Bengal. Main outcome of summit and BIMSTEC chart. BIMSTEC Charter. The signing of the BIMSTEC Charter established the organization's formal structure A and D. International personality. It defined the purpose and principles that member countries will adhere to and established a regular meeting schedule of once every 2 years. S. Organizational identity. With the Charter, BIMSTEC gained a distinct visual representation through T. The adoption of an emblem and a flaw. G. Division of work. The leaders of the member countries agreed to divide the working of BIMSTEC into segments, with India leading the security pillar, ensuring focused cooperation in different areas. S. Connectivity and cooperation. The summit resulted in the declaration of the Master Plan for Transpo. RT. Connectivity, which aims to enhance regional and domestic connectivity. Additionally, member countries signed agreements on mutual legal assistance on criminal matters and the establishment of the BIMSTEC Technology Transfer Facility. Y. Operational support. India pledged to provide $1 million to the BIMSTEC Secretariat, increasing ITS operational budget and supporting the organization's activity. Conclusion on BIMST. C. India should adopt a proactive and pragmatic approach towards BIMSTEC, recognizing its geostrategic importance. E. Establishing a separate BIMSTEC division within the Ministry of External Affairs would further enhance coordination and effectiveness in promoting regional cooperation and strengthening engagement with member countries. Sanyeas. India and the Global South. Relations with Unit 4. Africa and Latin America. Previous year questions. Discuss the factors for the decline of India's presence in Latin America. 2015. Suggest measures so that India's partnership with Africa becomes a true symbol of South-South cooperation, delivering clear-cut economic and political dividends to both sides of the equation. 2017. India's capacity-building programs under the Indian Technical and Economic Cooperation, ITEC, has earned much goodwill for it in Africa. Discuss. 2018. India's Research and Information System for Development Countries, RIS, is a major initiative in the area of South-South cooperation. Discuss. 2018. How is India pursuing her foreign policy objectives through the IBSA Dialogue Forum, India, Brazil, and South Africa? 2019. How do the guiding principles of India-Africa relations seek to enhance harmony and mutual cooperation between India and Africa? 2020. Identify the drivers of India's new interest in Africa. 2021. What diplomatic steps has India taken to articulate the interests of the Global South in international politics? 2023. Discuss the major drivers of India's interests in Africa. 2023. India-Africa. Bilateral Data 1. Economic. Trade relations. India continues to foster strong public-private partnerships in Africa, focusing on sectors such as healthcare, education, industrialization, and trade. Indian investment in Africa stands at $70 billion, with plans to increase this to $150 billion by 2030 bilateral trade. In the fiscal year 2023, the bilateral trade between India and Africa reached $103 billion. This marked a significant increase from previous years, demonstrating robust growth in economic exchanges line of Kirktit, LOC after South Asia. Africa is the second largest recipient of Indian overseas assistance with LOC, worth nearly $10 billion, 42% of the total, spread over 100 projects in 41 countries. Top 5 markets for India. India's top 5 markets today are South Africa, Nigeria, Egypt, Kenya, and Togo. Exports from India. India's top 3 exports to Africa are mineral fuels and oils, processed petroleum products, pharmaceutical products, and vehicles. Import from Africa. Mineral fuels and oils, essentially crude oil, and pearls, precious or semi-precious stones are the top. Imports accounting for over 77% of imports from Africa. Future outlook. Doubling trade by 2030. There is a concerted effort from both regions to double bilateral trade to $200 billion. By 2030. This target is supported by initiatives to enhance trade in local currencies and expand cooperation in various sectors. 2. Political. Visits. From 2014 onwards, there have been a total of 29 visits to African countries from the Indian side at the level of President, Vice President, and Prime Minister, apart from several ministerial-level visits. Indian missions in Africa. Opening of 18 new Indian missions in Africa over a period of 4 years from 2018 to 2021. India-Africa Forum. President, Vice President, and Prime Minister, apart from several ministerial-level visits. Indian missions in Africa. Opening of 18 new Indian missions in Africa over a period of 4 years from 2018 to 2021. India-Africa Forum Summit. India has started engagement with the African Union Pan-African Platform. 4. Security. Peacekeeping. Approximately 6,000 Indian soldiers are deployed in UN peacekeeping missions in 5 conflict zones in Africa. Military training. Capacity building and training of African military officers in Indian institutes has long remained a cornerstone of defense ties. Affindex 19, Africa-India conducted field training exercise 2019 called Affindex 19. PSIR optional paper 2-part B Shunya IAS. 5. Cultural. Follow-up of India ideals after India's independence. The factors like the success of Gandhian nonviolent methods, establishment and survival of modern ideals of secularism, development, etc. in India, despite various hurdles, etc. became important models for many young African nations. People-to-people contact. O diaspora, there are more than 3 million people of Indian origin in Africa today. O scholarships, 40% of all training and capacity building slots under the Indian Technical and Economic Cooperation (1TC) program have traditionally been reserved for Africa. India provides about 50,000 scholarships to African students each year. 6. Social. Self-help group in Africa. Ethiopia and South Africa are working with Kutumbashri, a self-help group movement created by the government of Kerala aimed at eradicating poverty and empowering women. PN. India's digital cooperation with Africa is the Pan-African E-Network (PEN) project on teleeducation, the Jabardi and telemedicine, Jabardi, launched in 2004. Background. Africa has transitioned from being viewed as the dark continent to a continent of hope. India-Africa relations are deeply rooted in cultural, historical, and commercial ties. The ideologies of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam and Ubuntu highlight the shared spirit of cosmopolitanism between India and Africa. The strong emotional link and the pillar of Indian foreign policy are based on the warmth and depth of the relationship. Former Vice President Hamid Ansari identified 4 imperatives for cooperation, including common historical experiences, complementarities in strengths, common approach to development, convergence on global matters. The partnership between India and Africa is essential for their collective progress and development. Importance of Africa. 1. Geostrategic security. Africa is critical to India's security, especially the Horn of Africa region, because of its proximity with India. The threat of radicalism, piracy, organized crime emerges from this region. Energy diversification. India is seeking diversification of its oil supplies away from the Middle East, and Africa can play an important role in India's energy matrix. 2. Economic growth pole of the world. Africa is home to over half a dozen of the fastest growing countries of this decade, such as Rwanda, Senegal, and Tanzania, etc., making it one of the growth poles of the world. Potential market. African continent has a population of over 1 billion with a combined GDP of $2.5 trillion, making it a huge potential market. Resource rich. Africa is a resource-rich nation dominated by commodities like crude oil, gas, pulses, and lentils, leather, gold, and other metals, all of which India lacks in sufficient quantities. Example, Nigeria is the 5th largest crude oil supplier to India, while gold and other precious metals account for 16%. Agriculture. Africa has ample agricultural land which can address India's food security. India is looking at leasing land in Africa to overcome the land deficit that we face in terms of arable land. Example, India has entered into agreements with Malawi and Mozambique for the import of pulses. 3. Geopolitical UNSC support. Support of African countries is important for India's aim of gaining a permanent seat in UNSC. Display of power. Africa provides a space for displaying both India's soft and hard power. Shunya IAS. Jaishankar. India as Africa's most steadfast partner whose projects would empower rather than extract from local communities. Shashi Tharoor. African countries admire China but want to be like India. Rajiv Bhatia in his article This Time for Africa. He emphasizes the urgency for India and Japan to take swift and coordinated measures to counterbalance China's presence in Africa and enhance their own strategic interests in the region. Harsh V. Pant. Africa is a strategic priority for India as it offers immense opportunities for trade, investment, and partnerships. India's engagement with Africa is driven by a desire for mutual growth and development. G. Rajamohan. Africa's rise presents India with an opportunity to expand its economic and geopolitical influence. India sees Africa as a valuable partner in achieving its own developmental goals and addressing global challenges. Significance of India-Africa relations. 1. Historical foreign policy linkages. India's foreign policy ideas after independence impacted African decolonization movements. Bandung Conference. India's role in organizing the 1955 Bandung Conference marked the first time that Asian and African countries came together to denounce imperialism and colonialism. NAM. With the subsequent pioneering of the non-aligned movement, NAM, India established many links to African nations. People-to-people connection. Indian traders traveled regularly to the East African coast, forming relationships with local inhabitants in ports, leading to the establishment of Africa-based family businesses, some of which exist even today. Increased bilateral visits. Indian PM visited Uganda and Rwanda in 2018, and President's visit to Benin, Guinea-Conakry, and Gambia in 2019 is diversifying Indian diplomacy and bringing Africa towards the center of Indian foreign policy. Strategic. 2. Battling Chinese influence. Because of the social capital India has in Africa acquired through the historical, political, economic, and people-to-people ties, its presence is welcomed by African countries in a way that China's is not. Resurging Africa and rising India. It can give a strong impetus to South-South cooperation, especially in areas like clean technology, climate-resilient agriculture, maritime security, connectivity, and D. Blue economy. Cooperation to tackle terrorism. India strongly advocated stepped-up cooperation through intelligence. Exchange and training with 54 African countries. Climate cooperation. Cooperation on climate change between India and Africa, both who had contribute. D. The least to global warming. Open and free oceans. India aims to enhance cooperation with African countries in order to keep oceans open and free for the benefit of all nations. Policy congruence, complemented by India's Sagar, security and growth for all in the region, and D. Sagarmala port development initiatives. The AGC, Asia-Africa Growth Corridor, with Africa being an equal partner, can potentially be a game-changer in the IR. 3. Secure it. Why? India and Africa Maritime Strategy. Indian Navy's 2015 Maritime Strategy document and the Africa Union's 2050 Africa Integrated Maritime Strategy, AMS 2050, aim for a free and open Indian Ocean. Non-traditional threats. Addressing non-traditional threats in the IR and higher incidences of natural disasters and regional instabilities in the past decade have necessitated increased deployment of the PSIR optional paper 2-part, Shunya, IAS, MMMMWMM. Peacekeeping. India has been actively involved in peace and stability of African countries through UN peacekeeping operations. India is involved in capacity building of African countries. Africa is also the largest beneficiary of India's ITEC program. 4. Economy. Increase in bilateral trade. Indian government initiatives like Focus Africa 2002, Team 9, 2004, Duty-Free Tariff Preference Scheme for Least Developed Countries 2008, and the institution of the India-Africa Forum Summit held in 2008, 2011, 2015 have succeeded in lifting bilateral trade and investment flows to new heights. Maritime cooperation. Development of the blue economy and renewable energy for the continents. Growth can be realized by Indian experience and the expertise to develop and manage the maritime resources. Further cooperation for trade growth. Indian-African synergies can be used for expanding sectors like tourism, banking, telecommunications, manufacturing, and agriculture. Capacity building program. India is investing in capacity building, providing more than $1 billion in technical assistance and training to personnel under the Indian Technical and Economic Cooperation (IEC) program. Africa Growth Corridor. India has also unveiled the vision document of the Asian-Africa Growth Corridor, which is jointly prepared by Indian and Japanese think tanks. Development is the priority. India postulates that its partnership with Africa is an amalgam of development priorities in keeping with the African Union's long-term plan and the Africa Agenda 2063, as well as India's development objectives. Z. International. 5. Convergence of interest in WTO. India and Africa are aligned on the outstanding issues at the WTO and are in favor of multilateral convergence of interest in WTO. India and Africa are aligned on the outstanding issues at the WTO and are in favor of multilateral trading systems. For example, at the Bali Ministerial in 2013-2, Africa and India had united in seeking an interim mechanism for safeguarding minimum support prices to farmers against WTO caps till a permanent solution was found and adopted. VJ// New Global Order. The institutions of global governance that were created after the Second World War, like the UN, IMF, and WTO, failed to adapt to the changing global scenario and adequately represent the voice of the developing world. Cooperation in UN. India, the world's largest democracy representing 1/6 of humanity, and Africa, with more than a quarter of UN members, cannot be kept out of the decision-making table. 6. SOCHA. Food security. India and Africa face similar challenges in regards to hunger and undernutrition. Important. G. Food grains from African nations will address the nation's food security problem. Social security. Indian congruence with African countries in the agriculture sector is most important. It will also provide opportunities to farmers of Africa to increase income, productivity, and generate employment. For example, with 65% of the world's uncultivated arable land, employing over 60% of the workforce and accounting for almost 20% of sub-Saharan Africa's GDP, agriculture is critical to Africa's economy. 5. Identify the drivers of India's new interest in Africa. 2021. Economic opportunities. India's interest in Africa's economic potential can be seen through its investments in sectors such as telecommunications, agriculture, manufacturing, and infrastructure. For example, Indian telecommunications companies like Bharti Airtel and Vodafone Idea have made significant investments in African markets, expanding mobile networks and services. Tata Group, an Indian multinational conglomerate, has invested in African industries including automotive, steel, and hospitality. Energy security. India's engagement in Africa's energy sector is exemplified by its investments in oil and gas exploration and production. Shunya IAS. Indian companies like ONGC Vij and Oil India Limited have acquired stakes in oil and gas assets in countries such as Sudan, Mozambique, and Nigeria. These investments aim to secure energy resources for India's growing energy demands. Geopolitical influence. India's engagement in Africa is evident through its participation in multilateral forums like the India-Africa Forum Summit. This summit, held in 2015, aimed to deepen political, economic, and cultural ties between India and Africa. It brought together heads of state and government from both sides to discuss and enhance cooperation in various sectors. Counterbalancing China. India's engagement in Africa can be seen as a response to China's increasing influence in the region. For instance, India has been actively involved in infrastructure development projects in Africa, competing with China's Belt and Road Initiative. Example, India has conceptualized the Asia-Africa Growth Corridor. Challenges for India. Lack of coordinated policy. With government institutions and businesses working in separate silos, India has no coordinated Africa policy, nor does there seem to be an avenue where the strengths of both actors can be leveraged. Shift of focus. Geopolitical tensions in Asia and the imperative to consolidate its position in the Indo-Pacific region have compelled India to deviate from India-Africa relations. For example, instead, India concentrated on its ties with the United Kingdom, the EU, and the Quad powers, particularly the US. Pending summits. The third India-Africa Forum Summit was held in 2015. The fourth summit, pending since last year. The summit is not even pushed in a virtual format. Conflicts in the region. Ethnic and religious conflicts and governance issues in some countries make foreign contributors aversive to venture into the region. Financial limitations of India. India cannot compete with China or the US. Some of the African countries, even the richer ones like Nigeria, expect India to invest in Africa under the India-Africa Forum Summit. However, India asserts a joint endeavor for better development. For example, Asia-Africa Growth Corridor. Attack on Africans in India. India will have to make efforts to make African nationals feel welcome. Impact of COVID-19 in Africa. The latest economic data confirms India's exports and imports have reduced 4.4% and 25% respectively in 2020 to 21 compared to the previous year. Poor coverage of the entire continent. Although often bracketed with China, Indian investments in Africa may actually be much less than widely believed. This is largely due to the fact that over 90% of Indian investments in Africa are directed to Mauritius, a tax haven, and most of the Indian investment in Mauritius is actually round-tripped back to India. Therefore, for a true picture of Indian investments in Africa, it is better to exclude Mauritius from the analysis. 2. For Africa, poverty and underdevelopment. The WB's Africa's Pulse, a biannual analysis of the near-term macroeconomic outlook for the region, in its report, assessed that the COVID-19 outbreak has sparked off the sub-Saharan Africa region's first recession in 25 years. Disinflation. The steep decline in commodity prices has spelt disaster for the economies of Nigeria, Zambia, and Angola. Health crisis with high rates of HIV, malaria, diabetes, hypertension, and malnourishment prevalent. A large number of Africans were already faced with a health and economic crisis. Increasing public debt. According to the World Bank, the SSA region paid $35.8 billion in total debt. Since in 2018, 2.1% of regional gross domestic product, GDP. Terrorism in Africa. There has been an extraordinary increase in terrorist attacks by extremists connected to Al-Qaeda and ISIS across Africa over the recent years. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part B Shunya IAS. Chinese presence in Africa. Trade and investments. In terms of investments, India is the fifth largest investor in Africa with our cumulative investments standing at $54 billion. However, China surpasses India by a huge margin with a total investment of $155 billion over the past 2 decades. Data. China's contribution to the investments in Africa, in 2018, was about 28%, indicating the increasing debt burden on the continent. This is highlighted by the fact that at least 18 African countries have been renegotiating their debts with China. 2. Defense. China has become a major supplier of military equipment to various African countries, including fighter jets, armored vehicles, artillery systems, and small arms. Chinese companies have been involved in constructing defense infrastructure, such as military bases, airstrips, and naval facilities in African countries. China has also established its military base in Djibouti, increasing its defense presence in the continent. 3. Counterterrorism cooperation. China provides assistance and training to African countries in countering terrorism and extremism, sharing its experiences and expertise in security matters. 4. Debt trap diplomacy. China's debt trap diplomacy continues in Africa through the Belt Road Initiative as it gains momentum in the continent through a slew of big infrastructure projects, and the criticism of trapping African countries in debt by Chinese lenders is also coming to fore. Data. The total debt of African countries owed to China amounts to $145 billion, while the debts to be repaid this year are $8 billion so far, 2022. While Beijing has thrown its immense economic heft into developing manufacturing capacity and extracting natural resources, Delhi has focused on its core competencies of human resource development, information technology, education, and healthcare. Without any doubt, China's drive to build infrastructure throughout the continent has been welcomed. However, megascale infrastructure projects will have the desired transformative effects only if they are able to create jobs, generate revenue, attract investments, and contribute to the development of local productive capacities. However, megascale infrastructure projects will have the desired transformative effects only if they are able to create jobs, generate revenue, attract investments, and contribute to the development of local productive capacities. Yet Chinese firms are often accused of employing mostly Chinese workers and offering tittle training and skills development for African employees. Some infrastructure projects thus run the risk of turning into economically unviable vanity projects. 5. Chinese private sector. A growing number of small-scale Chinese private firms are making business in Africa without the direct endorsement of the Chinese government. Growth in Chinese private investment in sectors outside traditional natural resources has, however, fueled resentment among local investors and the people. For instance, Ethiopian and Zambian farmers have complained of Chinese acquisition of large tracts of land at their expense. Why is Indian investment in Africa more substantial than that of China? 1. Equal partnership and long-term focus. India's bilateral partnership with African countries emphasizes developing together as equals. The focus is on enhancing Africa's productive capacity, diversifying skills and knowledge, and investing in small and medium-sized enterprises. X. India's support for the development of the pharmaceutical industry in Africa through initiatives like the India-Africa Health Sciences Collaborative Platform promotes long-term capacity building and knowledge transfer. 2. Growth and trade. India offers duty-free, quote-free access to low-income countries since 2008. Despite the global recession, trade between India and Africa grew by nearly 32% from 2009 to 2012. Bilateral trade between India and Africa reached USS $62.66 billion in 2017 to 2018 and continues to grow. 3. Cultural proximity. India has advantages over China in Africa due to proximity, a common language, popularity of Indian culture, and the appeal of democracy. Example, Bollywood movies and Indian television shows have gained immense popularity in African countries, showcasing the appeal of Indian culture and entertainment. 4. Sustainable development. The International Solar Alliance (ISA) exemplifies India's sustainable development partnership. Africa has taken a leadership role in solar expansion, with many member states ratifying the ISA agreement. India has pledged over USS $1 billion for off-grid solar energy projects in Africa, particularly in West African countries. Shunya IAS happy face caret equals caret pound plus or minus caret 1 happy face caret. Example, the Solar Mamas is an initiative supported by India in collaboration with the Barefoot College to empower women from rural communities in Africa and other developing regions by providing them with training in solar engineering. 5. Diaspora. India's diaspora in Africa provides a significant advantage over China. The Indian diaspora, with its historical and cultural ties, acts as a bridge between India and Africa, fostering trust and cooperation. They leverage their networks and business expertise to facilitate trade, investment, and entrepreneurship, giving India a competitive edge. India's KEV investments in Africa. Infrastructure development. India has invested in infrastructure projects such as roads, railways, ports, and power plants in African countries. Example, India has supported the construction of the Tazara Railway in Tanzania. Agriculture and food security. India has invested in agriculture-related projects in Africa, focusing on enhancing agricultural productivity, promoting sustainable farming practices, and improving food security. Indian companies have invested in agricultural technology, irrigation systems, and food processing industries in several African countries. Example, Indian company Karaturi Global established large-scale flower farms in Ethiopia, contributing to the country's flower export industry. Healthcare and pharmaceuticals. India has invested in healthcare infrastructure, medical facilities, and pharmaceutical industries in Africa. Indian pharmaceutical companies have set up manufacturing units and provided affordable medicines to African countries, contributing to healthcare accessibility and affordability. Example, India has supported the Pan-African e-Network project, providing telemedicine services to connect Indian and African doctors for consultations and medical assistance. Education and skill development. India has invested in education and skill development initiatives in Africa, including scholarships, training programs, and educational partnerships. Indian institutions have collaborated with African universities and institutions to promote knowledge exchange and capacity building. Example, the Indian Council for Cultural Relations (ICCR) offers scholarships to African students to study in India, promoting educational exchange and capacity building. Renewable energy. India has made investments in renewable energy projects in Africa, particularly in solar and wind energy. This includes the establishment of solar power plants, distribution of solar lanterns, and the promotion of clean energy technologies. Example, the India-Africa Clean Energy Finance (1 ACEF) program was launched to support renewable energy projects in Africa, including solar electrification initiatives in countries like Rwanda and Tanzania. Information technology and telecommunications. Indian IT companies have invested in the African market, providing software development, IT services, and telecommunication infrastructure. This has contributed to the growth of the digital economy and connectivity in Africa. Example, India's Bharti Airtel has invested in telecommunication infrastructure across multiple African countries, expanding access to mobile and internet services. Defense. India has been actively engaging in defense cooperation with African countries to strengthen bilateral ticks and contribute to regional security. Example, India has provided naval vessels, radars, and other defense hardware to nations like Mauritius, Seychelles, and Mozambique to enhance their maritime security capabilities. Private sector involvement. India has provided naval vessels, radars, and other defense hardware to nations like Mauritius, Seychelles, and Mozambique to enhance their maritime security capabilities. COVID aid. During the COVID-19 pandemic, India has extended crucial support to African countries. India's assistance includes vaccine donations through the COVAX initiative, where it has supplied COVID-19 vaccines to various African nations. Example, Nigeria received 100,000 doses of the Bovishield vaccine as a donation from India. Additionally, India has provided medical supplies like hydroxychloroquine tablets to countries such as Seychelles and Mauritius. PSIR optional paper 2-part B Shunya IAS. Way forward. 1. India as a balancer. China has been actively pursuing checkbook and donation diplomacy in Africa. However, Chinese investment is seen as neo-colonial in nature. India's approach, on the other hand, is one that focuses on building local capacities and an equal partnership with Africans and not merely with African elites concerned. 2. Enabling strategic convergence. Both India and Japan share a common interest in forging a partnership for Africa's development through the Asia-Africa Growth Corridor. In this context, India can leverage its global status to establish Africa on the strategic map of global politics. 3. Deliver on ground. New Delhi will need to start delivering on the ground if the India-Africa partnership has to move beyond high-level visits. 4. Joint projects. In order to keep the momentum of building political and economic ties with this increasingly important region, steps should be taken towards tailoring and funding joint projects for the sustainable development of Africa. 5. Becoming voice of developing world. Just as India and Africa fought colonialism together, both can now collaborate together for a just, representative and democratic global order that has a voice for around one-third of humanity that lives in Africa and India. 6. Preventing global rivalries. In recent years, several global economic players have strengthened their engagement with African states with an eye to rising economic opportunities, including in energy, mining, infrastructure, and connectivity. 7. Focus on 10 guiding principles for India-Africa engagement as articulated by PM during his 2019 Uganda visit. Africa will be at the top of our priorities. Our development partnership will be guided by your priorities. We will build as much local capacity and create local opportunities as possible. We will keep our markets open and make it easier and more attractive to trade with India. We will harness India's experience with the digital revolution to support Africa's development, improve delivery of public services, extend education and health, spread digital literacy, expand financial inclusion, and mainstream the marginalized. Africa has 60% of the world's arable land, but produces just 10% of the global output. We will work with you to improve Africa's agriculture. Our partnership will address the challenges of climate change. We will strengthen our cooperation and mutual capabilities in combating terrorism and extremism, keeping our cyberspace safe and secure, and supporting the UN in advancing and keeping peace. We will work with African nations to keep the oceans open and free for the benefit of all nations. The world needs cooperation and competition in the eastern shores of Africa and the eastern Indian Ocean. As global engagement in Africa increases, we must all work together to ensure that Africa does not once again turn into a theater of rival ambitions, but becomes a nursery for the aspirations of Africa's youth. Just as India and Africa fought colonialism together, we will work together for a just, representative and just as India and Africa fought colonialism together, we will work together for a just, representative and democratic global order that has a voice for one-third of humanity that lives in Africa and India. Indian Technical and Economic Cooperation Program. The Indian Technical and Economic Cooperation Program, HEC for short, is the leading capacity-building platform of the Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India. Instituted in 1964, 1TC is one of the oldest institutionalized arrangements for international capacity building, having trained more than 200,000 officials from 160-plus countries in both the civilian and in the defense sector. Building on India's vast and rich network of governance and development-related expertise available in higher educational institutions and training facilities, ITEC offers nearly 10,000 fully funded in-person training opportunities through nearly 400 courses offered at 100-plus eminent institutes in India each year. Since 2014, India has offered close to 100,000 world-class capacity-building training and scholarships at premier institutions in India, along with a chance to experience the culture and hospitality of India. Even during the disruptions occasioned by the COVID pandemic, the IEC program continued with its commitment to share India's development experience with the world, providing online healthcare and governance-related training to nearly 10,000 professionals through digital platforms. Apart from our regular calendar-based training programs, India also responds to country-specific requests for training in specific areas of governance by organizing customized training programs which are designed and delivered by leading institutions in India. Today, ITEC utilizes a bouquet of varied modalities to meet its mandate of capacity building. Even as we have RC-COMT in-person or on-campus courses, we have also introduced modalities like CLTC for online trainings using digital delivery platforms. ITEC exclusive short-term policy-focused in-person trainings for senior government executives, ITEC CONSIC and IEC expert on-site capacity building assignments carried out by Indian experts. ITEC is administered by the Development Partnership Administration II Division of DI Ministry of External Affairs. India, Latin America. Background. Early connections. Diplomatic relations between India and Latin American countries were established in the mid-20th century. Non-aligned movement. Both India and Latin American countries were founding members of the non-aligned movement NAM in 1961. NAM provided a platform for India and Latin American countries to collaborate on global issues and promote mutual interests. Economic engagement. India's economic engagement with Latin America gained momentum in the 1990s with economic liberalization in both regions. Trade between India and Latin American countries expanded with a focus on commodities, pharmaceuticals, textiles, and automobiles. Diplomatic exchanges, high-level visits between India and Latin American countries increased in the 2000s. Strengthening diplomatic ties. Indian presidents, prime ministers, and ministers visited Latin American countries and vice versa to foster political and cultural connections. Multilateral cooperation. India and Latin American countries collaborated within multilateral forums such as the United Nations, BRICS, G20, and the World Trade Organization. Importance of India-Latin America relations. 1. Energy. Latin America is gaining strategic significance in the area of energy security. Currently, India sources 15% of its crude oil from LAC countries, and in order to sustain its growing energy needs, its demand will increase in the future. Critical minerals. Latin America's critical minerals hold great importance for India due to their essential role in 2. Industries such as manufacturing, electronics, renewable energy, and defense. For instance, Latin America's reserves of lithium, copper, and rare earth elements are crucial for India's ambitions in electric vehicles, infrastructure development, and high-tech industries. Securing access to these minerals is vital for India's industrial growth and technological advancement. Strategic significance. Latin America's increasing geopolitical significance, coupled with its growing regional 3. Integration efforts, provides India with a platform to strengthen its presence in the region. Collaborative initiatives like the International Solar Alliance highlight India's leadership and commitment to addressing global challenges, including renewable energy. Economic opportunities. Latin America offers significant economic opportunities for India. The region has a large consumer base with a population of over 620 million and a growing middle class. Strengthening trade and investment ties with Latin American countries can provide access to new markets, diversify India's export destinations, and stimulate economic growth. Example, India's preferential trade agreements with Chile and Mercosur, Argentina, Brazil, Uruguay, Paraguay, and Venezuela have given a boost to the two-way trade. India is presently negotiating a free trade agreement, FTA, with Mexico and Peru. Challenges in the relations. 1. Growing Chinese footprint. One of the key challenges for India in Latin America is the increasing Chinese influence in the region. China's extensive investments, infrastructure projects, and trade relations with Latin American countries pose a challenge to India's economic engagement and strategic presence in the region. Shunya Pounds. Example, China's Belt and Road Initiative BRI has gained significant traction in Latin America, leading to a surge in Chinese investments and infrastructure projects. For instance, in Brazil, China has invested heavily in sectors like energy, telecommunications, and transportation. Chinese companies have also secured major infrastructure contracts in countries like Argentina, Peru, and Ecuador. 2. Regional instability in Chile and Venezuela. The political and economic instability in countries like Chile and Venezuela creates challenges for India's engagement in Latin America. These volatile situations can affect trade, investment, and diplomatic relations, requiring India to navigate complex political landscapes to maintain stable partnerships. 3. Need for equivalence of economic and political impetus. To deepen India-Latin America ties, it is crucial to ensure that economic cooperation is accompanied by a corresponding political impetus. Without adequate political engagement and alignment of interests, the relationship may face obstacles and fail to reach its full potential. 4. Diversification of engagement. While Brazil and Mexico have traditionally been important partners for India in Latin America, it is essential for India to expand its engagement beyond these larger economies. Exploring opportunities with smaller countries in the region can help diversify and strengthen India's presence, foster new partnerships, and tap into emerging markets. 5. Lack of direct shipping services. The absence of direct shipping services between India and Latin American countries leads to high freight costs, making trade and transportation challenging. Establishing direct shipping routes and improving logistics infrastructure can significantly reduce costs and enhance trade between the two regions. Carrot. 6. Trade disparity with China. India's trade volume with Latin America, valued at around $40 billion in 2018-19, is significantly lower compared to China's trade volume of $264 billion with the region. Bridging this trade gap and increasing India's trade presence in Latin America poses a challenge that requires focused efforts to boost trade and investment. 7. Limited institutional presence. India's limited participation in Latin American financial institutions such as the Inter-American Development Bank, IDB, and the Central American Bank restricts its influence in regional economic and financial matters. Strengthening institutional connections and establishing bilateral banking relationships can enhance India's role in Latin America's financial landscape. Way forward for India-Latin America relation. There is a need for more sustained high-level visits from the top leadership, though the trend is increasing. It needs to be more frequent. Need to look for a focused policy towards South America similar to Southeast Asia, Africa, and West Asia. Move beyond the transactional relationship. India needs to move beyond the transactional relationship and focus on long-term interest in the global institutions, increasing soft power as well as bringing in focus the humanitarian aspect. Give strategic thrust to the relationship and move in the areas like defense cooperation in space sector, and cybersecurity. India and Latin America need to better understand each other's political reality, endowments, capabilities, and priorities beyond the experience of transitory diplomats. Both sides need to define their priorities after realistically assessing their capabilities and the prospects for engagement. Indian diaspora in Latin America. The 17th Pravasi Bharatiya Divas (PBD) convention in Indore will have a special focus on strengthening India's diaspora connections with Latin America, with 2 presidents of Indian origin from the region as special guests in attendance. History of Indian diaspora in Latin America. Indentured laborers. The Indian diaspora in Latin America dates back to the late 19th century when thousands of Indian indentured laborers were brought to work on plantations in various countries such as Trinidad and Tobago, Guyana, Suriname, Jamaica, and Fiji. Migration of Punjabis. In the early 1900s, a significant number of Punjabi men migrated to Mexico and other Latin American countries to work as fanners and laborers. They were commonly known as Hindu Mexicans due to their Indian origins. The arrival of Sindhis. The Sindhi community in Latin America originated from the migration of traders from Sindh, now in Pakistan, to different countries such as Panama, Colombia, and Peru in the early 20th century. Settlement in Guyana and Suriname. After the abolition of slavery, Indian indentured laborers settled in countries like Guyana and Suriname, where they developed their own culture and traditions. Countries like Guyana and Suriname, where they developed their own culture and traditions. Growth of Indian community. Over time, the Indian community in Latin America grew and became more diverse, with people from different regions of India and various religious backgrounds settling in the region. South-South cooperation. South-South cooperation refers to the process of cooperation among developing countries, particularly in the economic field and other areas. It is characterized by a collective approach, sharing commonalities, and addressing the historical legacy of colonialism and economic exploitation. The objective is to promote mutual cooperation and a common approach to development issues. Evolution of South-South cooperation. The origins of South-South cooperation can be traced back to the Asian-African Conference held in Bandung, Indonesia, in 1955, also known as the Bandung Conference. This conference laid the foundation for the non-aligned movement, which advocated for economic cooperation among developing countries to achieve collective self-reliance. Subsequently, significant milestones in South-South cooperation include the New Delhi Meet in 1982, the establishment of the Global System of Trade Preferences, GSTP, in 1985, and the formation of the G15 in 1990. These initiatives aimed to foster greater cooperation and solidarity among developing nations. Importance of South-South cooperation for developing countries. South-South cooperation holds significance for developing countries due to various reasons. Firstly, it provides an alternative approach to the slow progress of the new International Economic Order (NIEO) and official development assistance (ODA) provided by developed countries. Secondly, it enables developing nations to address common challenges such as poor economic infrastructure, illiteracy, unemployment, poverty, and lack of technology. By sharing experiences and expertise, countries can find mutually beneficial solutions and promote sustainable development. Initiatives like the India-Brazil-South Africa (IBSA) partnership exemplify the spirit of cooperation and development assistance. Challenges and failures. Despite the potential and aspirations, South-South cooperation has faced challenges and encountered failures. Economic cooperation has weakened under the pressures of globalization, which has perpetuated neocolonial control by developed countries. The inactivity of the non-aligned movement, NAM, has also hindered collective efforts. Moreover, the dependence of developing countries on foreign aid, limited control over multinational corporations, and the rise of regional economic blocs led by developed countries have further complicated the cooperation landscape. Additionally, local issues, including border disputes and ethnic conflicts, have strained cooperation efforts. Conclusion. Moving forward, South-South cooperation needs to adapt and evolve to remain relevant in the changing global landscape. Initiatives like IBSA may prove to be viable mechanisms for fostering cooperation among developing countries. The nature of cooperation is also being shaped by globalization, presenting new opportunities and challenges. Developing countries that have achieved economic growth and technological advancements can play a pivotal role in sharing their experiences and expertise with poorer nations for mutual benefit. By diversifying cooperation areas and adopting out-of-the-box approaches, South-South cooperation can contribute to the progress and development of participating countries. Shunya IAS. BRICS. BRICS is an acronym that stands for Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. It is an association of 5 major emerging economics from different regions of the world. BRICS was established in 2006, with the inclusion of South Africa in 2010, to enhance cooperation and coordination among its member countries on various economic, political, and social issues of global significance. The primary objective of BRICS is to promote economic growth, sustainable development, and greater global influence for its member nations. Achievements/initiatives of BRICS L powerful driver for the global economy. Over the past decade, the combined BRICS GDP has grown by 179%. Total trade of the member nations has expanded by 94%. 2. New Development Bank, NDB, with every nation having equal voting rights. It focuses on lending to infrastructure projects. 3. Contingent Reserve Arrangement, CRA, an alternative to the IMF. CRA aims to provide short-term liquidity support to the members through currency swaps to help mitigate the BOP crisis situation. 4. PSIR, BRICS Partnership on New Industrial Revolution. 5. BRICS Business Council, 25 prominent entrepreneurs from Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, representing various industries and sectors in the BRICS nations. 6. BRICS Women Business Alliance, recently created, both as a women empowerment measure and as a tool to bring a distinctive perspective on issues of interest for the business community. 7. BRICS Bond Fund equals proposed BRICS Bond Fund will help member countries conduct intra-BRICS trade in national currencies, avoiding the US dollar. 8. BRICS Credit Rating Agency equals independent rating agency proposed by India in 2018. 9. Bilateral issues addressal. Example. BRICS Summit in Xiamen in 2017 did help expedite an end to the Doklam standoff. Chadangs for BRICS 1. Institutional 3. Dominance of Big Three. Mark dominance of Big Three Russia, China, India is a challenge for the BRICS as it moves ahead. Inequality. South Africa is not robust economically compared to its BRICS counterparts, and its economy has been performing badly since 2008. Different nature of state. India, Brazil, and South Africa are liberal democracies where China and Russia have different political structures. Narrow agenda. BRICS will need to expand its agenda for increasing its relevance in the global order, like terrorism, climate change, etc. Differential agendas. All the BRICS nations have different global aims and ambitions, and there is a lack of coherence in them. Untested foundational principles. Principles like respect for sovereign equality and pluralism in global governance are liable to be tested. Example. Military standoff between India and China in Doklam Plateau and Galwan Valley is blot on foundation. Principle. China's increasing assertiveness in the South China Sea. Belt and Road Initiative of China. Global antagonism. China and Russia are often seen on opposite ends of the established order in respect of democracy, human rights, and regional peace. 2. Operations related. Poor intra-BRICS trade. Despite the combined population accounting for 40% of humanity, intra-BRICS trade is just 17% of world trade. Geographical discontinuity. Most of the BRICS nations are in different continents, making bilateral trade. Joint exercises difficult. Lack of unity. In the issue of expansion of the UN Security Council, BRICS exposed its disunity. China strongly opposes India's seat as a permanent member. Lack of dispute redressal. The BRICS has no internal mechanism for resolving disputes between member nations. India-China issues hardly form any agenda on the forum. Need to diversify. There are other emerging economies which can be included, like Mexico, Indonesia, and South Korea, who can make the platform effectively that of emerging economies. Relevance of BRICS to India. 1. Economic relevance. Critical economic engine. With 40% of the world's population and about 30% of the GDP, BRICS has proved to be a critical economic engine. Economic convergence. It is a platform where India shares similar economic interests as the other nations. Credit related. The NDB will help India to raise and avail resources for their infrastructure and sustainable development projects. And alternative to World Bank/IMF, the NDB and contingent reserves can be an alternative to World Bank and EMP resources. 2. Geopolitical relevance. NSG and UNSC permanent seat. India remains engaged with the other BRICS countries on its NSG membership, particularly China. Balancing relationships. India has to maintain the balancing act between Russia-China on the one side and the US on the other side. Security of India. BRICS put counterterrorism on top of the agenda. Security of India. BRICS put counterterrorism on top of the agenda. This has been a success for India. This could be helpful in isolating Pakistan. Pound Y platform to resolve bilateral issues, especially between India and China. 3. Others. Platform to voice developing nations' concerns. BRICS can help protect the rights of the developing countries at global platforms like WTO and climate change talks. Scientific cooperation. Regional data network is proposed for collecting astronomical, celestial, and space related data. COVID aid. There is a lot of potential of BRICS in respect of global pandemics and how to effectively mitigate and fight them. Russian vaccine development and Chinese effectiveness in curbing its spread. Brazil became the first nation to receive 2 million doses of vaccines from India. Is BRICS a anti-West engagement for India? Points against. Economic cooperation. BRICS focuses primarily on economic cooperation among its member countries, including Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. It is not inherently anti-West, but rather aims to enhance trade, investment, and financial cooperation among the member nations. The The primary objective is to promote economic growth and development, rather than being anti-Western. EEE. Shunya IAS. Multilateral engagement. BRICS provides a platform for its members to engage with each other and other international actors on various global issues. It is not limited to anti-Western engagement but focuses on areas of mutual interest, such as sustainable development, climate change, and global governance. BRICS encourages dialogue and cooperation rather than being exclusively anti-Western in nature. Diverse membership. BRICS includes countries with diverse political systems, ideologies, and foreign policy priorities. While there may be differences in approaches and perspectives, BRICS serves as a forum for dialogue and collaboration. It does not seek to create a unified anti-Western bloc, but rather promotes cooperation based on shared interests and mutual benefits. Points in support. Counterbalancing Western influence. BRICS can be seen as a platform for emerging economies to counterbalance the dominant influence of Western powers in global affairs. Through closer cooperation, BRICS members can present a collective voice and pursue common interests that may diverge from traditional Western approaches. This can provide a sense of empowerment and autonomy for member countries, including India. Reforming global institutions. BRICS countries advocate for the reform of global institutions such as the United Nations, World Bank, and International Monetary Fund. They argue for a more equitable and inclusive global governance system that reflects the changing global dynamics. This stance challenges the existing power structures dominated by Western countries and seeks to promote a more multipolar world order. South-South cooperation. BRICS embodies the concept of South-South cooperation, which aims to foster collaboration among developing countries. By engaging with other emerging economies, India can strengthen its ties with countries that share similar developmental challenges and aspirations. This enables India to leverage collective strength and pursue common goals that may not align with the traditional Western agenda. While there are elements within BRICS that may challenge Western dominance, it is important to note that the engagement is not solely anti-Western. BRICS serves as a platform for economic cooperation, multilateral engagement, and shared interests among its member countries, with a focus on development and global governance reforms. India and the global centers of power. USA, EU, Unit 5 Japan, China and Russia. India-US relations. Previous year's questions. Do you agree with the view that the USA is of late walling to treat India as a partner rather than merely a camp follower? Give reasons for your answer. 2014, before the year 2000. The Indo-US relationship has been marked more with estrangement than cordiality. Why? 2015. Comment on India's growing relationship with the USA in the background of constrained relations between India and China. 2016. The natural behavior of India and the United States is likely to serve each other's interest, hence a deliberate strategy of dovetailing their efforts will obviously benefit both. Elaborate. 2017. Discuss the role of the Indian diaspora in promoting Indo-US relations. 2018. Discuss the significance of Indo-US strategic partnership and its implications for India's security and national defense. 2020. Explain the significance of Basic Exchange and Cooperation Agreement, BICA, for Indo-US strategic relations. 2022. Standard introductions. The China-US relationship has evolved significantly over the years, driven by a convergence of interests and mutual benefits. From a complex history, marked by ideological differences and mistrust, the two nations have now emerged as strategic partners. The China-US relationship is one of the most significant partnerships in the world, characterized by a complex history, evolving interests, and shared concerns. According to Ashley Tellis, the US-India partnership has come a long way in the past 2 decades, and it is a partnership that will shape the 21st century. Background. 1. Historical. Before India gained independence in 1947, the relationship between India and the United States was relatively limited. There were some interactions between Indian nationalist leaders and American officials, including Mahatma Gandhi's meeting with President Woodrow Wilson in 1919 at the end of World War I. However, these interactions did not lead to significant cooperation or partnerships between the two countries. During the colonial period, the US was not a major player in India, which was primarily under British rule. However, there were some American businesses and missionaries in India, and some Indian nationalists did seek American support for their cause. 2. Phase 1, 1947 to 1971. The relationship after India's independence was characterized by a mix of mistrust and cooperation. India's non-alignment stance, which sought to avoid aligning with either the Soviet Union or the United States, made it difficult for the US to develop close ties with India. However, despite this, during the 1950s and 1960s, India was one of the largest recipients of US economic assistance, which was primarily aimed at promoting economic development in India. The US also provided India with military aid during this period, including the transfer of military equipment and the training of Indian military personnel. However, the relationship between the two countries was strained by a number of issues during this period. One of the most significant was the U.S. support for Pakistan during the Indo-Pakistani Wars of 1965 and 1971. The U.S. also opposed India's nuclear program, which it believed could destabilize the region. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part B. Shunya IAS. 3. Phase 2, 1971 to 1991. During the period of 1971 to 1991, U.S.-India relations were marked by a series of ups and downs. The U.S. supported Pakistan during the Bangladesh Liberation War. In 1974, India conducted a nuclear test, which led to the U.S. imposing restrictions on nuclear cooperation with India. India's policy of non-alignment during the Cold War created some friction with the U.S., which saw India as being too close to the Soviet Union. However, the U.S. sought to improve ties with India in the 1980s, particularly in the areas of economic and security cooperation. 4. Phase 3, 1991 to 2000s. The period between 1991 to 2005 marked a significant shift in U.S.-India relations. The end of the Cold War created a favorable environment for the two countries to engage in a more productive relationship. The U.S. supported India's economic reforms and lifted sanctions after India's nuclear tests in 1998. The two countries signed the historic civil nuclear deal in 2005, which paved the way for greater cooperation in the field of energy and defense. The two countries have also signed a number of agreements in areas such as defense, trade, and technology transfer. However, there have been some tensions, particularly over trade issues and India's defense ties with Russia. In recent years, the two countries have also been collaborating on regional security issues, including counterterrorism and stability in the Indo-Pacific region. Views of scholars on India-US relations. Dennis Cox. India and USA have moved a long way from estranged democracies to engaged democracies embodying the most defining partnership of the 21st century. Shared democratic values and converging global interests unite Washington and New Delhi in a strategic handshake. Mike Pompeo. It's only natural that the world's most populous democracy should partner with the world's oldest democracy to maintain our shared vision throughout the Indo-Pacific. U.S. Defense Secretary Mark Esper, stating that India will be the most consequential partner for the U.S. in the Indo-Pacific this century. PM Modi. India and the United States are not just natural partners, they are partners by choice. And it is the overcoming of the hesitations of history that has provided the context in which the transformative vision of our partnership has taken shape. Jaisley Anchor. India and the United States have an increasingly important partnership in addressing the challenges of the 21st century. Tanvi Mudun, a senior fellow at the Brookings Institution, has written about the need for the U.S. and India to work together on issues such as climate change, cybersecurity, and terrorism. Shiv Shankar Menon. India and the United States are moving towards a partnership that increasingly has some of the characteristics of an alliance, but without the commitment to defense that is the heart of any alliance. Bilateral data. 1. Trade. The total bilateral trade between India and the United States reached $128.78 billion in the fiscal year 2023 to 2024. This marks a significant increase from $119.42 billion in the previous year too. Trade basket. India-US trade basket includes a wide range of products, including information technology, pharmaceuticals, agriculture, aviation, defense, energy, and services such as IT services, financial services, and education. The United States is one of India's top trading partners, and India is among the fastest-growing export markets for the U.S. Bilateral relations. 1. Economic developmental. Market access. USA is currently one of the biggest markets for Indian goods, thus it is extremely attractive for both industry as well as potential service investments. Data. India was the United States' 11th largest overall goods trading partner, and the United States was India's largest merchandise export destination and third largest merchandise import supplier. Key investor. USA is India's second biggest investor with FDI of $10.5 billion, with 18 per carat T of total. Sanya's. Technology. Fly US has been a major supplier of technology to India, particularly in the areas of defense and space. In recent years, there has been an increase in collaboration between Indian and American companies in emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence and cybersecurity. Education. India and the US have been collaborating in the field of education for several years. There are several exchange programs in place that allow Indian and American students to study in each other's countries. 2. Defense and strategic. Logistics Exchange Memorandum of Agreement, LEMO signed in August 2016. This agreement allows both countries to use each other's military bases for refueling and maintenance purposes. And Security Agreement, CUMCASA. This agreement was signed in Communications Compatibility, September 2018, and allows for secure communication and data sharing between the two countries' armed forces. Basic Exchange and Cooperation Agreement, BICA signed in October 2020. This agreement allows for geospatial intelligence sharing between India and the US, which will help India in its defense and counterterrorism operations. Defense Technology and Trade Initiative, DTTI, launched in 2012. This initiative aims to promote co-development and co-production of defense technologies between India and the US. Defense trade. The United States is one of India's top defense suppliers, and the two countries have been gradually increasing their defense trade. In 2020, India signed IAS $3 billion deal to buy military helicopters from the United States. Counterterrorism cooperation. India and the United States have been working together to counter the threat of terrorism. This includes sharing intelligence, conducting joint military exercises, and coordinating efforts to disrupt terrorist networks. Major defense partner. The United States has been gradually increasing its defense technology. Cooperation with India. In 2016, India was designated as a major defense partner of the United States, which has opened up new avenues for cooperation in defense technology. The Biden administration's March 2021 Interim National Security Guidance has described the deepening partnership with India as being critical to America's vital national interests. 2+2 dialogue. It was initiated in 2018, and there have been several rounds of dialogue since then. The 2+2 dialogue covers a wide range of issues, including defense cooperation, security, trade, and people-to-people ties. It also focuses on regional and global issues of mutual interest, such as the Indo-Pacific region, counterterrorism, and the situation in Afghanistan. ZV, the Industrial Security Annex, ISA, is a part of the General Security of Military Information Agreement. SOMIA signed between India and the United States in 2002. The ISA provides a framework for the exchange and protection of classified military information between the two countries. The ISA was renewed for another 10 years in 2020 during the 2+2 dialogue between the two countries. Multilateral. 3. Quadrilateral Security Dialogue, Quad. India and the US, along with Japan and Australia, participate. The Quad, a strategic forum for regional security cooperation in the Indo-Pacific region. They work together to promote regional security, stability, and economic growth. I2U2. The I2U2 group is a grouping of India, Israel, the United Arab Emirates, and the United States. The group's first joint statement, released on July 14, 2022, states that the countries aim to cooperate on joint investments and new initiatives in water, energy, transportation, space, health, and food security. Other. US-India Energy Dialogue. The dialogue was launched in 2005 to promote cooperation between the two countries in the areas of energy security, energy efficiency, clean energy, and sustainable development. PACE was launched in 2009 to support research and partnership to advance clean energy. Deployment of clean energy technologies, such as solar, wind, and biofuel. US-India Strategic Energy Partnership. SEP. The SEP was launched in 2018 to strengthen energy. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part B. Shunya IAS. India-US Investment Incentive Agreement, HA. The Investment Incentive Agreement, IIA, between India and the United States was signed in 2022, updating a previous agreement from 1997. This agreement aims to enhance investment cooperation between the two countries by leveraging the capabilities of the U.S. International Development Finance Corporation, DEC. Key objectives. Boosting investments. The IIA is designed to facilitate increased U.S. investments in various sectors within India, promoting economic growth and development. Sector focus. Key sectors targeted include clean energy, infrastructure, healthcare, and technology, aligning with India's developmental priorities and strategic needs. Economic cooperation. Economic cooperation. The agreement is part of a broader effort to deepen economic ties between India and the U.S., fostering mutual growth and collaboration in high-impact sectors. Support for development projects. The DFC's involvement underscores a commitment to supporting large-scale development projects that can drive sustainable growth and improve infrastructure in India. High-level engagements. The signing of the IA followed several high-level meetings and dialogues aimed at strengthening bilateral economic relations. This includes initiatives to enhance supply chain resilience and boost investments in critical industries. Investment incentives. The IA provides a framework for offering financial and technical support to projects that align with both nations' strategic interests, thus encouraging more U.S. companies to invest in India. India-US Civil Nuclear Agreement. The Indo-US Nuclear Deal is a bilateral agreement between India and the United States, which was signed on October 10, 2008. The deal is officially known as the United States-India Peaceful Atomic Energy Cooperation Act and was passed by the U.S. Congress in December 2006. According to Charles D. Ferguson, the nuclear deal between the United States and India is unprecedented and unique. Ashley Tellis, another expert, echoes this sentiment and emphasizes that the deal reflects the increasing engagement between the U.S. and India. Background. Prior to the nuclear deal, India was not a member of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, NPT, and was subject to sanctions by the international community. The US had imposed sanctions on India after its nuclear tests in 1998. The sanctions included restrictions on high-technology exports, dual-use items, and cooperation in nuclear and space areas. However, in 2005, US President George W. Bush and Indian Prime Minister Manmohan Singh signed a joint statement on the next steps in strategic partnership which paved the way for the nuclear deal. Provisions. The Indo-US nuclear deal has several provisions, some of which are as follows. India agreed to separate its civil and military nuclear facilities and allow international inspections of its civilian nuclear program. The US agreed to exempt India from certain provisions of the US Atomic Energy Act that require comprehensive safeguards and verification procedures. The US also agreed to support India's entry into the Nuclear Suppliers Group (NSG), a group of countries that regulate global nuclear trade. The deal established a framework for cooperation in areas such as nuclear power, nuclear safety, and nuclear fuel supply. The deal also includes provisions on technology transfer, joint research and development, and cooperation in the fields of science and technology. Benefits for India. Access to civilian nuclear technology. The nuclear deal gave India access to civilian nuclear technology which helped India to expand its nuclear power program and reduce its dependence on fossil fuels. Shunya IAS happy face 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 happy face. Access IO nuclear fuel. The deal allowed India to import nuclear fuel for its nuclear reactors which was crucial for India's energy security. Economic. In India, the proponents of the agreement cite economic considerations as one of the topmost factors in their support of TLI agreement. For example, Indian scholar Rajal Karim Laskar argues, the most important significance of the deal for India is related to the contribution it will make in meeting India's energy requirements to sustain high rate of economic growth. Counter China. It also helped to strengthen the strategic partnership between India and the US, which has become increasingly important as China's influence in the region has grown. Reasons for convergence. 1. Economic. Trade. India and TLI-US are two of the largest economies in the world, and trade between the two countries has been growing steadily. Both countries have recognized TLI potential for further expansion of trade and investment ties and have been working to promote greater economic integration. Investment. India has been actively seeking foreign investment, and TLI-US is one of the largest sources of foreign investment in the country. The US has also been seeking opportunities to invest in India's fast-growing economy, particularly in sectors such as technology, healthcare, and infrastructure. Innovation. Both India and the US are known for their innovation and technological prowess. Collaboration in areas such as science, technology, and research and development can help drive economic growth and development in both countries. Energy security. India is one of the world's fastest-growing energy markets, and the US is a major producer of oil and gas. Closer cooperation between the two countries on energy issues can help India meet its growing energy needs and enhance its energy security. Job creation. Closer economic ties between India and the US can lead to the creation of more jobs in both countries, which can help drive economic growth and reduce poverty. Strategic. 2. Countering China. Frowny face explained to Head Senior. Countering terrorism. India and the US have a common interest in countering terrorism and extremism. Terrorism. SUNYA. Both countries have suffered from terrorist attacks and have been working together to prevent and combat. Timeline of India-US counterterrorism cooperation. 2010, India-US Counterterrorism Cooperation Initiative signed. US-India Counterterrorism Joint Working Group holds 16 meetings. 2013, US-India Cyber Policy Dialogue takes place. Maritime Cooperation Framework established to enhance security at sea. 2017, Memorandum of Understanding (MOU) on bilateral counterterrorism designations dialogue signed. 2018, Pact signed for real-time exchange of intelligence on terrorism. Enhancing maritime security. India and the US have a shared interest in enhancing maritime security in the Indo-Pacific region. Both countries are concerned about piracy, smuggling, and other forms of transnational organized crime in the region. Joint projects. Both nations are involved in joint projects in various nations. This gives both an opportunity to engage together and also help develop nations of mutual interest. This is also an attempt to reduce Chinese economic presence in these regions. Examples. Joint projects in Maldives. India and the US have jointly undertaken projects in the Maldives to enhance its connectivity and infrastructure. For instance, the US has provided assistance to India's project to build a port in the Maldives. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part B. Shunya IAS. Joint projects in Sri Lanka. India and the US have undertaken joint projects in Sri Lanka, including the Trincomalee oil tank farm and a liquefied natural gas (LNG) terminal. Defense collaboration. Defense cooperation. India-US defense cooperation is based on the new framework for India-US defense cooperation, which was renewed for a period often years in 2015. Example, the US recognized India as a major defense partner in 2016. Military modernization. U.S. arms shipments are vital for the modernization of Soviet-era weapons and technology in Indian military. Example, there has been a 2.8% increase in military exports by the U.S. to India since 2019. Sujin R. Chinoy highlights the significant progress made in defense cooperation between the United States and India in recent years. This progress has been facilitated by the designation of India as a major defense partner/friendly foreign country by the U.S. Additionally, there has been an increasing willingness on the part of the U.S. to relax rules and regulations related to high technology transfer. One notable example of this is the Strategic Trade Authorization Tier 1 license exemption, which has enabled smoother and more efficient transfer of advanced defense technologies between the two countries. Samir Saran and Richard Rahul Varma recommendations for future defense engagement. Create a dedicated India cell within DoD. Conclude and operationalize foundational agreements. The United States and India should quickly conclude negotiations on the IAS and BICA. Establish a combined disaster relief team. Create a new visa category to improve defense exchanges. Redouble focus on exchanges and professional military education. Institutionalize requirements and mission-driven technology cooperation. Focus on co-production opportunities. Launch DTTI 2.0/TX3. Include regional strategy in the 2+2 dialogue space. NISAR, the ISRO and NASA are working together to realize a joint microwave remote sensing satellite for Earth observation named NISAR. Clean energy. Prime Minister Manmohan Singh and President Barack Obama launched the U.S.-India Partnership to Advance Clean Energy PACE under the U.S.-India Memorandum of Understanding to enhance cooperation on energy security and energy efficiency, clean energy, and climate change. USA-SERB in 2013, the U.S. signed an agreement with SERB to launch a new jointly funded collaborative research program on hypertension. DST and NSF are discussing plans to partner through NSF's graduate research opportunities worldwide. Indo-US S&T Fund, the United States and the Indian Department of Science and Technology DST endowed the India U.S. Science and Technology Forum IUSSDF in 2000 with matching funds to facilitate mutually beneficial bilateral cooperation in science, engineering, and health. Space cooperation. India and the U.S. have a long history of cooperation in the civil space arena in Earth observation, satellite navigation, space science, and exploration. 4. Cultural diaspora. The large politically empowered diaspora in the U.S. aids in developing stronger ties between the nations. Example, the Indian diaspora played a vital role in sending COVID-related supplies during second wave from U.S. The connectivity, high flight connectivity and travel ease Indian students. Indian students comprise a large proportion of foreign students in the U.S. India-US relations in the backdrop of China. India-China. India and China have historically had relations defined by security dilemmas and mistrust. Shunya IAS. The security considerations of both nations. Further, China's support and strategic alignment with Pakistan have made matters more complicated in bilateral relations. Both nations also have economic rivalries, with the Indian economy having a large trade deficit with China. China-USA. USA's major issues with China are various from South China Sea, Taiwan to the recent trade war. Similarly, the USA feels threatened by China's rise and the possible subjugation of the US-led world order. Thus it is in the US vital interest to have a counterweight to China in its own region. I.C. India. A strong India can ensure China's rise is checked, at least in the South Asian region. Today, both India and the US have relationships with China that have elements of cooperation, competition, and potentially conflict, though to different degrees. Each country has a blended approach of engaging China while preparing for a turn for the worse in Chinese behavior. Each sets a role for the other in its China strategy. Each thinks a good relationship with the other sends a signal to China. Mutual interest. Economic competition. Both India and the USA view China's rapid economic growth as a challenge to their own economic competitiveness. They liave concerns over China's unfair trade practices, such as dumping of cheap goods and state subsidies to its industries, which give it an unfair advantage. Regional security. Both India and the USA are concerned about China's growing assertiveness in the Indo-Pacific region. China's territorial claims in the South China Sea and its increasing military presence in the region are seen as a threat to the stability of the region. Democratic values. India and the USA share a commitment to democratic values and view China's authoritarian system as a challenge to those values. Further, China is also seen to be a key ally of numerous rogue regimes like North Korea, Afghanistan under Taliban, and Pakistan, which pose a threat to both US and India counterterrorism. Both India and the USA have been victims of terrorist attacks and share an interest in countering terrorism. They view China's close ties with Pakistan, which is a slate sponsor of terrorism, as a concern. Preserving US hegemony. Although India has been critical of US hegemony in the past, today it has come to accept that India's interests are better served in a US-led order rather than a one with China. Example, recently China brokered a peace deal between Saudi Arabia and Iran, which proved that USA's historic influence in the Middle East is now at a decline. As things stand, neither India nor the US is interested in the other's relationship with China being too hot or too cold, the Goldilocks view. For New Delhi, a too cozy simpu. C relationship is seen as freezing India out and impinging on its interests. It would also eliminate one of Washington's rationales for a stronger relationship with India. A China U.S. crisis or conflict, on the other hand, is seen as potentially destabilizing the region and forcing India to choose between the two countries. From the U.S. perspective, any deterioration in Sino-Indian relations might create instability in the region and perhaps force it to choose sides. Too much Sino-Indian bonhomie, on the other hand, would potentially create complications for the U.S. in the bilateral, regional, and multilateral spheres. Quad and Indo-Pacific. The Indo-Pacific construct refers to the strategic region that includes the Indian Ocean, the Western and Central Pacific Ocean, and the eastern and southern coasts of Africa. The concept has emerged as a result of growing economic and security ties between countries in the region, particularly India and the United States, as well as concerns about China's increasing influence and assertiveness in the region. Data. The region accounts for half of the world's population and 58% of its youth, approximately 60% of global gross domestic product, GDP, and 2/3 of global economic growth. It is home to 25% of the world's land and 65% of its oceans. PSIR optional paper 2-part B Shunya IAS. Why IAS the Indo-Pacific emerged as a major geopolitical area. Historical context: the United States has been involved in the South China Sea region for many decades. The U.S. Navy has been conducting freedom of navigation operations (FONOPs) in the South China Sea since the 1970s to assert its position that these waters are international and not under the jurisdiction of any one country. The U.S. has also been a vocal supporter of the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS, which defines the wriglets and responsibilities of nations in their use of the world's oceans. Reasons for increased importance of the region for U.S. Belt and Road Initiative. A key driver of U.S.'s strategic decisions in the region was Beijing's increasing regional influence in the form of its flagship Belt and Road Initiative, BRI, which was perceived as a threat to the multilateral structure of the Indo-Pacific. ASEAN centrality. U.S. and China compete for influence in ASEAN. The region is caught in the middle and faces a complex balancing act. ASEAN is strategically located between the Indian and Pacific Oceans and is home to some of the world's busiest shipping lanes, making it a key area for global trade and security. South China Sea. As one of the busiest shipping lanes in the world, the South China Sea is vital for global trade, and the U.S. wants to ensure that the sea remains open and accessible to all countries. The U.S. is wary of China's growing military and economic influence in the region and sees the South China Sea as a key area where it can push back against China's assertiveness. Further, the U.S. has alliances with several countries in the region, including Japan, South Korea, the Philippines, and Australia, and wants to maintain and strengthen these alliances to counter China's influence. Resources. The South China Sea is rich in natural resources, including oil and gas, and the U.S. has economic interests in the region that it wants to protect. Other threats: North Korea's nuclear threat, China's disputes in the South China Sea, and its claims over Taiwan. India's interest in a free and open Indo-Pacific. India's interest in the region is not just China-centric. Although countering China along with other Quad nations is a reason, Indo-Pacific also offers India opportunities of expanding markets, access to various resources, and developing entrenched ties with the nations in the region. Further, the area is India's backyard, and historically the region of Indian Ocean has had a dominating influence of India. 1. Changing regional dynamics. India's own approach toward the Indo-Pacific is shaped by a new strategic environment coinciding with the rise of China, particularly in the Indian Ocean region and South Asia. 2. Protecting IR. In the post-Cold War era, the absence of strategic competition in Indian Ocean allowed New Delhi to not only play a prominent role but also ensure a favorable and secure Indian Ocean region for its strategic interests. The emergence of China as an additional and perhaps an alternative security provider compelled India to review its foreign policy choices under the government of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. 3. Countering Chinese presence. China's economic growth combined with its military modernization continues to widen the strategic and capacity gap with India. As a result, Beijing is able to offer substantial economic projects and military assistance in South Asia and the Indian Ocean region. Example: increasing collaborations between China and island states such as Maldives, Mauritius, Seychelles, and Sri Lanka threaten India's assumed role of a security provider, driving the Sino-Indian competition in the maritime domain. 4. ASEAN centrality. India's Act East policy is centered around strengthening its economic and strategic ties with Southeast Asia, and ASEAN is the cornerstone of that policy. India has been working closely with ASEAN on issues such as counterterrorism, maritime security, and connectivity. ASEAN centrality is crucial for India's regional aspirations and to counterbalance China's influence in the region. 5. Outreach to the Pacific. Indo-Pacific policy for India also conceptualizes integration with the Pacific Island groups, which have historically been neglected in India's foreign policy. Example: India's Pacific Islands Development Initiative aimed at strengthening its engagement with Shunya. India-US relations in the backdrop of Russia. The Russia-Ukraine war since 2022 has made diplomacy complicated for India. India has maintained both political and defense ties to Moscow, stretching back to the 1970s, much to Washington's consternation. India and Russia held their first 2+2 last year, making Russia the only non-Quad country with whom India has had a 2+2 dialogue. Further, a majority of Indian military equipment across the Army, Navy, and Air Force is of Russian or Soviet origin. Due to these imperatives, Russia has been a close partner to India. However, following the Ukraine war, U.S. imposition of sanctions on Russia and die overall pariah category of Russia globally today has impacted India and its relationship with U.S. Key highlights. 1. Possibility of sanctions. India is also facing die threat of U.S. sanctions for its procurement of the Russian S-400 surface-to-air missile system under Katsa. These sanctions have already been imposed on Turkey for its own procurement of S-400s. While there has been discussion of granting India a waiver for its S-400 purchases, this is yet to happen. Strategic complexity. USA's approach to India has traditionally been one of strategic altruism, in which die. 2. United States supports a militarily strong India despite bilateral issues under the assumption that India is a natural counterbalance to China's rising power. However, the U.S. has always been critical of Russian military aid to India, making the relationship extremely complex. Example, India's Russian origin systems and U.S. systems are not technologically compatible, which makes interoperability difficult, and of greater concern to the United States is the possibility that Russian intelligence collection platforms like the S-400 could breach the security of U.S. systems and collect information on advanced U.S. technology. India's strategic autonomy. India has stood out among major democracies for its reluctance to criticize Russia for the war in Ukraine and has held off from efforts by the U.S., Europe, and their allies to isolate Russia globally. Instead of taking sides in the conflict, New Delhi sees itself both as a power broker in big geopolitical rivalries, having influence with Putin as well as die West, and a champion for the voice of the global South. UN abstention. India has abstained on all votes so far on the Ukraine crisis at the General Assembly since 4. Russia launched the invasion on February 24, 2022. India has not publicly censured Russia's actions while calling for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all states to be respected. Indian envoy to UN Ruchira Kamboj/W/G remains steadfastly committed to multilateralism and upholds the principles of the UN Charter. We will always call for dialogue and diplomacy as the only viable way out. Russia-China nexus. While India-US relations have converged along the mutual conflictual relations with 5. China, Russia has entrenched itself with China emerging as its closest ally in the Ukraine conflict. This makes the equation complicated between the US, India, Russia, and China. India's defense of Indo-Russia relations. Indian participants justified New Delhi's relationship with Moscow on 4 counts. Ensuring continued access to spares and maintenance for India's vast stock of Russian arms, gaining political support in multilateral institutions, e.g. United Nations Security Council, slowing the Russia-China defense technology relationship, and potentially driving a wedge between them, and accessing or jointly producing Russian weapons technology, e.g. nuclear submarines, advanced cruise missiles. By comparison, the United States refuses to countenance the transfer of certain high-end items, e.g. nuclear submarines, to India, offers non-competitive or inflated prices, e.g. air defense systems, and is only in the nascent stages of enabling co-production, e.g. DTTI. Indian participants suggested the United States address some of these issues by facilitating non-Russian but also non-U.S. options, for instance European or Israeli air defense systems or data links and similar technology. Shunya IAS. Current challenge. The current challenge for India-US relations with respect to Russia is the continuation of the war in Ukraine. As Russia and the West gets more entrenched in the conflict, it makes India's position problematic. The current position of strategic autonomy is at risk as most of India's partners, EU, Japan, Australia, UK, have been against Russia and have openly endorsed sanctions against Russia. This is compounded by the fact that Russia's closest ally in the conflict is China, which is also the inconvenient and conflictual neighbor for India. The challenge for India today lies in suitably navigating the complexity of such alliances and counter-alliances and uphold its own strategic interest with each of the players. Quotes. Ashley Tcliss, the international system's evolving challenges suggest that Washington and New Delhi will be united by shared concerns for the foreseeable future. These concerns include containing China, defeating jihadi terrorism, stopping the further spread of WMD, preserving the multilateral trading order, ensuring food and energy security, and managing climate change. See Rajamolian. India needs to be more skillful. Traditional props and talks of shared values alone will not do. He further adds that strategic autonomy won't help when post-Cold War global order is breaking down and suggests a policy of multiple alignments with a room for maneuverability. Dhruva Joshankar. India's relationship with Russia is based on a shared history of Cold War-era alignment, while its relationship with the US is based on shared values and interests in the current global context. Shashi Tharoor. India's long-standing relationship with Russia and its growing strategic partnership with the US reflects its multipolar approach to the world. Is the India-US relationship still transactional? Or does it show signs of strategic depth? India-US relations have been traditionally transactional, marked by mistrust and differences. However, over the years, the relationship has evolved and there are signs of depth in the bilateral ties. Both countries have realized the strategic importance of a strong partnership, and there have been efforts to expand cooperation in various fields. India and the US have deepened their engagement in the fields of defense, security, and counterterrorism with several high-level exchanges and joint military exercises. Both countries have also signed important agreements such as the Indo-US Nuclear Deal, Logistics Exchange Memorandum of Agreement (LEMOA), and Basic Exchange and Cooperation Agreement for Geospatial Cooperation (BICA), which demonstrate their commitment to strengthening their strategic partnership. Besides defense, India and the US have also expanded their economic ties. Trade and investment have been identified as important areas for cooperation, with both countries aiming to increase bilateral trade to $500 billion. The two countries have also established several initiatives such as the Strategic Energy Partnership (SEP) and the US-India Health Dialogue to expand cooperation in other areas of mutual interest. Therefore, while there are still some issues and challenges in the India-US relationship such as trade and visa-related issues, overall, the relationship is showing signs of depth and is gradually moving towards a more strategic partnership. Challenge/issues. 1. Trade issues. The USA has been critical of India's trade policies, particularly with regard to tariffs on US goods and intellectual property rights. No GSP, the US withdrew the generalized system of preference which made many Indian products liable to entry duties by the US. 2. IPR issues. The main divergences are pharma patents, data flows, e-commerce, and regulatory precision. Example, in pharma, Americans want long-term protection to monetize and recoup investments, whereas Indians want a lower cost and greater access. 3. Visa issues. Changes in US visa policies have made it more difficult for Indian workers, particularly those in the IT sector, to work in the USA. 4. Defense cooperation. While there have been some significant agreements between India and the USA in the defense sector, there have also been concerns around technology transfer, procurement, and pricing. Example, the S-400 missile issue and US threat of sanctions under the CAATSA. 5. India-Russia relations. The United States has expressed particular concern regarding new streams of ANS like the S-400 air defense system because they fuel Russian power, diminish prospects for interoperability of and secure communications between US and Indian forces. 6. Climate change. India and the USA have had differing approaches to climate change, with the USA pulling out of the Paris Agreement and India continuing to emphasize the need for sustainable development. India-US issues at the WTO. India is involved in a number of trade disputes at the WTO. The US has challenged India's export subsidy schemes like MICE, citing that the country has crossed the USS 1000 GN1 threshold for the third successive year and can no longer provide such subsidies. India's subsidies for sectors like sugar, fisheries, and solar panels, as well as import duties for sectors like electronics, iron, and steel, have been challenged by other countries at the forum. The US has also challenged India's retaliatory tariffs on 28 products. Some of the major disputes involving India at the WTO are as follows. Disputes filed by USA. Agriculture subsidies. US filed request for dispute consultations with India in the WTO. The issue revolved around subsidies. The squabble between US and India over the latter's export promotion subsidies has been won by the US. WTO's dispute settlement panel has ruled that these schemes violated several provisions of the WTO's subsidies and countervailing measures agreement. Measures related to solar cells and solar modules. In this case, too, the US was supported by other countries like Brazil, Canada, China, EU, Japan, Norway, Ecuador, etc. The dispute dates back to 2013, when IAS alleged that the domestic content requirements of India's Jawaharlal Nehru National Solar Mission for solar cells and solar modules are inconsistent with GATT. Disputes filed by India against USA. Measures on steel and aluminium products. India alleged that some of the measures practiced by the US flout provisions of the Agreement on Safeguards and GATT. India also claims the imposition of high import duties on aluminum and steel items by the US has impacted exports of these products by Indian businesses. India has alleged that the US move is also not in compliance with global trade norms. Measures relating to the renewable energy sector. India requested consultations with the United States regarding certain measures of the latter relating to domestic content requirements and subsidies instituted in the energy sector. It argued that these subsidies contravene the provisions of TRIMS, GATT, and SCM. Standard conclusions. USA and India may disagree on multiple issues, but as they work together, they form an unbeatable partnership. As PM Modi has stated that the Indo-US partnership is based on both principle and pragmatism. According to Harsh V. Pant, India and US have now recognized that there are shared strategic interests that go beyond just business lies and are working towards long-term strategic partnership. India-Japan. Previous year's questions. Is there any linkage between a shift in China's relations with Japan to a perceived shift in her relations with India? Examine in the light of China's so-called anti-encirclement struggle. 150 words 2012. Economic interest has emerged as the main component of India's foreign policy. Discuss the statement in light of India's initiatives to improve relations with China, Japan, and the Central Asian republics. 2015. Comment. Emerging areas of cooperation between India and Japan. 2005. Examine the recent developments in the India-Japan relationship. 150 words 2013. Evaluate the recent changes in Indo-Japan relations. 2014. Do you subscribe to the idea that in new evolving Asian dynamics, Japan and India have not only moved closer in economic cooperation but also in a strategic partnership? 2017. Do you agree that the growing assertiveness of China is leading to multilayered Indo-Japan relations? Comment. 2018. What are the notable features of the recently concluded pact or the acquisition and cross-servicing agreement (ACSA) between India and Japan? How is it likely to address the security concerns of India? 2020. What are the main drivers of India-Japan strategic and global partnership? 2022. Shunya ISM Membi. Standard introductions. By the Mundal Siddhant of Kautilya, Japan lies in the second concentric circle and is an important ally in realizing India's Act East policy. In an increasingly complex and interdependent world, India and Japan have forged a strategic partnership that has come to be known as the Special Strategic and Global Partnership. India-Japan relations have enabled both countries to collaborate on a range of issues, from security and defense to trade and investment, as they seek to strengthen their roles as major players in the region. As two of Asia's largest economies, India and Japan have established a robust economic partnership built on shared values of innovation, entrepreneurship, and technological advancement. Background. 1. Historical. There is evidence to suggest that Indian traders had contact with the Japanese in the 6th century CE during the time of the Soga clan in Japan. According to some accounts, Indian traders visited Japan and introduced Buddhism to the country. There are also some historical records that suggest that Indian scholars may have traveled to Japan during the 8th century CE during the Nara period. For example, a text called the Nihon Shoki Chronicles of Japan mentions Dial, a monk from India named Bodhisena, visited Japan in 736 CE and was welcomed by the emperor. 2. Post-World War II. After World War II, Japan and India signed a peace treaty and established diplomatic relations on April 28, 1952. This treaty was one of the first peace treaties Japan signed after World War II. Since establishing diplomatic relations, the two countries have enjoyed cordial relations. India's iron ore helped a great deal Japan's recovery from the devastation of the World War. Following Japanese Prime Minister Nobusuke Kishi's visit to India in 1957, Japan started providing yen loans to India in 1958 as the first yen loan aid extended by the Japanese government. Views of scholars and experts. C. Rajamohan. The emerging strategic partnership between India and Japan can help create a stable balance of power in the Indo-Pacific region. For India. The importance of the Japan relationship lies in its ability to augment India's strategic options in Indo-Pacific, particularly in countering China's assertiveness. India and Japan share a long-standing and abiding interest in the security and stability of the Indo-Pacific region and have a responsibility to work together to ensure its continued prosperity. The India-Japan partnership can help to create a more secure and prosperous Indo-Pacific and promote a rules-based international order based on the principles of democracy, free trade, and respect for human rights. Japan and India are linchpin for free and open Indo-Pacific. A strong India is in the best interests of Japan. Brahma Chelani. The India-Japan partnership is important not only for bilateral relations but also for the wider Indo-Pacific region, which is witnessing significant geopolitical changes. Shinzo Abe. India is a natural partner for Japan, with whom we share a commitment to democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. Together, we can build a better future for our region and the world. This partnership is an association in which we share fundamental values such as freedom, democracy, and the respect for basic human rights, as well as strategic interests. EVA are now at a point at which the confluence of the two seas is coming into being. The Pacific and the Indian Oceans are now bringing about a dynamic coupling as seas of freedom and of prosperity. A broader Asia that broke away geographical boundaries is now beginning to take on a distinct form. Takashi Shiraichi. The India-Japan relationship is not just about strategic and economic cooperation, but also about cultural exchange and people-to-people ties, which are critical for building trust and understanding between our two countries. Asterisk. Shin Kawashima XAE has called for increased strategic coordination between India and Japan, including joint military exercises and intelligence sharing. Sham Saran, the former Indian Foreign Secretary, has been critical of Japan's reluctance to transfer high-end technology to India. Saran has argued that Japan's restrictive policies on technology transfer have limited the scope of India-Japan economic cooperation. Bilateral data trade. In the fiscal year 2023 to 2024, bilateral trade between India and Japan totaled approximately $21.96 billion. B. Exports from Japan to India were valued at SI $6.49 billion. C. Imports from India to Japan amounted to $5.46 billion. Bilateral relations. 1. Economic/developmental. Key investor, Japanese foreign direct investment (FDI) in India for the fiscal year 2022 to 2023 amounted to SI $0.79 billion. Cumulatively, from 2000 until June 2023, Japanese investments in India have totaled approximately $39.94 billion, where Japan invests. Auto and Sindhis sectors have been the largest investment sector destinations for Japan, followed by drugs and pharmaceuticals projects. Some of the proposed projects are in the areas of stable energy and infrastructure development. The projects in the pipeline include the Mumbai-Ahmedabad High-Speed Rail (MHSR) project, the Mumbai Trans-Harbour Link, the Delhi-Mumbai Industrial Corridor with 12 industrial townships, the Chennai-Bengaluru Industrial Corridor beside the Clean Energy Partnership and the Sustainable Development Initiative for Northeast India. Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, the CEPA has been beneficial for both India and Japan. Japan has been able to increase its exports to India, particularly in the areas of automobiles, electronics, and machinery. For India, the CEPA has provided better access to the Japanese market for its goods and services, which has helped to increase bilateral trade between the two countries. Official development/assistance, Japan started ODA with India in 1958 in the form of a yen loan. This was Japan's first case of the yen loan. Since then, Japan has been extending ODA to India mainly in the form of yen loans. Happy face *Z. Delhi Metro is one of the most successful examples of Japanese cooperation through the utilization of ODA. ODA Yoans to support the Indian government's programs such as Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Yojana, PMGY-J.V.M. Abenomics, the structural reforms implemented as part of Abenomics also had global implications as they aim to make Japan more competitive and attractive for foreign investment. This has led to increased investment from Japanese companies in India, particularly in the areas of manufacturing, automotive, and infrastructure. Infrastructural support, Japan has been a constant partner to India's infrastructure projects with support ranging from developmental, financial, and advisory. Some key projects today include Patna Metro Rail Construction Project, Project for Forest and Biodiversity Conservation for Climate in West Bengal, Rajasthan Water Sector Livelihood Improvement Project, India's mega infrastructure projects like the Delhi-Mumbai Freight Corridor, Delhi-Mumbai Industrial Corridor, Chennai-Bangalore Industrial Corridor, and the Ahmedabad-Mumbai High-Speed Rail. Northeast, Japan has invested around $2 billion in improving infrastructure in India's northeast. Digitization, India and Japan will undertake joint projects for digital transformation in the areas of intelligent transport systems (ITS) and eco-friendly mobility. 2. Defense and strategic security cooperation. In 2014, the bilateral strategic relationship was upgraded to Special Strategic and Global Partnership. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part B. Shunya IAS 2+2 Dialogue. There are also various frameworks of security and defense dialogue between Japan and India, including Foreign and Defense Ministerial Meeting 2+2 Meeting, Acquisition and Cross-Servicing Agreement. In 2020, the agreement between Japan and India concerning reciprocal provision of supplies and services between the Self-Defense Forces of Japan and the Indian Armed Forces, so-called Acquisition and Cross-Servicing Agreement or ACSA, was signed. Vision for Indo-Pacific. In 2015, both nations signed the Japan and India Vision 2025 Special Strategic and Global Partnership Working Together for Peace and Prosperity of the Indo-Pacific Region and the World, a joint statement that would serve as a guidepost for the new era in Japan-India relations. Military exercises, Malabar, Dharma Guardian, and Shunya Matri have been some of the exercises conducted between the defense forces of both the nations. 3. Multilateral quadrilateral arrangement. Quad. The Quadrilateral Security Dialogue, commonly known as the Quad, is a strategic security dialogue between Australia, India, Japan, and the United States that is maintained by talks between member countries. Asia-Africa Growth Corridor. The Asia-Africa Growth Corridor, AGC, and Indian-Japanese collaborative vision regarding development, connectivity, and cooperation between Asia and Africa was announced in 2017. Supply Chain Resilience Initiative. The Supply Chain Resilience Initiative (SCRI) is a trilateral agreement that was launched following a video conference between trade ministers of India, Japan, and Australia on April 27, 2021 during the COVID-19 pandemic. 4. Others. Clean Energy Partnership. In a bid to achieve sustainable economic growth and ensure energy security in areas of electric vehicles, India and Japan have launched a Clean Energy Partnership (CEP). Indo-Japan Energy Dialogue as an outcome of the visit of Hon'ble Prime Minister of India to Japan in December 2006, Indo-Japan Energy Dialogue was initiated to promote cooperation in the energy sector. Space technology. India and Japan are jointly developing a satellite-based augmentation system, Gaggan, and a joint Earth observation mission, JEOM, to provide high-resolution images for disaster management and agriculture. Additionally, the two countries are collaborating on a system for sharing information and coordinating their efforts in tracking and monitoring space debris and other objects in orbit. Complementarities of India-Japan relationship. Japan-India capital-rich need investment and capital-scarce aging population. Human capital demographic dividend. Most advanced infrastructure requirement of modem transportation manufacturing, hardware, IT technology, software. Understanding the recent convergence. 1. Geostrategic reasons. Chinese assertiveness. Territorial disputes. China and Japan have conflicting claims over the Senkaku/Jiaoyu Islands. The dispute has escalated in recent years, with both countries increasing their military presence in the region. Similarly, India faces territorial conflict with China in Arunachal, Doklam, and Ladakh. Economic competition. China has emerged as a major economic power in recent years, and its growth has created challenges for Japan as well as for India. Both nations aim to challenge China's predatory economics in the region and counter the increasing trade deficits in both economies. Military buildup. China's rapid military modernization and expansion has been a source of concern for Japan and India, particularly in light of the territorial disputes and China's growing aggression in both near Japanese waters and near India's borders. Relations with U.S. Both Japan and India today enjoy integrated strategic relations with the U.S. This is another reason to increase China's security dilemma in Asia and cause for its growing assertiveness. Indo-Pacific construct. The Indo-Pacific construct recognizes the interdependence of the two oceans and seeks to promote greater economic, political, and security cooperation among the countries in the region. It also reflects the growing influence of India and Japan, two of the largest democracies in the region, in shaping the strategic landscape of the Indo-Pacific. Regional security. India and Japan share concerns about regional security, including maritime security and the threat of terrorism. Both countries have an interest in maintaining stability and security in the Indo-Pacific region. Example, the two countries also plan joint projects in Maldives and Sri Lanka, among others, to counter Beijing's influence. Shared democratic values. India and Japan are two of the largest democracies in the world and share a commitment to democratic values and human rights. This has created a strong foundation for closer ties between the two countries. India's interests also are in line with the Japanese construct of free and open Indo-Pacific. 2. Economic reasons. Economic diversification. Japan's economy is gradually slowing and thus requires a diverse investment portfolio, which India, as one of the fastest growing economies, offers. Similarly, India has the potential to expand its exports to Japan in areas such as automotive components, pharmaceuticals, textiles, IT services, and agriculture/food products. Indian companies can offer high-quality products at competitive prices, tapping into Japan's demand for these sectors. Economic aid. India's goals of transitioning into IAS 5 trillion economy are complemented well by Japanese expertise and funds in India's infrastructure projects. This ensures Japan healthy investments, while at the same time helps in India's development geo-economic convergence. The potential for India and Japan's relation extends beyond the sphere of bilateral trade and investments. India and Japan have aimed at coordinating India's Act East policy and Japan's vision of a free and open Indo-Pacific. Decline of the West. As the West today declines more in economic and geopolitical terms, India and Japan naturally emerge as growing partners to rely on each other. 3. Cultural reasons. Shared values. India and Japan have converged in recent years due to several cultural factors. Shared cultural values, popular culture, Buddhist heritage, and food and cuisine have brought the two countries closer together. These factors have fostered a sense of affinity, mutual respect, and shared identity. Indian films, music, and television shows are popular in Japan, while Japanese anime, manga, and video games have become popular in India. Additionally, Indian cuisine has gained popularity in Japan, and Japanese cuisine has become popular in India, promoting cultural exchange and understanding. How far has India-Japan relations shaped China and its actions? Points in support. Shared concerns about China. India and Japan share concerns about China's assertive behavior in the region, including its territorial claims in the South and East China Sea. This shared concern has helped to bring the two countries closer together. Maritime security cooperation. India and Japan have been working together to enhance maritime security in the Indo-Pacific region, which is seen as a response to China's growing presence and assertiveness in the region. Quad. India and Japan are part of the Quad, a strategic grouping that also includes the US and Australia, which aims to counterbalance China's growing influence in the region. Economic cooperation. India and Japan are also cooperating in economic areas, including the development of the Asia-Africa Growth Corridor, which is seen as a response to China's Belt and Road Initiative. Points against. Economic cooperation. While China's rise may be a factor in India and Japan's cooperation, economic factors such as Japan's need for new markets and India's desire for foreign investment are also important factors. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part B Sunya's. Divergent interests. While India and Japan share concerns about China's behavior, they also have divergent interests and priorities in the region which can limit their cooperation. Independent foreign policy. Both India and Japan maintain an independent foreign policy, and their relations are shaped by a range of factors beyond China, including their own interests and priorities. Challenges in the India-Japan relationship. 1. Ukraine conundrum. During Japanese PM Kishida's recent visit, he appeared to be emphasizing the need for a global consensus, especially including India, in tackling the challenges from Russia and China, where Japan is aligned with Western powers. 2. Too much politically motivated. The relation is seen increasingly as a symptom of having a common regional rival, China, without having much real integration. Harsh Vipant. He has criticized the India-Japan relationship as being driven by geopolitical considerations rather than economic interests, and has argued that the two countries have not done enough to deepen their economic ties. 3. Underutilized SEPA. Given that the trade relationship remains fairly underdeveloped, reworking the SEPA remains critically important if Indo-Japanese trade is to be both robust and balanced. Data. India's merchandise exports to Japan remain limited with 13.2% of all tariff lines excluded from the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, CEPA, between the two countries. Quote, PM Modi has remarked that Indo-Japan ties are a mile wide but only an inch deep. Even after signing CEPA, we have not been able to cross $18 billion. 4. Failure of Asia-Africa Growth Corridor. There were two notable disappointments. First, the much-hyped Asia-Africa Growth Corridor, AGC, a joint Indo-Japanese effort to build infrastructure and connectivity in Africa, found no mention in TLI summit. This is particularly worrying in the light of reports that the initiative has run aground. 5. High integration with China. Both India and Japan still are underweight by Chinese economic dominance in the region and beyond, and both economies are the largest trading partners of China. 6. Trade barriers. Indian exports to Japan are presently affected by a number of issues which include both tariff and non-tariff barriers like technical barriers to trade, TBT, and sanitary and phytosanitary measures, SBS. Data. An India Exim Bank study titled Study on Non-Tariff Measures points out that in Japan, the average tariff on products of export interest to India are 7%, which is higher than the simple average 4% of the tariff of the country as a whole. 7. Nuclear awkwardness. Japan is the world-leading anti-nuclear crusader, having been a victim of the world's only nuclear attack. This is contrary to India's aims of enhancing its nuclear capabilities to improve its security dilemma situation with China and Pakistan. 8. India's diplomatic stance. Unlike India, Japan is part of the US's alliance. Japan has also joined sanctions against Russia while India has refused to do so. India has been vocal about its concerns over China's actions at the line of actual control, LAC, but reticent. India has been vocal about its concerns over China's actions at the line of actual control, LAC, but reticent in directly criticizing China's actions in the South China Sea, Taiwan Straits, etc. 9. Japanese tech transfer reluctance. Japan's reluctance to transfer high-end technology to India. Japan's restrictive policies on technology transfer have limited the scope of India-Japan economic cooperation. 10. Project delays. While India can emerge as a large market for Japanese infrastructure system exports, there have been incredible delays in the commencement of the projects. Japanese companies face considerable logistics challenges and non-availability of uninterrupted power supply constraints their plans for establishing manufacturing plants in India. Previous year question. What are the notable features of the recently concluded pact or the acquisition and cross-servicing agreement (ACSA) between India and Japan? How is it likely to address the security concerns of India? 2020, the Acquisition and Cross-Servicing Agreement (ACSA) signed between India and Japan is a significant step towards enhancing their strategic partnership. Notable features of the pact include sharing of military logistics and supplies. The agreement allows for the sharing of military logistics, supplies, and services between India and Japan. This includes fuel, ammunition, and spare parts, which will help to enhance the operational readiness of both countries. Shunya IAS. Happy face, 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 ***. Reciprocal use of military bases. TLI ACSA also provides for the reciprocal use of military bases between India and Japan, which will help to improve their military capabilities and readiness. Disaster relief and humanitarian assistance. TLI agreement also allows for TLI sharing of resources and facilities for disaster relief and humanitarian assistance. Confidentiality and security. The ACSA includes provisions for the protection of confidential information and the security of military assets and facilities. The agreement is likely to address India's security concerns by enhancing its military capabilities and readiness. TLI sharing of military logistics and supplies will enable India to improve its operational readiness and sustain its military assets for a longer duration. This will be particularly useful in TLI context of India's ongoing border disputes with China, which have highlighted the need for a more robust military infrastructure. TLI agreement also signals a deeper level of trust and cooperation between India and Japan, which can have wider regional implications. It sends a clear message to China that India and Japan are willing to work together to safeguard their interests in the region. Overall, the ACSA is an important step towards enhancing India's security preparedness and strengthening its strategic partnership with Japan. Free and Open Indo-Pacific. Free and Open Indo-Pacific, which is a vision for regional security and economic cooperation articulated by the Japanese government. Here are some key features of Japan's FOP. Security. Japan's FOP emphasizes the need for a free and open maritime order, respect for the rule of law, and TLI peaceful resolution of disputes. It also seeks to promote defense cooperation and capacity building among like-minded countries. Economic cooperation. Japan's FOP aims to promote free trade, investment, and infrastructure development in the Indo-Pacific region with an emphasis on quality infrastructure that is open, transparent, and financially sustainable. Connectivity. Japan's FOP seeks to promote connectivity in TLI Indo-Pacific region, including through digital technology and people-to-people exchanges. Partnerships. Japan's FOP emphasizes the importance of partnerships with like-minded countries in the Indo-Pacific region, including India, Australia, and the United States. Multilateralism. Japan's FOP supports a rules-based international order and the strengthening of regional multilateral Institutions including TLI Association of Southeast Asian Nations ASEAN and Indian Ocean Rim Association IRA. Way forward. China balancing. C. Raja Mohan he makes right case in his book Samudra Manthan, Sino-Indian Competition in the Indo-Pacific, that Japan and India should strengthen their security ties and cooperate to counterbalance China's ascent. Japanese experts agree that Japan should provide India additional support since a robust India is in Japan's best interests. Increased interaction and cooperation between the two countries would be advantageous because Japan and India both require advanced technologies. There is a huge potential with respect to Make in India. Combining Indian labor and raw resources with Japanese digital technology could result in joint enterprises. Potential areas for collaboration include big data, lot, and digital partnerships. Revision of SEPA. Both nations must conclude the various rounds of talks on revising the terms of the SEPA to ensure no wide trade deficit persists in the trade relations. Japanese PM Kishida's recent India visit speech highlights expanding efforts for security and safe use of the sea to the air, addressing difficulties in an Indo-Pacific manner, multi-layered connectivity in Southeast Asia, South Asia, and the Pacific Islands region, and in order to ensure a free and open Indo-Pacific, India is indispensable. FOIP, a free and open international system founded on the rule of law, needs to be upheld and strengthened, and India and Japan have a major role to play in this industrial value chain between Northeast India and the Gulf of Bengal. Along with India and Bangladesh, Japan will push the Bay of Bengal Northeast India industrial value chain concept for the development of the entire region. Shunya IAS MMBMMM. Japan will collaborate with other powerful nations. Japan will also improve collaboration with the US, Australia, UK, Canada, Europe, and other countries in order to fulfill the goals of FOIP. The Quad Alliance is made up of Australia, Japan, the United States, and India in the Asia-Pacific. This alliance sees itself as a safeguard against China's rising assertiveness. Enlarged area of FOIP. The scope of FOIP would broaden, according to the Japanese PM, to encompass new fields including food security, cybersecurity, and climate change. Monetary commitment. The Japanese Prime Minister emphasized that Japan would provide $75 billion in public and private funding to Indo-Pacific infrastructure by 2030. Proposed collaborating with ASEAN to promote prosperity to the area. Standard conclusions. In conclusion, the relationship between India and Japan has evolved significantly in recent years from cultural and economic ties to a strategic partnership that spans a range of areas, with both nations having territorial disputes with China in the Himalayas and Senkaku Islands respectively. If Japan has to counter China's unipolarity in Asia, there is no other natural ally than India. In conclusion, India and Japan have successfully transformed their relationship into a multifaceted strategic partnership. However, the existing challenges in trade must also be resolved to integrate the tie further. India-European Union relations. Previous year's questions. Examine the nature of the issues currently being debated with the European Union. 2010, EU-India relations have a long way to go before they can purposely be termed strategic. Discuss. 2014, explain Britain's ouster from EU and bring out its consequences on world economy in general and India in particular. 2016, explain India's relations with the European Union in the context of Brexit. 2021, the Russian-Ukraine crisis has cast a dark shadow on the energy needs of the member states of the European Union (EU). Comment. 2022. Standard introductions. The decline of Pax Americana and Chinese expansionism has opened new avenues of cooperation between the EU and India. India and the European Union (EU) have a long-standing relationship based on shared values of democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. In a largely multipolar world, the EU and India emerge as two potential allies which can help both reset and diversify the existing ties. Background. The 1950s, 60s, India-EU relations began informally through trade as India was a major market for European goods. The first formal engagement between India and the European Economic Community (EEC) was established in 1962 with a joint study group on trade. The 1970s, 80s, India-EU relations grew in scope beyond trade with the establishment of a joint commission in 1973 to facilitate political dialogue and cooperation. However, relations were strained due to India's program and the EU imposed sanctions on India in 1975. Nuclear. The 1990s, with the end of the Cold War, India and the EU sought to deepen cooperation in areas such as trade, investment, and technology. The EU became India's largest trading partner, and in 1994, India and the EU signed a cooperation agreement. The 2000s, India and the EU launched a strategic partnership in 2004 aimed at further enhancing cooperation in areas such as energy, environment, and security. The EU also supported India's bid for a permanent seat on the Shunya IAS. The 2010s, India and the EU continued to deepen cooperation in areas such as counterterrorism, climate change, and defense. However, negotiations for a free trade agreement (FTA) between India and the EU stalled due to disagreements over issues such as intellectual property rights and market access. Views of scholar C. Raja Mohan. What was once a taboo in Delhi. Regional security cooperation with former European colonial powers has now become a strategic necessity. India's new emphasis on strengthening security cooperation with Britain and the EU within the framework of Indo-Pacific security is matched by a new commitment to seek trade liberalization with Europe as well. The new interest in deepening commercial ties comes amid India's efforts to decouple its economy from China's. As it confronts a rising China, India needs both the United States and Europe to construct a multipolar Asia. A strong cooperation between Asian and European powers has become an indispensable element of the geopolitics of the East. Rajendra Jain, JNU Prof. India and the EU should build a strategic partnership that is based on mutual respect and shared interests. The EU can play a key role in supporting India's rise as a global power, while India can contribute to Europe's security and stability. Harsh V. Pant. India and the EU have converging interests in areas such as counterterrorism, climate change, and economic cooperation. A stronger partnership between the two would be beneficial for both sides. Shashi Tharoor. India and the European Union share common values of democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. Strengthening India-EU ties is important for both regions to address global challenges together. According to David Malone, one of the most challenging aspects of Indian foreign policy is its relatively underwhelming relationship with Europe, despite having dynamic trading ties. Bilateral relations 1. Economic/developmental v. Bilateral trade. Total bilateral trade between India and the EU reached over $16 billion. The EU is India's largest trading partner, while India is the EU's 9th largest trading partner. The EU is the second largest destination for Indian exports after the United States. Foreign direct investment. The European Union accounted for approximately 18% of India's total FDI inflows, with significant contributions from countries like the Netherlands, Germany, and France. Data. The EU's share in foreign investment inflows to India more than doubled from 8% to 18% in the last decade, making the EU India's largest source of FDI. During April 2000 to September 2020, development cooperation. India and the EU have several development cooperation programs in areas such as education, environment, and energy. The EU is one of the largest donors of development assistance to India. The EU-India Development Cooperation Program focuses on areas such as poverty reduction, education, health, and environmental sustainability. Trade and Technology Council. The EU-India Trade and Technology Council is aimed at tackling challenges at the nexus of trade, trusted technology, and security, and thus deepen cooperation in these fields between the EU and India. European Investment Bank. European Investment Banks, EIB, is providing loans for Lucknow, Bangalore, Bhopal, Kanpur, and Pune metro projects. EIB opened its first office for the South Asian region headquartered in New Delhi on March 30, 2017. Our recent developments. At the 13th India-EU Summit, the leaders adopted a joint declaration on common agenda on migration and mobility, (CMM), that facilitates legal migration on both sides. A high-level dialogue on migration and mobility has been instituted and held its 6th meeting on October 27, 2022 in Brussels, at which the two sides reaffirmed that migration and mobility are important dimensions of the strategic partnership between India and the EU and exchanged views on future initiatives aimed at realizing the full potential of further strengthening cooperation. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part B. Shunya IA 3. 2. Strategic Partnership. In 2004, India and the EU signed a joint action plan to establish a India-EU strategic partnership. The partnership is based on shared values and principles such as democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. The partnership covers areas such as trade and investment, energy, climate change, environment, education, culture, and science and technology. India-EU Leaders Meeting. In continuation of the highly successful 15th India-EU Summit, the first ever India-EU Leaders Meeting was held on May 8, 2021 in hybrid mode in Porto, Portugal, with the participation of Prime Minister, leaders of all the 27 EU member states, as well as the President of the European Council and President of the European Commission. Strategic Partnership Review meeting. The third round of the India-EU Strategic Partnership Review meeting was held in October 2021 in Brussels. Both sides reviewed the India-EU Strategic Partnership, discussed political and economic relations, and exchanged views on regional and global issues of mutual interest. Bilateral dialogues. India and EU have institutionalized political dialogues, inter alia, on counter-terrorism, cybersecurity, migration and mobility, maritime security, human rights, non-proliferation, and disarmament. The two sides meet regularly to discuss bilateral cooperation and international developments in these areas. Nuclear. The EU and India agreed on September 29, 2008 at the EU-India Summit in Marseille to expand their cooperation in the fields of nuclear energy and environmental protection and deepen their partnership. R. Strategic. 3. Others. India and the EU have cooperation in various sectors including agriculture and marine, energy, environment, water, pharmaceuticals, biotechnology and medical devices, science and technology, infrastructure, information and communications technology, and aviation. Climate cooperation. The EU has also invested in numerous programs such as India-EU Water Partnership, Solar Park Program, and facilitating offshore wind in India, FOWIND. One of the major investments was the signing of the €200 million loan agreement between the EIB and the Indian Renewable Energy Development Agency. Key loose areas. India-EU Free Trade Agreement. The negotiations on a free trade agreement, FTA, between India and the European Union (EU) started in 2007. The EU is one of India's largest trading partners, accounting for around 11% of India's total trade. However, there has been a growing trade imbalance between the two sides, with India running a significant trade deficit with the EU. In order to address this issue, both sides initialed talks on an FTA, which would aim to eliminate or reduce tariffs on goods and services traded between them, and also address non-tariff barriers to trade. However, the negotiations have been beset by several challenges, with both sides struggling to reach agreement on several key issues. What are the issues currently affecting the talks? Market access. One of the key issues in the negotiations is market access, with both sides seeking to increase trade and investment opportunities. India wants greater access to the EU market for its goods and services, including agriculture, textiles, and IT. The EU, on the other hand, wants greater access to the Indian market for its automobiles, pharmaceuticals, and other goods. Intellectual property rights. Another contentious issue is the protection of intellectual property rights, IPR. India has been under pressure to strengthen its IPR regime, particularly with regard to pharmaceuticals and patents. The EU has been pushing for stronger protections for its companies' patents and copyrights. Investment rules. The EU wants greater investment protection and transparency for its companies investing in India. India, on the other hand, is concerned about the impact of foreign investment on its domestic industries and wants to ensure that foreign investors do not have too much power over its economy. Shunya IAS. Services sector. The services sector, including IT and outsourcing, is a key area of interest for both India and the EU. However, India has been seeking greater access to the EU market for its IT professionals, while the EU has been pushing for greater market access in India for its service providers. Non-tariff barriers, such as technical regulations, standards, and certification requirements, have been a significant issue in the negotiations. The EU has been pushing for greater harmonization. Of regulations and standards, while India has been seeking to protect its regulatory autonomy. Environmental and labor standards. The EU has been pushing for stronger environmental and labor standards in the FTA, which India has been resisting, arguing that such standards could be used as non-tariff barriers to trade. Geographical indications. The EU wants greater protection for its geographical indications, such as champagne and Parma ham, in the Indian market. India has been resisting this demand, arguing that its own geographical indications, such as Darjeeling tea and basmati rice, should also be protected. India's trade deficit. The analysis by the Indian government suggests that India will be a net loser from the FTA in terms of the trade in goods, primarily as a result of the loss of revenues from lower or zero tariffs, although gains are expected from liberalization of the services sector. Data secure clause. One of India's key objectives is to be recognized as a data secure country. At present, India is not considered data secure under EU legislation, despite India amending its Information Technology Act in 2000 and issuing new information technology rules in 2011 in line with the safe harbor principles adopted by the United States. This hampers the flow of sensitive data such as information on patients and means that Indian firms are unable to gain market access in the EU, increasing operating costs. Benefits for EUF. The proposed agreement is politically and economically crucial for both sides. In political terms, from the EU's perspective, the Free Trade Agreement, FTA, with India will be its first with an emerging economy. Will support the EU's aim of employing FTAs to foster partner countries' integration into the world economy and will strengthen its role in global trade governance. Benefits for India. From India's perspective, it will boost Prime Minister Narendra Modi's Make in India campaign and his ambition to establish India as a regional leader and global manufacturing center. Furthermore, the FTA will strengthen India's attempts to harness its growing domestic economy and middle class to support its rise. Global economic power. The FTA is also important for India from the perspective of investment flows and technical cooperation. The EU's assistance would enable European companies to help India in its plan to develop 100 smart cities in the near future, as well as helping other Indian initiatives. Way forward. To agree on the FTA despite the differences between the EU's and India's negotiating agendas in a tough economic climate, both partners will need to show the same determination. Given both sides' reluctance to agree to the other's demands, they should begin by negotiating less difficult sectors. This will demonstrate willingness to get back to the negotiating table and send a clear signal that both sides want to talk further. It is important for India to overcome its siege mentality, commit to institutional reform, and confront domestic vested interests. General areas of convergence in the current global situation. Shared democratic values. India and the EU are both committed to democratic values, human rights, and the rule of law. This shared commitment has led to greater cooperation in areas such as climate change, counterterrorism, and regional security. ISMMMMMWMM. Russia-Ukraine impact. Europe is weaning itself off Russian energy, and India is diversifying its defense imports away from Russia, which already fell significantly following Russia's invasion of Crimea in 2014. A depleted Russian military and Western sanctions make Russia an unreliable defense partner for India's future. European countries could fill some of this void through enhanced security cooperation with India. Mutual interests. In an altered global landscape, opportunities for EU-India collaboration are only increasing. Both rethink their energy, trade, and security architectures and seek alternatives to move away from Russia and China. Alignment with US, India-EU relations will also show more integration and determination, especially as both EU and India enjoy entrenched relations with the US. India's improved relations promise to integrate it with the global anti-China sentiment. Global multipolarity, geopolitics is driving the EU and India closer together. It has also led to a flurry of proposals for plurilateral cooperation among democracies in the economic and security realm, such as in the proposed DIO or technology alliances. While these proposals are indicative of the stalemate in global governance, they also indicate a degree of energy and urgency among some countries to defend norms and advance economic rulemaking. Chinese disengagement. The EU has shown its interest in gradual disengagement from China, which proved to be a difficult and overbearing trade partner. In this situation, the Indian economy proves to be the best alternative for European markets and for trade. Strategic partnerships. India has forged strategic partnerships with several EU countries, such as France, Germany, and the UK in areas such as defense, counterterrorism, and technology. These partnerships have led to greater cooperation and coordination between India and the EU as a whole. Regional security. India and the EU share a common interest in regional security and stability, particularly in South Asia and the Middle East. The EU has been supportive of India's efforts to combat terrorism and extremism, while India has welcomed the EU's engagement in regional peace and stability initiatives. Importance of India-France relation. Joint exercises. Indian and French armed forces regularly participate in joint military exercises, such as the annual Varuna naval exercise, which aims to improve interoperability and cooperation between the two navies. For example, in April 2021, the Indian Navy and the French Navy conducted the La Pérouse exercise in the Bay of Bengal, which involved warships, submarines, and aircraft from both countries. This exercise focused on enhancing interoperability and coordination between the two navies. Defense equipment. France is one of the top suppliers of defense equipment to India, particularly in the areas of submarines, fighter aircraft, and helicopters. India has purchased several military hardware and systems from France, including the Rafale fighter jets, Scorpion submarines, and Exocet missiles. For instance, in September 2016, India signed a contract with French company Dassault Aviation to purchase 36 Rafale fighter jets. In October 2020, the Indian Navy received the first of 6 Scorpion-class submarines, which were jointly developed by India's Mazagon Dock Shipbuilders Limited and France's Naval Group. Strategic partnership. In 2018, India and France upgraded their relationship to a strategic partnership and identified defense cooperation as one of the key areas of cooperation. This partnership includes joint research and development, technology transfer, and training. Data. France has emerged as a key defense partner for India, becoming the second largest defense supplier in 2017-2021. Counterterrorism. India and France have been cooperating closely on counterterrorism, particularly in the aftermath of several high-profile terrorist attacks in France. The two countries have shared intelligence and conducted joint operations to disrupt terrorist networks. Space cooperation. India and France have also been cooperating in the area of space technology and exploration. The TWO countries are jointly developing a climate monitoring satellite, and India's space agency has signed an agreement with France's space agency for cooperation in space research and exploration. In March 2018, India's space agency, ISRO, and France's space agency, NIS, signed an agreement to explore possibilities of cooperation in human spaceflight, space science, and planetary exploration. Shunya INS. Recent updates till May 2024. The President of France visited India on the occasion of Republic Day, January 26, where India and France discussed bilateral cooperation, expressing satisfaction with the increasing complexity and interoperability of India-France joint defense exercises. India and France established a comprehensive defense industrial roadmap focusing on high-tech fields like robotics, AI, autonomous vehicles, and cyber defense. Tala and Airbus Helicopters entered into a partnership to produce HL-25 helicopters. 2026 was designated as the India-France Year of Innovation, emphasizing collaboration in science, technology, healthcare, education, and sustainable agriculture. France committed to advancing the Kudankulam nuclear power project in Tamil Nadu. And MOU between New Space India Ltd and Arianespace was signed for satellite launches, reinforcing space exploration initiatives. Horizon 2047. celebrating 25 years of the India-France strategic partnership was at the top of the agenda during the Prime Minister's two-day visit to France, which ended with a number of agreements and a slew of defense deals. The visit marked the two countries launching an Indo-Pacific roadmap covering security, the environment and renewable energies, etc., as well as a Horizon 2047 agenda for the wider relationship, covering a deeper military-industrial relationship, cooperation in digital technologies, transition towards a low-carbon economy, urban transition, trade and investments, and people-to-people contacts. Brexit. In 2016, the United Kingdom, UK, held a referendum in which voters were asked if they wanted the UK to remain a member of the EU or leave it. The referendum resulted in a majority vote for leaving the EU. Following this, the UK government triggered Article 50 of the Lisbon Treaty, which set a two-year deadline for negotiating a withdrawal agreement after protracted. Following this, the UK government triggered Article 50 of the Lisbon Treaty, which set a two-year deadline for negotiating a withdrawal agreement after protracted negotiations. The UK formally left the EU on January 31, 2020, and a transition period ended on December 31, 2020. Impact on India-EU ties. Resetting to fresh start. As per PM Modi, the UK is an entry point for India to the EU. With the UK's withdrawal from the EU, no one can predict anything with certainty. However, some experts believe that the move of Brexit will be an opportunistic event for India. It is expected that it will act as a catalyst between India and the UK, and also for India and the EU to modify or reset the legal terms of its trade with both. Previous year question explained Britain's ouster from the EU and bring out its consequences on the world economy in general and India in particular, 2021. In 2016, the United Kingdom, UK, held a referendum in which voters were asked if they wanted the UK to remain a member of the EU or leave it. The referendum resulted in a majority vote for leaving the EU. Britain's ouster from the European Union, EU, commonly referred to as Brexit, has significant consequences for the world economy, including India. Impact on world economy. Brexit has had several impacts on the world economy, including uncertainty. Brexit has created significant uncertainty for businesses and investors, particularly those with operations in the UK and the EU. This has led to a slowdown in investment and trade, which has had a negative impact on the global economy. Disruption of trade. Brexit has disrupted the flow of goods and services between the UK and the EU. This has led to delays, additional costs, and border checks, which have affected businesses and consumers on both sides of the English Channel. Currency fluctuations. The UK's decision to leave the EU has led to fluctuations in currency values, particularly for the pound sterling. This has affected international trade and investment. Global financial markets. The uncertainty surrounding Brexit has led to volatility in global financial markets, with investors worried about the impact of Brexit on the EU and the global economy. PSIR optional paper 2-part B. Sunya's impact on India. Brexit has had an impact on India's economy, particularly in the following areas. Trade. The UK is an important trading partner for India, particularly in sectors such as textiles, pharmaceuticals, and automobiles. Brexit has led to uncertainty about the future of trade between India and the UK, which has affected business sentiment and investment. Investment. The UK is also an important destination for Indian investment, particularly in the financial services sector. The uncertainty surrounding Brexit has led to a slowdown in Indian investment in the UK. Financial markets. Brexit has also affected Indian financial markets, with the value of the rupee fluctuating in response to global developments related to Brexit. Brexit has had significant consequences for the global economy, with the full extent of its impact still unfolding. For India, Brexit has created uncertainty in trade and investment relationships with the UK, leading to concerns about the future of these important economic partnerships. India-EU relations after Russia-Ukraine war. 1. Europe's changed priority. The Ukraine crisis has shifted attention of the West away from China and the threat China poses to the existing world order. This is an issue for India, as India finds itself isolated, at least in raising the concerns for the threats posed by China in the Indo-Pacific. 2. Complexity. NATO's desire to weaken Russia permanently through a long drawn-out conflict is conflictual to India's interest in having a stronger Russia to act as a buffer between India and China. 3. Challenge to strategic autonomy. As the conflict extends, it puts pressure on India to choose sides with EU and USA, both of which are India's most integrated partners. This clashes with India's interest in maintaining historical relations with Russia. The US and EU initially questioned India's publicly stated position on the conflict, demanding that India condemn Russia's invasion of Ukraine as a violation of the UN Charter. Both now appreciate that India can distance herself from Russia only if we have an alternative and robust defense partnership with them. 4. India's China concern. From India's perspective, the inexorable loss of Ukraine's sovereignty in its eastern flank, accompanied by a fatal weakening of Russia's economic and military might, raised the prospect of a severely weakened Russia, hitherto India's main arms supplier, becoming a junior partner of an aggressive and emboldened China. This is an alarming scenario given China's implacable hostility to India's rise. It has increased pressure on India to distance itself from Russia, ignoring her core national interests. Shunya. Jaishankar. Europe has to get out of the mindset that Europe's problem is the world's problem, but the world's problem is not Europe's problem. AMB. Baswati Mukherjee. The West should understand that just as India has to live with China and Pakistan, the EU has to live with Russia. Nations cannot alter their history and geography. Russia is linked to Europe. Way forward. Beyond trade, the EU and India should prioritize connectivity cooperation this year. India's infrastructure needs are enormous, and the EU has recently developed its own strategy for EU-Asia connectivity. It would be a major win for both sides if the first steps could be made in data and technology cooperation. This is especially important as the US-China trade conflict increasingly focuses on technology, and the use of export controls is forcing firms to choose which markets they want to operate in. Strong cooperation in telecommunications, artificial intelligence, and common standards that abide by the principles of democratic societies would be highly beneficial for the EU and India, as well as check actors who seek to undermine these principles. According to C. Raja Mohan, Delhi has been focused on bilateral relations with France, Germany, and Russia, while neglecting the European Union and Central Europe. He suggests that it is time to correct this imbalance and pay more attention to other parts of the continent, such as Spain, Sweden, Portugal, and Poland, which have much to offer India. With the current uncertainties in relations between America, China, and Russia, he believes that it is important for India to move closer to Europe and strengthen its engagement with the region. Shunya. Standard conclusions. Europe had been traditionally backwaters in Indian foreign policy. However, the new calls for integration and diplomacy are a welcome move. India must keep its strategic continuity carrot alive while engaging with Europe and at the same time maintaining its historical relations with Russia. India-Russia relations. Previous year's questions. Discuss the present state of Indo-Russian relations. 2006, analyze the drivers of Indo-Russian relations in the post-Cold War era. 2014, the recent differences between India and Russia are the result of misconceptions rather than facts. Elucidate. 2017. Relations between India and Russia are rooted in history, mutual trust, and mutually beneficial corporations. Discuss. 2021. Arms trade, economic ties, and congruent geopolitical interests are no longer the three pillars of India-Russia relationship in the emerging strategic context. Comment. 2023. Standard introductions. India-Russia relations have stood the test of time, marked by deep historical ties, strategic partnerships, and cooperation in various sectors. India and Russia have maintained a close and productive relationship over many decades, and their partnership has been an important factor in shaping the regional and global order. Background 1. Medieval, Russian travelers have had a long history of visiting India dating back to ancient times like a fantasy. Nikitan WRZ. 2. Historical, in the 18th and 19th centuries, the Russian Empire established its presence in Central Asia and extended its influence in the region, which had a significant impact on India's security and strategic interests. Russia supported the Indian independence movement and provided refuge to many Indian political exiles, including revolutionaries such as M.N. Roy. 3. Since 1947. Phase 1, 1947 to 1955. This phase saw the establishment of diplomatic relations between India and the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union supported India's non-aligned policy and provided economic and technical assistance to India's development efforts. Phase 2, 1956 to 1971. This phase marked the deepening of India-USSR ties, with the Soviet Union becoming India's principal economic and military partner. The two countries signed the Treaty of Peace, Friendship, and Cooperation in 1971, which cemented their strategic partnership. Phase 3, 1971 to 1991. This phase was characterized by India's growing dependence on the Soviet Union for military hardware and technology. The Soviet Union supported India during the Bangladesh Liberation War in 1971 and provided military aid during India-Pakistan War of 1997. The 80s saw a shift in India-USSR relations, as the Soviet Union was facing economic and political challenges at home and was unable to provide the same level of assistance to India. Phase 4, 1991. Present, after the dissolution of the Soviet Union in 1991, India-Russia relations entered a new phase. The two countries signed a new Treaty of Friendship and Cooperation in 1993, which reaffirmed their commitment to their strategic partnership. Today, India-Russia relations are characterized by cooperation in areas such as defense, energy, and space, and the two countries are exploring new Today, India-Russia relations are characterized by cooperation in areas such as defense, energy, and space, and the two countries are exploring new opportunities for economic cooperation. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part B. Shunya IAS. Vladimir Putin. India and Russia have a special and privileged strategic partnership which is based on deep mutual trust and respect. Russian FM Lavrov. India and Russia have maintained a close and productive relationship over many decades, and their partnership has been an important factor in shaping the regional and global order. Harsh V. Pant. India and Russia need to work together to address the challenges posed by the changing global order, including the rise of China and the assertiveness of the United States. The India-Russia relationship is not a zero-sum game, and there is ample room for cooperation and collaboration in areas of mutual interest. Professor Rajesh Basra. India's reluctance to take a strong stance on the Ukraine conflict is driven by its desire to avoid being drawn into great power politics and to preserve its own strategic autonomy. Recent bilateral meeting, December 2023, Moscow. Both countries agreed on the expansion of the exports of Russian hydrocarbons to the Indian market as well as the cooperation in the peaceful use of nuclear energy. The two sides finalized the program of cooperation in the Far East, and it was decided to hold an early meeting of EAEU-India FTA negotiations. Both sides emphasized the wide range of agreements the two sides have signed, including one that will further Russian collaboration on the Kudankulam nuclear power plant, and one renewing diplomatic consultation protocols for the period between 2024 and 2028. They fully reflect the nature of cooperation as part of the special and privileged strategic partnership signed by the leaders of Russia and India, Mr. Lavrov said, adding that they had agreed to deepen cooperation on the international North-South transport corridor that connects the two countries via Iran's Bandar Abbas port, as well as the development of the Chennai-Vladivostok shipping route and the polar northern sea routes. Mr. Lavrov and Mr. Jaishankar also discussed a bilateral investment treaty and plans to resume talks for the Eurasian Economic Union India Free Trade Agreement in the second half of January. Trade between the two countries has crossed $50 billion in the past year on the back of increased Indian imports of Russian oil and fertilizer in the wake of the war in Ukraine. Bilateral relations 1. Economic. Bilateral trade. The bilateral trade between India and Russia surged to a record $65 billion in 2023. This represents a dramatic increase from the previous years, driven largely by India's substantial imports of Russian oil and other commodities. In 2022 to 2023, the total trade volume was $49.36 billion, indicating a robust growth trajectory. Trade basket. Major items of export from India include electrical machinery, pharmaceuticals machinery, and mechanical appliances, organic chemicals, iron and steel, while major items of import from Russia include oil and petroleum products, fertilizers, mineral resources, precious stones and metals, vegetable oils, etc. Investments. In the fiscal year 2023 to 2024, bilateral investments between India and Russia have been substantial, with significant focus on energy, defense, and technology sectors. The total value of bilateral investments surpassed $30 billion previously and is on track to meet the revised target of $50 billion by 2025. Key areas of investment include Russian stakes in India's oil and gas sector and Indian investments in Russian energy projects. Energy security. India's imports of Russian crude oil surged to record levels, with over 56 million tons of oil imported, which accounted for around 40% of India's total oil imports. The total value of these imports was approximately $34.44 billion, marking a 68.19% increase from the previous year, 2022. The increased imports from Russia have helped India save significantly on its energy import bill. For instance, the Indian government saved an estimated $3.6 billion on energy imports in the last financial year by purchasing discounted Russian oil. Rupee trade. A mechanism of rupee-ruble trade was also rolled out in February 2023. Several Indian banks, including HDFC Bank and UCO Bank, have opened Vostro accounts. Eastern Economic Forum. In 2019, while attending the Eastern Economic Forum (EF) at Vladivostok, Indian PM Narendra Modi had committed a $1 billion line of credit for the Far Eastern region. India has paid greater attention to the Far Eastern region as part of its Act Far East policy. While for India, Russia's Far Eastern region is important from a strategic and economic standpoint, for Russia greater Indian involvement will help in countering China's presence. According to Nandan Unikrishnan, the trade relationship between India and Russia requires active intervention to fully utilize policies like Make in India. Unikrishnan emphasizes the need to implement concrete proposals in various areas that have already been identified by both countries. These areas include startups, infrastructure, shipbuilding, river navigation, high-speed railways, space technology, food processing, high-technology products, and more. Unikrishnan highlights the importance of prioritizing these sectors to strengthen the trade ties and collaboration between India and Russia, encompassing a wide range of fields such as information technology, medicine, robotics, nanotechnology, artificial intelligence, and material sciences. 2. Political. Russia currently is one of only two countries in the world, the other being Japan, that has a mechanism for annual ministerial-level defense reviews with India. The Indo-Russian Intergovernmental Commission (IRIC) is one of the largest and most comprehensive governmental mechanisms that India has had with any country internationally. 3. Strategic. Military hardware. Russia has been India's major defense supplier for decades. India has purchased a wide range of military hardware from Russia, including fighter jets, tanks, submarines, and missile systems. India is also a major customer for Russia's defense exports, accounting for a significant portion of Russia's defense sales. Example, Sukhoi Su-30 Mki fighter jets. India has purchased more than 250 Sukhoi Su-30 Mki fighter jets from Russia, which form a significant part of the Indian Air Force's fleet. The Su-30 Mki is a highly advanced fighter jet and has been customized to meet India's specific requirements. T-90 tanks. India has purchased more than 1,600 T-90 tanks from Russia, which form the backbone of the Indian Army's armored fleet. The T-90 is a modern battle tank with advanced features such as reactive armor and a laser-guided missile system. BrahMos missile system. The BrahMos missile system is a joint venture between India and Russia and is one of the world's fastest supersonic cruise missiles. The missile system has been inducted into the Indian Army, Navy, and Air Force and is considered a crucial component of India's defense capabilities. In October 2018, India inked the historic agreement worth USS $5.43 billion with Russia to procure 5 S-400 Triumph surface-to-air missile defense system. Arms and ammunition. Russia is still India's biggest arms supplier, although its share of Indian defense imports decreased from 62% to 45% between 2017 and 2022, according to a report by the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, SIPRI. Technology transfer. Russia has played a crucial role in the development of India's defense industry. Russia has transferred technology to India and has assisted India in developing its own defense capabilities. Several Indian defense projects, such as the BrahMos missile system, have been jointly developed with Russia. Shunya IAS. Joint military exercises. India and Russia conduct regular joint military exercises, known as INDRA, which aim to improve their military interoperability and coordination. The two countries also participate in other multilateral military exercises, such as the Shanghai Cooperation Organization (SCO) joint exercises. Strategic partnership. India and Russia have a long-standing strategic partnership in the defense sector. The two countries have signed several defense agreements, including the 2001 Declaration on Strategic Partnership, which identified defense cooperation as a key element of their partnership. Future cooperation. India and Russia are exploring new areas of defense cooperation, such as joint development of unmanned aerial vehicles, UAVs, and hypersonic missile systems. India is also looking to diversify its defense suppliers, but Russia remains an essential partner in the Indian defense industry. 4. Nuclear cooperation. Nuclear power plants. Russia has been a major supplier of nuclear power plants to India. The Kudankulam nuclear power plant, which is being built in Tamil Nadu, is a joint venture between India and Russia. The two countries are also in discussions to build more nuclear power plants in India. Nuclear fuel. Russia has been a major supplier of nuclear fuel to India. India's nuclear reactors are fueled by uranium, which is sourced from Russia. Russia has also signed agreements to supply enriched uranium fuel to India for its civilian nuclear power plants. Nuclear cooperation agreements. India and Russia have signed several nuclear cooperation agreements over the years, including an intergovernmental agreement on cooperation in the peaceful uses of nuclear energy in 1988. In 2010, the two countries signed a civil nuclear cooperation agreement which enabled India to import nuclear reactors, technology, and fuel from Russia. Updates from December 2023 bilateral meeting. A. Agreement on nuclear power plants. B. Agreements signed. A. Agreement on nuclear power plants. B. Agreements signed for future units of the Kudankulam nuclear power project. C. India operates 2 Russian-built nuclear plants, 4 more are under construction in Kudankulam. D. Kudankulam plant, India's largest, is expected to operate at full capacity by 2027. Joint development. According to Rosatom, India, Bangladesh, and Russia on Thursday signed an agreement to allow Indian firms in construction and installation works in the non-critical category for the Rupur nuclear power plant project in northwest Bangladesh. 1. Historical. India and Russia have shared very deep relations that emerged during the Cold War. India and Russia signed the Treaty of Peace in 1971, enabling the USSR to be India's strongest defense partner. 2. Defense requirements. During the Cold War, India and the Soviet Union, Russia's predecessor, engaged in a significant amount of barter trade, as India faced severe foreign exchange constraints due to its economic policies and lack of foreign reserves. This enabled India to meet its defense requirements without having to exhaust its foreign reserves. Example: India and the Soviet Union also engaged in barter trade in the nuclear field. The Soviet Union supplied nuclear reactors, technology, and fuel to India in exchange for Indian goods such as iron ore, tea, and tobacco. 3. Strategic interests. India and the USSR shared strategic interests in the region, including countering the influence of China and the United States through Pakistan. This ensured that US-China interests were always challenged by India in the region, helping India emerge as the dominant power in the region. Previous year's questions. Arms trade, economic ties, and congruent geopolitical interests are no longer the 3 pillars of India-Russia relationship in the emerging strategic context. Comment, 2023. The India-Russia partnership has transformed the changing strategic landscape. Traditional pillars of the India-Russia relationship, such as arms trade, economic connections, and aligned geopolitical goals, face obstacles in today's evolving strategic world. Increased closeness to each other's rivals and the Sino-US bipolar dynamic have influenced these pillars. Sunyas. According Lo Nandan Unikrishnan, the rise of China and its expansionism, the reassertion of Russia, the reordering of US global priorities, and the breakdown of the post-Cold War global political and economic order have opened unprecedented challenges and opportunities for India. Pillars of India-Russia relationship in the emerging strategic context. 1. Geopolitical buffer. As India and China's regional influence grows and their interests occasionally clash, Russia plays a vital role as a geopolitical buffer. It helps balance the power dynamics in Asia. Russia's historic relationship with India and its growing partnership with China give it the ability to mediate potential conflicts and maintain stability in the region. 2. Conflict resolution. In times of regional tension, Russia can use its diplomatic channels to facilitate dialogue and prevent escalations between India and China. Its established credibility as a neutral party enables it to engage in conflict resolution and maintain peace in the border areas. 3. Counterbalance to Western influence. Russia provides India with an alternative source of influence and support. In situations where Western powers may exert pressure on India or attempt to influence its policies, Russia can counterbalance this influence. This dynamic helps India maintain a more diverse set of international partnerships and strategic options. 4. Diplomatic flexibility. The Russia-India relationship provides India with a level of diplomatic flexibility. India can engage in a multi-vector foreign policy which includes maintaining robust ties with the West while also having a strong partnership with Russia. This approach allows India to adapt to changing global dynamics. 5. Diverse energy supplies. Russia offers India a diverse range of energy resources, including oil, natural gas, and nuclear energy. This diversification of energy sources reduces India's dependence on any single supplier, enhancing its energy security. 6. Further, though there has been a spike in Indo-Russia economic ties on the backdrop of the Ukraine war. According to Oni Krishnan, India and Russia are restructuring their ties while their main partners, the USA and China, are locked in a competition for global primacy. 7. Impact bipolar dynamic is more pronounced in case of Indo-Russian relations because of the way their respective relations with the US and China have evolved. As the US-China rivalry threatens to disrupt the order of the day, India and Russia remain supporters of a multipolar world order. They emphasize independence in pursuit of foreign policy and alliances. 8. Partners to tab growing influence of China. Russia's perspective stands in firm opposition to the dominance of the United States, whereas India appears more accommodating of US hegemony, recognizing it as an essential partner in addressing the growing influence of China. Further, India has witnessed a steady deterioration in relations with an increasingly aggressive China. 9. Russia serves as an alternative partner that plays a significant role in connecting BRICS and SCO. For example, in 2020, India and Russia facilitated Afghanistan's SCO observer status, jointly addressing regional security. Additionally, both nations cooperated to promote Afghan peace and regional stability. But at the same time, there are some fault lines in Indo-Russia relations. For example, Russia, like China, called Quad the Asian NATO. On the contrary, China has emerged as Russia's key systemic-level partner given the economic sanctions on Russia by light US and its allies and the NATO posture on Ukraine. Hence, Russia and India seem to have divergence of geopolitical interests at the global level. Convergence post-Soviet dissolution. Large Russian origin weaponry. The large percentage of Indian defense was of Soviet origin, thus it became imperative for India to maintain cordial ties with post-Soviet Russia to ensure timely servicing and spare parts availability. Failure of Russia West. Initial Russian experiment of intense engagement with the West failed and Russian leaders redirected the foreign policy eastwards. In the new scheme, China and India gained importance. India's economic importance. The disintegration of the Soviet Union had altered the power equations in international politics. Though Russia remained a military power, it lost its erstwhile dominance in matters of economy. The newly liberalized Indian economy promised market access and investment for Russians. Make in India. Russia has stated it will cooperate with India on its Make in India initiative by engagement in the development of smart cities, the Delhi-Mumbai Industrial Corridor project, the aerospace sector, the commercial nuclear sector, and enhancement in manufacturing of Russian military products through Shunya IAS. Nuclear needs cooperation in the nuclear field. Russia has agreed to build more than 20 nuclear reactors over the next 20 years with installed capacity of 1,000 megawatts each. A 1,000 megawatts reactor currently costs around $2.50 billion. Energy needs of India. Indian oil companies have invested in the Russia's oil sector. An example is ONGC, which has invested over $8 billion with major stakes in oil fields such as Sakhalin. It is expected that Indian companies will strongly participate in projects related to new oil and gas fields in the territory of the Russian Federation. The sides will study the possibilities of building a hydrocarbon pipeline system connecting the Russian Federation with India. Rise of the Rest. India and Russia also represent powers which are non-West and are supportive of a redefined world order which does not involve the dominance of the West. Institutional form of this can be seen in the organizations like RIC, BRICS, and SCO, which aim at competing with the Western-led world order. Afghanistan. India has been invited for talks at the Moscow format. With the exit of US, the role and responsibility of India and Russia has further increased to maintain stability in the region and prevent the threat of terrorism, instability, and drug trafficking. Strategic differences. Harsh Pant highlights the emergence of new equations in South Asia with the formation of alliances like the US-India-Afghanistan axis on one side and the China-Pakistan-Russia axis on the other. C. Raja Mohan emphasizes the need for India to re-evaluate its relationship with Russia as India draws closer to the United States while Russia strengthens its ties with Pakistan and China. Srinath Raghavan suggests that Russia has always followed a realistic approach in its foreign policy. Challenges. 1. Ukraine conflict. India has been finding its policy of strategic autonomy under stress as the conflict progresses and the world becomes more polarized against Russia. Since the beginning of the conflict, India has not taken any sides but rather appealed for peaceful resolution of the conflict. However, as most of India's partners, US, Australia, EU, are against Russia, it is becoming difficult for India to not voice any support for Ukraine. 2. Russia-China nexus. As the world sanctions Russia more, its economy becomes more integrated with China, which is filling the gaps left due to the sanctions. As a result of this, China has emerged as the more influential player in the relationship. This is not beneficial for India, which has always had Russia as a traditional buffer between its conflicts with China. As Russia drifts more towards China, it loses more of its sovereignty towards China, which is detrimental towards Indian interests. 3. US-based sanctions. USA's COTSA has posed a challenge towards India's import of defense equipment from Russia, specifically with the S-400 missile, whose import may attract sanctions from the USA. This is also detrimental towards India-US relations, which have gained high traction in recent decades. 4. Opposite stance on Indo-Pacific. Opposition to Quad. Russia also views Quad as anti-China and thus does not encourage Indian engagement in it. Quote, in the Asia-Pacific region, the United States and its allies are also creating restricted blocs, trying to draw the greatest number of states into their ranks based on anti-Russian or anti-Chinese principles. Nikolai Patrushev, the Secretary of the National Security Council of Russia. 5. Changing defense priorities. There has been a gradual decline in the orders of India from Russia because of India's desire to diversify its defense imports, and therefore a heightened competition for Russia with other suppliers. Further dissatisfaction in India with post-sale services and maintenance being offered by Russia. 6. India-US relations. India's continued defense relationship with Russia poses new challenges for Washington. The integrated relations between India and USA strains its relations with Russia and vice versa. 7. Russia-Pakistan relations. Moscow wants to expand its economic engagement with Islamabad. This solidifies an informal alliance between Russia-China-Pakistan. Obviously, this poses a threat to India. Indians' Ukraine dilemma. India has been cautious in its response to the Ukraine conflict, adopting a nuanced stance that seeks to balance its strategic interests with the need to maintain good relations with both Russia and the West. India has historically had strong ties with Russia and has sought to maintain a neutral position on the Ukraine conflict, refraining from taking sides and calling for a peaceful resolution to the conflict through diplomatic channels. India's official position has been one of support for Ukraine's territorial integrity and sovereignty, while also acknowledging Russia's concerns over the treatment of Russian-speaking minorities in Ukraine. India has abstained from voting on several UN resolutions related to the conflict, and has instead emphasized the need for dialogue and negotiation between the parties involved. At the same time, India has sought to deepen its economic and strategic ties with both Russia and the West, and has pursued a policy of multi-alignment that seeks to balance its relations with various powers in the international system. India has maintained its defense ties with Russia, while also seeking to expand its economic and strategic partnerships with the US and other Western countries. India's dilemma in the Ukraine conflict reflects the complex nature of its foreign policy, which seeks to balance various strategic imperatives and maintain good relations with multiple actors in the international system. While India's official position on the conflict has been cautious and neutral, it will need to navigate these competing pressures carefully as the conflict continues to unfold. India's response. As India has continued its partnerships with Russia and the West, it has been caught in a sticky situation since the Russian invasion of Ukraine. As Western countries quickly condemned the invasion, India did not take a stance quickly. India is sticking to a neutral role as it has abstained from votes in the UN Security Council and the UN General Assembly in resolutions regarding the Russian aggression on Ukraine. At the G20 this week, India continued to stand its ground. While Western countries such as Great Britain harshly condemned the brutal attack on Ukraine, India's Prime Minister Modi called for diplomacy and world peace. However, India's approach to the Ukraine conflict has been ambiguous. Even if India has avoided taking an official stance in the conflict, Prime Minister Modi has spoken out about the situation. In September, PM Modi sharpened his tone toward Russia to clarify its stance in the ongoing war, saying, "Today's era is not an era of war. While Western countries try to isolate Russia from the global economy, India has become a crucial part of Russia's economy, which may finance its ongoing war on Ukraine. Business with Russia continues as usual as India tries to balance its neutral role in the conflict, still saying it is on the side of peace." India's imports from Russia have risen 430% since the outbreak of the war in February, as India has become Russia's second-largest oil consumer, China being the largest. As a growing economy, India may benefit from the ongoing war since Western sanctions enable India to buy crucial Russian oil at discounts. Quotes. Alexei Zakharov. Their partnership resembles a marriage that is falling apart, in which the only thing stopping the couple from getting a divorce is their many years of interdependence. Michael Kugelman. The India-Russia relationship has run into some bumps, and yet, it's still a very strong and sound relationship with continued security cooperation in particular. Wave forward. India may seek to be perceived as a responsible and relevant actor by promoting diplomatic solutions. It might put itself in an advantageous position as a mediator in later phases of the conflict. Therefore, India may want to continue this neutral position to enable its role as an active part in the potential solution to the conflict, which will consolidate its self-image as a promoter of global peace. Standard conclusions. Despite India's increasing closeness to the West, a strong Russia and stronger India-Russia ties are important. For India's vision of a multipolar world and for its own balanced foreign policy approach. It is also crucial for India to assert its strategic autonomy, defense modernization and ambition to become in Shunya IAS I-MMM. India-China relations. Previous year's questions. Illustrate the main causes of tension between India and China. Suggest the possibilities of improving relationships. 2016. How is the Belt and Road Initiative of China going to affect India-China relations? 2017. Critically assess the evolving convergence of India and China in the areas of trade and environment. 2018. Describe briefly China's One Belt, One Road (OBOR) initiative and analyze India's major concerns. 2019. What are current issues in Brahmaputra River water sharing between India and China? 2019. Critically examine India's position on South China Sea dispute. 2019. Explain the defense and foreign policy options of India to address the challenges emerging out of the current India-China standoff at the line of actual control, LAC. 2020. Examine the geostrategic points of contention in the bilateral relationship between India and China. 2021. Critically examine the rise of People's Republic of China, PRC, as a great power and its implications on Asian political order. 2022. Quadrilateral Security Dialogue, Quad, performs an important role in India's strategic balancing act to withstand the dominance of China in Asia. Discuss. 2023. Standard introductions. India and China are two major powers in Asia, and their relationship is the most important bilateral relationship in the region. It is characterized by a mix of competition and cooperation, and the challenge lies in managing their differences while seeking common ground. The India-China relationship is complex, and it requires a nuanced understanding of the historical, political, and economic factors at play. Both countries need to pursue a cooperative approach while safeguarding their respective interests. Background / 1. Ancient relations between India and China witnessed notable travelers who played a significant role in connecting the two regions. The most renowned among them was Faxian, a Chinese Buddhist monk who journeyed to India in the 5th century to seek Buddhist scriptures. Xuanzang, another Chinese monk, embarked on a remarkable pilgrimage to India in the 7th century, documenting his travels and contributing to the exchange of knowledge and culture between the two nations. V//N. 2. Post-1947. Hindi Chini Bye-Bye, 1947 to 1962. India and China initially enjoyed friendly relations after their independence. India recognized the People's Republic of China and supported its entry into the United Nations. Both countries emphasized the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence, Panchsheel, and sought to strengthen bilateral ties. State visit. Zhou Enlai, the first premier of the People's Republic of China, visited India in 1960. The visit aimed to improve ties between the two nations and address border disputes. Despite some progress, Dai visit did not fully resolve the underlying issues. WAR of 1962. Tensions escalated over territorial disputes, primarily focused on the boundary between India's northeastern region and Tibet. Talks failed to resolve the issue, leading to a military conflict in 1962. China emerged victorious, but the war deeply impacted bilateral relations and led to a period of mistrust and suspicion. Period of Cold Peace, 1970s to 1980s. India and China entered a phase of limited engagement and minimal interaction. Bilateral trade and diplomatic exchanges were limited. However, efforts were made to normalize relations, including the signing of agreements to maintain peace along the border. Thaw and re-engagement. 1990s to 2000s. Relations improved during this period, marked by high-level visits, increased trade, and efforts to build mutual trust. Both countries agreed to discuss the border issue peacefully through negotiations and established confidence-building measures. 21st century age of conflict and cooperation. 2003 China officially recognized Indian sovereignty over Sikkim. 2004 opening up the Nathala and Jelapla passes in Sikkim. 2005 Chinese Premier Wen Jiaba visits Bangalore. In 2005 China granted an observer status in SARC. 2006 BRICS started. 2007 China denied the application for visa from an Indian Administrative Service officer. 2009 Asian Development Bank formally acknowledged Arunachal Pradesh as part of India, approved a loan to India for a development project. In 2011 China became India's largest trader, replacing the USA. 2013 India-China military standoff in Ladakh. Pranav visits AP. O 2014 Chinese incursion in Shunya. O 2017 Doklam incident. O Modi Shibanami. O 2020 Galwan Valley incident. O Chinese incursions in 2023. Quotes by experts. Jashankar, EM, leading voices of the world must respect international law and recognize the legitimate interests of partners. The strong do what they can and the weak suffer what they must. China's territorial aggression is the result of its military and economic strength. Source, Indian Express. Manoj Joshi, India's relations with China involve the 4 Cs: conflict, competition, cooperation, and containment. Samir Saran, OREF. New Delhi must and can stand up to China when its national interests are at stake and cleverly deployed political muscle will succeed in some instances. Shiv Shankar Menon, India-China relations are evolving and dynamic. It is important for both countries to engage in dialogue, build trust, and manage differences effectively to maintain stability and peace in the region. Harsh V. Pant, the India-China relationship is complex and it requires a nuanced understanding of the historical, political, and economic factors at play. Both countries need to pursue a cooperative approach while safeguarding their respective interests. Shakti Sinha book, One Mountain, Two Tigers. Delhi's new realism makes it possible to approach the challenge of China without sentimentalism or unrealistic expectations. Dr. Appama Pandey, Chinese attitude towards India will only change when it starts viewing India as a strong democracy with military and economic power to reckon with in the Indian Ocean region. Bilateral relations. 1. Economic. Trade. The bilateral trade between India and China for the year 2023 reached a record of $136.2 billion. This marked a slight increase from the previous year, demonstrating the robust trade relationship despite geopolitical tensions. Trade deficit. India continues to have a substantial trade deficit with China. In 2023, the deficit stood at $99.2 billion, a marginal improvement from the $100 billion deficit in 2022. Investment. As of 2021, Chinese FDI in India stood at approximately $205.19 million, a significant drop from the previous years. This reduction is also reflected in the number of approved Chinese FDI proposals, which had seen a decline. Tourism. Before the COVID-19 pandemic, there was a significant flow of tourists between India and China. In 2019, around 1.1 million Chinese tourists visited India, while around 250,000 Indians visited China. 2. Strategic boundary disputes. O border dispute in Arunachal. China claims the whole of Arunachal Pradesh. O eastern sector dispute over Aksai Chin and areas in Ladakh. O Chumbai Valley. Frequent standoff at India-Bhutan-China Tri-Junction. PSIR optional paper 2 Part B. Sunyas. Border agreements. O agreement on the maintenance of peace and tranquility 1993 to peacefully resolve all border disputes in the area between both nations. O agreement on confidence building measures 1996 avoids any use of force and encourages measures like cooperation and mutual respect. O guiding principles for the settlement of the boundary question 2005 boundary differences must not be allowed to affect bilateral ties. O consultation and coordination on India-China border affairs 2012 timely communication of information on the border situation and handling of incidents. O border defense cooperation 2015 it talks about information sharing, military exercises and curbing of illegal border trade. Chinese strategic expansion, foreign bases in Djibouti, presence in Gwadar, Hambantota and OBR. Multilateral. India and China both take part in the RATS for counter-terrorism under the SCO. Undermining sovereignty. China-Pakistan economic corridor over Pakistan-occupied Kashmir violates Indian territorial sovereignty. Chinese support to Pakistan. China's support to Pakistan has undermined Indian concerns in Kashmir and beyond. May 2020 clash, illegally encroaching Indian territory and resulting in clashes killing 20 Indian soldiers. Riparian issues. China building dams on the Brahmaputra which affects northeast's water security. /happyface_SO. Points of conflict between India and China. 1. Border issues. Western sector. The border dispute in the western sector revolves around the line of actual control (LAC) that separates India's Ladakh region from China's Tibet Autonomous Region. The Aksai Chin region is a major area of contention, with China controlling it while India claims it as part of its territory. Eastern sector. The eastern sector dispute centers around the border between the Indian state of Arunachal Pradesh and China's Tibet Autonomous Region. China claims the entire region, referring to it as South Tibet, while India asserts its sovereignty based on the McMahon Line, a boundary drawn by British colonial authorities. Demarcation and perception differences. The lack of a clearly demarcated border and differing perceptions of the LAC often lead to border incursions, standoffs, and confrontations. Both sides accuse each other of violating the LAC, resulting in heightened tensions. Doklam 2017. The standoff began in June 2017 when Chinese troops attempted to construct a road in an area claimed by Bhutan, which is supported by India. Indian troops intervened to prevent the construction, leading to a tense standoff that lasted for over 2 months. Both sides deployed troops and engaged in diplomatic negotiations to resolve the issue peacefully. Eventually, in August 2017, a mutual agreement was reached and both India and China withdrew their troops from the area, de-escalating the situation. Galwan Clash 2020. The Galwan Clash refers to a violent confrontation that took place on June 15, 2020, between the Indian and Chinese militaries in the Galwan Valley located in the disputed border region of Ladakh. The clash resulted in the deaths of Indian and Chinese soldiers. It was one of the deadliest border clashes between the two countries in decades. Sir Optional Paper 2 Part B Sunya Jax. Tawang Clash 2022. On December 9, 2022, Indian and Chinese troops clashed in the Yangtze area in the Tawang region along the India-China border. The confrontation in Tawang was the most serious skirmish between the two sides since the Galwan Valley clash in 2020. 2. Tibet. At the very heart of India's relations with China is the unresolved issue of Tibet. In 1950, following an uprising in Tibet, the 14th Dalai Lama fled to India with many of his followers joining him in exile, where he established the Central Tibetan Administration, commonly known as the Tibetan Government in Exile. When the uprising took place, Chairman Mao Zedong accused India of aiding the rebels and that Nehru and the bourgeoisie in India had sought to maintain Tibet as a buffer zone and restore its semi-independent status. 3. Riparian issues. China's involvement in water-sharing disputes with neighboring countries like Laos, Cambodia, Thailand, and Vietnam over the Mekong River is well known. However, its intentions to construct multiple dams on the upper Brahmaputra River, Songpa in China, have raised concerns in New Delhi. The Brahmaputra, originating as the Songpa in Tibet, is a vital water resource for India's northeast region, serving irrigation and industrial needs. China's exclusive approach to resource sharing, stemming from its belief in utilizing resources originating from its own land, clashes with India's plans to build 25 hydropower plants in Arunachal Pradesh before China completes its project. India is apprehensive about potential river water scarcity and damage to the Himalayan ecosystem. 4. Trade. Trade imbalance. India has consistently faced a significant trade deficit with China, with Chinese exports to India far exceeding Indian exports to China. India has raised concerns about the need for greater market access for Indian goods in China to address this imbalance. Market access and non-tariff barriers. Indian businesses have faced challenges in accessing the Chinese market due to non-tariff barriers and restrictions. These barriers include complex regulatory procedures, technical standards, and licensing requirements, making it difficult for Indian products to enter the Chinese market. Example, agriculture market restrictions. Example, agriculture market restrictions. China allows very low India agri-imports. Example, APETA reported a decline of 22% drop in cereal exports to China since intellectual property rights, IPR, violations. India has raised concerns about intellectual property rights. 2014. Violations by Chinese companies. Indian firms have faced issues such as patent infringements, counterfeiting, and unauthorized use of Indian trademarks and copyrights in China. Dumping and subsidies. There have been instances where India has accused China of dumping goods, particularly in sectors such as steel, chemicals, and textiles. Dumping occurs when a country exports goods at prices lower than their production costs, causing harm to domestic industries. India has imposed anti-dumping duties on Chinese products in response. Sector-specific disputes. Disputes have arisen in specific sectors, such as pharmaceuticals, information technology, and agriculture. India has raised concerns about market access, discriminatory practices, and the quality and safety of Chinese imports in these sectors. 5. Pakistan and geostrategic issues. Military cooperation. China and Pakistan have a close military relationship, with China being a major supplier of military equipment to Pakistan. China has provided Pakistan with various advanced weaponry, including fighter jets, submarines, and missile systems, bolstering Pakistan's defense capabilities vis-a-vis India. Economic assistance and investment. China has been a significant economic partner of Pakistan, providing financial assistance and investment in various infrastructure projects. The China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, CPEC, a flagship project under China's Belt and Road Initiative, BRI, involves substantial Chinese investments in Pakistan's infrastructure, including ports, roads, and energy diplomatic support. China has consistently supported Pakistan diplomatically on various issues, including projects. The long-standing Kashmir dispute between India and Pakistan. China has been vocal in advocating for a peaceful resolution of the Kashmir issue, often aligning itself with Pakistan's stance. International forums. China has used its influence in international forums, such as the United Nations Security Council, to protect Pakistan's interests and prevent actions that it perceives as detrimental to Pakistan's security or territorial integrity. Shunya IAS. 6. Strategic encirclement. One of India's growing concerns in the last decade or so is China's ever-expanding sphere of geopolitical influence in the Indian Ocean. Dubbed as String of Pearls, it involves the development of commercial ports in various countries as part of its new Silk Route or Belt and Road Initiative. The route, which China claims as an important trade corridor, extends from its naval base in Hainan Island, South China Sea, to Bagamoyo in Tanzania, Africa, with several of the ports encircling mainland India. These include Hambaniota, Sri Lanka, Gwadar, Pakistan, Chittagong, Bangladesh, and Moreo Atoll, Maldives. 7. India-US relations. India's strengthening its relations with USA has been a conflictual point in India-China relations, especially as India's institutionalized its relations through the Quad with Japan and Australia. All of the Quad members are seen as regional and global rivals by China. However, only India shares a land border, which makes China prone to aggression towards India as a message to Quad. Quote, Mohan Malik in his book China and India, Great Power Rivalry says the Chinese want to nip the Indian challenge in the bud before it becomes a serious threat. Explained border areas under dispute. Share of border. India shares 3,488 kilometers of the border with China that runs along with the states of Arunachal Pradesh, Sikkim, Uttarakhand, Himachal Pradesh, and Jammu and Kashmir. LAC is divided into 3 sectors. Western. The boundary dispute in the western sector pertains to the Johnson Line proposed by the British in the 1860s that extended up to the Kunlun Mountains and put Aksai Chin in the then princely state of Jammu and Kashmir. Galwan Valley issue. The valley is strategically located between Ladakh in the west and Aksai Chin in the east, currently controlled by China. It is also a bone of contention between the two. Middle. In the middle sector, the dispute is a minor one. It is the only one where India and China have exchanged maps on which they broadly agree. Eastern. The disputed boundary in the eastern sector of the India-China border is over the McMahon Line. China claim over Tawang. China's claim over Tawang in Arunachal Pradesh as a part of South Tibet. 0 equals KI, area ceded by Pakistan to PLI China. Claimed by India are T, Srinagar area held by China, IS. Claimed by India. Disputed areas disputed border IBET, happy face Y***, Jammu and X Arunachal Pradesh. D*L**ST happy face or Kashmir. S Ridgely claimed by Pute border. Adminis trotted by China. India. India reasons for unresolved border dispute. Shimla Agreement of 1914, to demarcate the boundary between Tibet and northeast India. A convention was held at Shimla in 1914. Representatives of all Tlyrek, i.e. Tibet, China and British India. The agreement was signed by British India and Tibet but not by the Chinese officials. So, China rejects the Shimla Agreement and the McMahon Line, contending that Tibet was not a sovereign state and therefore did not have the power to conclude treaties. Chinese tactics. China has in several territorial disputes intentionally left its claims ambiguous. The Chinese haven't snick to their previously agreed positions. The border skirmishes along the LAC seem to be indicative of the Chinese approach to use the border problem to pressurize India on other issues. Undemarcated borders. There is no official map in the public domain that depicts the LAC. The current understanding of the LAC reflects entire territories that are, at present, under the control of each side, pending a resolution of the boundary dispute. Lack of mutual trusts. The agreements signed between the countries were not nurtured in an environment of equality and mutual trust. Chinese policy of visa. China policy to provide stapled visa to the residents of Arunachal Pradesh and Jammu and Kashmir, POK, which angers India. Growing power imbalance with China. Chinese military is better funded and equipped. Also, China, with an economy 5 times the size of India's, is also investing heavily in the region, countering Indian influence. Resourceful/strategic sections. Ladakh is valuable to India as it helps supply freshwater and as it connects Chinese Xinjiang province with Tibet. It is also of great significance to China. Belt and Road Initiative. The Belt and Road Initiative, BRI, also known as One Belt One Road, OBOR, is a global infrastructure and development project proposed by China. Announced in 2013 by Chinese President Xi Jinping, the BRI aims to enhance connectivity and promote economic cooperation among countries along Tlai ancient Silk Road routes, spanning Asia, Europe, Africa, and beyond. The BRI consists of TWO main components. The Belt, Tlai, Belt, refers to the Silk Road economic belt, which primarily focuses on infrastructure development on land. It envisions the creation of a network of roads, railways, pipelines, and other infrastructure projects to facilitate trade and connectivity between China and other participating countries. The Road, Tlai Road, represents the 21st century maritime Silk Road, emphasizing maritime connectivity. It aims to promote the development of ports, shipping routes, and other maritime infrastructure to enhance trade and maritime cooperation between China and participating countries. China's Belt and Kazakhstan. Road Initiative, Major Corridors. SA Road Economic TX asterisk. MJCFL BMC VFC Road. Unj carat JK Sran Econoran C Orator. B carat KKSHO asterisk carat. Do W carat T NJR Conasix. Corny. TRJN Wyk Economic Corny. R. SCRF. K. Indians' concerns with Belt and Road Initiative. V. Sovereignty and territorial integrity. The China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, CPEC, a key component of the BR. Passes through Pakistan-administered Kashmir, a region that India claims as its own. India sees this as a violation of its sovereignty and territorial integrity, as it believes it challenges its claims in TLI disputed regio. N. Strategic encirclement. China's development of ports and infrastructure projects in the Indian Ocean region, such as T. The Hambantota Port in Sri Lanka and Tligwater Port in Pakistan, both part of BRI, raises concerns in India about China's strategic encirclement. These ports potentially offer China a military foothold in the Indian Ocean, posing challenges to India's maritime security. Y. Debt trap. Sri Lanka's Hambantota Port is often cited as an example of a country facing an unsustainable debt burden. D. UE. To a BRI project, Sri Lanka had to lease the port to a Chinese company for 99 years after being unable to repay TLI loans received for its construction. This has raised concerns that participating countries may fall into a debt trap, compromising their sovereignty and economic independence. E. Economic competition. India has expressed concerns about TLI influx of Chinese goods into neighboring countries. Yes. Through BRI projects which could undermine Indian industries. For instance, Chinese goods flooding the Indian market, especially in sectors like manufacturing and electronics, could adversely impact Indian businesses and competitiveness. S. Security implications. The development of ports and infrastructure projects under BRI has raised security concerns. F. India. The Gwadar Port in Pakistan, being developed by China as part of China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, is seen as having potential security implications for India, as it could be used for military purposes or to monitor Indian naval activities in the Arabian Sea. S. Jaishankar. India cannot be a party to its own destruction. It should stay away from China's charm offensive. A. And D. India should use its resources wisely and not on Chinese project. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part B. Shunya IAS MMMWL. J. String of Pearls. The String of Pearls is a geopolitical theory on potential Chinese intentions in the Indian Ocean region, IOR. Pearl refers to a current or potential Chinese overseas military base, mega infrastructure project, economic corridor, port or other city or locale of Chinese geostrategic advantage in the IOR. String of these pearls refers to the possibility of the Chinese Navy connecting these pearls via maritime routes. 1. Brahma Kliklani. For years, China has pursued a string of pearls strategy to create a network of infrastructure projects and staging posts stretching from its eastern coast to the Middle East along the great trade arteries in order to gain strategic clout and naval access. Stripped of its rhetoric, the Maritime Silk Road Initiative, just like the String of Pearls project, is designed to make China the hub of a new order in Asia and the Indian Ocean region. Coining a name to shake off a foreign-imposed term allows Beijing to market the initiative as a win-win trade connectivity project. India should counter the String of Pearls with a string of rapiers. 2. Gurpreet Khurana. An increased Chinese naval presence in the Indian Ocean and possible military use of so-called pearls suggests that China's military strategic intentions include the geographic encirclement of India. 3. Convulsible. China is pursuing a policy offshoring up India's individual neighbors to the extent they have the capacity, as well as depth, to antagonize and challenge India. Steps taken to reduce dependence on China. Scrutiny. Increasing scrutiny of the Chinese investments' variety of sectors, as well as a move to exclude Chinese companies from 5G trials. Happy faces. Prior approval of foreign investment. To prevent opportunistic takeovers of domestic firms, the government has also made prior approval required for foreign investments from nations that share a land border with India, a move that will limit FDI from China. Domestic production of API. To reduce reliance on China for APIs, active pharmaceutical ingredients, the government approved in March 2020 a package of 4 schemes totaling 13,760 rupees crore to enhance domestic production of bulk drugs and medical devices in the carrot country as well as their exports. Example i.e. promotion of bulk drug parks and PLI scheme. Identification of sectors to reduce imports. The Ministry of Commerce and Industry identified 12 sectors in 2020 to help India become a global supplier and reduce imports. Ban on Chinese apps. Recently, the Indian government announced it would block 59 widely used apps, such as TikTok, Sharkelt, Cam Scanner, etc., most linked to Chinese companies. De facto ban on the import of Chinese power equipments. Imposed anti-dumping duties on certain aluminium goods and chemicals for 5 years to protect local manufacturers' identification of 12 sectors to make India a global supplier and cut import bills. Example, food processing, organic farming, iron, aluminium and copper, agrochemicals, electronics, industrial machinery, furniture, leather and shoes, auto parts, textiles and coveralls, masks, sanitizers and ventilators. Areas of cooperation. 1. Climate change. India and China have cooperated on climate change issues. They have jointly called for sustainable development and renewable energy initiatives. In 2019, the two countries announced the establishment of a high-level mechanism on cultural and people-to-people exchanges, aiming to deepen cultural ties and foster understanding between the two nations. 2. WTO. India and China have found areas of convergence and cooperation within the World Trade Organization. WTO on various issues. One significant area of convergence is the Doha Development Agenda, DDA. Both countries have a shared interest in promoting the DDA, which seeks to address the developmental Sunya's concerns of developing countries in global trade negotiations. India and China have advocated for the need to prioritize development, agriculture, and special and differential treatment for developing nations within DDA framework. They have collaborated with other developing countries to push for a fair and balanced outcome that takes into account DI needs and aspirations of the global South. Another area of convergence between India and China in the WTO is agricultural subsidies. Both countries, as agricultural powerhouses, have been involved in discussions related to domestic support measures for their agricultural sectors. They have expressed the need for special and differential treatment to protect the livelihoods of dire farmers and ensure food security. India and China have cooperated in advocating for more flexibility and leeway for developing countries to implement agricultural subsidies that are essential for rural development and poverty reduction. Furthermore, India and China have had similar positions on issues related to intellectual property rights. IPR within the WTO. Both countries have raised concerns about the implications of stringent IPR regulations, particularly with regard to access to affordable medicines and technology transfer. They jointly emphasized the need for a balanced and development-oriented approach to IPR, taking into account the specific challenges faced by developing countries. 3. Shanghai Cooperation Organization. While bilateral issues between India and China are addressed on the sidelines of SCO meetings, their participation in the organization provides a platform for dialogue and collaboration in various areas, contributing to regional stability and development in Eurasia. 4. Russia-India-China. The RIC provides a platform for discussions on regional and global issues, including political, economic, and security matters. It serves as a forum for consultations, coordination, and alignment of interests among the three countries. 5. BRICS. India and China are both members of the BRICS group, where they collaborate on various issues, including promoting trade, investment, and global governance reforms. They also work together within the G20 framework to address global economic challenges and foster financial stability. Recent updates till May 2024. Absence of Chinese president at G20, expectations for a breakthrough in relations were high, particularly with the potential for high-level meetings at the G20 summit. However, Chinese President Xi Jinping's absence from the summit in Delhi and the lack of significant outcomes from recent talks have tempered these hopes. India's anti-dumping measures. Since September, India has launched a spate of anti-dumping investigations into made-in-China products, including vacuum-insulated flasks, tempered glass, unframed glass mirrors, and retractable drawer sliders. At least 32 types of Chinese goods, including consumer goods, machinery, and chemical products, have been targeted by India. China and Bhutan have been engaged in boundary talks, with the 25th round of discussions held in October 2023. These talks have been part of ongoing efforts to resolve the long-standing border dispute between the two countries. Bhutan and China are working on a three-step roadmap to finalize border demarcations. Border stalemate, the 19th round of Corps commander-level talks, and the latest meeting of the Working Mechanism for Consultation and Coordination, WMCC, were held recently. These talks have aimed at de-escalating tensions and achieving disengagement at remaining friction points. However, no significant breakthroughs have been reported, and both sides have reiterated their positions without substantial progress toward a comprehensive resolution. Diplomatic updates. Indian and Chinese diplomats convened for the 29th meeting of the Working Mechanism for Consultation and Coordination, WMCC, on India-China border affairs in Beijing, marking a significant development amid the ongoing tensions along the line of actual control. Both sides agreed to maintain regular contact through diplomatic and military channels. B. They also agreed to promote the transition of the border situation into a normalized phase of control and management. C. The India-China border is not fully demarcated. This has led to tensions between the countries. D. The line of actual control, LAC, serves as the boundary separating Indian-controlled territory from Chinese-controlled territory. PSIR optional paper 2-part, B. Shunya IAS. Way forward 1. For border dispute. Pressure points. India could choose to leverage the sensitivity of the Chinese to the One China policy and other vulnerabilities like the Tibet issue and Hong Kong protests to force a change in China's attitude. Shifting focus. To counter China, India must look for options beyond LAC. The South China Sea/Indian Ocean region maritime domain presents India with the best options where the regional geopolitical context is favorable. Going global. India should go global to defend against China. India's counter to Chinese power in the Himalayas should be to assume a more global role of its own. Building alliances, India must build power-balancing alliances. Many countries are seeking leadership from other quarters to counterbalance Chinese influence. In Southeast Asia, countries are pushing back against Chinese aggression in the South China Sea. Use informal summits. Both sides should take guidance from Wuhan and Mahabalipuram summits on developing India-China relations that includes not allowing differences to become disputes. Continuing communications through the special representatives mechanism and meetings of the working mechanism for consultation and coordination on border affairs. Border infrastructure. It needs to build robust infrastructure in difficult border areas in its territory to ensure movement of personnel and other logistical supplies in an efficient manner. 2. To reduce trade deficit. Formulate roadmap. Based on the economic complexity model, the Indian government can formulate proper roadmaps through compartmentalizing them as per technology and innovation capabilities. FTAs with other countries. India has negotiated free trade agreements, FTAs, with the UAE and Australia. Further, the government is in the process of negotiating with the EU and UK. Atmanirbhar Bharat, moving towards self-reliance, and Atmanirbhar Bharat, setting up big manufacturing units or clusters to make goods. Like recently, India is working to develop a semiconductor chips industry. Improve anti-dumping duties. China is a pro in dumping goods to other countries. For this, India has imposed anti-dumping duties on 5 Chinese products like aluminium goods and chemicals, etc. Tighter FDI policy. A tighter FDI rule wherein the central government's approval is required for any EDI in India firms from any neighboring countries. This will help in preventing a takeover by Chinese companies amid reviving the economy. C/QX/ OBSHA. Approaches to deal with China. 1. Idealist school. Nehru's approach. O emphasized opportunity for exchange of ideas, people, and goods between India and China. O viewed the border as a potential hotspot for the meeting of civilizations and the exchange of ideas and goods. O advocated for a cooperative relationship between India and China focusing on the betterment of humanity. O saw convergence between India's worldview of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the world is one family, and China's worldview of Shiji Datong, world in greater harmony. Ravindranath Tagore. O believed that India and China should come together for the betterment of humanity. O considered the border between India and China as a meeting point for civilizations and the exchange of ideas, goods, and people rather than a source of conflict. O highlighted the historical cooperation and shared heritage between India and China. 2. Realist school. Sardar Patel. O considered China a threat due to its territorial ambitions and offensive strategic culture. Shunya IAS. Concerns of developing countries in global trade negotiations. India and China have advocated for the need to prioritize development, agriculture, and special and differential treatment for developing nations within DDA framework. They have collaborated with other developing countries to push for a fair and balanced outcome that takes into account the needs and aspirations of Global South. Another area of convergence between India and China in the WTO is agricultural subsidies. Both countries, as agricultural powerhouses, have been involved in discussions related to domestic support measures for their agricultural sectors. They have expressed the need for special and differential treatment to protect the livelihoods of their farmers and ensure food security. India and China have cooperated in advocating for more flexibility and leeway for developing countries to implement agricultural subsidies that are essential for rural development and poverty reduction. Furthermore, India and China have had similar positions on issues related to intellectual property rights, IPR, within the WTO. Both countries have raised concerns about implications of stringent IPR regulations, particularly with regard to access to affordable medicines and technology transfer. They have jointly emphasized the need for a balanced and development-oriented approach to IPR, taking into the specific challenges faced by developing countries. Account 3. Shanghai Cooperation Organization. While bilateral issues between India and China are addressed on the sidelines of SCO meetings, their participation in the organization provides a platform for dialogue and collaboration in various areas, contributing to regional stability and development in Eurasia. 4. Russia-India-China. The RIC provides a platform for discussions on regional and global issues, including political, economic, and security matters. It senses as a forum for consultations, coordination, and alignment of interests among the 3 countries. %. 5. BRICS. India and China are both members of the BRICS group, where they collaborate on various issues, including promoting trade, investment, and global governance reforms. They also work together within the G20 framework to address global economic challenges and foster financial stability. Recent updates till May 2024. Absence of Chinese president at G20, expectations for a breakthrough in relations were high, particularly with the potential for high-level meetings at the G20 summit. However, Chinese President Xi Jinping's absence from the summit in Delhi and the lack of significant outcomes from recent talks have tempered these hopes. India's anti-dumping measures. Since September, India has launched a spate of anti-dumping investigations into made-in-China products, including vacuum-insulated flasks, tempered glass, unframed glass mirrors, and retractable drawer sliders. At least 32 types of Chinese goods, including consumer goods, machinery, and chemical products, have been targeted by India. China-Bhutan. China and Bhutan have been engaged in boundary talks with the 25th round of discussions held in October 2023. These talks have been part of ongoing efforts to resolve the long-standing border dispute between the two countries. Bhutan and China are working on a three-step roadmap to finalize border demarcations. Border stalemate, the 19th round of Corps commander-level talks and the latest meeting of the Working Mechanism for Consultation and Coordination (WMCC) were held recently. These talks have aimed at de-escalating tensions and achieving disengagement at remaining friction points. However, no significant breakthroughs have been reported and both sides have reiterated their positions without substantial progress toward a comprehensive resolution. Diplomatic updates. Indian and Chinese diplomats convened for the 29th meeting of the Working Mechanism for Consultation and Coordination (WMCC) on India-China border affairs in Beijing, marking a significant development amid the ongoing tensions along the line of actual control. Both sides agreed to maintain regular contact through diplomatic and military channels. B. They also agreed to promote the transition of the border situation into a normalized phase of control and management. C. The India-China border is not fully demarcated. This has led to tensions between the countries. D. The line of actual control (LAC) serves as the boundary separating Indian-controlled territory from Chinese-controlled territory. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part B Shunya IAS. Way forward L for border dispute. Pressure points. India could choose to leverage the sensitivity of the Chinese to the One China policy and other vulnerabilities like the Tibet issue and Hong Kong protests to force a change in China's attitude. Shifting focus. To counter China, India must look for options beyond LAC. The South China Sea/Indian Ocean region maritime domain presents India with the best options where the regional geopolitical context is favorable. Going global. India should go global to defend against China. India's counter to Chinese power in the Himalayas should be to assume a more global role of its own. Building alliances. India must build power-balancing alliances. Many countries are seeking leadership from other quarters to counterbalance Chinese influence. In Southeast Asia, countries are pushing back against Chinese aggression in the South China Sea. Use informal summits. Both sides should take guidance from Wuhan and Mahabalipuram summits on developing India-China relations that includes not allowing differences to become disputes. Continuing communications through the Special Representatives Mechanism and meetings of the Working Mechanism for Consultation and Coordination on Border Affairs. Border infrastructure. It needs to build robust infrastructure in difficult border areas in its territory to ensure movement of personnel and other logistical supplies in an efficient manner. 2. To reduce trade deficit. Formulate roadmap. Based on the economic complexity model, the Indian government can formulate proper roadmaps through compartmentalizing them as per technology and innovation capabilities. FTAs with other countries. India has negotiated free trade agreements, FTAs, with the UAE and Australia. Further, the government is in the process of negotiating with the EU and UK. Atmanirbhar Bharat. Moving towards self-reliance and Atmanirbhar Bharat. Setting up big manufacturing units or clusters to make goods like recently India is working to develop a semiconductor chips industry. /V. Improve anti-dumping duties. China is a pro in dumping goods to other countries. For this, India has imposed anti-dumping duties on 5 Chinese products, like aluminium goods and chemicals, etc. Tighter FDI policy. A tighter FDI rule wherein the central government's approval is required for any FDI. In India, firms from any neighboring countries. This will help in preventing a takeover by UNYA. Chinese companies amid reviving the economy. PN7P. Approaches to deal with China 1. Idealist school. Nehru's approach. Emphasized opportunity for exchange of ideas, people, and goods between India and China. Viewed the border as a potential hotspot for the meeting of civilizations and the exchange of ideas and goods. Advocated for a cooperative relationship between India and China, focusing on the betterment of humanity. Saw convergence between India's worldview of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the world is one family, and China's worldview of Shaji Datang, world in greater harmony. Ravindranath Tagore. Believed that India and China should come together for the betterment of humanity. Considered the border between India and China as a meeting point for civilizations and the exchange of ideas, goods, and people, rather than a source of conflict. Highlighted the historical cooperation and shared heritage between India and China. 2. Realist school. Sardar Patel. Considered China a threat due to its territorial ambitions and offensive strategic culture. Shunya IAS. Advocated for the government to take proper provisions for defense against China. Believed that the only way to avoid war with China is to be prepared for it. Regarded China as an irredentist state, focusing on land grabbing. 3. Pragmatic school. C. Raja Mohan. O recognized the growth of complex interdependence in the present time. O suggested a balancing approach towards China. O proposed engaging with China wherever possible but containing China wherever necessary. O advocated for a strategy that combines elements of engagement and containment based on the specific situation. Samsrin. O supports a pragmatic approach to dealing with China. O acknowledges the need to engage with China in areas of mutual benefit. O believes in maintaining balance and taking a cautious approach to safeguarding India's interests. Standard conclusions. India-China relations are marked by both cooperation and competition. Finding a balance between managing differences and engaging in constructive dialogue is essential for stability in the region. Social constructivists say the Indochina War of 1962 has created an image of enemy states and can be changed by increasing people-to-people contacts. Taiwan dispute. History. Taiwan was under Chinese rule during the Qing dynasty, but was ceded to Japan in 1895 after China lost the First Sino-Japanese War. China regained control of Taiwan in 1945 following Japan's defeat in World War II. However, the Chinese Civil War led to the nationalists retreating to Taiwan in 1949, where they established the Republic of China, ROC. Meanwhile, the Communists declared the People's Republic of China, PRC, on the mainland. The Taiwan issue has its roots in the civil war between the Kuomintang Nationalist Party and the Communist Party of China, CPC. One China policy. China insists on the One China policy, asserting that there is only one China and Taiwan is part of it. Taiwan operates as a separate government with its own constitution and democratically elected leaders. Why did China not invade Taiwan in 1949? Strategic limitations. In the immediate aftermath of the Civil War, China lacked the naval and air capabilities needed to launch a successful invasion across the strait. B. Korean War. The outbreak of the Korean War diverted China's military focus and resources, as China intervened in support of North Korea against South Korean and UN forces. C. U.S. support. The United States established a defense pact with Taiwan and stationed the 7th Fleet in the Taiwan Strait, deterring Chinese aggression. D. Geographical constraints. Taiwan is an island separated from mainland China by the Taiwan Strait, requiring a complex amphibious invasion. Evolution of the dispute. 1970s. In 1971, the United Nations General Assembly passed Resolution 2758, which recognized the People's Republic of China, PRC, as the only legitimate representative of China to the United Nations, leading to Taiwan's expulsion from the UN. In 1979, the United States switched diplomatic recognition from Taipei to Beijing, acknowledging the PRC as the sole legal government of China while maintaining unofficial relations with Taiwan through One-Ton Relations Act. This act committed the U.S. to help Taiwan maintain its defense capabilities. Sunya's MM. J980-1990s. Taiwan experienced rapid economic growth and industrialization, becoming one of the 4 Asian tigers. The island also underwent significant political changes, transitioning from martial law, lifted in 1987, to a fully democratic society. In 1996, Taiwan held its first direct presidential election, won by Lee Teng-hui of the Kuomintang, KMT. 2000 to 2020. In 2010, the Economic Cooperation Framework Agreement, ECFA, was signed between Taiwan and China, reducing tariffs and commercial barriers. This marked a significant economic integration step despite political tensions. Taiwan's Sunflower Student Movement in 2014 protested against a trade pact with China, reflecting public concern over Beijing's growing influence. 2020-present. In 2021, Beijing increased its military activities around Taiwan, including frequent incursions into Taiwan's Air Defense Identification Zone, ADIZ. The U.S. has continued to support Taiwan with arms sales and high-level visits, further straining U.S.-China relations. February 2024 at the Munich Security Conference on February 17, Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi called for international support for China's peaceful reunification efforts with Taiwan and opposition to Taiwan independence. This statement marked a shift in Beijing's approach, emphasizing unification over merely opposing independence. Current geopolitics complicating the dispute. U.S.-China rivalry. The strategic rivalry between the U.S. and China impacts the Taiwan issue. The U.S. supports Taiwan through arms sales and high-level visits, maintaining a policy of strategic ambiguity to deter Chinese aggression while not explicitly promising military intervention. This support angers China and exacerbates tensions. South China dispute. The dispute surrounds China's maritime claims around the South China Sea, prompting its increased naval presence in the area and thus compelling U.S. naval fleets to maintain presence in the area. Diplomatic isolation. China's efforts to diplomatically isolate Taiwan by convincing countries to sever official ties with Taipei and recognize Beijing complicate the issue. At the same time, Taiwan receives support from informal alliances and international organizations where it participates as an observer or non-state member, adding layers to the geopolitical chessboard. Supply chain constraints. Taiwan plays a crucial role in the global supply chain, especially in semiconductor manufacturing. Disruption in Taiwan could have far-reaching economic consequences, further complicating geopolitical calculations. India's stance. One China policy. India recognizes the PRC as the sole China. However, despite not having official diplomatic ties, India maintains unofficial relations with Taiwan through trade, cultural exchanges, AI, educational partnerships. Strategic caution. India is cautious about openly supporting Taiwan in order to avoid escalating tensions with China, although there is growing public and political support within India for stronger ties with Taiwan, especially in response to aggressive Chinese actions along the Indo-China border. Political autonomy. Indian officials rarely comment publicly on Taiwan to avoid diplomatic friction with China. However, there have been instances where Indian politicians and former officials have called for stronger ties with Taiwan. Cooperation-based. As India's approach toward Taiwan continues to mature, the overarching goal remains to sustain this positive momentum and cultivate deeper cooperation across various domains covered within the framework of their unofficial relations. Current relations. Bilateral trade. In the fiscal year 2022 to 2023, bilateral trade between India and Taiwan reached approximately $0.9 billion, reflecting a significant increase from previous years' diaspora. Currently, the Indian expatriate community in Taiwan, about 5,000 people, is predominantly engaged in white-collar professions. With the pact opening blue-collar employment opportunities for Indians, there exists a prospect for a notable increase in Indian population in Taiwan. There are growing educational ties, with around 3,000 Indian students enrolled in Taiwanese institutions, primarily in graduate and PhD programs. Technology and manufacturing. Taiwanese companies have shown a strong interest in India's technology and manufacturing sectors, with notable investments driven by India's Make in India and production-linked incentive PLI schemes. FDI. As of 2023, Taiwan has invested approximately $4 billion in India. This investment is spread across more than 250 Taiwanese companies operating in various sectors within India. Key sectors and initiatives. Technology and manufacturing. Significant investments have been made in the technology and manufacturing sectors. This includes major contributions from companies like Foxconn, which are involved in electronics and component manufacturing. New southbound policy. Taiwan's new southbound policy identifies India as a crucial partner, focusing on enhancing trade, investment, and economic cooperation. The long shadow of China's disinformation campaign looms not just over Taiwan but also over the country's ties with India, evident in the delay that occurred in the signing of the Labor Pact. China's concerted efforts to spread disinformation can undercut the strides made in India-Taiwan ties. Both sides must devise strategic responses to effectively counter these tactics. China should not dictate India's external engagement. Preserving autonomy in decision-making is paramount, and India and Taiwan must work together to combat disinformation and protect their interests from external interference. Previous year's questions. Quadrilateral Security Dialogue (Quad) performs an important role in India's strategic balancing act to withstand the dominance of China in Asia. Discuss. 2023. Quadrilateral Security Dialogue (Quad) is an informal strategic group gradually moving towards formalization of four like-minded democracies: US, India, Japan, and Australia, with common interests of rule-based order, free, open, prosperous, and inclusive Indo-Pacific region. Quad's role to strategically balance India and withstand the dominance of China in Asia. 1. It is in response to this China's aggressive foreign policies over the last decade. Quad has been revived to manage the negative externalities arising out of Chinese rise. The Quad highlights the growing suspicion and unease diplomats in Washington, Tokyo, Canberra, and New Delhi feel about China's military and economic rise. 2. India has long sought power equilibrium with China. Participating in the Quad leverage India to put forward a demand to China that it endorses a multipolar Asian structure. According to Harsh V. Pant, the Quad helps India counterbalance Chinese hegemony in Indo-Pacific. Chinese hegemony through BRI has led to building port facilities in countries neighboring India, giving a sense of encirclement in New Delhi. 3. Further, MEAS. Jaishankar stated that New Delhi's Quad stance is not an explicit move against China, rather is a calculated strategic move to protect its interests, including maritime interests and ambitions, in view of revisionist China in the Indo-Pacific. 4. India's participation in Quad represents continuity in Indian foreign policy strategy to diversity its strategic Shunya IAS alliances and reduce dependence on any single power. Happyman Jacob states that Quad boosts India's engagement in Indo-Pacific through Act East and extended neighborhood policies. 5. Quad enables India to strike a balance between its economic interdependence with China and its security concerns in the region. Commander Abhijit Singh Oref argues that Quad and its military exercises represent a significant challenge to China's maritime ambitions. India's bilateral relations with like-minded countries can be strengthened through Quad. 6. Quad highlighted its important role in India's strategic balancing act by focusing on building resilient supply chains and technologies, discussing 5G networks, semiconductors, China has monopolized both these sectors, 5G and semiconductors, cooperation in counterterrorism, exploring artificial intelligence and quantum technology, etc. But at the same time, India should be cautious of certain challenges. 1. Navigating competing interests. Quad countries need to align their interests while addressing individual concerns given their diverse geopolitical priorities. 2. China's opposition. India shares a long and contested border with China, and a significant portion of its foreign policy considerations are related to managing its relationship with Beijing. Quad's growing role as a counterbalance to China may complicate India's regional dynamics, requiring nuanced diplomacy. 3. Balancing act. India needs to strike a balance between its Quad membership and its traditional policy of non-alignment and strategic autonomy. It must ensure that its participation in the Quad doesn't compromise its ability to maintain independent foreign policy decisions. 4. Regional sensitivities. The Quad's activities and growing presence in the Indo-Pacific can be viewed with suspicion by other regional players like Russia and Southeast Asian nations. India must navigate regional sensitivities to avoid any perceived alignment against other nations. Thus, in the evolving Indo-Pacific, India's pivotal role based on its size, geography, and capacities is crucial for regional and global recovery. Collaborating with like-minded nations is central to its vision of a free, open, and inclusive Indo-Pacific to address emerging challenges and safeguard shared interests. IAS. India and the UN system, role in UN peacekeeping, demand for permanent seat in the Unit 6. Security Council. 1. Previous year's questions. Evaluate India's participation in United Nations peacekeeping operations over the years. 2014, the United Nations completed 70 years of its establishment in 2015. What reforms is India asking for to strengthen the global institutions of governance and why? 2015, critically analyze China's role in international politics against India's demand for a permanent SCAT in the UN Security Council. 2016, India has been the largest and consistent country contributing to the UN peacekeepers worldwide. Examine India's role in this perspective. 2017. Uniting for Consensus, also known as Coffee Club, has opposed the claims of India and other countries over permanent membership of the UN Security Council. Point out their major objections. 2017. Discuss the various impediments in India's way to a permanent seat in the Security Council. 2018. Analyze the recent trends in India's role in UN. 2018. Analyze the recent trends in India's role in UN peacekeeping operations. 2019. Explain the importance of India's claim for a permanent seat in the UN Security Council. 2020. Describe entire composition of the International Court of Justice, ICJ. Discuss its voluntary jurisdiction. 2022. Explain the factors which justify India's claim for a permanent seat at the UN Security Council. 2022. Discuss the importance of India's role in UN peacekeeping operations as a ground for its claim to a permanent seat in the UN Security Council. 2023. Standard introductions. SLASH is an essential component of the UN's efforts for peacekeeping missions, have served as a critical tool for resolving disputes, protecting civilians, and fostering long-term peace in conflict-affected areas. With the increasing complexities of modem conjugix UN peacekeeping has evolved to address new challenges and adapt to the changing dynamics of international security, making it an indispensable mechanism for international peace and stability. Shunya. UN peacekeeping. United Nations peacekeeping helps countries by conflict create conditions for lasting peace. Peacekeeping has proven to be one of the most effective tools available to the UN to assist host countries navigate the difficult pathway from conflict to peace. Peacekeeping has unique strengths, including legitimacy, burden sharing, and an ability to deploy and sustain troops and police from around the globe, integrating them with civilian peacekeepers to advance multidimensional mandates. UN peacekeepers provide security and the political and peacebuilding support to help countries make the difficult, early transition from conflict to peace. UN peacekeepers provide security as well as political and peacebuilding support to conflict-ridden countries. 3 basic principles that guide UN/S peacekeeping missions are: consent of the parties, impartiality, non-use of force except in self-defense, and defense of the mandate. Background. UN Charter. The foundation for UN peacekeeping lies in the principles and provisions outlined in the UN Charter, which was adopted in 1945. The Charter established the UN's commitment to maintaining international peace and security and provided a framework for collective security and the peaceful settlement of disputes. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part B. Shunya IAS. I'm Happy Face Carrot. First UN Peacekeeping Mission. The first UN peacekeeping mission was established in 1948. The UN Truce Supervision Organization, UNTSO, was deployed to monitor the ceasefire agreements between Israel and its neighboring Arab states after the 1948 Arab-Israeli War. UNTSO's primary role was to observe, report, and help mediate in the conflict. Evolution from observers to peacekeepers. In the early years, UN peacekeeping missions primarily involved sending military observers to conflict zones to monitor ceasefires and peace agreements. These observers played a crucial role in reporting violations and helping parleys adhere to ceasefire arrangements. Expansion and complexity. As conflicts evolved, the nature of UN peacekeeping missions became more complex. Scope expanded to include civilian protection, humanitarian assistance, election monitoring, disarmament, demobilization, and the promotion of the rule of law and human rights. History of the development of idea of peacekeeping 1. Phase 1. Peacekeeping mandated under UN through Agent Nation X. 1953 Korean Crisis. Gulf War. This has been criticized. But the UN in the initial years did not have enough force and budget. And post-1991, the US has been dominating it. 2. Phase 2. Classical peacekeeping. In the context of the Cold War, threats were military, local, specific to a region, national, one nation threatening another. These threats were diffused through UN forces, no involvement of great powers. Once the tensions were diffused, the force would move out. 3. Phase IU. Peace enforcement. Post-1990s, the nature of threats undergoes change. They are not just external but internal as well, African and other Asian countries experiencing civil strife. 3 pillar of collective security global threats, terrorism, environment, gender violence, etc. Individual along with national, like human security threats. Not just military but new threats like economic, health, etc. Hence new threats demanded new responses, which changed classical peacekeeping to peace enforcement. The idea of peace enforcement got expanded through peace building under +or- Peacebuilding Commission. UN military personnel can be tasked with UNYA. Protecting civilians and other UN personnel, monitoring disputed borders, observing peace processes in post-conflict areas, providing security in conflict zones, providing security during elections, assisting in-country military personnel with training and support, assisting ex-combatants in implementing the peace agreements. Peacebuilding Commission. Formed in 2005, which was proposed by Kofi Annan as part of the report, In Larger Freedom. The Peacebuilding Commission is an advisory body to the General Assembly and Security Council. Its organizational committee consists of 31 members. It is supported by Peacebuilding Support Fund of $250 million. It is not just used for peacekeeping but also for development, as threats no longer are military but economic as well. PBC is now a link between Security Council, law and order functions, and ECOSOC, development functions. Shunya IAS. Salient features of UN peacekeeping. Consent of the parties. UN peacekeeping missions require the consent of the parties involved in a conflict or dispute. The presence of peacekeepers is only possible when the parties involved invite the UN to intervene or when authorized by the UN Security Council. Impartiality. Peacekeepers are expected to remain impartial and not take sides in the conflict. They aim to create a neutral space where all parties can work towards a peaceful resolution. Non-use of force, except in self-defense. Peacekeepers are primarily deployed to observe, monitor, and facilitate peace processes. They should use force only in self-defense or to protect civilians under imminent threat. Multilateral cooperation. UN peacekeeping involves the collaboration of multiple nations contributing troops, police, and resources. It fosters cooperation and burden sharing among member states to address conflicts collectively. Conflict prevention, management, and resolution. UN peacekeeping missions work towards preventing the outbreak, escalation, or resumption of conflicts. They assist in managing and resolving conflicts through diplomatic negotiations, mediation, and facilitation of peace processes. Post-conflict peacebuilding. UN peacekeeping often extends beyond the immediate resolution of a conflict. May involve supporting post-conflict reconstruction, governance, rule of law, human rights, and other aspects of peacebuilding to help create sustainable peace. Regional and international cooperation. The UN often collaborates with regional organizations, such as the African Union or the European Union, to enhance the effectiveness and legitimacy of peacekeeping efforts. Quotes BV experts. Michael Doyle. UN peacekeeping has played a vital role in preventing and resolving conflicts, protecting civilians, and facilitating political transitions in many parts of the world. Kofi Annan. UN peacekeeping is one of the most effective tools available to the international community for maintaining peace and security. Nikki Haley. Too often, the United Nations has been paralyzed by bureaucracy and mismanagement, resulting in underperformance and a failure to deliver on its peacekeeping mandates. On reforms. Ban Ki-moon. The UN must adapt and reform its peacekeeping operations to effectively respond to complex conflicts and protect Chileans. This requires enhancing the capacity, professionalism, and accountability of peacekeepers. Sarah Sewell. And to improve peacekeeping, we need reforms that address issues such as sexual exploitation and abuse, operational effectiveness, and coordination between peacekeepers and humanitarian actors. Process of initiating UN peacekeeping. Conflict assessment. The first step in initiating a UN peacekeeping mission is conducting a comprehensive assessment of the conflict situation. The UN Secretariat, often through the Department of Peace Operations, DPO, gathers information on the nature of the conflict, the parties involved, the level of violence, and the potential for a political resolution. This assessment This assessment helps determine whether peacekeeping intervention is appropriate and feasible. Request or authorization. In some cases, a country experiencing conflict may request UN assistance in the form of a peacekeeping mission. Alternatively, the UN Security Council can authorize the deployment of a peacekeeping mission, even without a request from the affected country, if it determines that the situation poses a threat to international peace and security. Mandate Design and Security Council Resolution. Once the need for a peacekeeping mission is established, the UN Security Council drafts a resolution outlining the mandate and parameters of the mission. The resolution is negotiated among the Council's member states, considering factors such as the mission's objectives, scope, size, duration, and rules of engagement. The resolution is then adopted by the Security Council through a majority vote, including the concurring votes of its permanent members. PSIR Optional Paper 2 Part B. Shunya IA 5. Troop and Resource Contributions. After the Security Council resolution is passed, member states are invited to contribute military, police, and civilian personnel to the peacekeeping mission. Interested countries volunteer their forces based on their capabilities and national interests. The UN Secretariat, specifically the DPO, coordinates with member states to assemble the necessary personnel, equipment, and resources for the mission. Operational planning. Once troop and resource contributions are secured, operational planning begins. This involves developing a comprehensive strategy for the mission, including the deployment of personnel, logistical arrangements, communication systems, and coordination mechanisms. The planning process also considers potential challenges, risks, and contingencies. Deployment. After the operational planning is completed, the deployment phase begins. Peacekeeping forces, including military, police, and civilian personnel, are sent to the conflict-affected region. The UN works closely with the host country to facilitate the arrival of the peacekeeping mission and ensure cooperation from all relevant parties. Mission implementation. Once on the ground, the peacekeeping mission begins implementing its mandate. This may involve various activities such as monitoring ceasefires, supporting political processes, protecting civilians, facilitating humanitarian assistance, promoting human rights, and supporting the rule of law. The mission operates within the framework of its mandate and in accordance with the principles of UN peacekeeping. India and UN peacekeeping. India stands solidly committed to assist the UN in the maintenance of international peace and security, with a proud history of UN peacekeeping dating back to its inception in the 1950s. India has contributed nearly 195,000 troops, the largest number from any country, participated in more than 49 missions, and 168 Indian peacekeepers have made the supreme sacrifice while serving in UN missions. India has also provided and continues to provide eminent force commanders for UN missions. India is of the view that the international community must grasp the rapid changes that are underway in the nature and role of contemporary peacekeeping operations. The Security Council's mandates to UN peacekeeping operations need to be rooted in ground realities and correlated with the resources provided for the peacekeeping operation. It is critical that troop and police contributing countries should be fully involved at all stages and in all aspects of mission planning. General facts. 1. Troop contributions. India has consistently been one of the largest troop contributing countries to UN peacekeeping missions. As of September 2021, India had deployed over 5,500 military and police personnel in various peacekeeping missions worldwide. 2. Largest troop contributor. India has been the largest troop contributor to UN missions since inception. So far, India has taken part in 49 peacekeeping missions with a total contribution exceeding 195,000 troops and a significant number of police personnel having been deployed. 3. Highest troop casualties. According to the UN, of the 3,737 peacekeepers who have died since 1948, 163 have been from India, the highest total from any troop contributing country. 4. Current deployments. Congo. United Nations Organization mission in DR Congo MONUC was established in July 1999. On July 1, 2010, the Security Council renamed MONUC as United Nations Organization Stabilization Mission in the Democratic Republic of Congo, MONUSCO, to reflect the new phase reached in the country post-2006 elections, with a changed mandate. South Sudan. Since 2011, Indian Army has contributed 19 infantry battalion groups in the mission. Currently, India is the second highest troop contributing country with 2,410 personnel, including 63 staff, officers, and military observers. Lebanon. Since 1998, Indian Army has contributed 21 infantry battalion groups in the mission. Currently, Indian Army is contributing 901 personnel, including staff officers/military observers. The Indian Army contingent includes 1 infantry battalion and 1 Indian medical team. Golan Heights. Indian Army has contributed troops to UNDOF with effect from 2006 as part of the Logistic Battalion. Presently, 200 Indian Army personnel are deployed in the mission. Sanyas. Quotes. AOD-6 Neo-Gukirks, Secretary General UN Indian peacekeepers have an outstanding reputation for their professionalism, dedication, and commitment to upholding peace and security. They have made significant Contributions to peacekeeping operations around the world. PM Modi. Our brave peacekeepers embody the spirit of India's commitment to global peace. They are the ambassadors of our nation, working tirelessly to make the world a safer place. S. Jaishankar. Indian peacekeepers exemplify the values of compassion, professionalism, and dedication. Their contributions to peacekeeping efforts have brought honor to our nation and have made us proud. Indian policy to peacekeeping. As one of the founding members of the UN, India has always been keenly interested and actively involved in the evolution of conceptual and policy aspects of UN peacekeeping. As a developing country, a predominant member of Non-Aligned Movement, NAM, Commonwealth and South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, SAARC, a major troop contributor and a country with an independent perspective on many multilateral issues, India recognizes that peacekeeping operations appear to have become the core function of the UN, and any assessment of the UN's effectiveness is dependent on its success or failure in this core function. India, with a large standing army and vast experience in counterinsurgency operations, is ideally suited to take part in UN peacekeeping operations. Hence, our government advocates willing and wholehearted participation in UN missions. Advantages of contributing troops. Professional enrichment. India's participation in UNPK enhances the professional development of its armed forces by exposing them to diverse operational environments, improving skills, leadership abilities, and understanding of international security dynamics. Financial benefits. Participating in UNPK brings financial benefits as the United Nations reimburses expenses incurred during deployments, helping offset costs and allocate resources to defense capabilities or other developmental priorities. World order interests. India's engagement in UNPK aligns with its vision of a rules-based international order, promoting peaceful conflict resolution, and allowing it to shape global decision-making processes related to security issues. Enhanced standing. India's involvement in UNPK boosts its reputation in the international community, showcasing its commitment to global peace, fostering goodwill, strengthening diplomatic relationships, and creating opportunities for partnerships and economic benefits. Issues with UN peacekeeping. Reluctance of developed countries to contribute troops. Developed countries often show reluctance to contribute troops to UN peacekeeping missions. This can be due to various factors, such as domestic priorities, public opinion, and concerns over potential risks and casualties. This places a burden on countries like India, which frequently contribute a significant number of troops to fill the gaps. Globa North v. Global South. The main challenge in UN peacekeeping is the divergence of opinions between global North and South countries regarding the scope and mandates of operations. Inconsistencies arise as the South demands more aggressive peacekeeping but criticizes the North for interventionist policies. The North hesitates to engage troops and fund improvements to the UN. Northern countries seek robust mandates while the South fears threats to sovereignty. Peacekeepers need more resources, but the South worries about diverting funds from fighting poverty. Geopolitical significance influences Security Council decisions. The Secretary General's Action for Peacekeeping initiative aims to address these conflicts and strengthen operations. Allegations of fund misappropriation. Some fund contributing countries have raised allegations of misappropriation of funds in UN peacekeeping operations. This creates concerns over transparency and accountability in the management and utilization of financial resources. Such allegations can undermine trust and Shunya IAS. Disturbing the balance between global justice and state sovereignty. UN peacekeeping operations often involve striking a delicate balance between the pursuit of global justice and respect for state sovereignty. The involvement of external forces in internal conflicts raises questions about the limits and scope of intervention. Maintaining this balance is crucial to ensure the legitimacy and effectiveness of peacekeeping operations. Concerns over robust peacekeeping and militarization. Countries like India have reservations about the concept of robust peacekeeping, which allows the use of force at the tactical level with the consent of the host state. India argues that this blurs the boundaries between peacekeeping and other forms of military intervention, posing risks to the security of peacekeepers and exposing them to complex legal and political situations. India emphasizes the need for political solutions and negotiations in resolving conflicts rather than excessive militarization. Inclusion of troop contributing countries in decision-making. India advocates for the inclusion of troop contributing countries in decision-making processes related to peacekeeping operations. India argues that the current arrangement overlooks the valuable contributions and expertise of countries like India, which have a deep understanding of the ground realities. Involving troop contributing countries in decision-making can lead to more effective formulation and implementation of mandates, considering the perspectives and experiences of those directly involved in the operations. Other issues. Sexual abuse. United Nations UN peacekeepers have also been found to exploit vulnerable populations by engaging in sexual exploitation and abuse. SEA, it is abhorrent that the blue helmets, who are seen as symbols of peace, become another source of insecurity for those they are mandated to protect. Statistical analysis demonstrates that SEA is a constant and endemic problem within UN peacekeeping, with an average of 50 cases a year since 2010. Lack of support. Since 2011, the international support for UN peacebuilding has weakened. Western support has also become more patchy, particularly after changes in U.S. policy and funding under the Trump administration. Corruption. Corruption has become a mission-critical issue in many recent operations. Yet it is often ignored too. Planning and execution. Mandates rarely mention it, and training centers currently do not provide any meaningful guidance on how peacekeepers can prevent corruption from becoming more entrenched in the host nation and in the mission itself. Analyze the recent trends in India's role in UN peacekeeping operations 2019. India's role in UN peacekeeping operations has witnessed notable trends in recent years. Firstly, India remains a major contributor of troops, deploying over 5,400 military personnel in missions worldwide. This commitment is exemplified by its involvement in countries like South Sudan, the Democratic Republic of Congo, and Lebanon. Secondly, India has diversified its contributions beyond traditional troop deployments. It has provided specialized units such as military engineers, aviation contingents, and hospital units. For instance, in the UN mission in South Sudan, UNMISS, an Indian engineering contingent played a crucial role in infrastructure development. Thirdly, India has taken up leadership roles in peacekeeping operations. Indian officers have served as force commanders and military observers in various missions. General Jai Shankar Menon's tenure as the force commander in the UN mission in the Democratic Republic of Congo, MONUSCO, is a notable example. Fourthly, India places a strong focus on training and capacity building. Its Center for United Nations Peacekeeping, CUNPK, in New Delhi provides specialized training to international personnel. India's expertise is shared through collaborative initiatives and training programs. Fifthly, India emphasizes civilian protection in peacekeeping operations. In the UN mission in Mali, MINUSMA, India deployed a female engagement team, FET, to address gender-based violence and provide support to affected women and children. Sixthly, India actively engages with regional organizations like the African Union, AU, to strengthen peacekeeping efforts. Collaborative endeavors with the AU demonstrate India's commitment to regional stability. Lastly, India advocates for reforms in peacekeeping operations. It highlights the need for greater involvement of troop-contributing countries in decision-making processes and better coordination between the UN and regional organizations. In summary, India's recent trends in UN peacekeeping operations showcase its significant contributions, leadership roles, focus on training and capacity building, emphasis on civilian protection, engagement with regional organizations, and advocacy for reforms. Through these endeavors, India continues to play a vital role in promoting international peace and security. Shunya IAS. Evaluation of India at UN peacekeeping missions. 1. Success. Contributions to troop deployments. India has consistently been one of the largest contributors of troops to UN peacekeeping missions. As of March 2021, India had deployed over 5,400 military personnel, making it the third largest contributor of uniformed personnel to UN peacekeeping operations. Successful implementation of mandates. Indian peacekeepers have effectively carried out their mandated tasks, including protecting civilians, supporting peace processes, and promoting stability. They have played a vital role in maintaining security, providing humanitarian assistance, and facilitating the delivery of basic services. For example, in the UN mission in South Sudan, UNMISS, Indian peacekeepers have been involved in numerous successful initiatives such as providing medical assistance to conflict-affected communities, constructing infrastructure, and facilitating humanitarian aid distribution. Contributions to civilian protection. Indian peacekeepers have been actively engaged in protecting civilians and promoting human rights in conflict zones. They have played a crucial role in preventing and responding to incidents of violence, including sexual and gender-based violence. For example, in the UN Organization Stabilization Mission in the Democratic Republic of Congo, MONUSCO, Indian peacekeepers have conducted successful operations to protect civilians from armed groups, contributing to reduction of violence in affected areas. Expertise in engineering and infrastructure development. Indian peacekeepers have excelled in engineering tasks and infrastructure development, playing a significant role in post-conflict reconstruction efforts. For example, in the UN mission in South Sudan, UNMISS, Indian engineering contingents have constructed critical infrastructure such as roads, bridges, schools, and hospitals, facilitating stability and development in the region. UN Medals for Service. A total of 836 troops from the Indian Army serving in UN peacekeeping operations in South Sudan were awarded UN medals for their exemplary services. They were acknowledged for their efforts in protecting civilians, facilitating humanitarian aid, supporting peace agreements, monitoring human rights violations, and ensuring dignity in challenging operational conditions. Critical/issues. 1. Allegations of human rights violations. There have been instances where Indian peacekeepers have faced allegations of human rights violations, including cases of sexual exploitation and abuse. These incidents tarnish the image of India's peacekeeping efforts and raise concerns about the conduct of its personnel. Example,